With no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me. Promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the dreams you're slowly killing me. I said it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. begins. You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
and the hunt begins.
DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer, Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have another day of Dota for you here on ESL Dota 2 Storm. My name is DK Truman. I'm joined by Winter for another exhilarating day of amazing matches. The first one, of course, will be a pretty dangerous one for both these teams because they are knocking at the bottom, Winter.
The Silver games.
It's,
I mean, if you lose these games, you're practically out, right? If you're the team losing this series, you're not mathematically out, but
honestly,
you're practically out.
if you lose this, I don't think there's really a chance for you to crawl back. If you win this, there's still a chance. You're getting close to like tiebreakers and stuff. I think all the teams have 2 more series after this series, so you can get like 6 points still in total, so you can still make it through, but we'll check out the standings to see exactly where they stand. Entity versus Hellraisers is the one that we are going to be taking for now. The other games will be on other channels, but you can see in Group A, it's pretty problematic. You lose this, I mean, technically you could probably still make it because you can still get 4 points, which would put you at like a 6-8 maybe, and you could get tiebreakers if you're lucky, but you're going to need a lot of luck at that stage.
Yeah, that kind of sucks when your fate is no longer in your hands.
I mean, at this point, it still is, but they just gotta win everything. It's that simple. Actually, I don't even know if that might be enough.
If they win if they win everything,
They'd be 8 and 6. They still go through with 8 and 6, I believe, because they'd also be taking points from other teams, and you at least get a tiebreaker, I think.
Yeah, but the win everything part is a bit,
Yeah, it's always been pretty much tiebreakers that we've had. We also have a schedule for you today for the matches that are going to be handled on this channel. So the first match is, of course, ex-Hellraisers versus Entity. Then Team Spirit versus OG. Then Gareth and the Cost will be taking over. They'll be handling TSM versus ex-Hellraisers. And to finish off the day, it's Tundra versus Nigma Galaxy on the C stream or the Dota 2 Storm stream. We'll be heading in towards the draft right now because the first heroes have already been banned. And unsurprising heroes in this situation as well. Brood Mama, Doom, and the, of course, very nasty Nature's Prophet that we've seen plenty of.
So by the way, HR they won the coin toss, so they elected to have second pick, and Entity chose Dire.
Yeah, Dire's got that high win rate. Second pick's always nice because you get the matchup. Normally, the matchup you want. And
I mean, it depends who you're asking, right? Some teams prefer to have first pick because you have a lot of like inbuy heroes to choose from.
yeah, but normally, I agree with you. It's just Hellraisers is a lineup that we've seen they can flex into Oblivion, and they like to do that for some reason. So it's really questionable, like how they're gonna handle their entire lane situation. which could also be a big
Oh,
plus. Yep,
oh,
there we have it. The
that's
DK.
great, man. That's so great.
It's already a fun game, isn't it? Ramsey's on the DK. Possibly. It could also be Kiyotaka, obviously.
Well, to be fair, the hero is pretty good now, I feel.
It can
With the
even
Radiance
sustain
change.
against the Timbersaw in lane. So, yeah.
Entities
I would say
turn
so.
to battle.
Nah, Undying's pretty decent against the DK. Early game, right? Late game. And late game is actually still useful. The DK.
Fishman's on
and-
top here, though.
Yeah, if you have the flash golem and you're right clicking him, you help your team kill the DK. But
10 seconds
early game,
remaining.
definitely useful against DK, defending those towers. Because when you're playing against
5
Dragonite, you
seconds
need
remaining.
to have supports that can come to the mid lane to defend the tower. I think in one of the games yesterday, I can't remember which one, the enemy supports, they're just useless, so they cannot do anything. I think they have like some very weak supports at the early game. So they cannot deal with the DK pushing with the catapult with him, and you just lose your tower.
Yeah, they've had some struggles during the tournament. It was also, I think,
10 seconds
yesterday when we covered them, where they where Fishman was forced to go for the Bane because everything else was banned.
Yeah.
So
They banned his Disruptor, they banned his Undying, and what was the third one? Can't remember what was the other one. But then in the interview, we asked him, why wouldn't you play other heroes? Then he said he hates Jakiro. So he doesn't want to play it, so he's playing Bane or something.
Clockwork was the other one that got banned.
Ah, yeah, Clockwork. Yeah, correct. Oh, good memory. For someone who says math is not your thing, you have a good memory.
I have a terrible memory. I just have a cheat sheet on my second monitor. Oh,
So Entity bans out Terrorblade in the second phase? Okay. So they think that the DK is
that's an
I guess
interesting
a
thought.
mid hero, but why would you? That's strange, right? I feel like if anything, enemy picks DK, I want to pick Terrorblade against the DK because the reflection. If he gets X, or even if he doesn't get X, your reflection is good against the Dragonite. So that's definitely a van that's a
5
bit weird for
seconds
me.
remaining.
Yeah, but even then, like, Ramsey's most played hero is DK safe lane, by far. Nothing even like MP is the second closest, and he's doubled almost the times that he played NP as a safe lane TK. So considering Kiyotaka, like, he can of course play DK. Miro can even play DK off lane. I've seen him doing that in the past, so it is flexible. But it's very likely going to be a safe lane DK. Would you? And the TB just, I mean, it's Ramsey. He's a really good TB
Radiant
player, but
team back.
is that the thing that you fear? Is that the thing that you fear right now? The
Bounty
bounty?
Hunt, huh? Okay. So why they are banning Bounty Hunter?
And Terrors plays it, but he also
Okay.
plays the techies
10
religiously.
seconds remaining.
Skywrath Techies, Bounty Hunter. I would, if I want to ban his hero,
5
I'm banning
seconds
Techies
remaining.
for sure
Yeah.
instead of Bounty.
I mean, bounty is annoying because it would be laning against Undying most likely, and it's literally just free money. But
But you don't care though.
True.
I feel like if I'm Undying, I don't care about the Bounty Hunter. In the team fights, you're useless against me. I put a tombstone down. What do you want to do? You want to come in and track us and toss your stupid shuriken, and you hope you kill someone? Oh, I feel like the matchup is pretty bad. Like Bounty Hunter does not want to fight a team
Radiant team
fight-centric draft. Because you want to split push, you want to pick off heroes, and if the enemy just has a
Oh,
lot
no.
of team fight, then you do nothing. All right, Techies, the Bomberman is here.
yep, I mean, I'm happy that we get to cover a tech and Terror's techies, but it's like we saw it in Hellraisers played against, I think, Team Asta. Like, Asta first phase banned techies both
Yeah.
games because he is
You
really
don't
flipping
respect
good on
the
it.
techies, you deserve to lose the game.
Yeah, it's a specialist hero, but my god, is it strong.
So
It's also
they
the
elect-
counter to like smoke ganks and everything, because
10
every single
seconds
time they
remaining.
tried to smoke gank you hear "Doo-doo, doo-doo," and then a random mine goes off. You know exactly what the enemy's doing.
So entities electing to go for like a ball, like Shadowfiend, Undying. They're gonna just stick together and siege. They're very strong together. They have Tiny plus Rubik. I guess the Tiny is the mid. I guess the mid laner or off laner. So
That is
Hera-
still, yeah, it's still flexible, but I
Yeah.
don't really see
I
many
mean, that's why
DK
HR is-
off lanes.
I mean, that's why HR is picking the XHR is picking the Bat Rider now, because the Tiny Bat matchup is
10 seconds.
very
remaining.
difficult for Tiny if the Tiny is going mid.
5
So it's
seconds remaining.
rather strange to pick the Tiny with the SF. If you're picking your mid hero blindly, I wouldn't think about picking Tiny unless some other hero is flexible, you know, like the Rubik, which I'm not sure if they are willing to do that.
So, I mean, Hellraiser's lineup looks super squishy. Like, you breathe on them, they die. Like, Tiny, everyone but the DK gets one shot by Tiny pretty much so far.
Yeah, but the lane is horrendous. You know, if you're playing Tiny against Bat Rider, good luck, man. That lane is terrible for you.
Yeah, probably gonna need some rotation. Stackies is really good as well for rotating around to get a possible kill with that silence. Tiny is pretty
This-
decent, of course, to counter it with
this-
the avalanche in midair.
I mean, this could be a big oversight, you know. Like, if you want to pick these two heroes, I mean, Bat Rider is also pretty good against SF, you know. I feel like
Radiant
if they already
taking
plan to
back.
pick these two, they actually should have strongly considered banning Bat Rider. But it is what it is right now. They have to figure out a way to last pick a hero that can sort of mitigate this
Turn to ban.
Bat Rider. What can they do? Legion Commander? Like, pick some Dispel?
Thinking Toby heroes, just slow the enemies. Another Venomancer.
Please no.
It's not a terrible Venomancer game though.
I mean, if he picks like some...
5
Okay, he
seconds
pick.
remaining.
I feel like his heroes doesn't really counter Bat unless he's willing to play Legion Commander. So looking at their lineup, he's probably gonna play like some Zoo hero, I think. Some Visage, some Enigma kind of hero. So they just group together and siege. Or maybe his
And
favorite.
the problem
Darkseer.
is you don't want to play Zoo against Ench because he's just gonna steal everything in the lane.
That is true.
You even have the shard that you have to always be a little bit careful about.
So then he's gonna play Banner, right?
Baron is banned, but Legion Commander.
I really like Legion.
Yeah, Legion is
for
actually
the
a good
draft.
pick.
Because of their overall setup. They have this turret SF. Undying will be a team fight, Rubik and Tiny will be a control. So you just need a save, you know. If the SF is just right clicking the towers and you can't touch him, then the SF becomes like a total different monster, you know.
I'm all for Tiny 4 and Rubik off lane, and then pick a different mid laner.
If they do that, there's a lot more selections actually.
10 seconds remaining.
I
can
don't
pick
know.
that.
I don't think Toby plays Rubik off lane, but for instance, Whisper from EG plays it.
I mean, even Talon did that like I think once or twice during DPC, but they lost their games with it.
Yeah, I mean,
Does
it
he
is.
play Keeper of the Light? If they want to ball together, they could do Keeper of the Light, sustain, heal.
Entities turn to pick.
Well,
Okay, no
What's it gonna
Venom for
be?
you.
yeah, Venom would have been pretty nice because Bat Rider being slowed, fishing against Stackies. Enchantress can't do deadly squat against you. The only one that doesn't really care is DK, which kind of makes the lane weird, but yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
But yeah, I do like that suggestion of yours for Legion Commander.
Hey, they
Could
don't
even
have
make
many.
it
They don't
LC
have
mid.
many options.
Team pick.
That's why it's difficult.
Necro.
What? Oh, okay. So they want to put Necro against Dragonite. So that's the plan. Win the lane. Okay, that's normally how they draft. You know, every time when they have the last pick, they try to pick a hero that wins the carry lane, that can counter the lane.
10 seconds.
But
remaining.
Enchantress kind of counters Necro too because you can dispel the Ghost Shroud.
5 seconds.
Yeah, and Techies does a gazillion magic damage.
Yeah. I mean, so I feel like he's also terrible against Bat, you know? He's only good against the DK in the lane. He's only good for the lane, you know? This freaking pick is only good for the lane.
Yeah, well, you know, Necro has been making a bit of a resurgence during the DreamLeague tournament, so maybe they...
Don't tell me you're supposed to buy Radiance on the hero this game.
Nah, it's Guardian Greaves. I assume
Pipe.
Guardian Greaves game.
Pipe? Maybe not Pipe.
Yeah,
Just get a hood.
I mean, Pipe is pretty good. Techies, Bat Rider, just only magic damage pretty much. On their part, DK later, of course, does physical as well, but in the beginning is also with the Fireball, does magic damage primarily, so... Yeah. Oh no.
Now
Oh
select your
no,
heroes.
it's over. It's over. Nah, I like this lineup is disgusting. Batrider offlane, mid tinker. No, Hellraisers have won this. I don't know how you win against that lineup.
Yeah, I'm with it. I'm with you. I'm with the Tinker, man. But I feel like the Tinker it might be the least of their problems, I feel like the Batrider and Techies could be like such a huge issue.
Batrider techies against
they don't have
SF
any
Undying.
good ways of dealing with the Batrider. Their supports are terrible. Like Undying doesn't do jack shit against Batrider in the lane. Oh my god, it's Undying Shadow Fiend against what Batrider Techies. I feel like that lane could be very disastrous for them. And then the other side lane will be Rubik, Necroforce against DK and Chantress. I mean, sure, the Necroforce will be good against DK in the lane, but Ench is pretty strong, so I feel like DK might be able to just do okay in that lane. And then lastly, we have the Tinker against Tiny lane. I feel like I haven't seen this lane a lot, so I'm not entirely sure, but I want to say that Tinker will have some advantage.
I mean, he can die. We saw Stormstormer on the Tiny specifically do a lot yesterday, give a bunch of rapiers away. That was slightly less fortunate. But nonetheless, he did look really comfortable on the hero. However, like, Hellraisers have just... when you're playing pubs and you don't want to play the game after seeing the enemy's lineup? That's their lineup. They've got a Techies, they've got a Batrider offlane, they've got a Tinker. Like, there's nothing fun about this game. Nothing.
What are they actually missing? They need one more they're actually missing like some Veno hero. If they're Veno, Tinker, Batrider, Techies. Okay.
I mean, even Enchantress is hell to lane against. Oh, and in this case, like, Ramses can be, of course, the carry, but it doesn't matter too much because they have Tinker, who can solo carry the game at that point as well. They have very little catch for the Tinker this game. They've got the Tiny, they've got the Rubik Lift, but Reaper Scythe, Requiem of Souls.
Oh, yeah, I feel like
that,
Stormstormer cannot be too greedy this game, Like the last time we saw him, he actually had he built like Echo Saber first before Blink. This game, I feel like he needs to rush Dagger. You get your trades bottle, and you have to buy Dagger right away. If he tries to go greedy, I feel like his team is gonna struggle a lot. Because your side lanes are SF and Necrophos, You have to play a little bit more sacrificial if you're a Tiny.
What kind of okay, so I'm looking at Ramses thinking, what items is he gonna go for? Do you think Radiance, or is he gonna go for the more
does
aggressive?
it matter, man? This game he could literally win without having to do anything, The Batrider, Techies, and Tinker trio, and even the Ench can just win the game on themselves, And the DK will be like, what? Yesterday we had like a carry that didn't do anything. Oh yeah, it was Watson's Naga Siren. So it could be one of those games where the carry is just he might not need to lift a finger this game, But we'll have to see how the early game goes. If Entity somehow they are able to stabilize and do well in the lanes, then I could see them having a chance to win the game. But if they can't even do okay in the lanes, then I feel like this game could be over very quickly.
They do have like Shadow Fiend plus Tiny is a lot of physical damage though, and if, as you mentioned, they have good times in the lanes, it could be pretty scary. We saw yesterday Watson on that SF specifically completely dominate the game.
Yeah, but this game he's not gonna have the same kind of laning phase. So I feel like Techies and Batrider is stronger than the lane yesterday. Can't remember the heroes, but yeah, this lane is quite tricky,
It was a Doom plus Rubik, I think, off lane.
Yeah, level 2 they can easily kill you. Once the best level 2, they will always have kill threat on the SF, and you have to be very, very careful. You have to play very defensive. You need to be always aware about where's your positioning on the lane. And the Undying, he can't really stop them from killing the SF, because you don't have a stun.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem in the entire Entity lineup. They don't have really, reliable stuns. Kiyotaka is gonna feel immortal this game. The question is, of course, what kind of build is Kiyotaka gonna go for? We saw yesterday, like, the Dagon build. It was against a Terrorblade, so that made a little bit more sense. But do you expect a Shiva's Tinker to come out this time, or back to, Dagon shenanigans?
Shiva sounds good against SF. It's pretty good against the Necro. You can stop some of his regen. So I think I vote Shivas. No Dagon, please. Unless he's really owning like so hard, you know, then you can, okay, whatever, you know, you can just buy what you want.
Well, Toby, you've got that Necro last pick. Make it work.
I think he's having
Show
a
us
good
what
time.
what it's meant to do. Meteor app now.
I mean, when does he start dominating the lane? I guess when he starts getting 3 and 4 levels, that's when the lane becomes hard for the DK. But I feel like the DK should be able to survive. You know, you just get more points in your Dragon Blood, and you get you just send maybe an extra regen, extra tangles. I feel like he should be able to still hold his ground in the lane and just farm. You know, I don't know if the the Necrophos can actually totally bully the DK out of the lane.
Hero's actually struggling in last hitting. Obviously, Batrider's attack damage is horrible, especially compared to an SF, and the attack animation ain't too superb either.
Yeah, and because Undying is the Undying factor as well. Like level 1, they're stronger. Like now level 2, but the Batrider still hasn't decided what skill to take. But they definitely can kill the SF in the lane. And you drop the sticky bomb and the blast off, they have more than enough damage to kill the SF from full HP. As long as there's at least like the three stacks, you know, of napalm on Watson.
Yeah, and the mid lane is Stormstormer needs a bottle refill. Right now.
He's
'Cause
doing
there's-
pretty good on the tiny though. Looking at the CS.
True. So it needs to be very careful of that laser pure damage that can be zoomed out, and doesn't want to give away first blood. Fishman's taking
bot lane.
5 sticky napalm stacks, while bottom lane first blood gets secured. So they're got a bit of a nuisance on 2 lanes. Centaur Stomp, Toby loves it. Oh,
Yeah,
Enchantress, you monster.
They have so much damage. Centaur stun to initiate, and then Ramses was able to follow up with the stun.
Our scanner
They just have more than enough to kill the Rubik from full to 0, you know? I mean, and she's just such an annoying hero in the lane, you know, when he gets all these annoying creeps. Oh,
Toby dragged back.
Toby? Alright,
There was
stun.
no
Cooldown.
DK stun, he used it previously.
Yeah, they would have actually killed him, I think, if he had stun.
Well, the plus side is, of course, that Katomi died, so he refreshed the bottle of Stormstormer. And he'll be able to live a little bit longer in that mid lane. Upside, Fishman just only regen in his inventory. 4 more mangoes and a magic stick. Does finally have a win day, so he's slightly faster to outrun the Batrider. By God, he does need. I'm actually surprised that they haven't even attempted it yet on Hellraisers for a possible kill.
Yeah, they actually haven't even tried to go on them, you know. It's not like they made any aggressive attempts, you know. They're playing the lane very defensively. Miro is just focused on farming. Antares has been just like trying to pull the wave and get his levels. They're not really like trying to commit for any kills, you know. That's rather strange, you know. If you're playing Batrider plus Techies, you don't want to hit creeps, you want to kill heroes.
Yeah, Watson's loving it. Hasn't had any big fears yet. Miro is the one that's actually bottom of the cores by a significant margin. Ramses with first blood at the top, not too surprising. Actually, Toby doesn't really do much to harm Ramses whatsoever. Solo even has a point in Wisps for the extra heal. I don't think you can ever bully Ramses out of his lane.
Yeah, I don't feel like this counter pick is like kicking the DK out of the lane. You know? Maybe the idea is just about like, okay, Necro is good later with the Reaper side to kill the DK. You know? But in the lane, I feel like the DK is like totally ignoring the Necro. He doesn't really care.
Double damage techies. And
Okay?
the kill there.
That's so sad, being killed by a double damage Techies right click.
Hero has like the worst auto attack damage in the game. Gets a DD, does slightly more. So one came up with leading off Hellraisers towards mid. Katomi was considering possibly making a play on Kiyotaka, but Stormstormer doesn't even have the mana for his combo.
Oh, they're going on Watson.
Oh,
Finally.
what? Dropping low, Tombstone gets dropped.
Blast off
Miro,
cooldown.
he's actually going to die, but Watson, is he going to burn? Right click is enough. And Terry's with the
The
kill.
right click, man. fear the right click of the techies.
I mean, there was, yeah, he still has that level 25 talent of 252 attack damage added.
That's a meme talent, man.
Obviously, but it's still cool that like they have it in the game, which makes no sense. I'm already happy that they don't have like those moving mines from back in the day.
Oh yeah, I remember those. Those are so obnoxious. But for Toby right now, he has Arcane Boots up, so he has mana to constantly spam, so he starts to be able to bully the Dragon Knight, the Rubik and the Necrophos both spamming together. Oh, he's not going to buy Radiance this game, he's rushing Blink into BKB. I kind of like it because you have Tinker, you know. Tinker's kind of like already pretty greedy, so you don't want to be too greedy. You just want to be able to play with the Tinker timings. When Tinker gets Blink, you want to have Blink so you can just run around the map, kill people together.
Guarding the runes, and it's going to be bottom. It's an illusion rune, so Stormstormer can at least fill his bottle. Illusion's pretty nice because, of course, the laser blind is annoying, and right-click damage from Tiny is pretty immense, so you could possibly get a kill onto Kiyotaka if he makes a mistake, but Kiyotaka is so very close to his blink that it won't harm too much. Fishman is in trouble. Tombstone on the high ground. In comes Watson. Does not have Requiem of Souls. Can level it though if need be, but Antares is going to disengage. Miro tries to quickly get rid of the Tombstone and get the extra cash. Watson's just in the area to make sure that that does not happen. Though the zombies are pretty immense chasing after Miro.
Gotcha.
Nonetheless, Watson doesn't really have any catch, which is the big problem there. And bottom lane, Toby takes down Ramses with the Scythe kill. However, I see a Tinker TPing in. He's got that blink. Toby's not the highest HP. Laser zap comes through. Toby, you can't even go. Actually, you can go shard. Your shot was used. But the moment you use it, you take a significant amount more magic damage. Stormstorm with the TP back. Yutaka being chased. Got to Omi. Do they have the lockdown? Lift up. Drag back. Stormstormer. The zap comes through. They find Kiyotaka, which is a huge kill. Solo, though, continues forward more. And with the Ramses TP in, Solo should not falter. But, honestly, it's not that bad for Entity, considering it ended in a 2-for-2 trade with that initial kill onto the DK.
Yeah, but losing the Necro there kind of sucks too for them. But Necro is still like the top net worth hero for Entity. He's building a mech. He needs to be able to keep snowballing. You know, this hero does not do well if you get picked off too much in the early game.
Speaking of which,
going on Toby again.
Kiyotaka. Okay, nice lift up, keeps them at bay. I mean, that's the problem with Tinker, right? He's going to be everywhere. All the time.
Yeah, and he also realizes that, okay, if I actually ruin Necro's game, the game will become significantly easier for the XHR side, you know. Like, the Necro is going to be the biggest problem right now, you know. SF is not a problem yet, he's going to be a problem later on, but they have to deal with the Necro first, stop him from snowballing too much.
It's actually a pretty good Lotus game as well, and Necro is a Lotus builder. So maybe that could be an item later down the line against the Bat Rider Lasso, the Silence from the Techies, Tinker.
Yeah, after your mech and pipe, I guess, you can buy Lotus. I mean, you want to get the shard too, right? I guess you get mech, and you pipe, and maybe you get your shard first, then you get the Lotus.
Ooh, Stormstormer's got Echo queued up.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, I don't really like that. I'll be honest.
He did do. He bought the Echo yesterday as well and did really well with it.
Yeah, every game is different. Just because he worked yesterday doesn't mean it's
I
gonna be
know,
good
but
today.
yesterday we also wanted him to go for the blink first, and he also said nah, and it worked. I mean, they lost, but
I mean, the game was so hard, you know, because
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it was because of him, but the game was really hard in this early stages. And now Miro is here.
big
Bat Rider.
fight. Bat Rider controlled. He doesn't actually have lasso level just yet, but Kiyotaka on the side just spamming magic upon magic is the biggest nuisance alive. They don't really have any long range catch, but there is a Rubik spamming sticky napalm stacks the entire time, so a lot of extra damage on Solo, and he will be taken down in the end. Kiyotaka cannot keep his ally alive. Sticky napalm on Rubik's a weird steal all the time.
Dire's top tower
Does
is
give good
under
vision
attack.
though, especially against like
Radiant's
Tinker
middle
in the
tower
trees.
is under
It's
attack.
broken, man. You have the cast range with sticky napalm, dude. It's so
Radiant's
so
bottom
fucking
tower
imba.
is under attack.
And it's constant ticks of damage as well. Now that sticky napalm is not terrible.
Dire's top tower
Yep.
And
so
turn
Ramses-
rates reduction is also really hard to deal with. I think that's one of the most annoying things about sticky napalm.
It depends which hero are you.
Dire's top
If
tower
you are a
is
hero
under
that has terrible turn rate, like some Jack hero, then you'll feel it more, you know, or
Dire's
SF.
middle tower is under attack.
Speaking of SF, Watson, he did die once, second in net worth, but Ramses is at the top. He's got a Blink Dagger or BKB queued up. He's at 2.7k right now in his bank account. Right, that's a really rich DK. He could even go for
Is
Radiance.
under attack. Radiant's middle tower
I mean,
is
he's
under
actually
I
really
mean,
close to
is-
Sacred Relic
is
if he
he-
wants.
Our
Is he
fortified.
actually considering it? Yeah, I guess he might be considering it because he's not buying his blink.
Could also just go for BKB first item, which I guess is a possibility. They are getting aggressive here on the side of Entity,
Radiant's middle tower has
closing
fallen.
up the map to tier 1
Yeah,
towers
the
taken down.
ball is online with the mech on Necroforce and the SF. I mean, I feel like XHR has to be careful about not being too greedy with the items. You know, if they try to be a little bit too greedy, they might lose a lot of the map and the Roshan. Right, not the worst kill to give away.
You do have to be careful because they take Roche pretty quickly with Tombstone, Flesh Golem, and of course the Shadow Fiend's right-click damage.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like he should just be less greedy, you know. By playing BKB, don't go Radiance. What did he buy? He bought something. Oh yeah, he's buying BKB. Good.
Well, lasso onto Toby mid. It does kind of nothing. He's not even forced to pop his mech. He sees a regen rune on the side. Okay. Could go to Stormstorm, but they're
Oh,
gonna
he
go
went
in onto
blink
Miro.
first.
There is no lasso indeed. Stormstormer got that blink first, but the jump in from the Jackie is trying to get the damage through. Watson with a great Requiem of Souls. And there's dropping low. The zombies almost finish him off, but the zap from Katomi because he is not going to share any money with his Undying. Speaking of which, Undying is going to get dragged back by the Wild Wing Ripper. One more right click. Fishman. Oh, the smoke! The smoke save. Fishman gets himself out of there. And they will disengage. Actually, tossback coming through, and the Enchantress Holo gets caught out. And you know, you called it. Blink is pretty useful. Stormstormer went for it, and he made it work. A big double kill.
Yeah, I'm very, very happy that he's deciding not to go for the greedy build. He needs to be able to help the SF and the Necroforce play the game because none of them have stuns. So this is a good adjustment, and he's gonna find another one. Alright, he's dead. DK stun.
Where is he,
Oh,
Miro?
never mind.
Staying alive. Katomi. Too far away. Miro does disengage. Stormstormer walking back in. Has the blink available. They're trying to chase after Toby, who's taking a lot of damage. I mean, Ghost Shroud is very scary to use against a Tinker plus Techies. Avalanche toss. Ramses does not take any damage whatsoever. Now Stormstormer is in trouble. Watson doesn't have the Requiem available. He's actually farming right next to Stormstormer. His buddy is about to get mauled, but Watson, I could get some free creeps here. A real position one's mindset.
So they traded 2 kills, and right now the biggest item for me is like the blink on DK. Once the DK has blink, because Barrier is rushing BKB, so nobody can really initiate apart from the blink from the DK. Once the blink is online, I feel like they can just up the pace of the game a lot and just take the map. If they get some kills, some good kills, maybe they could even go Roshan. So the next couple of minutes are going to be important.
Oh, pass back play. Ramses in trouble, but Nintendo's
Nice
got the
suicide.
shard. Oh, Katomi got stunned up. He's going to get finished off by Ramses. Looking for more Fishman in his big golem form. Cannot get out of there. Stormstorm is slowly being chased by Miro. Does have a blink, but can he get it off?
Lasso?
The problem is the sticky napalm spam.
nice
The
toss.
dot damage. Nice Requiem toss combination. Reaper as well. And they find Miro, but Ramses with the double damage is still lurking about on the side. Toby
Tinker's
trying to heal
back.
up. Can they get anything going here? Stormstormer with the toss upwards, but Antares with the two-man stun comes through. Ramses as well, charging forward. Kiyotaka. Tinker spam, laser on top. Toby gets crushed. Honestly, Antares is doing so much nasty work with that shard already. Like the first two appearances of it, and makes it happen for Hellraisers.
And what do you expect, man? You gave away the man's best hero.
Yeah. Sometimes you, not sometimes, you gotta do respect bans. It's just the, don't go for like pure, oh no, this is a meta hero ban. No, if someone is an expert on a hero, you ban it.
You do not fear the man who can play 1,000 heroes, right? You fear the man who plays one hero 1,000 times.
Yeah, exactly. Just like we heard 33 yesterday. You don't know how to play Beastmaster? Play it 50 times. If you still don't know how to play it 50 more times.
Well,
keep repeating the cycle.
At least he didn't say 1,000 times, you know. It gives me hope that I can still learn the hero.
Never. Solo being chased, but he's got level 3 at Wisp, so it's a problem. Lasso onto Fishman, dragged back to the low ground. His teammates can't help him. They are desperately in need of BKBs as well, soon enough on the side of Entity, but that's going to take a while because none of them are even starting it just yet.
Wait, what? Nobody's buying BKB yet?
I mean,
SF
Stormstormer needs to
SF
first get the Echo.
Okay,
into the
maybe
BKB.
not the maybe not the tiny, but SF should be buying BKB. He's buying Manta first against this lineup. On the hut. Against Techies, you don't want to buy BKB.
Oh, Ramsey's tossed back, but Watson not Requiem looks already. In comes and carries. Nice lift up from Kat to Obi still.
Oh my god.
Watson taking so much damage.
What
there.
damage is that? What the hell? He
That
did
is
like what?
Techies, bro.
1,500 damage at least?
Yeah, he places that little
How
minefield
much?
sign
Oh,
so
no,
you can't
he
see
did
the
like
mines.
he did like close to 2,000 damage there.
That's on 2 targets while there was no one else to distract the enemy. If he got all of his bombs off there, that would have been insane damage. Stormstormer charging for more, but doesn't get the catch, and now they need to dip. They're just being toyed with. It's hard. You cannot get the catch going on these XL Rays. Kiyotaka's got a Shivas now available as well. So he's got that vision, slow, the damage. It's a pure nuisance.
I mean, they don't really have a good way of dealing with the Tinker now. The Tinker is a huge problem right now. I feel like you can't even wait for the tiny. You can't even say like, oh, I'm just gonna wait for the Tinker, you know, because nobody else can initiate with this lineup. I mean, you're gonna wait for the Rubik to lift somebody without blink? It's probably not gonna happen, you know. So the tiny has to do so much, you know. He needs to initiate a fight. He needs to catch the Tinker. Oh my god, too much work for one hero.
Yeah, it's you kind of need Stormstormer this game. Like the tiny needs to be a pulse 4 with a blink, because you're gonna jump in and then you're probably gonna die. And you should be okay with dying, but considering he's a mid lane, you're not okay with him dying for, you know, Bat Rider tossback. Because the Tinker's not going to be in range. And even if you catch the Tinker, they've got the DK with blink, they've got Techies with that shard.
Stormstormer.
Jump in. Stormstormer is taking a heap of damage from Antares, and Fishman is on the run. Can he get out of there? Ramses, is the damage going to be enough? No, it is not. Antares even gets himself the tombstone. Look at that rich Techies catching up to Stormstormer.
And this guy is so annoying on Techies, man. I would not want to play against his Techies, you know. Just let him play Skyrim, let him play Rubik, you know. I don't want him to play Techies.
Just let Rubik through so that he picks Rubik and doesn't go for Techies.
I mean,
They
honestly,
first phase picked up that
I
Rubik.
honestly would just do that, you know. I would not give him his Techies. So right now, I feel like okay, BKB, Lasso, Toby's on the plate.
Yeah.
Hey,
What can you
they
do?
have
Solo's
damage?
just...
No.
Solo.
Where are the heroes that can kill them? None of them are nearby.
Solo in trouble, but... Toby's just chilling on the high ground. He can't get off. They do have a 4-step available on the Rubik, though.
Oh, Rubik has the Philly Stone, your favorite item of the game. So the Rubik's gonna be rich. But can he carry the game? Probably not.
No, it's 9k net with lead now. Kitaka top net.
Yeah,
worth is going
it
to
really
BKB.
sucks when you're playing with this like 5-man lineup with Undying, Necroforce, SF, and then you can't push because there's a pesky Tinker around the map, and then you can't fight into the techies. Like if your lineup cannot fight against the enemies lineup with a ball, there's not much you can do with your heroes.
Oh, they're going in. Catch on to Solo.
Oh my god, I can't even kill Solo. Serious?
Yeah, he's like nicely healing up. Finally does get taken down. On the side though, Techies blows up Toby. I mean, obviously their core is involved in that situation as well, but I'm sticking with Techies blows up Toby.
I don't mind. I mean, Takis is doing a lot of work, this game. He's such a annoying hero. Like, they don't really have very good ways. Like, for me, like, if you're playing against Takis, you need to have a lot of heroes that can jump in to find him and kill him, and they have to only rely on the Tiny now, so it's pretty difficult, and the Takis is not just their problem.
Ramses pops BKB, and he can just get away. He's almost done with his with his Aghanim Scepter on DK.
Yeah, good luck killing him then. Tiny and Necro is gonna do so little.
Tinker's almost got his BKB. How are you gonna kill the Tinker at that stage? They have no BKB piercing anything on their lineup.
Yeah, I feel like this game is just so hard for Entity right now. Like, they don't really have a lot of options on how to play the game. They have to just grind it out, and hopefully they win like one big team fight at least at the Roche Pit. I think the Roche Pit is the best bet, with the Tombstone right now, with how things are going.
So Kataomi gets caught. I guess if he steals Lasso, you have a BKB piercing spell, but
Yeah, okay. Sure. So
gotta take the good with the bad.
They need the Rubik to be like some Superman Rubik, right, to win the game.
Every Rubik needs to be a Superman Rubik. I mean, you gotta steal every possible big spell. In this case, I guess
Why not?
stealing the shards,
Why not?
The blast off from Techies is pretty nice with Rubik. You jump
Why not
into your
just
death.
have a draft where everybody can split the burden among 5 heroes, Why not pick a lineup that's balanced so that you don't have to rely on 1 or 2 heroes in the draft to do everything?
Yeah, I don't think they even considered the fact that Cheese could come out as a last pick on the Tinker. Like, I mean, it makes sense because Miro also plays Batrider off lane, but I didn't even consider the fact that Miro was going to play Batrider. Whereas it would make a lot of sense because the lane was really good for him, even though
Undying Shadowfiend, that's a lane Batrider loves to play. Not sure he didn't really win his lane, but he did okay, and then he was constantly annoying to all their heroes. Tiny, SF, all their heroes are just bad against Batrider in the game. It's not just about the lane. Like, Sticky Napalm owns their heroes.
And you've got Ramses, who honestly does not give it. Like, they first phase picked DK safe lane because they care absolutely zero about what the enemy picks. They pick Timbersaw, he wins the lane. They pick Necrophos, he wins the lane. Like, obviously he did die once, but who cares about dying once if you still come out ahead in terms of net worth and experience?
I am actually sold right now on this DK hero.
Still boring, but
it's boring, but you want to win, Yeah, I know it's boring, but winning matters the most. That's why I do not recommend Timbersaw, even though Timbersaw is a fun hero. Because he doesn't win.
Timber did win that game, and he looked really good on it.
Yeah, how many games did he win?
But that specific game, he won, okay? And he looked really good doing it. He was very impactful.
Right,
but Toby is very, very dead.
Like, he can't do anything, as Necro. You feel very bad when your team cannot ball together and push as a unit.
It's just waiting until it's like finished, right? Like, is there an item or something that they can help them? BKB, is that going to be the answer? Tiny's actually going for Ags. Stormstormer is not going BKB. He's gonna go for the Hail Mary bombardment of trees.
He needs the axe and the crit. Like, the axe alone is not gonna cut it. He needs that, and then he needs his level 20 talent. So he does more damage. I mean, it's very tough now, I'm trying to figure out how they can somehow win the game. or at least have a chance in the game. I don't know, like they lost the Aegis. I feel like the rush pit would have been a decent place to contest with Tombstone, but now that is already done and dusted, so you can't even do that. It's just waiting in your high ground. You know, I don't
I mean,
feel like
that's always a nice one. A high ground defense. You got a tiny. You have 4
yeah,
staff
but
on.
are you
grouping.
even out? Are you even outscaling the enemy? You know?
No, but it's a way to at least kill them once. Toby's gonna get jumped here, looking to run away, but the chase is there, the damage as well. It's a nasty little tombstone drop, but what does it really matter? They do lose Antares in the process. Miro up on the high ground. He's trying to push Stormstormer closer towards him. He's gonna go for the TP out. Stormstormer slowly but surely being chipped away, but in comes Kiyotaka. After being back to base to regen his mana, he just blows the rest of them up. Triple kill comes out for Ramses on that DK with the... actually, he didn't even use Elder Dragon form for that fight. He was in his normal DK form because he didn't have it. He gets a triple kill.
Dire's top tower is under
And now he has his true form.
He's also now level 18, so that's probably why he didn't use it, because then he'd only get level 3 DK, the blue dragon. Now he has black dragon.
Radiant structures are
Because he actually got Ags before he got level 18.
tower is under attack.
That's actually kind of remarkable. Oh, Toby dragged back, stunned up. Yeah, this game is done. Watson has a BKB, so at least survives for a little bit longer, but maybe with the tiny T-volley, if they perfectly group up together, hug each other.
Yeah, just telling me, oh, they need a 5-man black hole to win the game. Entirely
Pretty much.
possible. It's totally possible.
Yeah, just Gatomi, is there a good steal he could make? I mean, again, it's he needs to steal the blast off, have the shard, get a 5-man stun, and then in comes the Requiem of Souls combination with the tree volley, I believe.
I'm sorry, I do not. I just hate to break it down to you, you know.
Keep it PMA, keep it BSJ, bro.
Is under attack.
Come on. Have a little faith in them, Gatomi.
That's not what I learned in SEA pubs.
Oh, tree volley, damage, Requiem of Souls. There's 2 of the combo coming through. They already found themselves solo. Ramses does have that Aegis for another 10 seconds. But in comes Antares from the side, gets the stun. No way out for Watson here. Ramses is slowly chasing him down.
Ramses?
The Aegis
He
is
doesn't
about to
know.
expire.
He doesn't know.
Oh!
He doesn't know.
It's
He's not
perfectly
trying to
timed
run.
out. They get the kill on Miro as well. Kiyotaka jumps in. Can they kill off Kiyotaka? He's actually looking for more. BKB is close to ending. He has a scythe actually on the Tinker already done. But my god, that scythe, that combination from Entity was so freaking on point. It was actually kind of nuts. Some sort of comes in for the Antares kill. Solo's dropping low. Toby charging forward. But in comes Kiyotaka. Zap, zap, laser boy to charge for more. Solo needs a way out. He is hiding behind the tree. Behind the little cliff, he even gets the kill on the Fishman. Solo, the Chad, will eventually get taken down. Gems on deck. But Kiyotaka is back, so they need to run away, and he gets the Hex onto Watson. No way out of there. The gem even could be recovered. I mean, they did so much, but the only one they need to really kill is that Tinker.
Alright, let's be real. The fight cannot get any better for Entity right there. They played a really, really good fight. They killed DK when his Aegis expired, and they still couldn't win the fight.
Yeah, and now topside, Stormstormer. Honestly, with Scythe on Tinker, like, there's nowhere you can walk on this map anymore. Especially solo.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
not
that's the
talking about
problem,
here.
right? I mean, you have a lineup. That's why I feel like, okay, sure, you know, in one perspective, you can say that, oh, the Tinker is like the overall last pick, so there's not much you can do about it. But I always say, you know, when you're drafting, you need to make sure your draft ticks a lot of boxes so that you can account for things that you don't see. So their draft, because they have an off-lane necrophos, so it puts them into a position where they're very susceptible to all these like very annoying heroes, you know, like a Storm or slippery hero like Tinker, you know, because you don't have enough disable, so you can't catch those heroes. And sure, I mean, you can blame them, or they should have known, you know, they should have banned the hero. But then again, you know, I feel like sometimes certain heroes are gonna get through the draft, and you need to have a draft that's capable of dealing against as many things as possible, you know. You don't want to draft that. Oh, the draft can only be good in the lane. Then after that, that's it. You know?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I guess, I mean, you mentioned it previously, like the death ball idea that could have worked on their part if they had like really good lanes. They can take towers pretty quickly, group up to
Yeah,
guy plus Necro
I
is
feel
scary.
like they probably overestimated how strong Necro is against DK. And they think that Necro can just demolish the lane and then you can just group out around the Necro because he's gonna
It
have
used to
a
be
fast...
a counter as well in like the
Yeah.
mid lane matchup. So
But apparently not anymore. I don't know if the Enchantress skilled the matchup a lot because Ench is really strong. in
yeah,
the lane.
I think Solo did a lot this game, especially in that lane. Like with the Centaur creep, they got I think the kill first on
The double kill,
Rubik.
right? Yeah,
Yeah,
the double kill.
and then afterward, yeah, it was a kind of a disaster
Dire's
for
bottom
them.
tower is under
And you
attack.
can't even use Ghost Shroud at all because he just dispels it. And even
I
if
mean,
you
they
use it, you take
they
a ton of
already
damage.
they already saw the Ench. Okay,
Oh,
they're sneaking
Storm
behind.
is very dead, and that's the tree volley they need. Watson's BKB has been used. They just need to TP out, like right now.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Can they?
Oh, in comes Miro. Does not have the lasso. Watson gets to the low ground. Is going to go for the right click fight, but in comes the Dares with the jump. Watson, Requiem of Souls, fears them all back, or does he? No, he does not. It's the BKB DK on top, and it's the game won by Hellraisers. Honestly, like, yeah, that last pick completely destroyed everything for Entity. We could see it from a mile away that it would not go that well.
Yeah, it was. On the other hand, it's a very good game from HR. You know? They understood what they needed to do. Good drafting. You know, abusing the heroes with the drafts. I feel like whoever figured out how to draft played a huge role in the victory here for them. The draft definitely was a lot easier to play compared to Entity. And yeah, just good solid drafting, good plays, and just deserved the win.
Yeah, it was. Honestly, it was a little bit unfortunate. Well, not unfortunate. You know, Tinker's a nasty hero. There's a couple of cheese heroes still out there. Tinker's definitely one of them. You got to keep it in mind. They swapped the lanes. Miro can play, Miro could play DK. Miro could play the Bat Rider. They could even put Solo on the DK, which we've seen previously as well. They are the ultimate flex team, I believe, on that roster because everyone plays kind of every. We even saw DP being played by Solo previously. They lost that game, but he played DP previously in the tournaments as well. So, like, if you think you know what extra Hellraisers is going to draft, you're probably wrong, Winter.
I don't need to care about what they draft, you know. I would just focus on what I want to pick, you know. I mean, they're flexing everything, you know. Why do I have to vote, use the draft time and think, oh, this guy's going to play +5 DK or what, you know. I just like, fuck it, you know. I just focus on structuring my own draft instead of like worrying about what they're going to do.
I'd still be worried about the Tinker in game number 2 and definitely about
Ban
Techies.
techies.
Definitely about Techies. That
Yeah.
one needs to be banned every single time. I assume we're going to get a first phase ban of the Antares Techies this time around. But for that, we'll be going towards a short little break. We'll see you after the break.
passion. Share your passion.
It's okay.
Wherever.
I wasn't doing anything creepy.
Whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After a brief break, the players are currently getting ready for game number 2. And the draft is going to need a little bit more attention on the side of Entity because that looked a little bit rough. And they really need a win right now if they want to stay alive in the Dream League Season 19 tournament winter. But what's the first thing they need to do during the drafting phase?
Oh, the drafts have been awful, man. I don't know if they can change. How would they change certain things, because this is the way that they've been drafting before, It's just that maybe certain shifts in meta, so it's affecting a lot of the way that they are drafting. The heroes that they are really good at are not really the top heroes anymore. And you have to adjust your draft, If you keep doing the same thing, even when the patch is not the... I mean, it's the same patch, but certain things are not the same, like the pick sequence and... certain heroes are really strong now, and so you can't do the exact same thing before. If you don't adjust it and you still try to be comfortable with the way the team's picking the heroes, then you're just not going to win, They need to find some solutions. I feel like the first thing I would say that is they need a balanced draft, So far, the games that we've seen yesterday and today, they are drafts that are catering towards like a specific player. Like sometimes it's Toby, sometimes it's Stormstormer, and it's disregarding like the balance of the draft, They just want to play what they want to play.
Yeah, it did not work out that well. I was actually looking for the word ban techies, but close enough. We'll be jumping into the draft right now to see if that techies ban will be coming through from the side of Entity. No Brood, no DP, no Disruptor, and no... I mean, DK is also kind of scary because Ramses, whatever happens, he has a good lane. Dude's pretty good at DK safe, but even if they doesn't want to play DK safe, they can put it on Miro, they can put it on solo if need be.
Just give them the DK and fucking ban the techies, for God's sake, please. Just buy Vessel or something, to deal with it. I'm sure the DK is not the... Oh, no.
They ban DK and they pick?
I guess they're not going to first pick techies. They're going to pick techies at number 8.
And Darius also plays a lot of Rubik, so maybe he wants to play Rubik this game. Could be the case. It's... yeah, Rubik. I know Solo also plays Rubik sometimes, but it's probably going to be Antares on the Rubik. So we're not going to get treated to the gorgeous techies just yet.
You never know. Don't give up hope.
NP plus... okay, good lane. Good, very strong lane.
Doom is like DK, the flex, the replacement flex of DK. You can go to any other lane. Maybe not on pos 5, but it's pretty good against Nature's Prophet in the lane. Can deal with the treants, so I think it's a very good pick against MP in general. And it also fits like the way HR likes to draft. They like to open with a core that's flexible, so you don't get DK, Doom is the replacement. Same setup.
Yeah, we saw... who was it again that played Doom safe lane? I think yesterday?
There was... was it TSM?
Oh yeah, it was TSM. Tomato played safe lane Doom. Did a really good job on it as well. Built the exact same as like the offlane Doom would, but that just shows you how strong it is. I mean, Collapse showed us previously in the tournament as well. The Doom is insane at this moment. Bounty Hunter ban again. Entity really don't like the bounty.
Why?
I don't know.
Why?
I mean, I don't like bounty either, but it's...
yeah, but the hero is not... I don't know. I feel like... Bounty and
5 seconds
techies?
remaining.
Seriously, you choose to not deal with bounty and deal with techies?
I mean, you gotta keep the game interesting, right?
Interesting for your opponents or yourself?
Yeah. You know, good practice. They are.
Didn't you say they are in a situation where they must win this game?
The practice time is over. They kind of need to win this and the next two series if they want to have a chance even at continuing in the Dream League tournament. I think if they win this and the next two, they'd end it at 7-7, which even at that stage, you kind of gotta be, I think, lucky
10 seconds
possibly
remaining.
to get tiebreakers.
Dire team
But-
Because the
back.
top four continue forward and the bottom four get eliminated. So there's a gigantic jump off spot that's scary.
It's okay. It's out of our control. But what's in our control right now? This game, man. This fucking game, man.
10 seconds remaining.
That's a fucking Doom. That's a fucking NP and Undying.
5 seconds
Boring
remaining.
stuff. The Doom is the fun stuff, you know.
Doom's fun stuff is the fact that, you know, there's so many creeps in the jungle and they all have different spells. Like, for instance, the small camp, like, ghosts, you've got the one that has, like, the slow, but there's the other one that does a silence for 3 seconds, which... There's always creeps out there that you just press on
Chain
randomly and
lightning. Come on, chain lightning.
I mean, chain lightning is busted, but there's so many different small spells that you can steal that are interesting. We saw the Purge coming out from Tomato against the
Darkseer.
Darkseer. That one was really good as well. So it's so like with the Rubik on your side as well. They have
5
super
seconds
flexible
remaining.
heroes on the side of
Entity's
Hellraisers.
turn to pick.
Yeah, they just need to pick heroes that can kill the Tombstone, because Doom cannot kill Tombstone. Like, pick some Snapfire, you know, something to just pew 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 kill the Tombstone.
Snapfire. Would you then run it as a 5 or?
I think it's fine either way, 4 or 5.
10 seconds remaining.
Lane's pretty good with Doom as well. Pretty decent against Nature's
5
Prophet in
seconds
general.
remaining.
One thing that Entity does have, of course, is that they can flex this NP to Toby as their offlane and pick up a different safe laner if need be. Same with the Doom, offlane safe lane for the side of Hellraisers. We get to see a Nyx assassin, not a hero you see too often, but in case they pick up a Tinker again, you at least have something to deal with the Tinker.
I mean, honestly, it's not even that good. It used to be better when you have much of machines. Nowadays, like,
Yeah, but they build Shivas, so it kind of does the same.
Sure, yeah, sure, okay, fine. You know, it's still annoying, but not that annoying.
Yeah, no, March of the Machines was hell. I don't know which... No, I'd prefer March of the Machines over Shiva's Overwhelming Blink, because I think that one I hate so much more, especially as support. You just, like, you can't move.
I mean, I hate the fact that he has a built-in boost of travel.
Yeah.
I hate that more. Then he can
Level
rush
6.
dagger.
Lane's over.
Dire
So
team
right now, what is HR course? So they disregard the Nyx. They're picking the Storm. So they have a catch, and they're just picking more team fight. So they don't
Okay.
really have a hero to kill the Tombstone. I mean, I guess Storm Spirit can do it.
Mana Burn's looking pretty good for the Knicks this game. And finally, my lord, it took too long. I think this is our 4th game with Entity, and finally we get to see the Storm Evoker. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, that's why we have the Nyx. Now it's very understandable why they pick Nyx.
10 seconds remaining.
Sunstrike.
Yeah, it is Stormer, so he tends to almost always go for Quas Exort. However, he has been experimenting with the Meteor Hammer Quas Wex build recently, which I hope to God he's not going to go for.
Game, please,
I mean,
not
Quas
this
Wex is
game.
good against Storm because mana drain.
Yeah, but then
lane.
Quaswex Invoker is also not very useful in the game.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm a Exort fan all the way through because you farm like 17 times faster on Exort than Wex.
When you have Nyx, I feel like it's a
10
waste not to go
seconds remaining.
Exort. You know, you need damage. Like if you look at that draft, they don't really have a lot of damage
5
early until they have
seconds
items, you know, MP Undying. They don't do a lot of damage early game. So if you don't go Exort, I feel like you're gonna run into damage issues. You can't kill people.
Depending on, of course, what their last pick is going to be, but they
Dare
do
to
have a lot of global presence, of course, as well with the Nature's Prophet, because you got Wrath of the, Nature's Wrath from NP, and then the Focus Sunstrike global to blow anyone up that you pretty much see, especially a Rubik and Silencer, like two heroes that are paper when the Nyx spots them.
10 seconds remaining.
And Katomi
So
is a really good Nyx Assassin player.
5
Plus, I
seconds
think the
remaining.
Shard, does it do magic resistance reduction or does it do spell damage?
Spell damage
Increase.
M, right? It's spell M. Is it spell M?
I kinda can't remember. You can look that up for me, can't you? Wonderful Winter. I mean, that's how many times we see a Nyx Assassin.
Oh,
in
that's
games.
you're talking about the shard, right?
Yeah, the Shard.
Magic resist reduction.
Ah, so Sunstrike doesn't help in that regard. But Nature's Prophet ulti does. And otherwise, a fat meatball works wonders.
Yeah, so for HR, what are they looking for here? They need, I feel like they need if Doom is off lane, they need like a brawling hero, like some hero that can keep fighting, Chaos Knight kind, Monkey King. They can't go
Ursa?
too greedy. Yeah, Ursa's fine too. Yeah, they can't be too greedy with the carry. They need somebody that can fight.
It is Ramses. Gotta check what other heroes he likes to play. I mean, his most played is DK, then it's NP, and his third most played is Doom. So
Yeah, so if he plays the Doom and they can pick some offlaner, some team fighting offlaner.
he plays Night Stalker as well.
Night Stalker is nice here. Oh my god, Night Stalker is so good against Nyx, Invoker, and MP.
And even Undying, because you get pretty good attack speed to deal with the...
And then you can
Tombstone.
uber flex your lanes. Who's gonna go where? Night Stalker can go off lane, Doom can go off lane, Doom can go safe lane.
Yeah, they can swap, because he plays Doom, he plays Night Stalker. Miro can most certainly play both as well, because it's like basic off-laner heroes.
I mean, the other option is I feel like Lifestealer. Then you have the Lifestealer bomb, and Lifestealer is good against the Nyx and Invoker. I mean, that would be, I feel like, the other option.
5 seconds.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what Hellraisers likes to choose. Other choices, the Abaddon is still available. We saw it not do too well yesterday.
Yeah,
New
Abaddon
round,
is
new chances.
terrible against Nyx. Your shield, you get owned by the Carapace, and then you don't want to buy Radiance against Nyx. Oh, Lycan. Okay, this is
Oh.
nice. This is nice. Fighting carry.
I would assume it's going to be Miro's off-lane Lycan, though.
Oh yeah, fighting
then
off
Doom
lane.
safe.
But it's the same, because the way they are playing, like they have
Yeah.
like two off lane heroes. Like their roles are a bit like
10 seconds
almost the
remaining.
same sometimes, and it fits their lineup. I think it's a very
5
solid draft
seconds remaining.
from HR. They have team fight, global, Doom, Lycan, Shapeshift. They have catch with Storm, Rubik, and Doom. They have. I feel like the lanes is all pretty decent. Looking at the setup. And for entity, they can't be too greedy. I feel like they need to pick like a hero that can defend the push from the Lycan. Right now they don't have any tower defenders. Invoker, Exalt, Nyx, Undying, Nature's Prophet. Undying is the only tower defender,
Underlord?
but he. Underlord could work. It could work. Global presence with the NP and the Invoker.
You got the block for the Lycan, where you can root them all up so that you can get, NP with probably Gleipnir at that point, or Ags to root them extra. Nyx with the nice mini Ravage, as they like to see. Big fat meatball on top. Obviously, I'm talking about like best case scenarios. Though, let's see. What's it going to be? Last pick, Naga Siren. Aha!
That's a very good hero against Lycan, but at the same time, Naga and Nature's Prophet is so greedy, and Invoker, what the hell, man? It's so fucking greedy. I mean, it's good against the Lycan, but I feel like it's not that good against the Storm. I mean, it's pretty decent against the Doom. I don't know. I feel like it's way too greedy. Way too greedy. This is.
I mean, if they
I think-
survive the lanes, I think they have a really good shot though with their line. Like, this is a scary. How are they gonna kill? Like,
No,
okay,
no,
Doom is
this
pretty
is too
scary late
expensive.
game, but
But they can't play the game because everybody wants to farm. Everybody needs money. If it's an Exalt Invoker, If it's a Coswex Invoker, maybe I would give them better chances. But if it's an Exalt Invoker, and then you have an offlane Nature's Prophet.
I mean, offlane MP is not the worst, but it's also not the easiest lane for him.
It's very greedy, you know. And if you talk about like the overall lane setup, like I don't think they can win the lane very hard. You know, it's probably gonna be like Undying Naga against what Doom. It's not Doom. Lycan and Rubik. So I guess that lane's fine for Naga. Naga should do pretty well, and then Nature's Prophet against the Doom. I feel like that lane should be Doom favored. So one lane apiece, and mid lane Storm against Invoker is like a I farm you farm kind of lane. You know, I feel like it's very slow. You know, Entity is very slow this draft. I feel like they might not have what it takes to deal with this like
possibly. You know, I think I agree with you, though. If Toby starts rotating early, like he's level 5 or something, or level 6, and then TPs towards mid to take the tier 1 tower with the 2 supports, they can push back the side of Hellraisers before they get aggressive themselves. I don't mind it. They also have like good setups where, you know, Song of the Siren, then you drop a Tombstone, you just wait a little bit, NP TPs in, Nyx gets ready for a nice Impale combo. They have tools to work with. Obviously, there are counters. Global Silence is a big one. The Doom is a pretty nasty one as well. I can see Entity winning with their draft, but I do agree. You know, they have 3 farming cores. It's pretty scary. Storm is going for the
Quaswex.
Okay,
so
it's going to be Meteor Hammer.
This is a lot better. Okay, this is a lot better then. I think they have, like I said, you know, I think they have better chances if he's Quaswex in this draft. It would help
Meteor
with,
Hammer, so extra push.
Yeah, it would help with the draft being too greedy, and it would help with the draft having very little stuns, you know, because Nyx is the only stun again, you know. So, I mean, this team really don't like to pick stuns, yeah? Like, you know, their heroes always don't really have enough disable. So with the Quaswex...
I'm here for it. I like to see Meteor Hammer, obviously, because it's the best item this patch.
Okay, with the Quaswex Invoker, I would give them a better chance. But I still like XHR's lineup more. I feel like small.
I believe.
I feel like, sure you're always going for Entity, but I'm the logical, rational person that looks at the draft. You know.
Just in case, I'll put on my Viking GG hoodie for Toby. There we go. At the ready. You can't see it, but after the game is over, you'll see that beautiful hoodie. Even though I think they had it when he was already out of the team, unfortunately. Nonetheless, 3 bounty runes for Entity. Solo being body blocked there by Toby's Treants, and first blood secured by Stormstormer, so that is definitely not a bad way to start the laning stage.
Easy lane now. First blood and 3 bounty runes. He should win the lane, yeah?
Yeah, and, you know, Quaswex is pretty good against a Storm with the mana drain constantly. The only downside I have with Quaswex is the fact that it's such a weak farmer most of the time, but honestly, Meteor Hammer does help significantly with that.
Yeah, it does. That's why it's very good to just rush the item. It gives you good stats, it gives you tower push, it gives you scaling. So, because usually when you play Quaswex Invoker, you feel very bad if you don't get a lot of kills, because it's very difficult to farm creeps and push out waves. And having the Meteor Hammer solves a lot of the problem of Quaswex Invoker.
Yeah, normally it's like they go for a Spirit Vessel Rush into like Midas, and then they go for
not
bots.
this game.
Yeah, no, not this game, but that's like before Meteor Hammer got buffed. And then you're looking at like a 25-minute game, and your Evoker has no stats at all, and he's just like a walking creep.
I mean, so right now we have, so what do we have on the side lanes? You forgot to ask me the question, where should we watch?
The big important question, which side lane should we watch, Winter? Obviously bottom lane, because there's where another kill happens. Watson gets the catch on Miro. You of course predicted this during the drafting phase, where you said Lycan gets bullied by Naga, and you were obviously correct.
Yeah, not to mention Undying. It's pretty annoying, this lane, Undying Naga for Lycan, you know. But I feel like Lycan will be very useful later as long as he's able to survive. I mean, I don't expect him to do that well in this lane, but he just needs to find some farm, find some levels, and he'll be useful later.
Top lane, nice double man impale by Katomi to make sure Toby can get the runaway, though Toby is still in a lot of trouble. The slow is nasty, Katomi trying to help out as much as he can. Toby doesn't get away, no. The last hit comes in, Ramses gets the kill, and a nice one at that. Though, of course, NP can just level teleportation and TP to the lane every single time anyway.
Yeah, Doom is not rushing Midas. He's actually going to get an Arcane Bolt first. I like this a lot. I feel like when you have a support in a lane that has ability to spam, it's good to get Arcane Boots on the core so you can play the lane much more aggressive.
And
I like cores that
there.
think about me, you know. I don't like cores that just dump me out of the lane, you know, after they use me.
But Katomi tried to make sure Kiyotaka doesn't get the bottle refill. It does not really help out. Katomi needs to be a bit careful because Solo is walking in that direction as well. But Kiyotaka is jungling currently. Stormstormer is already doing a little bit of tickle damage on towards the tier 1 tower towards mid. And yeah, this is a bit more of a struggle for the Storm than he would like.
Dire's structures are
Nobody's
fortified.
dying, so nobody can refill his bottle.
Oh, Toby
has to
towards
wait.
stop is forced to TP back to base.
Yep, he has TP back, mid lane.
Kiyotaka gets stunned up. Mana has been drained. The runes are going to spawn in 15 seconds. Kind of needs supports to rotate to help out mid, but Antares is in a little bit of trouble. Body blocks from the Naga. Will be able to get himself out of there, but yeah, the Tombstone plus the illusions, there's just too much to hit.
Oh, he's not getting the rune. Look at the Nyx, man. Katomi is just making sure that he realizes how low the Storm is, so he's just making sure that he doesn't get the rune. That's very, very good play from Katomi. That's very annoying for the Storm to deal with right now. I think he needs to just go back to base, you know. I feel like there's not much he can do. He can't even... I don't think he should wait for Antares to refill his bottle. He just needs to walk back to base. But he's actually gonna wait. Oh, okay, never mind. I think the two supports, both of them need to TP mid. Like seriously, both of them have to refill his bottle.
Well, Antares says no, he wants to just go back to the lane. That means currently Ramses is solo in the top lane, gives a little bit more free farm time for Toby. Speaking of which, they're doing some damage onto Ramses' body blocks as well. The damage should not be enough to kill off the Doom, even as Scorched Earth level 2 to make the sprint out of there. Keeping an extra point now on Ramses to make sure he has Inferno Blade in case they want to TP out. Ramses actually gets stunned up again. And do they find the kill? Yes, they do. Toby gets the kill secured, and that's pretty big. They will find a counter kill onto Fishman in the bottom lane, but because Solo is so busy trying to help out Kiyotaka in that mid lane, they're actually sacrificing their safe lane. Currently, Stormstormer is almost level 6. And that is pretty disastrous because Kiyotaka is completely forced to jungle.
Yeah, 14 denies as well. Man, that's a lot of denies, you know. Like the Storm is very low level. It's not even level 5. Oh my god. Disaster. This is a total disaster for XHR right now.
Toby topside is going to be hunted. This time there is no Katomi to try and help him out, but they're not going to dive underneath the tower. Voker TP could be deadly. Voker, speaking of which, he's almost done with the Meteor Hammer, and honestly, someone needs to stand in mid at that point to make sure he doesn't blast the tower.
Storm just needs to jungle. Like he doesn't want to go back to the lane. You know, they have to put a support here. They don't have a choice.
With Meteor Hammer, that tier 1 will drop, and that will mean he can just rotate all over the place. Can do some damage onto Antares, drain all of his mana. Thank you very much. And continue to be a nuisance. Impale stun comes out, and Antares Rubik dropping low, but Kiyotaka has rotated through, and that might be a kill onto Katomi with the Tombstone drop. It's not enough spells for the Voker to really make a play here. They're all rotating towards mid.
Yeah, his hammer. He's hiding his hammer. Where's his hammer? He should have it, right? Wait, oh, it's coming on
He's
the
getting
career.
it delivered. Kiyotaka. Storm is just being bullied.
Oh, yeah,
Tornado,
there
EMP.
goes your mana. Bye-bye.
And it all gets stolen by the gorgeous Storm Evoke. I mean, you know, if he went Quas Exort, then Kiyotaka didn't have that big of a problem. Nature's Prophet coming in with that Wrath, blasting off Kiyotaka. They will lose Fishman in response. Meteor actually gets dropped to try and hit Antares instead of the tier 1.
Tower is
Tier 1's
down.
dying without the Meteor.
A tower is dead at 7 minutes. This is so disastrous for XHR. Storm's not level
Dire's
6.
middle tower has fallen.
Oh my god. The game, I don't think the game can go any worse, the start, From the bounty runes to the first blood. And now this.
And even Toby with that kill is now ahead of Ramses in farm.
I mean, if you're Entity, you can't ask for a better start.
Yeah, and they're looking really good. Meteor Hammer gets interrupted by the lift, and Terry's, again, like, all this mana is just free for him. Miro gets killed off because Toby TP's bottom. Global TPs are always nice. He's going for the Ags rush as well. Yeah, honestly,
Structures are fallen.
Entity are looking really good once Stormer gets his Voker. And I do have to say, Gataomi with the rotations has been absolutely dreadful as well for Kiyotaka to deal with.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Alright. This is very, very difficult right now. They lost 2 towers at 8 minutes, and
Not even the off lane, their safe lane tower either.
Yeah,
It's become 2 lanes.
It'll be 3 towers very, very soon. Like, the game is like progressing too quickly for XHR to deal with right now. They need to try to find a way to get some time to catch up, especially on a storm. They need to slow the game down. Lycan's level 6 right now, so he has shapeshift.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They want to go for Kiyotaka, Tornado EMP, Meteor Hammer, drop it like it's hot. Kiyotaka in trouble, does get the zip back, is not going to die actually. Katomi is the one dying instead, and the Storm does get himself back, but ever so slightly.
I mean, he's just lucky he has the Falcon Blade, the extra HP, and not to mention the neutral item, Pick Pole, the 6 stats, He would have died, if he didn't have one of those items.
And even, the aura from the tower
Radiant
to help out.
scanning.
Every little bit's just barely keeping him alive. Top side, some rotating in. The only tier 1 tower that's still standing is going to be the target. Actually, it's going to be Fishman in mid instead. Kiyotaka with that kill. They're holding on, though. It's not like a complete wash just yet. It is hard to fight into this Entity lineup, though.
Attack.
It's even harder when you lost the early game so much. They have to try to find a way to slow down the game. They have a Midas on Doom, so they need some time before the
Dire's
Midas
top
kicks in.
tower has fallen.
Try to just go for pickoffs with the Storm and the Lycan. I think they should try to maybe team together to go for 1 or 2 pickoffs whenever they can, and slowly claw their way back into the game.
Toby top
So-
net worth.
And
He's,
the supports are so low level. Soul is level 4 at 10 minutes. That is just so sad.
well, you can get the tome. Yeah,
Oh,
he
didn't
gets the
Rubik-
tome.
Okay, I thought Rubik
Yeah,
had the tone because Rubik's level 6.
And Terry's was in mid, and he has 5 assists, so he was there every single time to get himself some easy XP.
Yeah, and now you have to buy sentries because there's a Nyx.
Terry's
He's
gets
dead.
blown up, but Storm in trouble. He uses Tornado already. Does he have anything here? He doesn't have the disarm available. He's trying to heal up with the Quas, but it's not going to be enough. The TP from Toby comes through. Zip forward. Onto Toby they go. Centaur Stomp in as well. Nice 2-man catch. Watson tries to help out his teammates. The Fishman needs to quickly get rid of all the creeps that are badgering away at the Undying, but this is a really big trade. 2 cores for 2 supports. Heavily favors the side of Hellraisers.
Yeah, like I said, the Lycan and the Storm, they have to play together and try to get something going on. And that is like a huge turnaround for XHR. Getting those 2 kills, the XP, they got so much XP for that. And Doom, on the other hand, he was just farming away. He didn't even want to come to the fight. And it's the right play. They didn't need him. They were able to trade evenly. And if they get one more fight like that, I feel like they're just back into the game.
Well, Toby's Ags is now done, so that's going to help a lot with these team fights, especially against like Lycan and Storm, considering they are heroes that are very reliant on mobility.
Radiant's bottom tower
And then you
is
can
under attack.
pop whatever the Voker has. He's actually going for a Hand of Midas next on Stormer. The skill more into late game, and experience is also the most important thing for a Voker.
Yeah, if you can't end the game, you have to transition into Exort. So the Midas is definitely helpful for that, one way or the other. Okay, nice entry. Let's see Katami. They have global.
So, Solo gets his ulti off. Though I don't necessarily know if that was the correct choice. He's still gonna get taken down. Are they gonna go for anything?
Yeah.
No, they're just gonna dip out. And Terrace actually has the Vendetta stolen, so does a lot of damage there to Kataomi. But Terrace, I don't really know. I guess he thought that he could get the burst damage in onto Kataomi and one-shot him, but
I mean, it wasn't close, man.
yeah, no, it was nowhere nearby. I guess slightly misjudged the damage output.
Oh, here comes the
Shapeshift.
wolf.
You attack on the high ground. Charge forward. Nice
Oh,
stun
nice
there from
stun.
Kataomi. Oh my lord, that's great. There's the route onto Miro as well. The Lycan in trouble. Meteor Hammer drops. And another one secured. They're going to go for the Storm, who does have a zip going all the way back. Does drop underway the Static Remnant to make sure that the Fishman dies and at least gets a kill out of that engagement. But playing it really well. In the meantime, Ramses is top net worth.
Bot lane.
Oh, Kiyotaka, a lot of damage. Can he get the zip out? No, he cannot. Kataomi silenced up. A bit of dot damage from the Arcane Curse, but we also have to deal with a nasty Naga Siren. And I mean, we saw Watson obviously yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday where he played the Naga. He had to give the Moon Shard towards his Tiny. Don't think he's going to do anything of that sort this game. Actually
Probably
rushing
not.
the Orchid instead of going for the Manta, which I really like.
Yeah, it's great against the Storm. And like all this supports the Rubik and the Silencer.
Zip mid, Kiyotaka going for Toby. Toby's in trouble. Another 1-for-1 trade. They are losing a couple too many heroes, cores to killing off these supports.
Yeah, Entity, they have to be very careful, you know. This Storm, Lycan, Doom, they're not to be trifled with, you know. You give them too much in the game, I feel like they might just outscale you later. Like Doom's pretty strong late game, not to mention Storm as well. And they could deal with Naga, MP, Invoker, Tricore easily, I feel like, if it goes to late game.
Oh, Kiyotaka gets caught out. Meteor Hammer drop. No response. Another one. Sneaky Beaky, Nyx Assassin. I mean, when we saw Storm, a Evoker and a Nyx Assassin pick, we'd expect Sunstrikes. But they're just making it work with a nice setup for his Meteor Hammer.
And it's working, you know. So I don't need Sunstrike, I just need Meteor Hammer, and I'm giving my team the additional disable that they are lacking with the Tornado Cold Snap. Otherwise, if you look at this lineup, if you are not Quaswax Invoker, there's only the Nyx. So it definitely helps solve a lot of the draft's problems.
Stormsummer doesn't even have a single point in Exort yet, which is very uncharacteristic for him.
Yeah, that's true. But normally you get it like right about now, I guess.
I thought normally they went for like 4 points in Quas and then
4 in
started
Quas.
Exort.
Do you need the extra point for the Meteor Hammer combo? I'm not sure if that's the reason.
It might have been because he kind of had it like on the dot there with the cold snap, and like he gets the last hit because he drops and takes damage from the tornado. Because he kind of like picture perfectly timed it, so it might have been that you need 5 points in Quas to be able to hit the Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, because I don't play the hero, so I don't know. Ball lane. Nice route to start things off. Meteor Hammer. Global doesn't stop that. Okay, never mind.
Maybe not picture perfect, but you still have Kataomi. And he's pretty good. Lycan, though, in from behind they come. Stormer does have the invis at the ready. Do they have dust is the big question. They're charging for it. They have a dust on Miro. And they might find the two supports here. But in comes Watson, who is also a scary monster. He's got the Orchid Silence. Ramsey's forced to BKB TP out. On the side, Sola's being badgered by zombies. Same with the Lycan creeps and Miro right now, who's on the run. Does end his shapeshift. Are they going to be able to get the catch? Watson is running further forward towards that Lycan, but it's just going to be, I guess, to clear out the Ancient camp on the opponent's side.
They should move to Rush. XHR use global plus shapeshift. You know. I feel like Entity needs to abuse it. Should be a free Aegis if they want to get it now. I don't see how XHR can contest it without the ultimates. But seems like they are just happy to farm, I guess.
I really like, you know, the spell. The spells from Voker are so good that Rubik most of the time just wants to steal them.
Okay, he's going Exalt now. You happy?
At least a value point, so you can, you know, Deafening Blast. Because who cares about the damage part of Deafening Blast? Against the Lycan, you just at least want to have one value point just to push away the creeps and disarm them. The choices that they have: Alacrity, I guess, attack speed increase on Naga. Well, pretty neat. Forge Spirit does nothing. What does Ice Wall do? Ice Wall's also really good. It's only Exort only gives damage, so value. Ramses, he's got the BKB, Blink Dagger, Hand of Midas. Has he used the Doom this game?
Probably not even once, right? I don't remember. I don't think he's used Doom yet.
Radiant's middle
Oh, he needs to Doom the Invoker in every fight, I think. Invoker is definitely the guy that I want to Doom every single
Solo.
fight.
Okay, Antares with the tornado keeps Solo alive, but yeah, that's the scary part. Oh, Katomi's actually going to get finished off by Kiyotaka. Nate's Prophet ult, he won't be able to do much afterwards. But yeah, you got to be careful hitting Katomi with anything, because of course he's got that Spike Carapace. Fishman's going to be another support down, 2 supports killed, plus the Tombstone to be secured. And they actually marked up they want to go Roche. They've got a Lycan, they can take Roche pretty quickly on the side of ex-Hellraisers.
What is happening? All of a sudden, Entity lose 2 supports, they lose Roche.
Sunstrike, they scouted out the Watson has Song of the Siren.
I mean, I'm pretty sure this is not supposed to happen when the Global and the Lycan shapeshift is on cooldown, you know. Like, they should be the ones taking the game in their control. Right now,
this is scary. They have
the song Steel Aegis.
Oh, they find the real one. Watson's gonna get blown
Doom?
up. He cannot respond at all.
Don't even need to Doom.
Use Doom.
Holy shit.
He used Manta and then afterwards he got hit by the Global Silence. So Solo was spot on with the Global Silence.
How is HR getting the Roshan? How in a game like this?
Skills, bro. Skills. Nah,
You mean Radiant
supports,
is throwing?
the 2 supports, like, they're not important if they die, but they're both like frontlining supports. Katomi is kind of a scouting tool this game. Speaking of which, Kiyotaka does have a haste rune, so he'll be just fine also as the Aegis. But same with Fishman, like, Undying is super good at Roche fights because he can just drop the Tombstone behind it and it's hard to kill. And if those 2 are gone, it's pretty problematic to try and get control over the pit.
Wow, our friend, the Storm, is not buying BKB against Nyx. He's going Sanjay and Kaya. So greedy.
I mean, the status resistance, maybe he can dodge the Meteor Hammer with that.
Oh, is that actually why? So you don't get hit by the Meteor Hammer combo with Tornado? Oh,
I don't know. It could be the case that it's just that little bit enough to dodge it.
Yeah, you need to play so much of Dota, you know, to know all these small little timings, you know. Like, sometimes it's just that little bit of a detail that will allow you to survive.
The seeds of force.
Well, let's see. Nyx Assassin Katomi is going for the Yule Scepter first item, not an item we see too often. Toby actually, after his Ags, went for a full-on pipe.
A lot of magic
Shiva's
damage.
Next.
Scorch Earth and the Storm.
I also like the Shivas because you're up against a Lycan. You're getting that attack speed reduction aura.
That has to be like the weirdest Ninja's Prophet build I've ever
Yes.
seen. Aghanims into pipe into Shivas.
It's like super aggressive into super defensive into kind of a mix.
He doesn't even know what he needs. So he's just getting a bit of everything. I'll get some magic resist. Okay, maybe I need armor. I'll get some armor.
Hey, if it works. It is starting to get a little bit scary though.
You can only say it works if they win the game. That's all I have to say.
True. The history is written by the
Radiant's
victors.
bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top
Currently,
tower is under attack.
even though they're 4K behind, Hellraisers feel very much at a solid pace. They've got the gem as well on Ramsey, so they can clear out vision from the side of Entity. Global Silence used. They're gonna try and keep Kiyotaka alive, but the Global Silence ain't gonna help too much. NP TP's through as well. Nice stun timed. And maybe BKB could be pretty handy. Yeah, he's queued up that he wants to go for BKB immediately afterwards.
I mean, seriously, look at his items look so weird. He has a Falcon Blade, which
Pure aggressive
And
items.
Kaya.
Only damage.
against the fucking Knicks, man. Come on. If this is not greedy, I don't know what is greedy. Doom has a gem, by the way.
Yeah,
I think
he's,
that's a
he's gonna clear it out. He's also got his Octarine almost done, which is horrifying. He actually has his Octarine done, which is horrifying. So, ooh, Courier almost got sniped.
casual
by illusions.
23-minute BKB Octarine Doom.
Yeah, that's just, you know, classic. Obviously, Watson's close to his heart, so it's going to be a little bit hard to kill him. Stormstorm is being chased, gets hit by the dust, but Kiyotaka zips so much he's out of mana. And Stormstorm wants to go back in. They actually send in Toby as well, the root. The control, Kiyotaka needs mana to be able to zip out. Tombstone gets dropped, and Kiyotaka drops. His teammates are too slow on the rotation. Stormstorm are going for the TP out. Does he get out of there?
Oh,
Toby
nice sprout.
doesn't have a
Nice
TP,
sprout.
but Ramsey is being held at bay, and indeed, they are doing really well here on the side of Entity. Find themselves a third kill. And Ramsey's in the trees, still lingering about. Doesn't have a TP on him. They're still looking for him in that general direction. While Miro finds Fishman, I guess, walking up the hill. But Ramses will be able to get out.
I mean, if they lose this game, it's definitely on Storm, man. What he's been doing for the last couple of minutes is so game losing, and like I feel like he's tilted, you know, like he's not playing normally. He's playing like some guy that's mad at also having to deal with Nyx as Storm in the game, and there's a Quaspex Invoker annoying the shit out of him from the lane. Dota is definitely a mental game, man.
I mean, last game he got a super free game with Tinker, so
You
cannot complain.
If you cannot play the game when you don't get a perfect game, then maybe Dota's not the game for you.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Katomi being charged at. Nice stun in response on Kiyotaka. He's got the Yules as well. He can keep him distracted. EMP, Kiyotaka.
I mean,
almost
look
all
at
of his
how
mana's gone.
tilted he is, right? He already used his vortex, electric vortex, so it means that he cannot kill the Nyx already. But he's still trying. Like, he's wasting time. He needs to just go back and hit creeps and fucking buy his BKB.
6 deaths this game. The lane was horrible. Then the supports came in from Entity as well to help out the mid lane. And at that point, you know, normally in your pubs you start screaming at your supports.
I mean, okay, fine. In your pubs, you can complain. You know, somebody feeding the other mid laner first blood, and then your game. But you gotta deal with it, man. Every game, somebody's gonna fuck up. Something's gonna go wrong, and you have to just grow up and deal with it. You have to be able to play even if the game is not going well for you. Adjust, adapt, do something
Overcome.
different.
Oh.
Yeah, overcome the problem. You know, don't just complain and talk about the problem. Do something about it.
Yeah, well, maybe with that BKB it could turn things around. EMP is just too nasty. to deal with.
Maybe, for sure, turn things around. Dude, he's playing against a fucking Naga that's Orchid since what, 10 minutes ago. And he still has no intention of buying BKB. Until like recently, you know, that's not
But he
acceptable.
realized that, you know, they could kill him twice in a row and he could not even respond.
I mean,
Oh,
obviously.
Stormstormer. The run. He's got invis. Ramsey still has that gem.
Top tower has fallen.
Oh,
I mean,
you
if
have to be
if
careful.
I'm Ramses, I'm so angry right now. I did so much hard work to get the team back.
He
into
hasn't
the game.
thrown out a Doom this game, so
He
did
doesn't
so
need to.
much. Use your ulti.
Alright, he's more than halfway to the BKB. Alright, keep it up. Keep it up. Entity is happy farming now, so they're not doing anything yet. So he has time to get his BKB.
I mean, Stormstormer is finally getting like items that give him. Obviously, bots and blink are useful, but they give zero actual stats to the hero and stuff. It's like the build up for the Voker until he gets to the point in the late stage where he's going Lincoln's next, then afterwards Scythe. He's got the BKB. You know, Storm. Voker is a hero that has like a great early game, sometimes a good mid game depending on the build that you go, but the end game is just terrifying. And also Toby's got still the weirdest build alive. If you would make a picture of this and guess what hero this is, you'd have no idea.
What?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Alright. Bot lane, is he finally gonna use Doom?
Oh, Toby, silenced up. He's got the Ogre Seal Totem. Help me, team! Nope, he's not
Doesn't
gonna
even
use
want
Doom.
to use the Doom. Man, this guy is just... That could have gone really wrong for them, you know. It took so long to kill him.
He's got to save Doom for next game.
The guy has a fucking pipe at 2k HP and he still wants to save his spell. Man, these players. Right, they were able to kill him so nothing happened. So good, they're all Gucci. Storm has BKB soon. Right, so we're back in the game.
Next Roche, minute 20.
Time to take a fight.
Roche 2. I think that's the big one, the second Roche.
Yeah, they can definitely fight with the BKB now on Storm. Look at how Ramses is pushing out the creep wave. He's Scorch Earth, he's hiding in the trees. Oh.
They ain't gonna
Dota.
catch him lacking.
Dota is a amazing game sometimes. And sometimes you just wanna leave the game when you start the game.
You see the enemy draft? Nope. That was it for today. See you
and
tomorrow.
then you kill again right away.
Well, yeah, they're just posturing, ready, clearing up the area to make sure that they can go for Roche afterwards. Top side. Entity know exactly what they need to go for another push. Max level
BKB.
Exort as well on Voker.
BKB online. Let's go! Time to go. Go in, BKB, engage global, win team fight with Doom on Invoker. Easy.
Lycan's close to his own BKB as well. Refresher being built up on Ramsey so he can double, not use Doom.
Loaded to the gills.
Oh, and Terry's he's got Vendetta and he's just lurking about. He also has the shard, so that's kind of neat. But they're in the Roche pit. And they have no idea on XL Hellraisers. No free
Why-
Roche. Okay.
Okay, why is it that they are not smoking after they got the BKB? And it's very strange, you know, they get the BKB and then they are not trying to fight, okay? So I guess they're not gonna fight. Period. Okay. Stun on Storm.
Okay,
Global.
Kiyotaka. Global keeps him going, does have the BKB, can pop it, and goes back in onto Kataomi. Sunstrike comes through, gets hit by it, needs to dip out, is out of mana. And in comes Watson charging forward, but Toby's there as well, gets the catch with the Sprout, 2 kills secured. That's not the best usage of your first BKB there.
Okay, I mean, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening to the team.
Is under attack.
And they're gonna lose at least one lane of Rex.
Dire's structures.
I mean, they seem so lost, you know, after the mid game when the Storm is like doing all the weird. Like, I feel like the team might be tilted because the Storm is tilted because they're doing so many very weird and funny stuff, you know, in the game.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, at this stage it's pretty rough. Ramses has got good farm. Miro actually kept up pretty well significantly. Kiyotaka has just been struggling, you know. Sometimes it's just not your game. You don't feel it. Your concentration slips for a bit. Like in that case, Roche got killed. So you know their entire team is in the Roche.
Yeah.
pit. They have an
And he's-
assassin,
and
so
he's
you know
still
that you need to
around.
dip. Yeah.
And when they stun him, they couldn't kill him. They used the yields on him, and then he still BKBs and tries to go in. Like, I don't know. His team was not even near there, you know. So it's very weird, you know, what they were doing.
Well, they are smoked up. They have global in 20.
Radiant are Now scanning.
For a possible fight here. Qtanka's playing the ward game right now. So
If they stun and kill him, that would be so funny.
oh, he gets silenced up, does have his BKB. Fishman up on the high ground, is actually still alive because he's in his ulti form. Song of the Siren gets used. Qtanka needs to get out before the song.
The heal!
And
The heal!
wait, he has the oh my god, he has the shard on the Naga. Okay. And Ramses goes in, gets the Doom off onto Toby. First Doom of the game used. Gets the refresher going. Second Doom at the ready. Is going to jump forward. Gets the Doom off onto Stormstormer, who did kill off Antares. These Dooms are actually not going to do anything.
GG.
And Ramses is going to get over. Yeah, the refresher double Doom. And I mean, Storm had to zip out of that because he was the first one caught. They started the fight way later. They get a triple kill. 2 Dooms do nothing. It's, yeah, don't really think there's much left in this game.
The mindset, the mental game is really gone. Like I feel like what I'm watching is like it's telling me that the team is done, you know, because the Storm is tilted and he's probably yelling or saying some shit in the game, you know, then affecting others, and everybody gets so distracted by it, and now the game is just over.
It wouldn't have been the worst fight because he got Doom off onto the... Oh, no, never mind. Qtanka gets caught because Katomi is everywhere. Oh, yeah, GG. Kataomi on that Nyx Assassin is the most tiltifying thing ever. I think he single-handedly got the Storm killed like 5 times this game.
Yeah, but I would give the MVP to Stormstormer. I think he played a very excellent Invoker this game. From the laning phase, sure, he got a first blood before the game started. They got 3 bounty runes, so he had a very, very good start. Dominated the lane, killed the tower at 8 minutes, 7.5 minutes. Rotated, killed the other lanes as well, ganked the other lanes, pressured, took the whole map. Just a very, very good Invoker performance here from Stormstormer. You know? You expect nothing less from his Invoker as his signature hero.
Yeah, he's pretty good on the hero. You know, they didn't have to ban the techies out this time, so they didn't get punished in that regard at the very least. But that was really well done by Entity. Hellraisers, they look lost. There's nothing much more to say. It wasn't their game. One thing led to another, and at one point they were just all not being able. They just couldn't concentrate at the game, it seemed. But it doesn't take away that Entity had great catches. Kataomi was very active with the Nyx Assassin as well, which was very important in that game. Even Toby, he got the Nature's Prophet in a lane that honestly should not favor him that much, but he came out top net worth after the laning stage. He died during the laning stage, obviously, but then he TP'd towards the other lanes to help him out, gank bottom, got the strain. Like, he ended that game with a Maelstrom added in, so he had Ags first, then pipe into Shivas, into Maelstrom. So a very
the pipe is very
build.
good because they were playing against the Doom, Scorch Earth, and Storm, so the pipe actually did a lot of work in the team fights. But overall, it's definitely not a build that you see a lot on Nature's Prophet. Axe pipe into Shivas, but it worked, you know. If you win, it works, you know. That's all I can say, you know. What you are doing in the game is not the most important thing. The result is what matters the most.
And that means that both these teams, they tie it up. I think they're 3-7 right now, both these
That's
teams.
probably the worst result for either of the team, right? Somebody had to win to have a better chance of moving through, but now it's a draw. Then, oh my god, everybody's stuck.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be really reliant on what the other teams are doing, and you need to win all 4 games from this point on if you want to have a chance to advance on. And that's going to be a struggle. I quickly need to check out who their opponents are going to be further. Shopify, Hellraisers needs to play against Shopify and TSM, which is, okay, TSM has been tying every series so far. Shopify, I think they're playing without Bed. So there's a good shot there. Entity, quickly checking. They are up against AG, who is currently top of the board, 6-2. And they have to play against Aster, who initially started to look good, then started to struggle, and now they're looking back to being good again. So we're going to get to see some very great matches going forward.
Yeah, not the easiest of matches for either team. The remaining games, you know, they definitely have to play well enough to win. But even if they win for all 4 of their games, where does it put them? If they win all 4 of their games, they'll be 7-6.
7-7 because they're now
7-7. Oh, yeah,
3-7. So with 7-7, you're like exactly in the middle, and then it still relies on how everyone's standings are because 4 advance on, 4 get eliminated. 7-7 might not even be enough considering
I think
the
if
other
you
teams.
lose one more game, you're done. Like I feel like looking at they need to win every single game to have a chance.
Yeah, considering how the other teams are standing at the moment, all of them are ahead of them, which is not an easy position to be. We're currently getting an interview sorted with the players. We'll be checking out what matches there will be played today on this channel. We still, of course, have 3 more best of 2s. We're going towards Group B next. And we'll check what do we have. Team Spirit versus OG is going to be next. Team Spirit currently tied up with OG. Both have exactly the same amount of points in Group B. 5 and 3 is what their score is at. So that's going to be a very exhilarating game as well. We saw Team Spirit previously in the tournament. For us, it's going to be the first for the OG team to see how they're going to be able to perform. And then afterwards, Gareth and Lacoste will take over and they'll handle TSM versus Hellraisers and finish the day off with Tundra versus Nigma, which is, I mean, who doesn't want to watch a little bit of Miracle?
Everybody wants to watch 18 minutes anti-mage rampage.
Yeah, it's going to be some important matches. Tomorrow, of course, there will be a shorter day. Tomorrow there will only be 2 best of 2s per channel. And by the way, for the people that didn't realize, I got my Viking GG jersey on because I believed in Toby. But tomorrow there will be the only 2 best of 2s, and then Thursday will be tiebreakers if we need them. But honestly, looking at how everything is standing, I assume we're going to get tiebreakers and possibly a bunch of them as well.
More Dota. Good for everybody. Everybody's happy.
More Dota is best Dota. Currently, hopefully, the players will be ready for an interview. We had, I think, Fishman yesterday. We should be getting someone from Team Entity, obviously, because they're the second team that won the game, and then we choose someone from them. So I'm curious who we're going to get this time around to be able to interview. It was a fun interview. It seems it's going to be an interview with Stormstormer this time around. And he is quickly getting everything situated and ready to answer our questions on why people give him, his Fokker. Indeed. Hello, Stormstormer. Congratulations on that win. It was a very interesting game, number 2. And who's that in the pajamas in the back?
Oh dear, background supporter. Not gonna call out names, but
I can't hear you currently.
Oh, but you cannot hear me? Oh, that's.
Winter?
No, I can't.
Hello.
Oh,
wait.
Oh, now we can. Sorry. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Ah, okay, perfect. Yeah, hi Winter, hi Truman. Thanks for having me. And
congratulations.
that person in the background was basically one of our dear supporters. Backline supporters.
Nice position there, the camera in front of the stairs. You guys won game number 2. Game number 2 felt like you were in complete control. Like your mid lane, you get Voker, obviously your favorite hero. Now with the Meteor Hammer instead of the Axe Sword, slightly disappointed. Makes a lot of sense. But which one, personally, do you prefer? What is your favorite? Axe Sword or the Meteor?
Tough to tell, honestly. Like I think I love Exort by heart so much, but Quasvex is just really fitting well into the current meta because tempo here out of mids are really strong at like basically controlling the early and mid game, and it feels like it matters a lot. So I think in the long run in my life I will always prefer Exort, but in the current iteration just probably even Quasvex, honestly, with this hammer thing. Like,
I mean,
it can be pretty frustrating to lose your tower.
Would you say the draft also affects like how greedy can you get? Because Exort is more greedy, and if you have a draft that your costs take a lot more farm, then it's probably better for you to go Quasvex and into the hammer.
For sure. It depends a lot on your how to say, your team composition. Like you picture your spells that your team has, and you just picture how good would it be if you have like this setup tornado for them, and like if you take this mid tower maybe, and also of course the mid matchups matters for it. So all these things come together and basically make the decision. If I guess if you have like some more less greedy drafts, and Exort is still very viable.
And game one, like me and Winter were obviously during the drafting phase, we were like trying to fit in because Hellraisers have like an enormous flex that's insane compared to a lot of other teams with like DK can go everywhere. And they chose to go Batrider off lane last and then put the Tinker mid. Did you guys ever in the slightest consider that possibility?
It was called out actually in the draft that it might be a possibility. We just didn't respect it enough actually, and well, basically just props to them. Like I mean, this flexing basically is the reason why they had a very easy game one. I think like they just ran away with it. This 34, like we for sure were like I for myself was still thinking, this is for sure some Kiyotaka mid bad rider. They're not gonna think they're gonna. I think we banned carries as well, right? We just banned like 2 carries I think from Ramses. And then they put this DK carry into this Tinker. I mean, they for sure just. I think when this Tinker pick happened, like you could feel this might be a problem. We still were like saying like, we can punish this, we can gank him and all this stuff, but then a little bit too many problems stack up, and yeah, really comes just basically shows like the flexibility of the team is very strong on the second pick.
Yeah, what do you think about Tinker as a mid laner now? Do you think like he has a very good place in the meta at the moment, or do you feel like the hero is just gonna pop out just once in a while as a last pick?
No, I mean you see it becomes more and more popular, right? Like you could see also VZM playing it a little bit. I also enjoy playing the hero quite a bit. I think the hero has a pretty good place right now. I think it's good that the hero is not this dumb broken that you just pick it every time and everything. Like that, those are the patches that you hate. I think, like you need to draft a bit cleverly around it, like also on your other cores, I guess, and supports to enable him. Like basically, Tinker drafts usually really require that the entire draft is built around them, and or that you also maybe have like some more flexibility, I guess. So definitely, I think he's not OP. He's quite a niche pick that people have to watch out for. So pretty good place in meta, I think.
Yeah, the earlier start, obviously, you guys started with the grouping together and boot camping to make sure that DreamLeague would go well. Currently, you guys are kind of struggling with still a bit to go, regardless. How high do you think your chances are? Do you really rely on your opponents failing at this point, or do you still wholeheartedly believe?
I mean, of course, our performance is not at our peak. Like there have been times where we have performed better, and right now it's just arguably not the best. But I don't think anybody's thinking like, oh, we hope the enemies fuck up. Like we are really productive on this boot camp, and even if we lose, like I think the smiles are still going on, and we're trying to make the best out of it. So nobody cares about who we play against or that the enemies fail. We're just mainly focusing on our own improvement and just making the best out of the situation. And I guess basically we're aware that we're not the strongest team right now. We're still going to try to improve as quickly as we can with this bootcamp here and adapt as quickly as we can. And for sure, it's possible that we can now, I mean, nobody has doubts, I think, that it can still work out for us if we now win these next 2 series. And of course, like, our setup is not the best and we have to win these next 2 series, but I think nobody's doubting it. We have also, like, of course, played against EG on Lima Major and 2-0'd them. And Aster, I think, I don't remember the result against them. I think it was a 1-1 on Lima Major. So we played those teams before and looking forward to it.
Okay. Any last questions, Winter? So before he can take some rest, considering they have a pretty important match later.
No, I've already asked everything I wanted to know, and I wish you guys all the best.
Yep.
Okay.
Good luck further, and well, thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you guys so much for having me. Have a nice day, the 2 of you, and some funny series to cast, I hope. See ya.
See ya. Well, yeah. Confidence is key, and that second game, it looked really nice for them. That first game, slightly less so, but hey, that was a draft situation. I'm curious to, see how that draft shenanigan went on, and who was the one that suggested maybe they'll go Tinker mid, because that person needs a raise.
It's good to know that they feel like they know that they're in a very bad spot. They know that they are not in a very good shape now, and they're very willing to learn from the other teams. I feel like it's a very important attitude to have as a team, not just from one singular player, and that's what's going to drive the whole team forward and improve and learn at a faster speed and catch up. I feel like maybe if they change certain things in the draft, it could make a huge difference. For their team.
And also, like, boot camping is obviously very important. You mentioned it previously, their heroes are not like peak meta currently, which could be a problem for them. Next batch coming in, probably before the Berlin Major. I think this is one of those teams that, with the correct patch and the heroes coming in that they like to play and they're really capable on, this team can just skyrocket. It's just the slight shift that needs to be made in the meta could be really advantageous for them as well. Because they had some really, even the last game with the Tinker, the toss back onto the Shadow Fiend we saw a couple of times. They had some really good plays. It's just the heroes couldn't really connect on game one, considering they straight up just got outdrafted.
I think they just need to find the heroes. I feel like Toby is like a pretty important focal point in the draft. Finding out the hero to put Toby on. Like sometimes I feel like they prioritize so much on, we give him this hero, he's going to win his lane. And if the hero doesn't really win his lane, then the pick doesn't really has a lot of impact in the draft. I feel like they have to be very careful with that and just find a balance where he gets to play a hero that maybe counters the carry's lane a little bit, but at the same time, it works with the draft. It can't be too much one way or the other.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, of course, how they will do further down the line. We have another series coming up. We'll be going towards a short little break. Then we're going to do Team Spirit versus OG Overly Gorilla. And that will be on this stream. Don't forget, it's going to be a short break. And we'll be back for that one. DK Truman and Winter for the next show. And we'll see you after the break.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone in search. I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like I'm
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was a pretty interesting first series, but we got another one. It's going to be a pretty important one. Team Spirit versus OG. Both of them looking really good in the current standings as well. So definitely both on track to advance further forward, Winter.
Third and fourth place, they're both 2-1 and 1 right now. 5-3 score. Yeah, this game is going to mean a lot for either team. And OG against Team Spirit, I feel like they didn't they didn't do very well in the beginning of DPC, but towards the end they caught up a lot of slack that was left behind. They figured out a lot of problems. They were able to just barely qualify to the major, and now they are kind of on a rise. They figured out what they have to draft and how to play as a team. And for Spirit, on the other hand, I mean, Team Spirit is still Team Spirit. They've been steadily always been doing well in DPC during LAN events. They play to a certain amount of standard. It's more about like how can they get a higher ceiling after adding Lau to the team.
I mean, they do have arguably the best offlaner in the world. We saw it previously on that Doom. Collapse is terrifying to deal with for anyone. OG team filled with young talent. This season, they started off a little bit rough, as you mentioned. Obviously, when you're swapping out players, changes happen. Chew for Misha. But they've been looking pretty decent as of late right now in the tournament. They've had some very significant results as well. The question is, how far can they go? Obviously, like the big bad bully in Group B, and honestly in Dota currently, is Team Liquid. I think I can speak for everyone. That's probably the scariest one around. So I assume Liquid's going to advance on. The question is, who will be catching on? Because if you lose this series, either of the two teams, you're 5-5, and then Tundra, even Nigma can catch up to you in the next round, and then it gets scary because we're at the ending stage. Obviously, you're going to have to bring your A game, but one of these two teams is going to start to lose points today.
Definitely have to bring your A game. Every win matters a lot in this kind of format. So you definitely don't want to be giving up games too easily. You want to fight for every game and just hope for the best. Whoever gets a 2-0 here is going to pretty much be quite secured on the standings. I mean, obviously they still have to win a percentage of their remaining games, but it puts them in a very comfortable spot.
Well, we'll see if OG Overly Gorilla have, their aggressive old school play style back in. It's always a fun team. I'm a huge fan of Taiga for ever and ever and ever since the old Alliance lineup and, well, even before that with his old team. So we'll see what they have. The draft has started. We're going to jump in. A couple of interesting picks. Bans have already been made. No IO for OG. That does not surprise me in the slightest. IO and OG is kind of, connected by fate.
First phase anti-mage ban. Yesterday after our series, I saw some. Was it some? I don't know what video I saw. Some anti-mage guy Yatoro is telling how to play, teaching everybody how to play anti-mage, and then now first ban anti-mage.
Yeah, it was also doing the DPC's most picked hero, so I guess it is something you don't want to lane against.
First ban?
That's respect right there. That is RESP ECT. It's what it means to me. And I mean, we saw it in the previous series as well. They also got I mean, they didn't respect ban the techies, which I still find weird, but they did get rid of, for instance, the DK. In this case, we do get to see DK, your favorite hero out there, but it is a hero that we've seen it have way too much flex in this current patch.
Why is nobody picking Viper against DK?
Because Viper's trash.
10 seconds remaining.
All right.
I
mean,
think
that's like
Veno is at a better spot than Viper. I mean, Viper's Axe is kind of nice, but Veno at least gives you vision. Viper just late game does nothing but die.
Nosedive.
Yeah, nosedive. I did like the build where it went for like you had like Viper mids or something or off lanes that went for like Ags into Bloodstone. That was kind of niche, which was cool, but it's still not good.
How about OD? Like OD is a traditional counter to Dragon Knight.
I just love OD. I love the fact that he can take down Roche in like 5 seconds with all that pure damage. But it's OD. I don't know. With everyone picking up the Meteor Hammers, I actually think he got, because the timing is slightly different. I've seen everyone whiff the Meteor Hammer combo on OD.
Team spirits turn to ban.
I mean, still, you don't have to go with Meteor Hammer.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
it counters Dragon Knight by nature, because of the pure damage. And Dragon Knight, like, he always tries to push your tower, and then OD with the Astro, you can set up, for your team. Say you have a Mirana, you prison, then you arrow, then you kill him with your orb. I feel like teams might be forgetting this hero, Sometimes I feel like you need to experiment, at least try one game, and then, oh wait, this shit actually still works,
It's a viable hero. It just doesn't really get picked up, and it also makes me a little bit sad because I love the shenanigans, of course, with the shard later, Ags possible, and then the 50 million saves for your teammates. Especially with Disruptor being so heavily picked, I would have expected to see a bit more of Disruptor.
Yeah, so talking about Disruptor, it's not a big pick.
OD.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what they will bring here for the rest of the picks. Obviously, Team Spirit are terrifying. They've got themselves a Beastmaster Ench combination, which is a ton of push, and it's already... It's not fun to deal with. Probably going to be Miposhka on the Ench, but if you want to be really obnoxious, you can make that your offlane duo and start taking down buildings in no time.
Can Dragon Knight survive that lane, though? I feel like he can.
He can survive everything. Dude, we saw Ramses win 2 lanes he should not win, and I don't care anymore. DK is indestructible.
Ench, though, the last time the DK had the Ench, now he's playing against the Ench.
Yeah, and he still doesn't care.
I guess he has Mirana. Mirana can arrow the creeps.
That is very true. Though I do think it's probably going to be a Miposhka on the Ench, and they'll get some, I don't know, Mira Rubik on the side of Team Spirit. It is decent, arrow steal, DK stun steal, I guess.
Disruptor? You don't like Disruptor? You like
I don't know if I like Disruptor and Ench.
Why not? One support doesn't have catch, the other support has
But I
catch.
like it more when you've got... I don't know. It maybe a melee, like a Clockwork or a Tusk or something to go with the Disruptor. Because Disruptor
you're that kind of person. We need to have one melee and one range support.
Not necessarily. I said Rubik with the Ench, which I like, but that's because you're then playing a little bit more, I guess, defensive.
How is that different with Disruptor and Ench?
Because if you go Disruptor, I want you to go aggressive, and you need something that can go,
10 seconds remaining.
backline. Because obviously you can glimpse one back, but you also need...
Ench can just run in and do shit, What's wrong with that?
No, she's just standing there. They ignore her go to help out their teammate. I want something that can block the enemies from getting to the glimpse target to help them out. So like Ice Shards or Cogs to keep the enemies away to make sure that the player that gets glimpsed dies.
Okay, fine. You make a valid point.
I know I do. But I do get what, Beastmaster with the Hawk, you get vision, you can glimpse targets easily. That also makes a lot of sense.
You're just a Disruptor hater.
I play Disruptor a lot. It's not my favorite, but I do play it. But the problem is every time I pick it, the enemy has OD. That's why I hate OD.
And how about Marcy? Do you hate Marcy?
I like Marcy. I really like Marcy because it's flexible. I think with the change of the rebound, or is it this one? Rebound? I think. Where it like level 1 it has a tiny range. I think that's a great change because level 1 it was stupid how big the range was on Marcy, and right now it can be played off lane, safe lane, support, and it does its role perfectly in all 3 positions.
Sidekick the DK, that sounds scary.
Yeah, sidekick the DK.
It's very good against the Ench.
Can get the backline jump onto Drow, for instance, to push him back to your team.
Yeah, I think overall the pick has a lot of merits in this game. And on the other hand, Team Spirit, they are following up the Beastmaster with a Drow. Very, very classic combination. Beastmaster, Drow, the aura stacking, and you group up as 5. You have vision, so it's easy for Drow to find a safe spot and unleash her damage. Shadow Demon, okay. Not a hero we see too much. He's very good against Marcy. He's very good against DK as well. If you get your axe and your shard. Yeah, very good against the Mirana too.
It is also a Mira hero. He's been playing it quite a decent amount.
Ooh. And Sniper is a very good hero against SD because you outrange him and you get to peep and kill him.
Yeah, Team Spirit has no way of getting on top of Sniper yet, so they need something that goes deep, Storm Spirit or something in the mid lane, possibly for Laurel.
What are the roles? One of these heroes is a support, right? Like the Marcy is a support.
I would assume Marcy 5, Sniper safe, DK mid, Mirana 4, and then they pick an offlaner. It could also be a Marcy offlane and they pick a 5 last.
That would be weird, but possible.
Could be Mirana 5, obviously, and then they make Marcy offlane and then get a 4. Or, like, they can flex a whole lot. DK can even be offlane if they want to, because DM definitely has played DK in the past.
That doesn't sound too bad. Like DK against Drow lane, that sounds like a pretty good lane for DK. He should be able to farm in the lane easily.
The OG's got like a reasonably flexible lineup in terms of what the hell they want to do.
5 seconds remaining.
And they do have last pick as well, which helps so much for their draft.
Yeah, the last pick, ideally, I feel like they should have a frontline team fighting hero to protect the Sniper. But for Team Spirit, they are going to need to finish off their draft with like a mid hero that can gap close, I think. You need a hero that can go to the backline to kill the Sniper. So Storm is the first one that comes to mind. There's still Primal Beast, right? Primal Beast is also pretty good against Sniper. I like Primal Beast.
A Laurel hero that is... I personally love Primal Beast mid because it is like super aggressive and it can dumpster a game in your favor completely. It's a lot of magic damage. You get a BK. It's one of the fastest BKB rushers in the game. So that could be... indeed a nice one. Keeps everyone away from the Drow, because that's kind of Team Spirit's goal this game. That's why the Mira Shadow Demon is also nice. In case they go for the jump, you just disrupt him and keep the Drow alive for a bit longer.
Yeah, it's not many heroes that can fulfill that role. With the last ban Pango. Pango could have been also a good pick for Spirit, but yeah. Alright, Tiny is also a gap closer, which Lau really likes to play Tiny. But my criticism towards his Tiny is like he sometimes tends to just fall off a lot because he likes to play too much to utility, roam and pressure the map. And he doesn't do like what Stormstormer does. He go for the Aghanims into the crit. You need to realize, I feel like as Tiny, when you need to be the hero that scales as well, instead of just helping your team. Sometimes you have to output the deeps as well, So for OG, they see this Tiny. What are they gonna do? Are they gonna put the Sniper mid to fight the Tiny? And just pick, I guess, another off laner? Put the DK safe lane? Or put the DK safe lane and pick another safe lane?
Like, they still can do everything they want.
Yeah. I feel it's more about like what they want to finish up with the draft, Like what kind of hero do they feel like they need to, and then decide which lane to put the hero in. Like, I feel like they just need more heroes in front so the Sniper can just keep shooting and killing heroes. I assume the Marcy is a plus 5 or 4 with the Mirana. They're both the supports, so they're definitely going to need more frontline heroes.
That is indeed a good question. I mean, you could still make the Marcy a core, safe lane, off lane, whatever.
Marcy core. Maybe. She's also a front line if you play her as a core.
Let's see. OG Storm Spirit. Okay, so they want more
Okay, that
backline
is-
jump to get on top of the Drow, which does make sense. It's a
So,
5
right,
Marcy.
off lane DK against Drow. That's a pretty solid lane. Then you have Storm against Tiny. That's also a pretty good lane for Storm. You can just farm. Tiny's farming. You're farming. Everybody's happy. Sniper against Beastmaster. And this lane sounds like a Sniper favorite too, because I've seen this lane before. Sniper usually doesn't have much issues in this lane. So just looking by the lanes itself, I feel like OG is going to have pretty good side lanes. They should have some advantage in the side lanes and have a pretty good mid lane as well. So laning phase wise, I feel OG is going to have a good start. And Team Spirit is going to more or less rely on this blink on Tiny, which is going to be very key to set up a lot of the plays that they're going to be doing on the map and ultimately let them get their objectives, get the tier 1 towers and the Roshan. So I think the blink on Tiny is going to be the crucial thing to watch out for Spirit.
Yeah, I do also. I personally like OG's draft a little bit more. It's kind of clear cut and dry what they're going to do, whereas Team Spirit are, I guess, more trying to get the tossback play from Laurel to get the Tiny out of position.
Draft.
Yeah. They have tools like Shadow Demon can save the Drow. Demonic Purge is pretty nice, not the best against Sniper because you can get the Shard, for instance, to get the knockback, which doesn't really care about the Demonic Purge whatsoever. But for the rest, OG has like a really dive on top of you, blast a hero down kind of draft with the two supports are super aggressive. A Mirana Marcy combination, jump in, toss back. Then you've got the Storm Spirit joining in. The DK is most likely going to get a pretty early blink as well. So I like OG's draft a bit more here, even though Team Spirit, this is more their kind of draft as well. Like they love playing the Shadow Demon, a Beastmaster offlane duo, even though it's going to give a lot of magic stick charges.
Yeah, it's going to be just down to the Tiny though. So I feel like they should help him control the runes a lot as the supports and make sure that the Tiny gets a very good start. It'll be ideal if he gets a first bird, before the game starts. We saw what happened the last game when Stormer got a first bird. He just totally destroyed his lane. So we'll see whether can Team Spirit emulate the same thing and try to give Tiny a very good start here.
Yep. And we got ourselves, of course, 3 different lanes of winter. So we'll check it out. Assuming that obviously the laning duos are going to be the exact same as we kind of expect. Which lane should we keep our attention to?
Sniper lane, I guess. I like watching the Sniper's lane. There's always kills in that lane. The Dragon Knight lane is like farm fest lane. So, this is an interesting way of smoking. They went to the lane, I guess, trying to see if anyone's around to, I don't know, play some wars or whatever. It's rather strange to walk through the lane, but it's definitely interesting.
All the way around, but they won't encounter anyone just yet. But Yatoro might just walk up the high ground if they stay in the area. And quickly Q checks if they have a high ground ward. Yatoro, does he know? Actually, he marked up that, or someone else marked up in his team. I think it was actually Maposhka that he should go through the lane instead of through the his own jungle. So Team Spirit knows what's up. They know how OG play. No surprises at the start of the game.
Do they know how to beat OG? That is the more important question.
I mean, TI champions can probably be. To be fair, they're up against the back-to-back, even though it's a completely different lineup.
Man, this back-to-back record is going to be... I feel like it's going to be around for a very long time.
I don't think it's ever... I mean, I'm not saying never going to get broken, but...
Be careful with that word, man.
Yeah, it's rough to try and break that one. I mean, there were years where VP was the best team in the world, and Secret as well, and they never got that TI victory.
Yeah. So you see bot lane, Chu getting sidekick level 1, so just allowing the sniper to secure last hits, harass, and trade much better. And Mira opted to go for disruption, so just wants to try to hold back that aggression from OG. Try to allow Beastmaster to secure some last hits. He's got the small camp block, and the medium camp is also blocked by OG. So yeah, it's gonna be all about how can they control the creeps, who can get the creeps near his tower.
Yuragi starting off with headshot. What kind of build do you like to see? The shrapnel or the headshot take aim build?
I like Shrapnel. Shrapnel gives you kill potential in this lane, but he's deciding to go for headshot and take aim. So I guess trying to just like focus more on last hitting, securing good trades. He doesn't really want to put himself in a dangerous spot, because if you have Shrapnel, maybe you play too aggressive, you might die in the lane more.
And BCM in mid having a decent time up against Laurel currently. A bit better than what we saw in the previous series, of course.
Yeah, this lane should be pretty straightforward. I feel like with perfect play, nobody is going to die. It's just like taking runes, you're waiting for the supports to help you, yada yada yada, and just trade your HP for mana. And top lane Miposhka, he's chasing Taiga out of here, so the side lanes are definitely more interesting than the mid lane. A lot more going on.
No aggressive moves coming out from these two teams so far. So you mentioned, of course, the tiny blink dagger really being the timing for Team Spirit. And with that in mind, late game, is that one area of the game that Team Spirit are scared of?
I feel like late game against a sniper with their lineup, yeah. I feel like the sniper and the storm will be a big problem in late game. So they definitely don't want a game to go too long. I'm sure their late game is not too bad as well with the tiny. If you get agonies and Datas, we saw how much the hero can do. But I prefer not to go there, with the Drow against Storm and Sniper.
Well, DM, he's not really struggling in the lane. He's got that Dragon's Blood. He's surviving pretty nicely. His mana got drained by Miposhka, but he's a D guy.
Who needs mana? Who needs mana? DK doesn't need mana.
Well, Taiga's actually taking a lot of damage as well. They're starting to get hurt, but Miposhka in return needs to also be careful that he doesn't get sniped by an arrow, for instance. That's why he's hiding as much as possible behind the creeps.
Career's coming with regen, so they should be fine. I think they just need to be careful for this couple of waves and then make sure they heal back up with the tangles. They should be fine. And bot lane, look at Yuragi. He's getting dove under the tower.
And that's a big kill. Chu. Shadow Poison is nasty. That's why Magic Stick is so good in that lane to deal with. But a pretty aggressive move coming out. They're actually looking for more level 2 Wild Axes. Could even drop a Hawk behind it. Will they go for a possible Chu kill? Here is the question. No, they're going to back off. TP comes in from Yuragi. He does have Shrapnel at level 3 now.
Look at that range. Yeah, oh my god.
It's so terrible. The rebound range is so god-awful at level 1.
Yeah, that's why I rather have like a second point and a sidekick, to be honest, in most cases in the lane. Just help your carry fight the offlaner. The second point on the sidekick is actually pretty good. Extra 15 damage. Yeah, but this lane is definitely not going well for Sniper. That was a pretty costly death. Another missed rebound. So are they going to go on them? Any aggressive plays? I guess not. ST doesn't have enough mana to be aggressive here. But Beastmaster is able to pull the way back to the tower, so he's going to be able to secure a lot of good farm here for himself.
And Shrapnel does, of course, also auto-push the lane a little bit out. Mira slightly out of mana, so trying to get some clarity. Regen going in towards mid. It's BZM forced to walk all the way back to base. His teammates have, they didn't get that TP towards mid because obviously the only one that died was the sniper so far. So he didn't get a free refill. Actually charged forward by Chu. He's trying to go for the kill here onto Collapse. Will die. Collapse. He does have himself Helm of Iron Will, so he is very tanky, and Yuragi's getting Shadow Poison stacks on top of him.
Oh, the
ball! To slow him down. 3 stacks. Yuragi is stuck and controlled, and even the high 5 sent out. Collapse with a double kill. Yeah.
What a giga chat, man.
The BM.
He doesn't even use like his mana to use the axe. He knows he can just kill him with the right click and give him a high 5. Man, this Collapse, man, just making the plays. Every game I watch this guy, like, he just has something special to show us.
guy's pretty impeccable, going for the Helm of the Dominate. He's going to have it at a pretty good timing with those 2 kills. And Yuragi not enjoying that so far. Also, the Helm of the Iron Will is so incredibly good against Sniper. He barely does any damage to you.
You need extra Rift Bands. 4 Rift Bands.
Oh, please, God, no. I remember the storms with like the...
But fall 6, actually 6 null talismans. Oh no, 5 null
5
talismans.
null talismans, yeah. That one was...
And and a BKB, right? 5 no boots.
And then just never upgrading. Maybe get an equipped Ags in one go. Like, okay. It was a weird time. Oh, yeah, DM just... He's having a pretty phenomenal time. His net worth is not the greatest, but he also hasn't fallen just yet. They're going to go in on Maposhka, and the Enchantress will die to DM. Yatoro cannot harm the DK at this stage just yet.
Yeah, too much armor, too much sustain. He's just going to focus on his own farm, get his level 6 up, go to the jungle, just try to get as much farm as you can, and whenever the DK pops his Dragon Bomb later, just try to come to the lane and clear the creep wave. And mid lane, Lara's getting a bottle refill, so that's the good thing about your supports dying on the side lane.
BZM just crying, why don't you give me a refill? This is his 2nd time he has to walk back to base.
Yeah. Do you feel like sometimes, okay, now my DM, Dragon Farm, is going for Yatoro?
Zip top. Yatoro does not have Gust, needs help, no TPs coming in whatsoever, so actually, I was wondering why they didn't go for the kill there, but I guess they wanted to make sure that BZM got it, and DM just walked it off. Nonetheless, a big kill comes out onto Yatoro, dropping him low. Naposhka went towards mid to make sure that the 8-minute runes would be in hands of Laurel, which he'll be able to get bottled up a nice arcane. And he's queued up that he wants to go for the Blink Dagger first, which you mentioned is obviously a very important choice this game.
Yeah, very, very important. He's going to have a lot of responsibility in DK team play for his team, because Beastmaster is going to be, sitting in a lane, pushing out the waves, pressuring the towers, and here comes BZM. Arrow's not going to connect, so I guess no kills.
Actually gives Laurel attack speed for for the extra brief death timer of the Thunder. I think, no, what's it called? It's not...
they're actually getting the tower. Wow, okay. It's just Enchantress being a Enchantress, you got towers this early with the hero.
And the Tiny, even though he only has level 1 tree grab, it still does significant damage bottom lane. Collapse walking in. He does roar up Yuragi. That's the target that they're going to go for, even though Chu is so incredibly low and can drop in a second. Yuragi's going to get blasted by the Hellbear Smasher. Can he get out of there? No, he cannot. 1 kill for Collapse. And honestly, they need to be a bit careful that he does not get more.
He might get Chu here. Axe is soft cooldown
Cut
soon.
the range creep as well. And
nice, man.
Collapse is a beast.
This guy is so good.
Taiga on the run, does have 2 more leaps. He's running right towards Maposhka. The slow is there. 1 more leap available. The toss forward. He tries to get out, but again, Collapse. Arguably best offlaner in the world.
I mean, look at his net worth. Every game, I feel like I'm watching him play. He's like top net worth at 10 minutes. And he has so much fancy footwork, juking the enemy, amazing solo kills. Like, that guy just never stops giving,
The opposing side, they do also have a very scary player in BZM on that Storm that can make some plays. He's going for the Witchblade, so he's looking to get some solo kills, which makes a lot of sense. The supports on Team Spirit are very susceptible to just getting blown up. Maposhka has no healing on him, and the Shadow Demon is also not a hero with the biggest HP pool.
Yeah, the SD is going to be the hero that he wants to focus on in every fight because of the save, If you don't go on him first as a Storm, he's just going to save the hero that you go on. So you have to find the SD before the fights happen and take him out.
Collapse doesn't even have a point in Inner Beast. That's something you rarely see on Beastmasters these days.
I mean, for the lane, if you want to kill with the ball, I guess it makes a lot of sense to get that second point on the ball. Like in certain lanes, I feel like it's fine. You know, if your lane has a lot more kill threat compared to the enemy's lane, I feel like it's good to get the second point in the ball to just help you get the extra slow. You know, sometimes it's just that a bit of slow that allows you to catch up and get the extra kill.
They're
And
giving the stacks to collapse as well. Look at the triangle.
obviously, who else is gonna get a stack? You think they're gonna let the Toro get it? No, man. Collapse is a true carry. Collapse is a true carry.
Oh, focusing everything to make Collapse's game perfect. And Helm of the Overlord so early. This is just, he's going to be able to run down enemy lane.
Man, he even has an arcane ring, you know, just in case he needs more mana for doing the stacks.
Who cares about the old axe being gone? Old axes are still disastrously dangerous. Laurel's Blink Dagger still a little bit off. Upside actually.
Do you think that spell should cost a little bit more mana? Like 65 is a bit too little.
Yeah, it actually does a lot of damage for 65 with this, you know, the spam that you need to do as well. Like the fact that Beastmaster is a strength hero with his end gain is not too terrible, but definitely should be at least a significant amount more.
Yeah, and Lara on the meme, on the other hand, he's almost there to his blink, so it's gonna allow his team to slowly but surely start to make more aggressive plays. Everyone else is happy getting their levels, getting their farm. Mira is also getting his level 7 here, maxing the poison, so he does a fair bit of damage in the team fights.
But it gets spotted out, Chu. We'll at least get the counter ward, but towards bottom, Taiga, there is
Killed the creep.
Scary rotation.
Killed Beastmaster's creep. He did his job.
Well, Collapse has the Helm of the Overlord now, so that's going to be a little bit more problematic. Even kept the ancient Black Dragon alive so he could scoop it up towards mid. Catch onto Laurel. This is a pretty big one, and they blow him up very quickly. Taiga dies in response towards bottom, but the Laurel tiny kill is way more important because he was so very close to that Blink Dagger as well.
Very big kill there for sure. Like, this stopping the Blink Dagger timing.
Oh, DM.
And Collapse is here. The true carry. Can he get a roll?
DM's got Blink, but it gets interrupted by the Shadow Poison spam. But he can Blink if he wants to. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they defended the tower. I think that's the more important thing, you know. Lara dying there is definitely not ideal for them. But they held the tower, so Tiny should still be able to get his Blink in a pretty decent timing. Another wave of creeps. And they're good to go. Toss. Right click and yeah, his daggers online. So easy peasy still. And this has got to be like one of the fastest Helm of the Overlord, man. He had it at 30 minutes.
Oh yeah, throw. He's very much dead. Farming inside the Radiant's jungle, they did smoke up to go for that kill. And found him completely alone without his team anywhere nearby.
This happens a lot, you know, when your team places like you see in the jungle they have a very deep ward, so you as the carry, oh, okay, I have vision here, you know, I'm safe here, you know, you farm and then you just forgot sometimes, you know, the enemy can smoke and then you get caught up, you die. So the ward that was meant to protect you actually killed you.
That's a sussy ward right there. In comes the toss back onto Chu, and well, the moment he lands, he is a goner. Topside DM has honestly been just relaxing and farming away as well. But they're going to go into the pit. This is a early Roche attempt. The Drow walking in as well. They have a very good Roche lineup. Do they know on the side of OG, or do they even suspect anything?
It's too fast, man.
Oh, they scan it, but it's already
way
gone.
It's way too fast, man. With Beastmaster and the Helm. Shadow Demon is also a pretty strong hero, you know. At Draining Rock, she do a lot of damage with the poison.
Oh, they're smoked up. Mira's going to be the target
getting
jumped here. And Mira is going to get the disruption off on himself. Stays alive for the time being. Lara was a lot of damage coming through. Chu is going to be the first one down, and they will get Mira as well. So a 1-for-1 trade. Nothing much more gain. Collapse still has his Roar available as well. So they have everything on Team Spirit if they want to go for a second round.
Are they waiting for any items? I guess just BKB. BKB on draw. Tiny doesn't really need a BKB. He's going Echo Saber. Yeah, I think he needs to scale. You know? This might be a very long game. So if he doesn't scale, I feel like late game they could be in a spot where the draw doesn't do enough damage. So I definitely feel like Lau has to start to realize that he needs to play for himself as well, you know, because this game might go late.
Yeah, and the late game is not too bad here for OG Storm Spirit. DK with if he gets to a point where he gets
Sniper? I mean,
Ags and Sniper,
I feel like
it's scary.
their heroes are stronger late game. I feel like if you're OG, you're happy, you know, if it goes 40 minutes, 50 minutes with a Storm and Sniper.
Even the DK, like we've seen. Black Dragon is pretty good. You can't create illusions with it though. Of course, Shadow Demon, when you get to that point in the game where you get like Ag, Blink, Aether, Shard, you're also a very deadly tool.
Nope, Taiga trying to kill the career. And just trying to do sneaky stuff, you know, behind enemy lines.
But Collapse is pushing for the tower.
Has been killed.
Got that ancient Ice Shaman, which has Ice Firebomb that you can use on buildings. Does a bit of extra damage.
Radiant's bottom tower is
It's
under attack.
what? It's 400 damage? Holy shit.
Yeah, but it does 25% on buildings, so it's just 100.
Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't. Okay.
Radiant's bottom
So that's 100 damage. Okay, fine. That's not too bad.
But every little bit helps. It's kind of like Jakiro's fire
Liquid
spell.
fire?
Liquid fire, that's it. Well, net worth wise, they're pretty even Stevens, and looking for a catch here. Laurel's got the blink, gets the Avatos onto 2. The roar comes out onto DM, quickly gets a double kill. And Maposhka's the one that gets both of them, because, you know, God Enchantress in the game. Get that Hurricane Pike at this stage, Aghanim Scepter as well, just pour up.
Yeah, Max Impetus, man. He knows that they're gonna run into damage issues, you know, so he has to do damage as Enchantress. I think one of the reasons about Enchantress that's hard to play is like you need to know when you should be the heal, the tank, and when you need to itemize and use your skill build to be the damage healer, you know. I think he's recognizing it correctly here. They don't really have enough damage until the Drow gets more items, so he needs to fulfill that role, you know, in the early engages. You know, he needs that pure damage to kill Dragon Knight,
Radiant's
especially.
top tower is under attack.
Yeah, power treads on Ench is Ench 5 is not necessarily always shown, but it is pretty strong. He also has that Grove Bow, even though they have a Drow Ranger on their team, who's with the occult bracelet right now.
Yeah, what? That's weird.
That's a strange one. He might just give it to Yathrone.
Well, I guess it makes sense because Drow is just farming, right? Like Anch is the one fighting, so he deserves the fighting item.
Yeah, it would still piss off a lot of safe laners, though. They do
Don't
have,
say it.
There's
Don't
a
say it.
Philosopher's Stone available for the side of Spirit, and no one has it in their inventory right now. Mira sticking with the Tumblr Story. Biposhka, obviously, you know, he's a right-click support core right now.
I have Grove Bow. I don't need the Philly Stone.
I'm actually curious on what his next item is going to be on Biposhka. I wouldn't. It wouldn't surprise me if he went for either.
4-star Dragonlance Hurricane Pike.
It wouldn't surprise me if he goes for Dragonlance first.
Oh, so you're thinking not even Hurricane Pike, just
Oh
Dragonlance?
no,
into
Hurricane Pike,
X.
but first the Dragonlance, because he's just looking really strong at this point.
I mean, if you're really greedy and you feel like you can do the damage in a fight and carry the team fights, going Dragonlance into X seems like a pretty good idea as well this game, because it allows you to take down the DK quickly, and if you manage to get yourself onto Sniper, you can also kill him. Could be a good idea, you know. Why do you need 4-star to run away when you can just kill the guy in front of you?
That is indeed a very good statement. They also have pretty good tower push that they're using right now. Of course, Collapse with the auras coming in. You've got the Enchantress, the Drow, the tiny buildings just melt in front of their vision. And as you can see, the tier 2 tower top is gone. The tier 2 tower bottom is gone. The only tier 2 standing for OG is mid. And then high ground will be the next target. They're already knocking on the gates as well. It's going to do a bit of damage here. Midwave gets cut by Laurel. So no shenanigans coming in, and they're going to need to defend because it's dropping very quickly.
I mean, the tower's down, man. It's too late.
Oh, going in on
Sniper's not here. Sniper needs to be here.
Oh, finally Uragi's there, but he gets
Oh,
tossed
no.
back. Oh, the silence as well. Uragi gonna get out of there. Is there a save? There's none available. DM's gonna be the next one charge. Zip in does a lot of damage. Maboshka is dead, but they find a 2-for-1 trade, and it's 2 cores just for the Ench 5.
I mean, OG totally disrespected them, you know. They didn't feel like they had enough damage, you know. But
Oh, Laurel again.
another toss back. Oh
Taiga.
no, Taiga.
Triple leap gets himself out of there just barely, but no, he will still be found out by Collapse in the end. That's just going to be a set of racks here at 20 minutes in the game.
Yeah, this Beastmaster draw is just too strong at this point of the game, you know.
Look
OG
at
is
Yatro's
definitely
It's Dragonlance Butterfly.
butterfly. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. And it's very helpful against the sniper as well. The evasion is early.
The extra agi from
Man.
Maboshka as well.
I mean, Team Spirit just took a Rex, you know. 20 minutes. Oh, actually no.
Actually, no,
I thought they took.
they build
I thought they
out.
took one. Okay, they didn't get the Rex. They only get the tower. But
I'm actually surprised
Okay.
that they didn't at least, hang around for it. Obviously, it could be a little bit dangerous, but racks at this stage is very
how
important.
did they not get the Rex? What the hell?
They just backed off. It's
Yeah, they got two amazing tossbacks from Lara, but I just couldn't output enough damage to get the Rex. But the next time that happens again, I'm pretty sure they'll get the full lane of Rex. But Aegis is out right now, so they have to wait for, I guess, the BKB on Drow Ranger.
It's
That's the next timing.
going to take a bit. He's going to go for the Blink Dagger as well. Repositioning is going to be very important in this game to get the silence off on Storm, who BZM has the Kaya Sanj finish, going for the BKB next. DM is building up his own BKB. Sniper, actually, Uragi has a Hurricane Pike and Chrysalis. So very aggressive on the damage output for the Sniper.
Yeah, Lara has a haste. He has a haste right now. That could be very, very crucial in this fight, you know, if they can get, a good toss back. Ideally on the sniper. Do they have the Hawk coming in? Yeah, they're going to have the vision advantage here. I feel like OG shouldn't run up this high ground here. They have a DD.
Oh, DD.
Oh
And
no,
Uragi
that's a
tossed
bait!
back, in trouble, roared up. Uragi's dropping low, and Lara with that haste rune charging for more. DM is just going to get slowed with the Demonic Purge. Nothing the DK can do except be distraction
Oh,
so that no one
no.
else falls. They waited to give the bottle there to the Sniper, and that just cost them both.
Yeah, that was way too greedy, you know. I mean, they probably should know, you know, that Spirit might be around the vicinity there. Because if it's pretty obvious that if they're not hiding in their base, they might be actually taking the defense there on the high ground, you know, defending the Ancients area, you know. So that was a pretty bad mistake there by OG, taking the rune there. Too risky there. So right now, they're going to be alive in 5 seconds, so should still be in time to defend the melee Rex, but they're definitely going to lose the range Rex here.
Yeah, range rack falls. Mid tier 2 has also been secured. Roche, when will it respawn is the big question. It's a lengthy Roche respawn timer, but they've got so much map control.
Yeah, that's good for OG. If it's fast, then it'll be better for Spirit. How's the BKB coming along for Drow? He almost has it. 1,000 gold away. That's going to be, I feel like, the biggest item that would give them an edge on the team fights.
You can't always bank on the fact that Laurel is getting ungodly toss-back plays on Uragi.
And he has Beastmaster vision, you know, with the Hawk, you know. I would say it's pretty reliable.
Even if it goes wrong, you can disrupt him to keep him alive a little bit longer on the Tiny.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually going for Ag, so Laurel also just skipping
by the way,
BKB now.
Beastmaster just bought a 4-star.
Oh, that's really well done by Collapse. They're just making sure that they can keep everyone, because that's the one thing that OG does have a scary amount of is like dive with the DK jump sip in, Marcy on top of you. They can blow up a player, but if you just have a bunch of 4 staffs, Maposhka went for Glimmer Cape instead of, and the gem. I think the gem especially is the big one to cut down any bit of vision that OG might have.
Yeah, and Uragi is also he's going Moonshot next, you know, so he feels like they don't have enough damage in the team fights.
Well, if he's dead, there's no damage. That is true.
But then shouldn't he buy BKB and just
Oh yeah, no,
try to
100%.
yeah, try to deal with like the toss
Oh,
back. 'Cause I
not
feel like,
Iragi under
oh,
vision
no, he's
again!
tossed back
Oh, the
Oh,
Hawk
no.
just spots him out. Another one secured. Lol charging for more. Can they get out of there is the big question. Miranda ulti was used. But they just every single time get a glimpse of their opponents. Toss a play. They walk underneath this sentry that was still lying in wait in that area. Chu pops his ulti because he's trying to get anything done. Roar onto DM. The beacon is going to get blown up. Double buyback coming out from OG. They have the triple as well. But can they make
look at the
this
damage.
work? Mira is
Oh my
just walking
God.
away. Zip comes through from BZM. He's out of mana on the storm. Avatar play comes through, and there's Miposhka with the impetus damage on top. Boom! They take a smackdown. Yatoro going for DM. No chance against
Another
Yatoro. He's got
buyback.
the BKB.
Storm is buying back as well.
Zipping back in. BZM. Can he get the damage? Collapse finally falls. They're going to go for Yatoro, but there is Laurel as well. Doesn't have any spells at the ready. Yatoro, will they find the Mirana? Yes, they do. BZM's the last one standing. Even the Ancient Thunder High clap is there.
Man.
And those cheeks got clapped completely. Absolutely demolished by Team Spirit. In
Lau
game
is
number
definitely
one.
the MVP for that fight, man. He's showing why Tiny is his best hero, man. He did like what 4 combos in that fight, finding the right kills, finding the right initiations, and just made it so easy for the Draw Ranger to output the damage in the fights. You know, definitely the MVP of the game so far.
Yeah, that was honestly Team Spirit just pure domination. The Hawk vision as well, just getting a glimpse of every single time Sniper. Every single time Sniper is the one getting caught first. And that's beautiful stuff from Team Spirit. They play a draft that they find comfortable. Miran, the ESD. They got the Beastmaster for Collapse. We saw him in the lane dominating. Miposhka on his Enchantress. Laurel on the Tiny. Like, they got every single comfort they wanted, and they made it work flawlessly.
Yeah, they understood their lineup. You know, like I feel like the part where they were able to get Roche, they realized they're really strong, and they suddenly pushed the high ground. That was like a huge turning point in the game for them. You know, like going for the high ground, even though they didn't secure the Rex, but they did a lot of damage. They forced OG back because they were kind of like split pushing during that period of the game, trying to just secure as much farm as they can to try to prolong the game and go into the point where Sniper can just out carry the game. But Team Spirit, they just didn't allow that to happen. You know, kudos to them. You know.
Yep, definitely pretty impressive on their part. We'll be going towards a short little break, ladies and gents, get everything situated. Hopefully game number 2 will at least be, a little bit more closer, because Spirit felt in control after that laning stage all the way through. We'll be back for game number 2 after the break.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone in search.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was an interesting game one. It did not go the way OG wanted. You know, tried to extend the game, and they got completely destroyed. Collapse. Laurel they looked dangerous, didn't they, Winter?
Timing draft, man. Beastmaster, Jaw Ranger. That was a very, very well executed game from Spirit. A very beautiful game of Dota, that we just watched. I mean, there were some mistakes here and there, the little ones, but overall, if you look at the big macro movements, how they're itemizing, how they're playing with their timings, their spells, I feel like that's a very good game of Dota we just watched.
It was definitely, Team Spirit. There's a reason they're such a highly regarded team in the world, and even with the change up, obviously from the TI roster with now Laurel instead of Toronto Tokyo, Laurel on that tiny man, like he gets the perfect catches, multiple. Like he caught him, I think 3-4 times, destroyed Jiragi on that sniper, and there was nothing that they could do at that point. That last fight was kind of from OG. Yeah, we're gonna throw everything we have at them and hope that it sticks, but it was just not enough. But was it a draft thing, do you think, or was it like OG's connections that didn't work?
I feel like they could have definitely played better. Like a couple of engagements, I feel like they're a bit more disconnected. And I feel like they had a good start from the DK. He got a really good blink, but they didn't really, use it as well as you compare to Lao's dagger on the tiny. He did way more, for sure, with his dagger compared to the DK. And I felt like that was one of the factors that allowed the game to snowball very quickly, and they couldn't really buy enough time for Sniper to get enough items for the high ground defense, and they just lost the game, from that.
Oh, well, let's see. Maybe a slightly different draft could fix the issue. We'll be jumping into the draft, seeing what heroes get picked, what heroes get banned. And OG, they're making sure, again, that there is not going to be any anti-mage played here for Yatoro at all.
Well, the hero seems, really broken, towards some teams. So I guess this is gonna be a norm right now for teams. First ban anti-mage. I never thought of Dota to come to a day where you have to first ban anti-mage.
Oh, Team Spirit ban out the Beastmaster themselves. Don't want to give it away to the side of OG. Even though OG doesn't play that much Beastmaster.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Doom is like Doom, Dragon Knight, and Beastmaster. I feel like those are the three possible cores that are really good for you to pick early. There are heroes that are not really, countered or worried about getting countered by specific matchups or anything. If you really want to show like a core, I feel like Doom, Dragon Knight, Beastmaster. These are the three heroes I would pick early.
That's a pretty solid choice. Could always flex it possibly to the safe lane. I don't really think that Yuragi plays Doom in the safe lane. He more likes the heavy farming safe lane heroes, like the more of the TB, Nature Prophet, Slarks. H Prophet is still available, though laning wise might struggle a little bit against the Doom. Team Spirit, honestly, they have some very team specific heroes out there, but that Shadow Demon as well from Mira last game was so well comboed with the Beastmaster in lane. Like the extra vision that they both give during a team fight, the save. I really love the fact that they've got a little bit of a niche on their side as well.
Everybody knew their role, Enchantress on Miposhka, he knew that he needed to help with the damage output, Max's impetus. Mira is just there for the save, and he does some damage with the poison, but everyone's just really, really certain about what they have to do in the team fights. That's what makes Dota beautiful to watch. And they open with a Tusk this time, so you have a save against the Doom. That's nice to have. And I don't know if Tusk is still a flex pick nowadays. I feel like he's probably better as a support.
It gets picked slightly less as a core, but Laurel did play it a bunch as a mid, so they have, for them, it's still flexible enough in case it's needed, depending on what your opponent's going to be. Obviously, DK is still available, just throwing it out there.
OG's turn to pick.
And DP.
Yeah, this hero goes better with Tusk. The whole draft is much more solid, and DP is one of the cores where if you see Doom, you don't mind picking it. Like DP and Lash, I feel like you cast all your spells, and Razor's also another one. You cast all your spells and you don't really care if you get Doom. I feel like Tusk nowadays is more he's more suitable as a support. You max tag team and you play it like the old way. I don't like the Tusk as a core as much anymore,
So yeah, the Ice Shard's nerf was pretty substantial with the cast range on it.
Yeah, every little bit, like the other parts as well, like the ultimate. I feel like the hero is just better as a support right now. So we'll see, what does Team Spirit decide to do. And for OG, once again, we're at this corner, the 8th pick for the first picking team. So always a very, very crucial junction for you to decide. Do you pick like a hero that's really important for the draft, a win condition hero, and then proceed to use your second phase ban there? Or you just pick a hero that would facilitate whatever Imba hero you first picked. And Doom is kind of, I wouldn't say he's an Imba hero of the patch, but he's a good hero,
I like the fact that they have a Tusk as well, because Disruptor becomes a lot weaker on the opposing side. Against Glimpse, you have a save possibly. Obviously, you need creeps or enemy heroes nearby to dodge the Glimpse play, but there is something to try and get out of it. There is no Disruptor ban just yet. It is a hero that Chu spams a lot of.
I mean, that's your favorite hero, Rubik. That's the Death Prophet.
Rubik's also always a nice one to go for, but yeah, OG, what are they gonna get? Nature's Prophet. Okay, Nature's Prophet safe lane. Yuragi spams it a ton of.
So they have their, I presume, off lane and carry already selected. So they have to use their bans very wisely. Bat Rider is the first thing that comes to my mind as well. Bat Rider is really good against MP. It's very good against Doom. So that hero could be something that you might have to ban, with this opening. They choose to remove the Slug. I mean, reasonable against the Doom.
And against NP, you can't really hold down a Slark as well as you'd like. Obviously, if you Doom him, that's going to be a pretty big plus, but you always have to be careful on the timing of that with Slark's spells. Disruptor does get banned out in the end. Yeah, with a Nature's Prophet being picked up, I think either banning or picking Disruptor makes a lot of sense, considering if the enemy gets the Disruptor pick and a Nature's Prophet, you're almost always going to be put in like a 4v3 situation when team fights start.
Yeah, OG has to ban like the carriers that deal with, or the heroes that deal with Doom and MP, and Team Spirit just wants to ban out all the supports because they open up with 2 cores. So Disruptor being taken out, other good supports that are still available, like Rubik, Undying. I kind of like Elder Titan though because there's a Nature's Prophet, but I'm not sure if they play Elder Titan. But there's Enchantress, which I'm sure they would like to play the hero if it's a good game for it.
OG's turn to ban.
Oh, they ban out Monkey.
Ooh.
Okay, so is it the support
Taiga
Monkey
plays
that
a
they are
lot of
banning out?
Monkey.
Yeah. Monkey King Doom, something Tundra popularized. It's a pretty strong lane.
Meteor Hammer is also pretty nice on the hero. I've seen
You have,
yesterday.
you have to bring it up. Meteor Hammer, Monkey
dude,
King.
we don't get enough Meteor Hammers in our
5
games, okay?
seconds remaining.
It's lacking compared to my pubs where literally everyone has them. But you know, it's not great on every single hero. Obviously, I think yesterday I saw Monkey King. I can't remember what game that was, but Monkey King pulse 4 that went for like a diffusal blade rush. That was kind of cool.
And that's the beauty of Monkey King. Like the hero has so many ways of itemizing, so many ways of like taking your skill points depending on situation. It's just a hero where I feel like you have to really master the hero to be able to play the hero at a very good level. You know, I feel like Monkey King is a hero where it's either you're really good at it or you're really bad at it. There are very few situations where I look at a monkey. Oh, he's average at Monkey King, or he's decent Monkey King player. No, it's either he's a bad Monkey King player or he's a great Monkey King player.
And Taiga is a very, very good Monkey King player. Well, most cores, interesting cores have been banned out that deal with the NP pretty well. Obviously, there's still a wide list available at the ready. They could go for their own sniper pick, for instance, on Team Spirit.
I mean, there's still a bear either. They can pick it next, not now, but they can pick it later.
Ooh,
Io. Okay.
that's going to spice things up a lot.
That's a very nice hero against Doom. The sustain and the relocate to save. And because you have global presence, you sort of deal with the Nature's Prophet split push as well. So I think a very solid pick here by Team Spirit.
10 seconds.
And for OG, okay, so you see this Death Prophet IO, right? So it's going to be a very huge
5
death ball.
seconds remaining.
They're very strong when they group up together. And you have an MP. So do you actually draft more team fight via supports, or you're going to try to play the split push game here? So actually Elder Titan not on Team Spirit, but on OG. So they have the ET to buff up, I guess, the Doom's Scorch Earth damage, which is pretty amazing once you get the level 10 talent and you add the Elder Titan aura on top of that. So you're going to kill heroes, you know.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, same with the NP's ult. A lot of magic damage with
5
magic
seconds remaining.
resistance reduction coming out. It's also good for when they relocate into the fight. You can set the Earth Splitter already on the
Time
position
for
that
Dark
they're
Reload.
relocating in.
No, they go for Rubik. I mean, I was thinking Dark Reload so you can deal with the relocate, but no, they go with the Rubik. Still a pretty like a solid hero. Gives you a disable, like an initiate. They don't really have much initiation right now. I think for OG's last pick, they have to try to pick a hero that would address that issue. And for Team Spirit, do they feel like it's good enough, you know, to get Bat Rider, or they're just gonna pick something else, like go for team fight and just try to ball together?
Oh, that's a hero we don't get to see too often. Double strength, probably your safe lane duo. Good to clear out Nature's Prophet's little treants. Very scary as well because he becomes super tanky. You got the save from the IO later down the line. Attack speed increase as well as a bunch of like their lineup is hard to kill. Sven's really tanky. IO brings heals. Death Prophet's really tanky and gives himself heals. Tusk with the save. OG might be lacking in damage output here.
Yeah, Sven is very good against the Doom because he's one of those heroes that you don't really care. You know, yes, you pop your God Strength, you go in. You don't care if you get Doom. You just right click and kill everyone else, and then you have an IO to back you up. So how does OG deal with this Sven? I feel like they don't really have the heroes to deal with him now, so they have to pick something that would address their lack of initiation, and they also have to pick a hero that would deal with the Sven, sort of. Maybe there's no hero that can do both, you know, they can only be one. So you have to either choose a hero that will give you your initiation and you cannot deal with Sven, or you choose a hero that can deal with Sven but doesn't give you initiation.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
I mean, I
OG
feel like
most certainly need their last pick mid, right? No.
5
Yeah,
seconds
I feel like it has to be some initiating hero, and that hero probably doesn't deal with Sven that well, and they're just gonna hope that the Doom will be enough later. So they ban Puck's ban out. That would have been great with the Elder Titan aura, like having a hero that has a lot of magic damage. I mean, there's still what Pango. There's still Storm Spirit. Yeah, Storm Spirit seems like a reasonable option.
It's always DK.
DK no. I mean DK. Okay, DK fine. You know, DK against Death Offer and Sven, you have armor to tank all the physical damage. Fine, you know, I give you that.
But on the side of Team Spirit, like, they still have flex, because DP can go mid, DP can go off lane, Tusk can go mid, Tusk can go pulse 5. I assume it's going to be Miposhka playing. Like, we'll see exactly how they're going to lane it on the side of Team Spirit, because they can still change everything up. OG kind of set in their ways, unless we get like the biggest surprise Elder Titan core, but that's most certainly not going to happen. And Doom and NP not the best mid laners anymore.
If they want to be fancy, they pick some. I don't know, if you get greedy, you go for some magic hero, some SF, Lash. And you just try to ball together and run and hope you out damage Team Spirit's regen. Okay, so yeah, they're gonna abuse the aura, so they're gonna try to out damage the heal from Team Spirit with the IO. So Zeus with Elder Titan, that's some scary spell damage right there, you know. And you have global presence with the MP.
10 seconds remaining.
NP Zeus ulti. Yeah, especially that combination of Zeus popping his ulti, NP popping his ulti, and then everyone on the enemy team gets, you know, spotted, and they all get blasted by 2 magic damage spells.
They choose Ember. Okay, so Ember does help them with their lack of catch, but as far as I remember, the lane is not that good for Ember. You know, Ember against Zeus is a pretty Zeus favored lane. When I last saw this matchup, I felt like it was pretty difficult for Ember to play this lane though. But maybe they think that it's more important for them, you know, to get what's good for their draft instead of just what's good for the lane.
That wouldn't be too surprising. Laurel, of course, very active on his Ember Spirit in this game. Being able to join his teammates, you know, hunt down the NP is going to be pretty important. Go for the backline chases, because they're definitely looking like they're going to go for different targets in this case. Laurel is most likely just going to charge the ET and Rubik, whereas Sven's going to go in on Zeus NP. And even the control on Zeus is a little bit more problematic these days because of the heavenly jump that he has. That's just really annoying and strong. But nonetheless, I'm again liking Team Spirit's draft, even though I can definitely see OG win with, as you mentioned, that a massive amount of magic damage. They get good lanes, and then they also have a little bit of a death ball effect behind them.
Pipe is going to be game winning for Team Spirit. I feel like, I mean, sure, OG has a lot of damage, but then again, you know, they don't really have a lot of very reliable lockdown apart from Doom. So I can see like the Ember, if he somehow gets like a decent laning phase, he survives the lane, and he goes past that, he goes to the mid game, he'll be very difficult to kill because there's no stuns outside Doom, you know, and he can do his thing, dance around the enemy, catch the Zeus. I think Zeus is going to be his primary job. He has to subdue the Zeus, you know, find him, kill him, and allow his team to do the rest.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. It's also going to be like the farm trade-off between between the Sven and the Nature's Prophet, because both of them absolutely insane flash farmers. Then because you have an IO, he's most certainly going to be building the mech. It puts Collapse in a position where he can go a slightly different build, which probably is going to be a pipe rush, something along those lines to deal with the magic damage in the earlier portions of the game. And
I would be surprised if he doesn't go pipe, man. I feel like he needs to go pipe plus maybe mech, you know. I know he's not a very big fan of like going aura items or off laner, but I think that's what they need from him this game. Yeah. He's not going to be allowed to be so flashy like how he plays his Beastmaster or Mars or any other hero for that matter.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Honestly, if they survive the magic damage output from OG, they win the fight. And they have a lineup that is pretty hard to kill. Sven, the Tusk as well, can snowball dodge a bunch. You've got IO healing, the Death Prophet healing. Even the Ember Spirit's got the Flame Guard to help out later down the line once physical damage comes into play a little bit more. You've got the Warcry from the Sven to add up. Like, they have such a sustainable draft.
a lot of physical damage from the lineup. So if he doesn't want to go pipe, so their timing will be triple BKB. Say if the DP doesn't feel like he wants to go pipe, then they have to. The whole team has to adapt to that. They have to play for their triple BKB timing on Sven, Ember, and DP. So yeah, that could also be an option because I know he's really not a fan of buying mech and pipe on offlaners.
Well, he does have a headdress queued up, so don't see what the rest of his queued up tools are here for Collapse. But towards mid, OG are posturing to maybe go for a catch. Collapse actually going for the all way around. Team Spirit dodged it last game. This time it might be a little bit more problematic to dodge it. Mapochka is running the opposite direction, but they're actually going to go in for Laurel instead. Body blocks from two. They're going to be enough. Laurel levels Root
He's going to
level
survive.
1
Yes,
to stay alive. And he does survive. They actually get 3 bounties out of it as well. But it did cost
really
him
bad.
chains.
That is really bad. Rubik took lift at level 1. Oh my god, that is not what you want.
It's lift versus searing chain, so I don't know which one is more preferred here.
Lift is worse for sure for the lane. Like I feel like the Ember you can still play the lane without your flame guard or slide, but for Rubik it's a lot worse having lift at level 1. So I guess you pull the wave now since you cannot play the lane. I don't think you should play the lane with lift. I think you should just pull. I mean, there's not much you can do.
And I doesn't really like to leave Sven alone anyway. Top side, yeah, both off lanes are going to be pulling the lanes back, so they're just trying to dodge each other as much as possible. Oh, Taiga actually did not keep the creeps in the small camp, so they did spawn. And they both drag the creep lane to the side on both sides, top as well. So they're kind of mirroring each other.
Laning face Kappa.
On Ember, would you still go Flame Guard now, or would you just go all in to kill off BZM? Or do you already have Searing Chains?
I know usually if you have like a Mirana on your team, sometimes you can decide to go slide and change, to set up kills. But this game, I'm not very sure what's the most optimal build, but judging by what he's doing, he's probably just gonna max the slide and the chains, and just try to go for the kills. Just play for the kills, and you try to communicate with your support, especially the Tusk, to rotate. Maybe when you are trying to control the rune and try to possibly kill off the Zeus during that manner. Right, the Tusk is coming. 2-minute rune.
BZM is no bottle refill, so he's gonna hope his support dies soon enough. Laurel's there, bottle refilled. He's got a lot of damage to pump out. And topside actually collapses in a little bit of trouble. The tree and block isn't going to be enough. Chu trying to chase for more damage, but with Mapochka walking through, they're going to have to bail out. It is pretty good NP versus Death Prophet most of the time.
The 2 prophets on the same lane. I think MP should be able to out-farm and out-deny with the treants, And on the other hand, he has Elder Titan. Compared to Tusk, I think Elder Titan is stronger in the lane. So MP should be able to get a little bit more than the Death Prophet here in this lane. And in the bot lane, seems like it's pretty okay for the Doom so far, I expected the lane to be a little bit harder for the Doom because Rubik has Leaf at level 1.
DM has the heal creep, so he'll be just fine. Constantly being able to spam the heals. He's pretty much his own IO.
I mean, he has the aura as well, amplifying the Tango regen. That's pretty big for the lane as well. So, Zeus actually went back to base, okay? Didn't see that. So he TP's back to base here.
Top lane, Iragi, I should block, but he does get out. However, the snowball in response, and that's going to be first blood secured. Collapse. Of course, who else but Collapse to get first blood and start off this game?
Yeah, Death Prophet is also a hero. If you give her a slightly better start, she's a hero that can just snowball and take control of the game very easily. In the team fights, he takes your tower, he takes Roshan. This hero is a scary hero if you give her a very good start. So they have to be a lot more careful, not to give too much away towards Death Prophet. Yeah, she's gonna actually build mech. Yeah, she's queuing up the mech. So gonna be the team aura bearer here.
I guess Io then goes for maybe the Io goes for the pipe or the Holy Locket.
I feel like yeah, he should go Holy Locket and Death Prophet buys the backhand pipe. That would be nice. And on OG side, nobody can actually get a vessel. Nobody wants to get a vessel. I guess Tiger can get it if they feel like it's necessary.
Yeah, but Vessel does also have the downside of it being kind of obsolete pretty quickly in the game these days.
Yeah, and as a support, you can't really use the aura as well.
Oh,
Okay.
with the Tiger
Solo
rotation
kill.
coming in, the Zap adds in
Okay, not solo kill.
a
That
little
was
bit
a
of extra
rotation.
damage. It is actually full aggressive Ember, by the way. Top lane, Chew dies to Collapse. Another kill coming in for Collapse. We saw how hard he was dominating in game number 1. You can't give him the freest of times.
Yeah, they're just playing the lane way better than OG, you know, getting that 2 kills. I feel like OG, they have to be careful in this lane. Just play safe, hang back, you know, just focus on denying creeps because that's what Nature's Prophet do. You're always going to have an advantage last hitting and denying creeps due to your treants. And
got
just
stealth
try to
towards
make
mid.
sure... Yeah, but he shouldn't be able to kill the Ember here.
Oh, Maposhka gets zapped. Level 6 Zeus. Easy money. ECM is doing so well in mid. Obviously, the problem with going for the Sleight of Fist-Searing Chains build is if your supports don't help you, you don't have a way to soak up the magic damage that comes out from the Zeus. And at that point, you just get smacked.
So 6-minute rune, the supports are here. They hurt you.
Oh, double damage bottled up, but BZM, can he get out with the heavenly jump? Up the high ground, but the Aisha's block was predicted
Nice.
by Maposhka.
Miposhka. Oh my god. Very, very nice.
Learn from your mistakes.
He's a pretty good Tusk player, it seems, and a great rotation towards mid. Does still have the DD bottle, but at this point it doesn't really matter too much on a hero like Zeus. Will definitely be happy with his teammates' rotations. Yatro, solo versus DM, honestly not too much to fear for either. I think DM is pretty happy in that lane currently.
Yeah, he's gonna pop his level 6 very soon.
Tiger heading top.
Maybe we...
This could be interesting. And then look to go for a collapse. He only has 1 Spirit Siphon left. Stomp comes through. He's completely
body
surrounded
block.
by creeps, but Taiga's the one dropping instead. Snowball chase onto Taiga. Can they get the kill secured? Yes, they do. Collapse on a killing spree. He's trying to juke his way through, and the Treants are actually too slow to hunt him down. Collapse will be able to get out. They get the kill onto Taiga, and it just takes so much extra time from OG away.
Yeah, very nicely played again by Miposhka. Man, this
Oh,
Tusk
Ju.
is playing really well.
Oh, another one.
Saving heroes, setting up kills. And here comes the IO.
BZM
Can they
rotates
go
up
for
as
the
well.
MP?
They're trying to kill
Yes,
off
shot.
their opponents. Maposhka will die, but in comes Laurel with that Sleight of Fist Searing Chains, controls up Yuragi a bit more, but he just takes so much damage. It's rather terrifying to continue for a fight against Zeus. He also has
Yeah, and-
Thunder God's Wrath now, so back off.
Collapse doesn't have any charges of Spirit Siphon, so they have to chill, wait for it to be back up. But still, like a good attempt there by both teams trying to seize very early control, you know, in the game. Try to make sure that they get any bit of advantage they can. And here comes the Tusk again, refilling Laura's bottle here. And BZM gets an Invis rune, so that's really nice for him. Maybe he can use it to do something later.
Well, it's luckily enough not a regen or an arcane, at least for Laurel
Yeah.
right there, because BZM is doing a good job. Bottom lane DM, he's honestly getting all the time to farm. Yatro gets spotted out by Chu, who's playing very deep wards. They're even invising up, looking for Yatro, seeing if they can kill off the Sven before he gets his Mask of Madness, and that might just be the case. Yatro needs some help quickly. It is going to be the rotation from Laurel. The Stomp comes through. The Zap damage, is it enough? Yes, indeed. BZM, another one added. BZM is playing really well on that Zeus last pick.
Yeah, Collapse is level 6 right now. Like, Spirit has to try to find a play and go towards the DP and try to force the top tower here, you know. They can't just let the Zeus dictate so much, you know. The Zeus and the Rubik and the ET, they're both, like, putting a lot of pressure on the map, man. Now Nature's Prophet's level 6, so he has that ulti up to, you know, further help his team. with all the aggressive moves they are making, but they're tipping up the Sven top, so he's probably gonna go jungle here. Let's try to farm some jungle and collapse pops his ultimate. He needs to try to force a rotation and or at least do some damage, you know. Okay, never mind, he can actually kill the tower on his own. And mid lane,
Chasing in after Laurel again, doesn't have any mana, but he should be able to walk away. I'm not the biggest fan of double Hanamitis on the same team. NP and Doom are both going for the Hanamitis build, which, I mean, currently they are looking really strong, so they need to be careful not to get run down once Collapse starts running down these lanes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I feel like it's okay if you're doing well at the start. I think they have a pretty decent start. You know, if you're doing badly in the early game, I feel maybe it might be too much to get the double Midas. But they are kind of okay right now. They have like a 1k lead. I feel like it could pay off. You know, there's a good chance that it will be fine for them, and it's gonna allow them to scale more towards the late game. They are pretty scary late game. You know, with the Doom and the Zeus, Nature's Prophet, and the Elder Titan Aura.
Yeah, especially if BCM keeps playing like this. He's done with his Kaya. 25 seconds until Thunder God's Wrath. Barl still 0 points in Flame Guard. Max level Sleight of Fist, 2 points in Searing Chains. But not really. He's only gotten 1 kill and been involved in 1 kill, so not really the item, the skill build that mimics the game.
It is still good for them to have the Ember with this skill build because they have relocate soon, so it's gonna allow them to play more aggressive if the Ember has this build. And top lane Zeus is gonna gank the relocate team.
There's the aura as well coming through from the Elder Titan Mirror, taking a heap of damage. Does he get away? Does not seem likely. Zeus ulti comes through. Yatoro needs to TP out, but BZM of course has that interrupt every single time. Earth Splitter being thrown out. Yatoro is stuck in the trees. The rest of the team rotating through. Collapse is trying to sprint. Yatoro, can he get away? It seems so, especially with Collapse joining the fray, and right behind him is Miposhka as well, but they got a really good observer ward scouting every move towards top. Two in trouble.
Yeah, no TP. Should be dead.
Stomp in, but it's a slow death. At least he's keeping them distracted for quite a bit of time.
Yeah, so right now Team Spirit has a mech on DP, so this is their first small timing. If they can use it to get something done, you know, push a tower or do a smoke, go fight. They're 3k behind now, so they have to try to make some plays with this mech.
That 4k. It is going to be the IO with the Holy Locket rush and DP just mech pipe. They're going to need to get very defensive soon enough. The Zeus is a scary prospect, but not only that. DM top net worth. He's going for the BKB. It's not going to take long until he's got his BKB finished up. He hasn't even been part of any kills on this Doom so far, and he's going to be one of the most annoying heroes to deal with later down the line as well.
I mean, they do have the relocate for the Doom, so I mean, at least they have some ways of trying to save the Doom target in late game. I mean, this net worth is mostly from the double Midas, you know, so I don't feel like Team Spirit is that far behind. They're still pretty strong when it comes to like team fighting with the IO, and they have the mech with the tether. They have a lot of damage, they have a lot of sustain. It's more about like how are they going to be able to find the right fight. And once again, OG is going to the relocate team, you know. This is very, very good good play, you know. Against IO, you should always gank the IO, not his teammates.
Oh, they relocated out. Mira will be
Io's
going
gonna
back
die.
towards bottom soon enough. I hope he breaks the tether, knowing he's most likely going to die. And DM on the chase, as of the center stomp. BZM hits it on the mark. And that is going to be the IO faltering. At least it didn't cost him a TP. Or IO tried to TP, never mind. It cost him a TP.
Got it.
Yatoro, Mask of Madness. Echo Saber is now done as well. Then BKB Blink. And the Sven can be very deadly. Because if you get control on the Zeus, it's an easy to kill target. Nature's Prophet as well. Until, honestly, even if he has Gleipnir, if you get on top of him, you can take him down pretty easily. They need 4 staffs soon enough on the side of OG. And a lot of them.
I mean, they can possibly get 2. I think it's okay for the 2 supports. Oh no, Elder Titan's buying Veil.
More magic damage, you know. That's I guess.
Do they need more damage? I feel like they have to just get tools to keep the Zeus alive.
Stomp comes in, Maposhka dropping low. Are they going to be able to do anything on top of that Tusk? He's still trying to run away. There's another Ice Shards, but it gets dodged by Maposhka, who will be able to snowball to the lane. They're still chasing after him.
I think he's playing very well, you know, on Miposhka. Like the Enchantress game. Now he's playing Tusk, and he's also showing a very good understanding on how to use his spells with the hero. Yeah, but I don't like the Veil, you know. I feel like you would do damage by keeping your Zeus alive, you know. So buying all those 4 stars would be actually more helpful. Do they have vision to get the Doom?
Stomp. He doesn't jump away. Gets doomed up, but there's Collapse as well. Can they save the Ember? No, they cannot. It's a little bit too slow with the relocate, but they will blow up DM instead. BZM with a ton of damage. Collapse actually didn't even get the mech off. That's how fast he got blown to smithereens. The control is there. They're losing all 5 heroes or not. Mira just barely gets the relocate. Well, the return from the relocate coming through, and that damage output from BZM was nuts. 3.5 damage in that brief amount of time.
Damage is not a problem. Yeah. That's why I don't think they need a Veil. They just need to be able to keep targets alive when they get snowballed, Sven initiation, and as long as the Zeus is surviving the team fights, they will win the team fights.
They desperately need that pipe. Healing is nice, but he just out damages your heal. He's going to get the shard soon enough, and that's going to be another spike in the Zeus's damage output.
It's useful if you just die from 100% to 0 in 1 second.
Yatoro, BKBs are going to be pretty... I mean, that's a big timing to go, though. BKB on Yatoro. The Sven doesn't really feel like anything can touch him at that point. Which would be true. No, Yatoro right now, they're trying to touch him. They're hunting him down. Can they catch up? It's a pretty fast sprint together. Taiga is trying to cut off the retreat. And lift up. Is it going to do anything? Not really. Just a slight bit more annoyance.
Not the best spell that he wants to get. It's still decent because they're up against all this physical damage from DP and Sven. So actually having the Warcry on second thought kind of useful in the team fights.
And just get the shard.
Sure.
Easy value. Yuragi actually in the bottom lane. It's Collapse and Maposhka chasing him down, but the mass TPs come through as well. And that's a lot more TPs than they would like. But the relocate on the opposing side is also terrifying. Nice stun steal by Taiga. Keeps him off of BZM for the time being. And with DM there, they have the Doom available in a second. No relocate. Back out throw is in trouble. He is trying to run away. It's going to be Maposhka trying to sacrifice his life. But DM Doom in 1 second. And he can throw it out onto Collapse. This might just be a full wipe. The only one not here is Laurel. Chu will falter, but Collapse is an easy picked up target. Maposhka is trying to at least stay alive. Still has a TP. While in the meantime, Laurel is clearing up the tier 1 tower towards mid. However, OG feels so much more in control at this stage.
Yeah, that was not a very good trade, losing a DP and Sven there. However, Doom is expanded, so once they're alive, I think they should try to make a play here with Doom being down. You know, try to force something with the EXO. Can they actually do Rosh? I'm just wondering. Can I just go in and Rosh right now with the EXO? Maybe try to farm 1 wave of creep, get level 2 EXO, and then just walk into the Roshan.
Yeah, that could be pretty nice. So they do have the BKB available on Sven as well, so it can be a bit more aggressive. The right-click damage is not there on OG just yet, though Yuragi is close to finishing up his Gleipnir. He's going for the Ags afterwards. More magic damage. So much more magic damage. A lot of pings towards mid. With the catch. Centaur Stomp onto Laurel.
Oh my god, the damage. So much damage with the Aura and the Scorched Earth. And obviously the Rubik with the Fate Bolt and the level 4 Sven stun.
is under attack.
That's probably the best spell he can get, right? This game, the Sven stun.
Yeah. AoE stun's always neat. And they're looking for more. Maposhka nearby. Yathra there as well. GM doesn't have Doom for 40 seconds, but still has a BKB, and they don't want to take a fight without the Ember.
Tower is under attack.
Rightfully so.
Yeah, again, they're smoking to the IO. There's a really good observer out there. They see everything. Oh my god, they're gonna kill them all.
Oh, Mira's going to be the first one. Jump. Nice two-man stop. Look at that damage. They can't respond. It is 100 to 0 in 0.5 seconds. That the Elder Titan's natural order debuff is ridiculous on that lineup.
That's why I'm still wondering, why do you even need a veil? You're already killing people in 1 second.
Wait. Is Chu sending out? Oh no. Yeah, I assume sending out the veil right now. Yes, indeed. I mean, currently magic damage is everything. Sven even has the Mage Slayer at the ready and the BKB. So they're trying to build as much magic damage reduction as possible.
I feel like it might be better on the Ember to get it, because you can get the debuff easily on multiple heroes. But yeah, it's still good on the Sven, because you're
Ember
gonna
needs to get BKB plus Sven had the he already had the
Echo Saber.
Oblivion Staff, so
just a natural progression, yeah. Right now. I mean, so what can Team Spirit do here right now? They have to try to make sure they keep pushing the map, keep farming, keep scaling. They're gonna need like a ton of items to be able to deal with this OG damage. I mean, the pipe is still pretty far away, like 1.4k more. So I'm not sure how much it's gonna do, you know, because pipe is the item where if you get it at a good time, it's amazing, but if you get it too late, then it could be just useless.
well, the aura is always nice, but doesn't soak up as much damage anymore, especially with ET, Natural Order, and now Veil of Discord that he could use. And it's the fact that they every single time get the jump on Team Spirit. Team Spirit very rarely are in a position where they have the advantage. The vision gained from the Astral Spirit has been phenomenal. They also have the Treants walking around all over the place to try and get vision. You've got the Zeus clearing wards. He's got the Global to scout out where the entire Team Spirit roster is.
I mean, it's just the map, right? Look at the map. Like the creep wave, you have IO, and you cannot go out and push the creep wave because you're always so scared against this Zeus ulti, Nature's Prophet ulti. So that's a problem right now. Like you mentioned, OG is always getting the initiation. That's because they always have the creep control, the creep equilibrium, the map control. So their waves are always pushed towards Team Spirit's side, so it's easier for OG to make a play.
Oh, going in onto Collapse, pretty deep by DM. And
Holy
yeah, with
shit.
that magic damage...
They didn't even need the Doom, right?
Yeah, that's so deep as well at this stage in the game to just jump on him. And he can't even get punished for it. Yuragi's got
top
his
lane. DM is
ags
here again.
completed. That's going in onto Taiga. Does get the catch onto the Rubik, kills him off pretty quickly. DM does not have the Doom as previously mentioned. Mira's trying to run away. Earthsplitter comes through. Does have the heal of the Holy Locket. Needs a tether target, but 2-1 to get the tether off. And he's actually going to get taken down. Quick TP out by the Sun, but towards mid. Beeson takes a lot of damage. In comes Yuragi. No BKB still for Larlin. Just annihilation.
Oh.
Actually, Maul made a little bit of a mistake there with the Fire Remnant jump. Oh, that's a costly one.
I mean, there goes your BKB. It's down the drain now.
And Maposh got left behind. Can he get out of there? He doesn't have a Force Staff or a Blink or anything. He's been playing really well in the laning stage and after with the rotations, but how much can a Tusk with no farm do?
Nothing at this point, man. Nothing. He has to rely on his cores, you know, like the Sven and the DP. Unfortunately, they're just not farm enough, you know. They need a lot more items to withstand the damage output of OG. They just have way too much damage right now. I feel like he shouldn't finish the pipe where he just need to get BKB. I don't know. I think it's too late already.
A collapse. TP comes in. They have a root. He does get rid of it, of course, with the guarding greaves. So
Oh, the
gets
Sven.
away. Jump in. They relocated very aggressively.
Rubik has relocated, by the way.
Oh, they almost got that. Like, that would have been very nice if they got the 4-staff split up. They tried to force them away to break that tether and leave them behind.
And Yotaro has Blink right now. He really wants to jump and get on top of the Zeus right away before the fight. He has his Orchid almost completed. Blood Taunt. That's gonna help with the damage output. I mean, it's tough right now, you know. Like, I feel like they need to get 3 BKBs to be able to take the team fights anymore. The pipe is already, like, pretty lackluster at this point. Like, that's just too much damage. Way too much.
Yeah, BKBs are going to be crucial here for the side of Team Spirits. Yuragi TP's in no man's land. Does have 10 seconds on that Aegis, so it does need to be a little bit careful, but it seems nothing will be able to catch him just yet. Taiga chasing in after collapse. Still has that relocate at the ready. But there is like this inkling feeling, because that's the problem with magic damage is, you know, BKBs are terrifying at a certain point in the game. So you still have specific damage you need to be careful of. Speaking of which, Collapse is going to get jumped on in mid. DM gets the Doom off again on the best possible target, takes him down. DM is godlike right now. 9, 1, and 6 on the Doom. Going for the Octarine. Cooldown reduction on Doom is going to be doing wonders for his team. Jumping onto Laurel. Does have the BKB. Can even get it off before the magic damage is too much. Does get the usage going. Charges in after BZM. Finally, they get the kill onto Zeus. And they dodge a bunch of spells as well. Laurel needs to be careful though. He is pretty low in HP. But they find a very crucial kill there.
Yeah, huge kill there. Taking out BZM. That was a lifeline there. If Spirit couldn't kill him and they lost Ember there, oh my god, that would have been a totally different story here. So they still have a chance in this game with that kill. Pipe is already done on their Prophet, so we'll see what they do with this, you know. They still have a lot of heal with the Holy Locket and the Glimmer and the Pipe. So maybe it could be enough in the team fights, you know, to keep them alive long enough before the Sven can actually kill everybody.
Radiant's top tower is under
Like, you
attack.
saw how much he does, you know. If he gets the right initiation, he jumps in, he definitely kills the Zeus very quickly.
Oh, they're going to relocate towards bottom. They do lose Collapse already, but oh, the root onto Yatoro. Can he get over to get the kill damage onto Taiga? They will find the kill onto Taiga. Mira needs to get the tether back, but it's just, my god, Sven, half a second. It's Sven at this point in the game. He's got the full Bloodthorn as well with the magic resistance. What does it really do when you've got Chu's little and natural order debuff on you?
Yeah, without BKB, you just die, basically, right now.
Is under attack.
Like, DM, he's here again. And every time he finds Mira.
Oh, Mira trying to run away. There's the chase. Laurel.
Radiant structures.
Okay, Mira's going to be able to stay alive, but they're just playing so well on OG. Completely different OG than last game. They're the ones actually finding the catches nearly every single time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It helps to have a Zeus on your team. You have a lot of free vision
Radiant's bottom tower
with the
has
Lightning
fallen.
Bolt and the Thunder God's Wrath.
Global presence is also a big plus. The IO relocates have not been successful at all. I don't even think he's used a single relocate save this game.
I guess it's mostly for ganking. I mean, they use it a couple of times for ganking, but yeah, so far not able to save anyone yet. They have a haste on Ember Spirit. I feel like they can't just sit and farm, you know. They have to try to smoke and make a play, you know. Maybe just include even the IO and the Sven inside the smoke, you know. Don't allow them to wait on the map and try and relocate. Because OG has been doing a really good job hunting them down and just killing them before they can relocate. So they're going to smoke right now. Any kill is big for them, you know. If they can get a good observer ward down and jump somebody before they can do anything. So Ops is down. What do they see? They see DM.
And they're going all the way around. They find Taiga, but he lifts himself up, gets himself out of the dodge. Silence onto DM to make sure he doesn't get the Doom off. However, that's the smoke gank. That results so far in nothing. And the high ground is there. Actually, jump forward by Laurel. He's going to go for the backline with the haste rune, trying to kill off BZM. He actually has the damage.
Hey, look at the damage, man.
From Yatro coming through. BZM is dropping low, trying to heal up with the Bloodstone. Still alive and somehow still stays alive through it all.
Ember's here.
Through. Ember, can he get the damage in onto BZM? Actually, Laurel, he's still in a horrible spot. Gets blown up again. Laurel divex immediately. Earth Splitter onto 3 targets. The rest of the team, are they going to be able to even run away at this stage? The game gets paused. There is some lag for BZM, but by God, Laurel buys back, jumps on top of the Zeus, and
dies
again. Dies instantly.
To be honest, I don't blame him for doing that play. I felt like that was the right play, but just unfortunate he couldn't finish the Zeus in time. And he just died. The Bloodstone healed, allowed the Zeus to survive, and he just died like from a couple of spells, because he doesn't have BKB.
Well, they're looking for more. Can they get out of there? Is the big question. Collapse. Actually, Chu's gonna die. Yatro jumps back in, blows up BZM. They're looking for Taiga. It's now Yuragi and Taiga, the last 2 standing. Io plus Sven is still a scary prospect. He's trying to get back so he could possibly go for a blink play in and
no detection.
One pump someone. Yatro. It's actually just going to sprint out of there with the extra movement speed that, of course, the Sven has. But right in front of him, it is going to be Yuragi. Does not have a way to hold him down. And the TP back to base. It is, all things considered, not the worst fight coming out for Team Spirit.
Yeah, the Sven is actually a problem, But he's going to run into the issue where if he needs to, sell the Quelling Blade and buy another item, then the Sprout is going to be very annoying for him, in the team fights. I remember vivid memories about like RTZ playing against Nature's Prophet, as Sven. You have to buy like Battle Fury, cut the trees later. Or you have to rely on force staff, You have to pray that your teammate can force staff you every time you get sprouted.
He actually went for the 100% mischance for sprouted units instead of sprout leash.
Thanks be to you.
Yeah, I think that's better. That's actually better against the Sven. I like it. So Roche, oh no,
They're stealing it away.
Oh
this
no,
could be pretty big here. DM rushing forward. Do they get the steal? DM, it's on the floor. DM picks up the Roche kill and the Aegis. In the meantime, there is going to be a Doom Yatro as well, but Mira is going to be the next target. Tries to Glimmer stay alive, but Zeus gives all the vision. They find them both.
My man, DM.
Oh, DM is playing an absolute beast game. They even get the shard on the side of OG. Yeah, that's worthy of a tip. Because that right there, if they get the Aegis plus a shard, it's a way to turn this game around. Laurel in trouble, doesn't have the BKB. He dropped the Fire Remnant on that spot, but can't actually get out. And a godlike streak now for Yuragi. Yeah, there was like that previous team fight. They almost steal Roche. Could have been fantastic, but DM is a monster on the Doom.
And all these off-laners are really putting up a show, We saw it from Collapse on the Beastmaster. Now DM is showing he's no slouch, His Doom is also able to do the same thing, even though he didn't get a good start,
Top tower is under attack.
This is just such good Dota,
Off-laners are scary in this batch.
Off-laners has always been scary.
True. They're always the
Radiant's top tower
they're a
is under
core that
attack.
you never really focus down, and then they come in with the surprise plays that baffle you. To jump in, Maposhka. They're gonna get a bit of damage going, but the main focus here is gonna be getting yourselves a set of racks before the Sven comes back alive. Yeah, I'm going in. Still has a Doom available. Even has the Aegis as well. This is just hyper-aggressive gameplay. Collapse blinking forward with the Exorcism on the side. BZM is going to be left
caught
behind, though.
Yeah, he's dead this time, for sure. No way out for the Zeus this time, so his team abandons him. They still have the Aegis for 3 minutes, so when Zeus is alive, they can still play around it. Yeah, but Team Spirit definitely, they do not lack damage. They just need the right initiation. They can still win team fights.
And OG's been playing pretty well to get all the vision necessary to make sure that they do not give away the right initiation. Which is really well done in their own rights. But yeah, as you mentioned,
it's
it is
difficult.
still scary if Yatro gets on top of one of your cores.
It's difficult to jump when there's a Zeus, casting spells all the time. And then there's an Elder Titan Spirit scouting. It's not easy to get the right jump. All the pressure is on Yatoro right now to find the Zeus in the team fights. Oh, DM? Yes, Doom?
Upside. Gets the Doom off. It is
they need to
Yakuza.
relocate.
Relocate out of there. That's finally a relocate save coming through. Collapse CP's out as well, and that's just going to be Mira breaking the tether and goodbye. Oh, shall be missed. Oh, Glimmer on the side. Tether.
Oh, he missed the storm?
Ah, no DM. Okay. Does get the War Stomp afterwards. Nonetheless, finally a good save. Doom is on cooldown as well, even though with a refresher orb, it doesn't really matter too much.
I mean, with the talent, minus 35 seconds at altering call.
Yeah, you don't even need to use the
80
refresher
seconds.
at this point.
80 seconds. This feels like a normal ulti.
DM's playing such an absolute monstrous game. And Yuragi is incredibly farmed as well.
I mean, talking about Yuragi, I think that he just needs to have the presence of mind to just sprout the Sven every time now, because the Sven has no more calling bait. Oh, he's in.
Speaking of the Sven, he's going in for BZM, but the great save coming out. The Doom thrown out onto Yatoro with the refresher Doom, actually. No IO for the relocate save this time around, and they're just going to have to forfeit their Sven. Immediately, Yuragi chasing for more. Cannot get any control on the other players, and they'll back off. 80 seconds, no Sven. He just bought out the full Silver Edge as well.
I mean, I feel like this could be game, Like OG, they can try to poke and see if the Sven has buyback, but once they realize if he doesn't have buyback, they can just end the game. But they need the creep wave. There's no creep wave. They need to push the bot wave in.
Well, mid lane is coming in, so they should be able to get it done. Tier 2 tower top is actually going to be Yuragi's choice of entry here. Give some extra time.
Why is he pushing top instead of mid?
I don't know. I guess all three lanes pushed in at the same time can always be a nice addition, but maybe they're afraid of the buyback.
Yeah, but I feel like they should try to poke it out, because they have Aegis on Doom. Okay, for 15 more seconds.
Range racks smacked. Ali racks an easy second. Double catapult in mid as well to help for good measure. Doesn't have his Doom for another 10 seconds.
Yeah, Aegis is out now.
I got stole God Strength. Huh. Look at that Rubik right click damage though. Oh. Beast. He even has the Philosopher's Stone and he does that much damage. Used to be an Aghanim Scepter, right? Where you gave like the God Strength to your allies or something?
Oh, it became an aura.
Oh yeah.
And that was when everybody did like support Sven. Yeah.
I mean, the shard's still really nice for possible support Sven, even though I haven't seen Kataomi play it in a while. Which again, patch not his heroes, I guess.
Yeah,
Labs needs to be careful.
It's very game specific.
DM is scary, and he jumps in. He's got the Doom, he's got the refresh as well, and very quickly Collapse gets taken down. Does have a buyback at the very least.
Died too quickly for the relocate to even come out. He has refresher for another Doom. And he has to buyback to defend the Rex.
And yeah, Yuragi's got that DD still for a little bit. The buildings are just melting, but they're going to jump in. Yatoro goes onto Yuragi, but the Rubik again, Force Staff, Hurricane, everything they need. The Doom gets thrown out onto the Sven. He doesn't really care that much if he is doomed once he's used his spells, but the problem is his BKB is also over, and that's the big issue here. Collapse is even going to get smacked down by Chu on the back end. Laurel gets blown up. The magic damage was too much, and honestly as well, Taiga with that shard every single time, saving any target that gets jumped at by the Sven. It was too much to handle, and OG take game number 2 very convincingly. Like that magic damage. Normally it's the the armor reduction strats out there, but this time it's just pure magic damage that they went for, and Team Spirit, even though they built as much magic mitigation items and tools as they possibly could, they still got blown up.
Yeah, it was down to like a couple of fights, where they I felt like if they didn't lose those fights in the early game, they might have been able to get the mech and pipe at a very good timing and take some team fights from it, But because they lost those couple of like mid-game team fights, and then the pipe timing got delayed so much that I feel like I don't know if finishing the pipe in the end was actually a good idea, because I felt like he just needed to get to his BKB. He couldn't really survive in the team fights anymore. So, imagine if they were able to get the pipe on a good timing, maybe the game would have been totally different, and this Zeus and Elder Titan could have been, negated a lot by the pipe. But it was not meant to be, for Team Spirit. They lost those fights and OG took advantage of it and on top of that, they had the Veil on the Elder Titan, which, I mean, it's just crazy magic damage. And DM played a mean-ass Doom.
Yeah, it does mean, of course, another 1-1 tie coming through. And honestly, that's probably for both these teams a really good result. They're already in a very comfortable position in the rankings. We will have an interview with DM momentarily, obviously. Had a phenomenal game, was left alone for like 15 minutes to just do whatever he wants before he had his first kill participation. But in the end, part of 29 of their 40 kills. So the early game didn't matter to him, but he came back swinging. We're getting that quickly sorted up, and hopefully we'll get the interview soon enough. But it was honestly OG all the way through. Yuragi had some struggles in the laning stage. He died twice, but those were also the only 2 deaths she had. Afterwards, didn't get caught a single time. It didn't even go for like the most aggressive TPs. It was everyone was just rushing at Team Spirit, and he could just find the finishing blow. 14 kills for him. Who would you give MVP on the side of OG, though, for that game?
It's tough, though. Like, Rubik played really well with the spell steals and his defensive telekinesis. I mean, I also see that's the Doom that played amazing. I feel like if I were to choose one person, I'm probably going to give it to the Doom. I felt like he had a couple of catches in the game where it decided the team fight, and it allowed OG to take full advantage of it during the game.
Yeah, that was definitely a pretty solid performance, but definitely a group effort. Like, if you go for a strat like this, you gotta need Chu every single time with his Astral Spirit on top of the enemies. Taiga with the saves ready in case they get jumped. It was really well done by them. And we have an interview at the ready with DM, of course, who you gave the MVP to. Jumping in right now. Hello, DM. Congratulations on that victory. It puts you, and honestly, also Team Spirit at a very good spot to make it towards the next stage. So, congratulations, first of all.
Thanks. Nice games.
You guys, game number 1 looked like a lot of struggle in terms of positioning. Got caught off a couple of times too many, but in game number 2, you were actually the ones that had the perfect positioning almost every single time. What was the change up that you guys made after game number 1?
I'll be real. In my opinion, honestly, playing against a very big Beastmaster is a big trouble, because whenever I play Beastmaster and I get free lane, it's like really easy to play the game. Honestly, like, even if lane is not kinda free. If you remember, like, the game we played against Nigma Galaxy, I believe, Smail was literally ganking me like 3 times in a row or something and contesting me, but then like one good punch and the hero shine, like you're taking over the enemy's map. So it's like really easy to play Beast when you're dominating. And he had kinda domination after the lane stage, yeah, cannot admit it. So I think it was the hardest point. And the game 2, I think we had all 3 lanes fine. So we were kind of in a leading spot. We just need to get our timings and do one right punch, which we actually did, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, so hi DM. First and foremost, congratulations on the win on the last game.
Thanks.
I just wanted to ask, you guys didn't really started well in DPC this season, but after the second week, I think you guys started to get a lot better. What was the stuff that the team managed to figure out that changed the whole team's result immensely after the second week?
I mean, we were just slowly improving, and at some point when we lost to Manaspa, we had a team talk that we should start playing with sticking to some concept which we can abuse. So yeah, I guess that was a turning moment. I suggested me, Tommy, BZM to like do some decent stuff together at the early game into the mid game. And I think we just started to think about this stuff more. And then also BZM himself and like other guys, they also like get into the flow. They're like also suggesting some better plays. We're just thinking more about the Dota and the game itself. So I think just team talks as team together with our coach, it leads us to improving our game.
In that second game, you guys went for like a full magic damage strat, and like there were moments where we got surprised. Obviously, with the aura from Elder Titan, it's really nice, but we got surprised at how fast some heroes died. That was a phenomenal strat. Did you guys practice that specific strat with like the entire anti-magic lineup before?
No, I think we just picking heroes which we think are the best. Like at some point, we just thought it's going to be a good Elder Titan game. Also think that Team Spirit also respect Elder Titan in the kind of heroes that they have. So yeah, we both knew this hero is good. They just want Undying instead of this hero, which actually gave us a lot. But it's just, they just got bad heroes into ET, let's be real. Like, and the ET is good with range carries. So they also got into this trap at some point.
Yeah,
I saw during the second game, was there like a point where you feel like you guys did a play, and was there a point where you feel like you fully taken control of the game because of that? Because the game felt like it was pretty even from the start, and then during the mid game maybe there was like one fight, and then you just completely stomped the game after that.
I mean, to be honest, for me it felt like we're in control of the game, but every time we let ourselves chill a bit, I think we're just randomly losing Zeus. They're starting on Zeus. We're not saving Zeus because we're a bit misfocused already, and we're like game in the back. And then they kill Zeus, and then like it happens like 2 or 3 times in a row when they're like killing Zeus first, and then we're like, all right, guys, let's focus. Let's just pay more attention. And then next time they jump Zeus, we get him telekinesis safe out of the team fight, and then I jump Sven, if I'm not mistaken, and dump him, and they have no relocate, so they're actually getting outplayed since we start putting a bit more attention to the game. Because obviously when you play against great teams, and Team Spirit is definitely one of those, great teams can always manage to pick off to catch this last chance to come back. So it's just hard. You need to be full concentrated for it.
Of course, the biggest play in that game was the Roche fight, the second Roche, where you managed to steal the Roche kill and the Aegis right in front of Team Spirit. But right before that, you guys started like evening out. The Sven survived the team fight, and like they started taking Roche. Was that a moment that you started to get a little bit of fear that they would be able to turn the game around? Because we started to think, oh, if they take this Roche, this might go horribly wrong once the BKBs come out.
No, to be honest, even if they would take Roche, I wouldn't be in any kind of fear. I think team fighting for us when I have Refresher and Doom is insanely easy. I think their Death Prophet also lost completely in a scale, so he's like not really a threat to us. So the main threat is like Ember who's jumping, and obviously this one, other ways. But I can do one, and obviously I can do the other one. Like it's not that hard to press air, Refresher, air, and just hit other guys with my first spell. So. Yeah, even if I take Rush, I think Sven gets alive after ages. He has like no ulti. What he's gonna do? He's gonna try to run away or something, but he has not dealing damage. Yeah.
Well, that was last question from me. Anything from you, Winter?
No.
Well, then thank you very much for the interview. Good luck further. It's looking really good for you guys to make it through towards the next stage, especially considering the last two are, well, I mean, Beast Coast has been doing really well, but most of them have been ties, and you also have to play up against Talon. Obviously, Winter will root for your opponents, but good luck on that one.
Thank you, guys, and thanks to Spirit for letting me play their bootcamp, and Zikelana for making it real. Thank you, and see you around. Goodbye.
Bye. Yeah, that was a fun game too. Like the draft was something you don't see too often, a full magic damage strat, and it works in this case. So pretty remarkable. Both these teams are currently 6-4, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, they're looking very comfortable to make it towards the second group stage, and afterwards there will be a playoffs for the last, I think, 4 teams or something. Nonetheless, we do have more games for you today. We'll quickly look at the schedule of the matches that are still to be covered on this channel specifically. And we have ourselves TSM versus Hellraisers next. Then it's going to be Tundra versus Nigma Galaxy. Both these games will be casted by Gareth and Lacoste right after us. So yeah, that was it for us for the day, Winter. Any last words for the viewers at home?
Stay tuned, there's more good Dota to come. I know we've just watched some amazing Dota so far, but there is more to come, so stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Indeed, we'll be back tomorrow, but the stream will be picked up by Gareth and Lacoste. And in case we don't see you tomorrow, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
The fun continues here on the Storm stream as we return with more Dream League action. Lacoste giving a cute little wave there as our third series of the day is almost upon us. TSM against Hellraisers, and Lacoste, you've been saying it from day one, the group of death. Group A, it is some nasty stuff. Both of these teams are bottom of the table.
Pretty much, yeah. Coming into this tournament, like after watching the DPC, how it panned out, especially Eastern European, Hellraisers dominating the region, and now they're bottom. Like they're 7th place. They're sharing the 7th place with Entity, which is, I'm not going to say surprising. Eastern European teams, they do tend to look strong in their own region, but when it comes down to international matchups, they tend to fall short. I mean, we saw Hellraisers at Lima Major. I don't think they did maybe even better than I expected. They kind of ramped up as the tournament progressed, so we might see something similar here, but they need to get the dub here. This is relegation territory. This is looking really rough for them. And look at how TSM played so far. They drew all of their series. They're 0-5-0. They did not win. They did not lose, sitting at 5 points. So looking good. I mean, they might just do the same in this one, and if they take, I believe mathematically, Hellraisers are out if they just lose one game. Could be wrong. Don't quote me or anything. You can do math for yourself. I'm not the math expert by any means. And also looking at their next matchup, they're going to be playing against Shopify Rebellion. So that's definitely not an easy one, because Shopify, they still look super strong.
Oh, absolutely do. Yeah, carrying the region on their shoulders and looking very good. But just looking at TSM's stats there, drawing all of their series, like, okay, you're taking games off of some of these big teams. You've gone 1-1 with Shopify. Execration looked very good day 1 and day 2. You've tied with them. EG, who were, 2-0ing some of the big teams, an Aster and ex-Hellraisers looking strong. But 1-1s don't get you that far. You need a 2-0 victory at least, looking at these Dota group stages, to get yourselves out of the relegation zone and up near the top. But we'll find out how they fare, and if ex-Hellraisers, I'm so used to just calling them HR, but now it's EHR, can find themselves a new lease on life, get themselves a victory here potentially, or if TSM can clamber themselves up to maybe 3rd spot and get back to where they deserve. We'll find out as game 1, it is ready. We've got a draft in front of us, and we can pop ourselves into that shortly as game 1 of this best of 2 begins. And already we see the Disruptor first banned. Such a prominent hero in drafts nowadays.
Yeah, no surprise. You know which hero I want to see? You're going to guess it correctly. No, maybe for Hellraisers, but I want to see Warlock for TSM. Because Whitemon, he kind of destroyed the game the other day. I think it was the first game that we've seen that we were casting together, and he looked amazing on it. So probably we're going to looking into something similar. He did play like other position 5, like Enchantress, Silencer, Disruptors there, but he also played that Warlock. I think it was, against Execration. That was. So TSM banning out Broodmother, as you always should, unless you have the first pick. This hero is just too good at Dota at the moment.
Just plays itself. Very difficult to handle. Dragon Knight being removed as well, and that's an interesting hero because Hellraisers have the triple flex with Dragon Knight. They've played it mid, safe lane. They don't really play it too much off lane. They can. I guess they have quadruple flex because Solo plays Dragon Knight 5 as well, which is always fun to see.
Yeah, it didn't look too good. I remember the game that we were casting during the Lima Major. It was kind of shit, not gonna be. Gotta be honest, it didn't look good, but we'll have to see what they decide to go. I mean, Dragonite has been on the rise. I think this hero has been just very good coming out from all these core positions, I would say. I don't believe in position 5 Dragonite yet. Maybe I need to see more, but TSM, they're not fooling around. This is one of the earliest Lycan picks I've seen.
10 seconds.
Yeah, first up in that second pick slot for TSM, very, very quickly out of the gate. Is this something that they flex at all, or is this just the position 3 for Kasane?
I don't remember Tomato playing it during the DPC. I'll check straight away. Yeah, also didn't play it so far in the DreamLeague Season 19. But yeah, this looks like all-in push. And Night Stalker, immediate response. You want to have that shard kill the hell of the Overlord creep immediately during the nighttime. So that's a great response. Seems like Hellraisers knew exactly what they're going to go for as soon as they picked Lycan.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, straight for it. And the Pugna there, very likely going to be Ari's hero. He's a spectacle on the Pugna, that's for sure. There's a few players out there. I think Save comes to mind for me. You can think back to, you know, old OG with their Pugna style. Very good at saving people against some of that physical damage. And like you said, it's just all-out push, able to set up around objectives with Nether Ward and blast them down with the good old Pugna. And heading into this second phase of bans now. Did TSM have some heroes they have to ban if they're going for this Death Ball strat? Like Kotl comes to mind for me, but that's not a hero I've seen too much of in Eastern Europe.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you want to have something that doesn't have cooldown. There's one hero that potentially could come out, but they like TSM could flex it. I do like Tinker as an anti-push. But then again, you're playing into Pugna, so TSM could play Pugna on a mid lane, which is always going to be good, reducing that magical damage. Coming out from Tinker, maybe... I mean, they don't have any lockdown with these two heroes, so right now they're banning out Solo's hero. Let's see, like, Solo's hero pool has been relatively small, I would say. It's mostly Silencer, Jakiro, Enchantress, these type of heroes. Maybe throw in Disruptor. They could also play with something like Chen, which I don't think it's good against like deep push. So they could go for something like more sustain, I would say. Something that doesn't rely on longer cooldowns, like a Clockwork. Maybe Dazzle comes to my mind.
Yeah, I'm also curious if this Night Stalker is going to be a flex, because there's a... You mentioned the Tinker there, and I think that's a pretty good shout, because there's the strat that HR and a few other Eastern European teams are running with Bounty Hunter Tinker. Bounty Hunter both being position 4 or 3, and just giving you that track into heat-seeking missiles, continual spam, which can be very difficult to contend with when you're trying to push high ground or take control of areas of the map.
We all experience that in our pubs. Eventually, if you played enough Dota, you're like, oh man, this is so annoying to play against.
Yeah.
Get me out.
Yeah, because it was like kind of an old school Eastern European strat, thinking back to like the Vega days. They would have this like Disruptor, Slardar, Bounty Hunter, you know, throw in a Tinker, just spam vision, see your opponents, throw spells at them so they can't really close the gap or start fights naturally or confidently. Timbersaw, Bloodseeker, options removed.
I was thinking maybe they want to go for Bloodseeker themselves because it's really good against Lycan, but they're also protecting Night Stalker. So I think this means that Night Stalker will be played as carry. This is one of the heroes that kind of ruins Night Stalker. You try to get in, you get ruptured, you're just sitting there for 7, 8, 9 seconds doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, because Ramses has kind of become the reverse Amar. If you think about Amar playing kind of carry in the offlane, Ramses plays offlane in the carry quite often, picking up heroes like Doom and going Midas Greaves. And the Night Stalker is no different there. Some of these tanky heroes that he can just get involved with, not necessarily needing to be an agi hyper carry to lift his team up.
Yeah, he does play these strength heroes as well. Kunkka, Dragonite, Abba kind of reminds me of K1 from time to time, the way he plays Dota at the moment.
Yeah, that's true. He's not afraid to grab like an AM or a Terrorblade if need be. Yeah, quite a versatile player. He's definitely shown he can lift the spirits of HR after they lost Dahak. Clockwork now. So a bit of catch there, some reach for TSM. some way to start fights, because Pugna and Lycan, they absolutely don't do that. They're good at these static moves towards objectives, slowly pressure, play around catapults, and Clockwork's going to add in that little element of vision with the rocket flare as well.
It's also a steal pick, I would say, because I think Hellraisers could have been looking for that Clockwork. Also another vision hero, as you said. So Rubik doesn't deal well with Lycan, doesn't, like, against Clockwork. Sure, you can lift him out of the cogs, which is okay later down the line. You get shards so you can save teammates against Clockwork, but Clockwork provides vision, and also you have Lycan with his Helm Creep if Night Stalker is not the one who's eating it. Okay, so they respond with the Doom, keeping things flexible, and Snapfire, another hero that can get out of the cogs. Also another hero that destroys Netherward. Like, Snapfire is really good. Like, it's really good counter to Pugna in every aspect at every stage of the game. You try to throw Decrypify as a defensive tool, Mortimer's Kisses land, you just instantly die.
And having two beefy brawlers frontlining for you feels really nice as a Snapfire. You've got the ability to jump in with Night Stalker and Doom, kick off a fight, have the artillery, give that covering fire from Snapfire. Maybe get some picks, yeah. It's a pretty strong lane as well with this Scorched Earth Infernal Blade Doom. You were talking about it yesterday. We're having this kind of 1-2-1 build where you've got a tremendous amount of damage from the Doom in the laning stage. Add in a Snapfire there and you could be looking for kills at an early point.
Seems like they're going for all in. On side of TSM, Shadowfiend, also a hero that gets a lot of levels, especially if he's going to be played from the mid lane. They also have flexibility, because Clockwork plus Shadowfiend, it works real nicely in the safe lane. You have setup for your raises. So TSM also keeping their options open for the next pick, because they also do have the last pick. So they kind of camouflage this Shadowfiend nicely. And also, and when I said all-in push, they do get like level 15 aura on Shadowfiend with Lycan. You, Pugna, you destroy the buildings. Yeah, and there's the Tinker Band that we talked about.
Yeah, it was a good call. Something that could delay things. That'd be quite irritating. No, Clockwork, he's decent at catching the Tinker, but outside of that, they wouldn't have had too many guaranteed ways to connect with that Tinker when he is jumping around in the fog and in the tree lines. And Shadowfiend's also kind of a block pick here against some of Kiyotaka's primary heroes. We've seen this SF against Ember matchup. You don't feel comfortable picking Ember into this now if you wanted another maneuverable gap-closing hero.
Yeah. I think there's two heroes that I'm mostly looking into. It's Storm and Invoker. Like, you put Alacrity on your Night Stalker. It's a lot of team fight, a lot of control. A Storm Spirit, of course, because they have one stun. That's Clockwork Hookshot. They don't have anything else. They can still counterpick from the mid lane, get something like a Puck potentially, but then again, you're picking Puck into Night Stalker Doom, which is not the greatest. So I want to see how TSM responds. I think there's a lot of pressure on TSM to kind of fix the draft, because they already shown with 2 first picks that they're going all in with the push, and then Hellraisers adopted nicely, I would say, with the draft. This is definitely not the draft that they wanted to go for, but they ended up with a really good draft just by looking at these 4.
Yeah, I mean, just having incredibly tanky heroes in its own right is a nice thing to have. Not an awful lot of burst damage from TSM. They've got the ability to kind of hookshot cogs into Requiem play, which is pretty handy, but it might be a challenge to bring down multiple of these tanky strength cores. And Batrider and Pango, the options from HR to ban, so they're looking at this, yeah, safe lane SF as potential. Getting rid of some of those teamfight heroes that would have added another layer to TSM's draft, which is quite one-dimensional right now. And one more ban for them. They don't need to worry about banning techies or anything now against Antares. He's already got his Snapfire. Looking at these Kiyotaka heroes. Kind of a difficult one, honestly.
I'm just looking at the TSM's heroes, what they could go for from the mid lane. How do they round up this push draft with some, like... good? I mean, they're going to see what Hellraisers pick, and then they're going to counterpick, because they have the last pick in this draft, taking a lot of time for this last ban.
Yeah, they might come back around to that Invoker you mentioned with the Alacrity. That would definitely help with a bit of tower push, buff up your Night Stalker, give you team fight. But they opt with the Puck. another hero you talked about. Good against the Lycan with a coil.
I think Storm's on the menu for kind of both teams now that Puck is out of the pool. And of course the Invoker that I mentioned for Hellraisers. They love to play it. There's like variety of heroes that they do play from the mid lane. Kiyotaka is kind of a hero specialist as well. So let's see, there's the Invoker.
You could feel it. You know, when people are saying there's a storm coming, they can taste it in the air. You could taste that Invoker coming a mile away. 3 picks in, you're like, yeah, Invoker looks good here. Is there a pick that counters this? Do you want to put SF mid now and change things up to have a safe lane pick as your last one? Or is there something here Bryle can just be like, hey, I'm gonna Huskar you now?
Could be. It actually could be. I mean, then you're playing into Night Stalker Doom, which is kind of not the greatest, but yeah, they go with a bit more sustain, and Kunkka is going to provide them with the catch. Good matchup against Invoker. I was thinking maybe something different, that they're going to like keep the distance, but another melee hero, something that's going to tank them up. And the battle will be playing Shadow Fiend, Solo and Snapfire, Antares, Rubik. Ramses will be playing Night Stalker. Just, yeah, I think Hellraisers kind of won the draft in the end. After what TSM threw at them, they won. Like I think they showed it way too early. Maybe if you like reverse stuff, maybe they thought Lycan's gonna get banned in the second phase immediately because it's one of Kasana's better heroes. But they covered this Lycan pick nicely, I would say. They have a lot of team fight on Hellraisers, great scaling lineup. Also want to see what the build of Night Stalker is gonna be. If that's gonna be, you know, the Radiance build that we see, because Night Stalker doesn't really need items early on. You can just like get a shard, or you can not get it at all and get Radiance immediately, because the hero deals damage. Like you can show up to a fight with Magic Wand and Phase Boots. You're gonna have enough. Just need to choose your fights carefully, that's all.
Yeah, play around the clock. Figure out when nighttime's coming. And choose your moments wisely. But I think that's a good point you mentioned about protecting the Lycan with teamfight, because TSM have the ability here to isolate heroes, right? With hookshot cogs, with Decrep, X-Mark, lots of ways to kind of trap and isolate individual targets, and that allows Lycan just to run rampant in team fights and pick his target in particular. Maybe even just push a tower while the rest of his team is fighting away. One of my worries, though, is like always around these Zoo and Summon heroes, Beastmaster, Lycan, is how their lane goes. You know, similar to a Darkseer, the early levels can be challenging. Getting to your Helm can be a little difficult. And Lycan's not one of those heroes that farms ancient stacks either. How's HR's lane against this Lycan going to go?
You got to remind me what he's playing again, because I see the draft and I immediately... Snap plus Night Stalker. Night Stalker doesn't care too much about Lycan at the early levels, especially because he's going to be playing from the safe lane. He has like 5-6 starting armor, a lot of regen, extra armor from the tower. So he's going to be A-OK, most definitely. Snapfire will be played by Solo. So looking at the item build on him, going for stats build, something that we see from Entity. They, like, their position 5 player, he loves to get some stat. Like, this is the build that he kind of invented, I would say. Talking about Fishman, of course.
Yeah. And who did we... It was Baboka yesterday, right? With like 9 tangos. Just Solo here with branches and tangos. Tons of stuff to keep himself in the lane going. Stick around for as long as he can. Some early vision coming down. And nothing out of the ordinary in the mid lane. There is a high ground ward from Solo up towards top. But this interesting lane ward I've seen a couple of times now down at bottom. What does this do for you?
Which one? This one?
Down the Dire ward down bot?
Oh, Dire one bot. Okay, so it provides you vision if they're like... If they de-ward... No. If they de-ward the small camp, also playing on the side lane is something that Doom and Rubik wants to punish you. Like, they also see when Clockwork is approaching. So it's a really good deep ward, but I'm looking at the CS. Doom has one last hit. He ate the Wolf, and look at Devour. So he already got that extra 50 gold on top of the net worth.
Straight up to the top of the board. 820, 860 net worth. There we go. Pops up with that bonus gold. And Miera going to head back down to bottom. Paired up with the Antares Rubik. Let's see what they can get done. So yeah, Radiant also warded up their jungle and Observer, making sure that Doom doesn't have easy access to those early medium camp creeps. seeing how much of a nuisance he can be. He's picking up harpies and stuff like that. And Tomato on this SF, starting out with, lots of stats, wand and branches, and already the pressure from Whitemon. Clockwork doing his job, getting in the faces of his opponents with that early battery assault, allowing the Razors to arrive from Tomato. And quite a lot of damage here. Miero, do we have more Razors? There's a long-range one. Miero, a hit from death, and there's the first blood. Tomato gets it, all thanks to Whitemon's initiation. Level 1 initiation.
Doom had 5 magic wand charges, did not want to pop it, so he dies in the end. I think it was 4, and then the last raise came in, but yeah, could have survived there. Also, this is the thing about getting Devour level 1. In a lot of situations, we don't see Doom. Don't even get it until level 4. This is kind of a new hybrid build where you get Scorched Earth, you get Point and Infernal Blade, and then you start to play aggressive as soon as Rubik hits level 2. On level 3 with 2 points in Scorched Earth, there's just way too much damage that people can't really sustain through it. But yeah, nice job from Tomato, getting that first blood. And he's going to be off to a great start. This is exactly what Shadow Fiend needs.
Yeah, I mean, Whitemon yet again. After Assault, he's level 2, so he has the cogs to trap the Doom. Not a comfortable time early days here for XHR. But they do have the wave under their tower now. And of course, having already blocked that small camp means Whitemon can't start dragging the creep waves around. Large camp also blocked up by the sentry ward there. So no creep manipulation whatsoever. As we do take a peek into some of these other lanes. Broil on this Kunkka. You said it's a good matchup against the Invoker. And the last hit chart is absolutely showing that. 10-3 against the 7-4.
Still decent CS on Kiyotaka, having 4 denies. Bryle going for more like region-oriented build. I've seen different builds on Kunkka. Most of the time it's double bracer, but I'm sure he knows the matchup better than I do. Wants to put a bit more pressure, has this water rune. It also kind of fits the Kunkka's lore. You want to have that water for Torrents and the water park later down the line.
Yeah, swim yourself out of Davy Jones's locker.
Oh, I got to rewatch those movies.
What, Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yeah.
I think we watch it like once every 2 years. We watch all, so there's like 6 of them. Like, there's a ridiculous amount of them. They get pretty bad after the 3rd, though. I'm gonna tell you now.
I know. I mean, I watched them multiple times, and I have the same feeling. Lord of the Rings, still same thing. Once per year, every year.
Is that a Christmas movie for you, Lord of the Rings? You get a little bit.
It was for a time, but I kind of watch Lord of the Rings whenever, and then watch Harry Potter mostly during Christmas time. But enough about the movies. What's happening in this top lane? Kasane, he's CSing nicely, but so is Ramses, as expected. They can't really stop Ramses from farming. Very difficult to push out of the lane. You did praise Ari, his Pugna. I want to see how much he's going to be able to do in this game. Not an easy Pugna game by any means.
Yeah, I mean, in the laning stage, he's always a pest, though, having such high base move speed. Doing a good job, not only on his own, but alongside the Wolves at harassing Solo. So it's very difficult for Solo to get any pulls, to really manipulate this wave. So yeah, Ari's job so far has been to guard Kasane, get Lycan off to a running start, get the Helm, and it looks like now Pugna are going to be stacking camps over in the triangle as he builds up some bank. Torrent lands mid from Broil, chipping away at Kiyotaka. Early Forge Spirits going out from this Quas Exort Invoker, who started to move away. Oh, Miero dead bottom to Tomato. Another long-range raise there coming out of the SF. And this bottom lane not going too well for the Doom.
Excellent start for Shadowfiend. I mean, in terms of CS, he's in the middle of the pack, but he's getting those early kills, which really does matter for him.
But yeah, this Invoker, we've seen a pretty big shift in the past 6 months. So, he kind of went out of fashion, the Quaswex Invoker. The hero in general now starting to come back with the Exort. Giving you these Forge Spirits in lane, you can guard runes a little better. And of course, if you're able to set up with Cookie, Telekinesis, you've got Sunstrike capabilities in the side lanes. And if you find those opportunities, big kills can come in for the Invoker. He's going to need them as well, judging how this lane is going. Even he's got 12 denies on Kiyotaka. This Wraith Band he's got, protecting him against the physical damage of Brawl, is working wonders.
Well, not a bad move. I mean, we still haven't seen Sunstrike being used to get a kill in terms of them setting things up. They don't really have those stuns. This is Telekinesis level 1, Cookie level 1. You can't really just go in. So let's see. Maybe during the nighttime, Ramses Level 4 on his Night Stalker, has Phase Boots finished. Solo, making a move, trying to make something happen, maybe on a mid lane, but this is not an easy kill to get. For now, he's going to be setting up the vision, and also wants to plant some probably deep vision to see when they're going to clear the stacks. So puts it inside the enemy triangle, and they do have big Ancient stack, plus the big Camp stack. This is going to be for either Kunkka or Shadowfiend, most likely Kunkka, because he's the mid laner, and Ari immediately D-wards it.
Yeah, D-ward, go for another stack. I always forget that Howl is global at nighttime. That's another one that catches me off guard. I was looking at the Invoker and seeing, 25% damage reduction, -4 armor. Nighttime Howl gonna amp up the Shadowfiend and the Kunkka. They'll go on Kiyotaka mid with the X boat. Raindrops are there though, so a bit of protection as Whitemon and Ari, they swing into mid. Trio of heroes gathering up to look for Kiyotaka, but a cold snap on the tower, and the Tidebringer doesn't finish it. Invoker's out of there, and Antares looking for the kill on Bryle. Sunstrike misses, sadly for them, but they've still got the damage from the Rubik.
Bryle hits them with the help. It was nicely done. Now Kasane, he's in trouble, looks very dead here. Francis will get the last hit. So yeah, a bit too deep. Maybe they needed to have like a point in Decrypify while they're using the combo from Kunkka. But it also comes down to Kiyotaka. His item build had a point. Like, he had a Raindrop, had a Power Treads, not going greedy at all. It's not going to get Hand of Midas. And this Raid Band that you mentioned, kind of making the difference. Having that extra armor, getting the extra armor from the Tier 1 tower, then Tier 2 tower, and extra region kicking in.
Yeah, I mean, you think back, oh god, when did we have Ring of Aquila in the game? Like 4 years ago? That was the
Something
build
like
on
that.
Mid Exalt Invoker was Wraithband Rush by the Bassi. You've got Ring of Aquila, so you've got mana regen, you've got armor. You tank yourself up a little better. This Wraithband and Raindrops, very similar idea alongside the Treads and the Magic Wand. Definitely interested to see what he goes next on Kiyotaka, if he does dip back into the Hand of Midas, or if he wants to go more stats-oriented. We'll see what he gets up to.
Really different builds from Invoker on a mid lane. We've seen like drums. We've seen Solar Crest the other day from Bryle as well. Spongo boots upgraded.
Yeah.
Bryle, he's the one who's just farmed that big camp. Got that extra gold in terms of net worth. Ooh, Tomato gets another one. Miero, straight up not having a good time as Doom. Lowest net worth core at the moment.
Yeah, not ideal for him. Still trying to get into his Vanguard as well. Not really protecting him up against that magic damage from the Shadow Fiend. And still wants the Hand of Midas later on down the line. As up at top, Ramses running circles around the Pugna, but Ari, very speedy, looking to slip away. Get him with a Scatter Blast, and Ramses safe over the top of the trees. Now, though, with a Shapeshift, Solo turned on, tries the TP, and this tanky Snapfire is out of there.
This is still going to be a tower, probably. Ramses needs to be careful. Dark Ascension is running out. You also see Bryle.
Look at Bryle.
He's looking. Level 1 X marks the spot. Will connect.
He's going to catch him with the X-Boat. And Kasane, still in Shapeshift mode, comes in to secure the kill. And you're right, that's going to be a Tier 1 tower for them. And this Helm of the Dominator. Nice timing for Kasane. They did have a Raindrop on the Night Stalker, but that's all gone now with the Sato Shockwaves zapping them down. And how many Hands of Midas are we going to have for this HR team? Night Stalker's going for one, Doom's going for one. I guess Invoker's looking at them and saying, all right, well, I guess I have to go drums then.
Someone has to skip it. Otherwise, we're playing against the push lineup. Also, looking at the items that Kasane is going for, he wants to get, like, Vlad's, get Help of the Dominator, and probably not upgrade it, because he's playing into Night Stalker, the counter that we talked about, with the Shard, and wants to get AC straight after. So, good thinking. I love that, because you don't mind too much if your Helm of the Dominator creeps dies compared to your Helm of the Overlord.
Amassing their forces bottom now, HR. Solo, still level 4 on this Snapfire. Will need the Tome. Antares is about to crack 6, but you really want the Mortimer's Kisses as soon as possible on this Snap. Offers you the majority of your early teamfight damage. Otherwise, you're looking at like Fade Bolt and the Void from Night Stalker as ways to zap people down. Yeah, the huge magic damage out of that. Another ward stolen, just level 1.
Not a bad one. You want to get something else. Mostly looking for Ghost Ship, Blast. I would say Requiem if you can steal it. Wolves are not bad.
Yeah.
Wolves are also an okay steal. Mid lane.
Oh, the cold snap stops the next torrent combo. Now they lift the clockwork under tower. Cogs are there to try and block them away, but the Sunstrike landing, not finishing him off. Another dive from Kasane. The Wolf is ready. He's hungry for Antares. Looking at the Rubik, and he'll kill him with the summons. Kiyotaka Solo, both hiding under tier 2. So another objective at TSM. This push coming into fruition real quick.
Whiteman actually stealing the kill with level 1 rocket. 80 damage minus magic resistance coming out from him. And now, with this move, Kasane will get another tower.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And now it looks like the move down to bottom on the cards. Miero
Very
did
quick.
finish off the Vanguard, but it looks like Miero is saying, hey, we don't have time for Midas in this game. I have to go for Greaves as quickly as possible. Try and pad out these stats, get some auras going. Solo, what is he? Like, 100 XP away from 6? Someone please kill some creeps near me. I want the kisses. It's nearly 12 minutes in. And HR trying to set a trap bottom on this tier 1.
Radiant are scanning.
Midas off cooldown for Ramses. He's going to come across and take out one of the large camp creeps. Does pop the scan of the Radiant as it turns red on the minimap, and they'll scout with a rocket flare to see who's there.
A lot of commitment. Scan to use Hand of Midas. And now they're picking top, but making a move bottom. Ari is going to be able to run away, it seems.
It's too fast.
Yeah, they needed Antares to be there, lift him. And they're going to do it.
And they'll go in on him. Raindrops only offer you so much protection. And the Sunstrike finally securing a kill there for Kiyotaka. So an objective coming the way of HR, but they've also got to react up to top. Whitemon's gone in, and they've caught out the Invoker inside the cogs, allowing the Torrent to land. And the hook shot from Whitemon. Kasane's in on them, but they've got a bit of heal. A mech completed by Miero, keeping Kiyotaka alive.
Your admiral is on board.
And TSM invading this top jungle, forcing HR to scramble across the map. And they do still get that bottom tower, thankfully for Hellraisers. But TSM applying a lot of pressure in this first 12-minute portion of the game.
Interesting build from Miero. I don't think I've seen this build before, especially in a game where he didn't really do much. He wants to recover, maxing out that Devour. Oh, Solo, he's low. Does have Cookie if needed.
And he's finally got the kisses at his disposal as well. I think they're probably wanting to smoke up. Antares is holding a couple of them because they've not really used Doom or kisses or anything to team fight properly. They're just being run at by TSM so far.
Ooh, Antares is holding a big spell. X marks the spot on Rubik, so someone gets X, you X him, and then X disappears. It's just the interaction.
Yeah, I mean, Kiyotaka trying to kill off the clockwork, but TSM stuck around up here. The Wolf just shredding into him. Miero and Antares trying with the telekinesis to hold him back, but a cookie there. Solo getting Kiyotaka out of danger, and a stolen life drain, in fact, now. Keeping him topped up. But HR are always the ones reacting. They have to run, they have to hide. Not able to face off against TSM in any of these straight-up, honest team fights.
Solo gets a D ward. They played way too aggressively around this ward 2 times, so he knew exactly something was up. In terms of tower, they did manage to kill 1 tower on Hellraiser squad. Ramses is farming bottom. They need to delay this game as much as possible. Now, bottom, Ramses. Both, where's the connection? White one, hook shot available, but Solo, he's coming. Not gonna be there in time, it seems like.
Or is
Maybe he will.
He cookies him. Ramses, 200 HP. Rocket Flare doesn't finish him. And Ari from the right-hand side. If we can decrap and life drain, it's just a torrent from Bryle. Places it on the staircase, gets the takedown. And now Ari and Whitemon looking for Solo as he retreated. And just a bit of chip damage on the tower while Kasane dies up top. Kiyotaka and Antares getting a kill on the Lycan.
It was a good move, good read from Solo, understanding that there's gonna be clockwork, so as soon as he got X marks, Solo TPs to tier 1 tower bottom and tries to help him out, but unfortunately Ari was also there, and now Ari will finish off the tower. So try to make a deny, but there's way too much damage. And now, HR will get this kill on the top. They want to delay this game, get Miero to his item timings. Does have that Guardian Greaves in 100 gold. Kiyotaka also, again, going for cheap items. Every single item has like smaller components. Just finished off Witchblade, going into BKB next. We didn't talk too much about Tomato. He's The most farm hero
Silent.
in the game, yeah. Got those 3 kills in the laning stage. Went inside the triangle, farmed those Ancients. Level 11, Mask of Madness done. Has 2.4k gold finished on him. I see Crystallis, but this is risky. Like,
BKB?
where's the BKB at?
Yeah. I don't know, maybe he's wondering here about the Doom and stuff like that. And Kiyotaka pops into Ghost
speaking
form
of
and they
Doom
the Kunkka, but he's just going to walk it off. Miero using it as a protective tool to save Kiyotaka. Doesn't feel too good, though. That's 130 seconds without it now.
This is Roche. They just use Doom. They have enough sustain. They have enough damage. This is where you could change your item build on Shadow Fiend. You pick up Aegis, and then you don't need a BKB for 5 minutes. So you can get away with it.
By the Hurricane Pike to get away from the crippling fear, the kisses, maybe even that ice wall that Kiyotaka's been using. Miero just walks straight into the middle of them. The kisses giving cover over into the Roche pit, but Kasane in the wolf form protecting Ari. Chasing off to the left, and if X-Mark dragged back as a hook shot catches Miero on the right-hand side. Bryle with his DD rune and BKB chasing into them, but Kiyotaka deafening blast into Whitemon, kills off the clock. Now a little stuck though, and the damage is relentless from TSM as the SF and Pugna open up. The wolf still looking for someone he can munch on. And
Bryle
Solo
has
might be the
another
one he
X.
goes for. He does, yeah. Misses the torrent, but still has that X to hold Solo in place. The rest of the cavalry will arrive. The Nether Blast and the Life Drain doesn't take him down, though.
While this was happening, Ramses keeps on farming. He doesn't feel too comfortable, like, completely committing to a fight. So waiting for his BKB timing before he can join. Bryle did a lot of work in the previous fight. Same goes for Tomato. Now finished off that Crystallis, going into Hurricane Pike next, so he can remove, like, push himself away from the Night Stalker. His silence, also great against Doom in general. Great against Invoker combo. Just having a Force Staff on your core.
Yeah.
Bryle, he's looking. Tumblr's toy.
I mean, in that last fight, Bryle and Ari did more damage than the entirety of Hellraisers combined. And that was with some pretty decent kisses out of Solo into the Roche pit. Like 5,000 damage out of Pugna and the Kunkka. Rubik just going to TP out under the noses of TSM. And Whitemon missing his hookshot mid. Won't connect on Solo.
And then
So the Snapfire wobbles
use
away.
battery instantly. Rage battery. Kill the creep wave. It's like, I gotta do something. Kiyotaka, now he's chasing. Tornado.
It's like, well, I'm here now. May as well stick around. Requiem Fear does clip onto the Snap. And the Invoker. And Ramsey's going to walk back as he's still waiting for his Dark Ascension to come up. Miero thinking about an entry into that fight in the mid lane. I think TSM just too well positioned here. Still holding Aegis on the Shadow Fiend, of course. And they'll move up into that top jungle with a lot of scribbling on the map saying, hey, look, tier 2 top, outpost, lots of objectives for us to claim while still keeping XHR in behind their tier 2s.
Game pretty even in terms of net worth, but TSM should be the one controlling the game, especially with this Aegis. Torrent. Stolen from Antares. They're trying to deal some damage to Shadow Fiend, but at this moment, it's not enough. He has way too much sustain, lifesteal, especially when he is near Pugna, life drain, Vlad's aura from Lycan.
Yeah, so nice idea from XHR, the predicament they're in. They're cutting waves, killing couriers. Ramses going across to the enemy ancients and gathering a lot of farm, which otherwise they wouldn't have been able to get. And they know, as you said, TSM kind of all in with his death ball, group up as 5, push into objectives. They've got 3 heroes top and 2 in the mid lane, just trying to gather their forces around that northern outpost. And this is where they can start to spread if they catch a glimpse of an enemy hero under any of their observer wards out there. Now look for that kill. As Bryle sets up bottom, Kiyotaka and Miero both feeling it coming. Absolutely not safe down there. Repurposing in towards mid, but Kiyotaka immediately meets Tomato's SF. Not where he wants to be.
Those right clicks, they really hurt. Howl, minus armor, Shadow Fiend. Right clicks from SF, right clicks from Kunkka. Kunkka just picked up the shard for himself. I love this build on Kunkka. Like, we've seen so many different builds, like Shadow Blade Rush, Armlet into BKB, just like straight up BKB. But going for this tidal wave, another repositioning tool in the game that you can like relatively easy execute because they are kind of limited on stun, so you can pull people towards Life Drain, towards Requiem as well. They cleared another tier 2 tower. There's still one standing bottom. So with this Aegis, TSM did make a lot of presence on the map. Hellraisers, they don't want to take fights. Like, it never feels like they want to get something done. Kind of a slow game. 13 kills in 20 minutes. Sometimes we get to 13 kills out of the laning stage.
Yeah. Still pretty even in terms of net worth, but absolutely, I think presence is the right word to use there. As TSM stamp their mark on the map. Now angling down towards bottom for that final outer tower. Miero TP's away before he gets scouted out. And XHR smoking his 3 from the mid lane. Kiyotaka not smoked with the rest of his team. And Ramsey's actually going to be showing under the top lane Radiant Observer ward. We'll see what TSM do to try and combat this. Bryle is a little isolated right now. They're all coming across to meet him.
And we also talked about Night Stalker being counter to Lycan and his summons. So Lycan did not want to upgrade his helm, and after seeing that, Ramses, he also didn't buy shard. He was like, I don't want to waste gold for it. If you upgrade it, I'll buy it myself.
Well, yeah, you've got Helm of the Dominator and Vlad's. You're not going to upgrade it, huh?
I'll counter it with 1,400 gold. It should eat his Helm of the Overlord. Like, just eat the item.
The item? Oh, yeah. Yeah, why not? What was the... it was dash ID, wasn't it, back in Dota 1?
Ooh,
item drop mode?
That.
You don't remember that?
No.
When we were really bored, we would play ARDM ID. So you would have all random deathmatch, you know, new hero every time. And then every time you died, you would drop an item. Sometimes you drop a branch, sometimes you drop an armlet, sometimes you drop your BKB or a rapier or whatever.
It rings a bell now that you explain it. That was so long ago.
I mean, you remember the dash EM, right? That was the mode you used to play.
Yeah, I played the easy mode. Yeah, right.
Easy mode.
I wasn't
Weaker
good
towers.
enough. Just kidding. BKB done now on Invoker. BKB also done on Shadowfiend. So we have a couple of 9-second BKBs, 8-second BKB on Kunkka. Doom eventually will get his. And now with this BKB on Invoker, they want to smoke. They want to get something done. Ooh.
What was that? Oh, the hook shot. They're trying to catch up to them. It's a bit wonky as Miero has to pop the Greaves, looking to get away after he spent his blink. In comes Ari, though, with a life drain on Solo, forcing them away, and they've got the grab on the Doom they wanted. Ramses off to the hills he heads, scattering away. I'll try and get some high ground vision going, but they can't see the Night Stalker. Instead, with a Rocket Flare, they get vision over on Antares and Kiyotaka. But XHR have done a pretty decent job at scrambling out of this situation. Only losing the Doom there. Not a bad outcome for the way that fight started.
He's still not getting out of this one.
Nah. He tried, that was his torrent, right? He tried the torrent to stop the Centaur Stomp, but not enough.
Antares also the one with the Force Staff, so he's kind of griefing. He pushed his Doom closer, so maybe they were thinking, close the gap, get Doom closer with the Blink Dagger. Oh, Kiyotaka.
Yeah, he's going
solo.
Solo kill onto Whitemon with the Forge Spirits, and the BKB TP home successfully out of there. Get something out of nothing, but spending your BKB down to 8 seconds now. Just trying to slow down TSM as best you can.
Not a bad one. You get a kill, you delay the game a bit. Roshan can respawn in 10 seconds. I love that Ramses also bought casual Helm of Iron build. He didn't buy it in the laning stage. He bought it like 20 minutes into the game, holding Dragon Scale, wants to get as much armor as he can, understands that there's going to be AC coming on Lycan shortly, Howl, Shadowfiend, his aura, so needs to defend himself. It's all about that right click. When he goes in with the BKB, Shadowfiend will stand his ground and keep hitting him. He's massive. Tomato, 15,000 net worth on him at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a quiet game from him outside of the first 3 minutes where he killed the Doom off 3 times. Very, very casually farming himself up to this massive point. And only 20 seconds for Roshan, as Ramses has to BKB top to get out of the reach of Bryle. Even going for the TP home. Night Stalker back to Fountain. And they'll be able to scout Roche. 2 wolves in the pit. We'll see him pop back up. Sunstrike vision there as well. Both teams with a good idea of what's going on. But still, 25 minutes in, at no point have we seen a sign that HR can really match against this 5-man fight of TSM, and Kiyotaka has to BKB again. Dust is out onto him. Trying to TP home, knowing that hookshot is down. He does
that was
get out
close.
of there.
If he used that like 0.05 seconds later, he could have gotten a stun because he TP'd really late as Invoker got out of the reach of Shadowfiend. And now this Roche belongs to TSM. Every single time they X-mark someone, they're kind of forcing them to use a BKB, which is good for TSM, don't get me wrong. Let's see. Yeah, this Roshan dies so quickly.
Yeah, not a chance for HR to get that. And we've already got that Tomato talent up with the Presence Aura on buildings. And Shadowfiend holding Aegis. Another 5 minutes of freedom here for Tomato. So he can make his way through that top jungle, start prepping for maybe even a high ground push now. Would be ideal to get some pickoffs first. That's why they're heading down to the bottom outpost. Miero's Doom under vision. Gets scouted out by Whitemon and Bryle. Chuck the boat at him. And a nice tidal wave there to shove him across. The Sunstrike in onto Ari, though, and Ramsey's fighting back. Miero still alive, but not for long as Tomato arrives. In we come with the Shadowfiend, and Ramsey still hunting for these support kills. He'll take 2 of them down, and we'll get away from there. Even the heavy-hitting crits, not able to take him down, but the micro there from the center on the Wolves. Now the X-Mark in as Brawl sets up, looking for Ramses. Was that stolen X-Mark from Rubik? The exact situation you were explaining puts the X on Ramses to stop the X of Bryle.
It's such a cute interaction. Like, I've seen it so many times. Rubik against Kunkka. It works out so well. Like, this is the spell that I think Antares needs to have so that they don't use this X-Mark to pop someone's VKB and then take a fight. Ramses, he's still alive. And I talked about his itemization, Helm of Iron Mill, that can be transitioned into Nullifier next. So these 4 staffs, the Cripify, it's going to work out nicely. It's so much minus armor, man, on TSM.
Yeah. Like, what is Howl? Like, -7 or something? I guess it's not. It's now level 4. He just cracked level 4 of the Howl. So, yeah, -7 armor. 40% attack damage reduction. And the Tidal Wave, Miero, moved in closer towards the Shadowfiend. Telekinesis there going to put Tomato in a better position to hit the tower. They Crimson, they Glyph. And they do delay TSM's push to high ground for a little bit.
Miero is so tanky. Guardian Greaves, Crimson Guardian Greaves build, we can call it. Plus also holding Dragon Scale, that extra 5 armor coming in handy. Also armor if you have Devour Creep ready. Gonna pop another Glyph.
And yeah, Miero doesn't have BKB. X Mark not gonna work out. Again, we've got this Antares X on the Rubik helping out. But this lane of barracks not going to be living long. In the back, Ramses, a couple of courier snipes, and dodges the hook shot from Whitemon. Blinks back towards the creep wave and sprints away as quickly as he can. Still has a 1.5 minutes of this nighttime to play with. But look at Bryle. Shadow bladed up. He was angling towards Ramses, won't find the opening, while Kiyotaka has actually shoved that lane all the way into tier 3 bot.
Didn't
but at some point,
tower damage, but he's getting the levels. They lost 1 set of barracks, only 2k gold lead for TSM. It means Hellraisers are getting something out of the map.
They are. It's just they're losing their base for it. And an X-Mark here onto Ramses. Not going to spend the BKB immediately. Bryle does, though, as Miero chucks the Doom at him. Kiss is launched in, but not a good amount of damage as they stomp up the Doom. Chasing Miero, but Crimson Guard's up, and Kasane may be in trouble now. Inferno Blade's in on him. A chase up to the top left. Bryle moving away from this fight, and Tomato getting caught out by the Cookie of Solo. Ramses takes down Whitemon, and Shadowfiend ages down. Bryle still battling, riptiding, boating, putting it over the Shadowfiend, and Ramses now with a triple kill. Requiem finally comes from Tomato, the feared Doom off the top of the cliff, and they'll turn onto him and finally bring him down. But HR still fighting, standing tall, and they really struggled to bring him down. Finally getting the kill. Antares on 100 HP. Oh, the Torrent gonna get dodged. Oh, they got the rocket flare from Whitemon. And now Kiyotaka. BKB's up. Turns on the Tomato. Ramses decrapped. The SF in trouble. They got the takedown. HR defending outside of their base. And Kiyotaka with a double kill, holding on for dear hope here as XHR fighting back. Now Ari the one has lifted in. Dragged by the telekinesis. Finished off by Antares. And XHR in that little bit of nighttime making wonders happen.
Ooh, man, Ramses, he did so much work in the previous fight, getting in and out multiple times. Same goes for Invoker. Kiyotaka, massive damage coming out from, oh man, look at those numbers. 7,000 damage coming out from him. Shiva's Guard, BKB, can run into a fight, and I love how Ramses is playing, like getting multiple in and out of the fights, holding BKB for a very long time, and now he hit that level 20, and looking at the talents from Night Stalker, it's all about the damage. You have Dark Ascension Duration, which is damage, 35 damage, 20 strength, of course, some extra damage. Now finished Nullifier as well, so he's got to hit really hard, and those 4 staffs, those Decrypified states that they have, it's not going to work out. Even Glimmer Cape as well.
Yeah, and 2 diebacks as well on TSM. Clock and Pugner. Both brought back. TP to the outpost, died again. Not feeling too confident now as TSM, as they were looking for a second lane of barracks and just get shut down completely. Signs of life from XHR. And Kiyotaka back down towards bot. The pings there from Whitemon signaling that, yeah, they know they're all down in that bottom jungle. Oh, did they see that? Rocket Flare flew over right as they smoked. It looks like, yeah, they know. They pinged it. They get to high ground. They'll hold a staircase. Try and feel out where HR are coming from.
Dark Ascension is available, so 40 seconds of nighttime. You're fighting during daytime, so you need to be really quick how you take the fight. Ramses also maybe wants to even use it, considering that he has Arcane Rune available.
Yeah, always nice, but you see this DD rune spawning top. Bryle guarding it. Gives the bottle over to Tomato. Oh, or does he? Hook shot in from Whitemon. A catch on Ramses, but he's over the cogs and cookied away. Did spend the Dark Ascension. And I
Not
to
with the
scout with a
Arcane Rune,
Sunstrike.
It just wore off. He's
That's
being picked
unfortunate.
out. What is that? Antares holding power cogs for now.
Another
Solo.
X mark. A Solo protected by the tornado. Still has a cookie and a 4 staff across. And now in comes Ramses aiming for Whitemon. Kisses are good. Launched it onto Bryle with the telekinesis. They've actually controlled him. And look at that. Ramses just gobbles him up.
That's 600 damage on Night Stalker with Alacrity. This is the combo that we mentioned. It's pretty nuts what he can do with the attack speed. And again, Ramses keeping an eye on daytime. This time around, like, the fight is immediately over as soon as daytime is over. So they get 2 quick and easy kills. Potential Roche spawn in 1 minute. But yeah, this is a big one. Invoker, level 20, 80% Chaos Meteor damage. And looking at his items, plus the neutral item, this is Witchblade, plus Enchanted Quiver. He's solo.
Yeah, he's just going to solo kill Kasane down there. He just walks down bot. Takes down the Lycan. Lycan doesn't have BKB. He finished off this Assault Cuirass. And now they're going to shove out this bottom lane. They're taking a tier 1 mid at the same time. 9k lead now for XHR after losing a lane of barracks. Is this the story of TSM's draft? They were so all in with the push strat. Have they hit the wall?
Pretty much. It definitely feels like it. Kunkka as a hero doesn't really scale as much, especially if you go for like right-click oriented build. This hero really does struggle just putting those right clicks in. You get stomped, you get doom, you get lifted, cold snap, post BKB. So you see him trying to get in, deal the damage, but it never happens. I'm a big fan of Refresher Ags type of a build on Kunkka. Like Heaven's Halberd really depends. Like there's multiple items that you can go for. Don't think Silver Edge works here. There's also like nothing really to break in the game, but it was mostly used. I think Shadowblade is fine if you want to play this like assassin type of a game where you're playing the side lanes, using X mark to spot to either get a kill or force their cores to use a BKB. Kiyotaka, he's searching again.
He is. And it's going to get even scarier for TSM when he gets the Scythe of Vice, as he's already shown he can solo kill pretty much anyone in a matter of seconds. And they see that Kunkka mid. Stealing the X-Mark, tornadoing him so he can't X-Mark back, and Bryle has the BKB, and in comes Ramses. The damage, a couple of hits, and the Doom onto Bryle. Dead with no buyback. Tomato, he's really trying to get out of there. Requiem's up, fears out the Doom. Miero low HP, but no finishing blow yet. Cookie forward, Tomato has the BKB. Standing there and killing off Solo. Buyback is out, Tomato
crit
with a massive hit. Crits down the Rubik. Arcturus cannot return to the fight, but in the meantime, Ramses, the big bad, he's there hunting in your backlines, taking out both of your supports, and no buybacks for TSM means that HR can go deeper, looking for a bit more. Nullifier and a crippling fear. Straight onto Kasane and the Lycan disappears. Tomato does kill off Kiyotaka though, but the rest of HR are there. Straight on the SF. He's got big damage and Miero's gonna feel it. Oh, he's burst out and Tomato, no, he can't
He's
stand
fighting.
his ground and fight. He's trying to lifesteal up.
Miss,
He's
miss.
there standing. He's got the kill. Tomato.
He's gonna get him as well.
Oh my god. Oh, he's done it. Oh, this Shadow Fiend on like 100 HP.
Oh my god, Paladin Sword, extra armor from tier 4 towers, mask and the butterfly misses. Like he hits level 25, Shadow Rays applies attack damage as well. He just stood, how much damage did he deal?
Lots.
It says 6,000 damage,
More.
but I think it's way more. Like this fight, he immediately killed off 2 supports, double crits, having that fear mechanic from Aghanim Shard as well. Whew. Pretty wild. And now they're back into the game. This is full Satanic now on him. Can't upgrade another item. He has, what is he bringing? It's just going to be TP for now. I thought he might have another item coming with the courier. Roshan respawning in 15.
Ooh. Oh, that's going to be a massive sigh of relief from TSM. The fact that Tomato gets away with that. I can't go straight for a high ground push again. But yeah, you're right. Roshan in 3 seconds will be scouted out by TSM. And there's the big man in the pit. Sunstrike perfectly timed again by Kiyotaka. Will know what's up. As TSM just try and take out the remaining high ground vision. Observer wars that HR have left out on the map. With 10 seconds left on the Night Stalker's respawn, this Roshan dies far too quickly.
They
So
give
another
extra
Aegis.
conca. They were thinking maybe Tomato wants to pick it up, have that Requiem with the reduced cooldown and also a bit of a healing, but I feel it's much better on Conca. So now,
There's just so much
Torrent
chaos.
Storm. TSM means Torrent Storm. I don't know what M means.
Madness.
Madness.
Torrent Storm
There we
madness.
go. Here we go. That's why I have you, Gary.
I know words. It really is a lot of chaos just out on the floor, especially now BKBs are down to 6 seconds on pretty much everyone, right? Like, Doom, I guess, bought his much later, so his is still 8. Night Stalker and Invoker both down to 6 now. And Tier 2 still standing bottom lane. And that was an objective TSM thought about taking a good 10 minutes or so ago. Now looking at it again. High ground ward place that they can play under. And Kasane can get to work. Does have a shard, so the wolves are coming out into these lanes to help keep the push going.
Pretty wild game. I mean, the graph looks nice where Hellraisers take over. They just lost like 15, 20,000 net worth lead in a couple of minutes. You get that Aghanims from Roche. Tomato completely popped off in the previous fight. Now holding the flicker, so has that extra movement speed because Power Treads is in the backpack, holding the Aegis, of course. Ramses, he's looking for an angle potentially. Get a good jump.
And what's he got lined up next? After this basher, he has a plate mail queued. Will he just be going Assault Cuirass, I guess?
Probably. It might be casual plate mail upgrade to Abyssal Blade, but definitely needs like some extra armor, because if he had an extra 10 armor, I think he lives there, they get a kill. Now changes things around, goes for that Abyssal that we mentioned. Still has Hand of Midas available, can always sell that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
wants to
some
have
tier
level
4 items.
25. Dark Ascension cooldown, it's almost permanent then. BKB.
Yeah, both of them using it, and the hook shot there. Cookie and the Greaves, still with the right-click damage coming. Kiyotaka the miss! He survives thanks to the telekinesis, and now Kisses raining over the top of TSM. They've doomed up the Kunga, dragged him back, and the Doom, trying to finish him off, will get the takedown on Bryle. And where's the rest of them? Where's Ramses? He's aiming for Ari. Did get the nullifier down on the Pugner. Tomato considering the Requiem. Good force staff away from that tornado. TSM, the shapeshift not lasting for too much longer. And that's what HR are trying to wait out.
Oh,
it's
Spell Prism's
nighttime
on the
now.
ground.
Ramses running from the SF's damage. Spell Prism just casually on the floor, yeah.
Ramses did not want to commit. He was thinking about it, but then again gets hit by Wolf. His Blink Dagger gets cancelled. But the last hit miss on Kiyotaka. I thought that they were going to smoke or something, but they didn't have any smokes available. Those right clicks from Shadow Fiend, you see two of them running. He could easily take down 2,000 HP from you. Now Search and Kiyotaka, they even pop a dust. Don't catch him.
Yeah, they saw him go past that Ob-Sentry
He
combo.
might solo kill Ari now that he catches him.
It looks like it. Shiver's Cold Snap with the Scythe of Ice. Looks easy, but Whitemon does have the hook shot to allow Tomato to come in with the raises. Tornado buys a bit of time and the Ghost Walk there, but they've got the dust. Just a little bit of control required, and the blink forward from Tomato gives
Not
the
even
damage
a 1,000
they needed.
crit. 999. Oh, it was a wild one. Kid's Blink Dagger, 1 second cooldown, and look what he's doing. Using Big Boy Philly while he's dead on Invoker to have that extra bit of a presence. He's holding buyback, does have enough money for it. Might be forced to use it.
Yeah, because they're coming straight for your buildings. Tomato, a couple of hits.
It's done. I mean, they're gonna glyph. If they find an opening, maybe with something Rubik's Lift, but doesn't seem like he's gonna buy back for this set of barracks.
Just let it fall. Triple Observer Wards from Solo, guarding the base. The Great Wall of Wards trying to give some kind of protection through vision for XHR. But Bryler's here with Invis, trying to catch someone out if they step a little too far forward. And now the swing down to that bottom lane. Tomato, Aegis expiring in 10 seconds time. Blinks forward, straight onto Solo. Nearly takes him down with a 1084. Big crit. And now the kiss is launched out as Ramses gets in on top of the SF. Aegis is about to go down.
And here it comes.
And they've got him, taking him out. Perfect timing from Hellraisers. Ramses, he's hungry. Wants Whitemon. He hook shots into the ancient camp, but I don't know if he can slip away from this while they're moving on to Ari. The Pugnus left isolated there, and HR finding kill after kill. Whitemon straggling, dragging his feet, gets the cogs down, but Ramses flies straight over the cliff tops, gets another crippling fear, another nullifier, and takes down the third hero of the fight, defending their base, getting big pickoffs, and they're out on the map again.
Trickster's Cloak just dropped. They did not pick it up. That's a big tier 4 neutral item. And yeah, picking out the Dark Ascension cooldown. They timed it perfectly. I don't know what's happening. This is like third or fourth time that I see a Reddit post about them timing the Aegis nicely in the Dream League Season 19. This might be another one. And Kiyotaka again.
Yeah, just going straight into the enemy base, looking for solo kills. Kasane, oh, he survives this one. Torrent Storm doesn't hit Kiyotaka. Invoker's out of there. Does he have a Sunstrike up his sleeve? Anything like that? Kasane's trying to dodge it, but it's not coming.
They still defend the base. Kiyotaka with the buyback. Level 23 on Invoker. Night Stalker hits that level 25 as we talked about it. Doom hits level 20, a bit under level. Does have a Refresher plus a Shard. So this Shard will provide them with extra duration stun, extra damage as well. And then he was also thinking about getting the Axe eventually, but 2 Dooms will do the trick. One on SF, one on Kunkka, and you win a fight. If there's so much net worth on one hero, you can take it out immediately with the Doom. Penta-Edge Sword being held by Night Stalker. Plus Abyssal Blade.
Boy.
If they drop Alacrity on top of him, he's gonna instantly delete these heroes.
Yeah, what Pugna? What is he? 1600 HP. Does have 18 armor when he's standing next to the Lycan with Vlad's and Assault Cuirass, but it's nothing at this point of the game. Shadow Fiend with 33,000 net worth, 6 slotted now, and still get the Axe Blessing, but he's got this Arcane Blink on Tomato. And we've seen how impactful the big Requiems can be when they're immediately cast.
He does not have buyback. He's very far away from it. They're searching.
Flying out.
Double Doom available in 30. But they have
shot
one.
Ramses. Glimmer Cave sub. They're getting rid of the vision. Trying to create a safe place to fight in. But Antares is there with the telekinesis. And HR strikes swiftly into the hearts of TSM. Time to back up, and I don't know if you can even hold your Ancients, just have to back to your base when you're a hero down as TSM. You can't leave anybody out on the map. Ramses will be there.
It's difficult. They need to deal with 2 super creeps and also Lycan Wolves from Shard, so they are always going to push things out. Spell Prism. Let's see who decides to pick that one up. Doom is the one holding the Trickster's Cloak, so in the end they did find it because they lost it in the woods.
Yeah, it was down in that bottom jungle, just in the medium camp. 2 minutes for Roche. Shadow Fiend Illusion, and now the Wolves gonna try and scout out in the pit. It's been a mad game with some real wildness happening. HR being quite patient so far, not really smoking across the river, not really looking for big team fights, mainly just been Kiyotaka hunting. Ramsey's trying to battle outside his base. But maybe now they'll feel more confident to move out.
Bryle? Oh, he needs to be careful because last time he did this, his X-Mark got interrupted by Tornado and then they killed him off with the X-Mark as well. Next Roshan, minute and 20 seconds. They're picking out the top lane. Antares with the jetpack, just fooling around. A bit low in mana though, sitting at 600, so if there's a big steal, might not have enough.
He's got Octarine Core, so he's casting too many spells far too quickly for his mana pool to keep up with it. HR still playing under their high ground vision here. And Solo has been slowly moving out of the base to get the wards down, and the jump straight onto Bryle. Doom and kisses for the Kunkka. And yet again, TSM down a hero have nothing to do but run away. Hook shot, where are you going? Straight onto Ramses. I don't know if you can do that, Widemon. Now you're being turned on with the stolen X-Mark and the Nullifier. Ramses doesn't want to get caught up in a fight with Shadow Fiend standing up on that high ground. I'll take down the Clockwork and again force TSM to run, as Bryle did buy back for this fight. But 20 seconds for Roshan means there's a little bit more downtime here for both teams to consider their options.
Man, Ramses is so good at understanding how much damage he can take and using this Dark Ascension, running away, like forcing people to get their BKBs in the fight. And Bryle with the buyback, like Bryle, he can't get close, like he can't deal damage. This is the problem with this item build. So what I think he needs to play off Tidal Wave, and Torrent Storm does have Nullifier as well available, which is gonna stop these like 4-staff saves. They still have Cookie, which cannot be stopped, Rubik's Lift as well, so there's like 2 tools. Oh, look at the bottom lane. 2 wolves, 2 catapults. Someone needs to address this.
I sure do. Ramses doesn't really want to show. And it's been a spooky time for him, and yeah, you're right, he's been good at adapting to the situations very quickly. Takes 1 hit from the Shadow Fiend, that's like 20% of his HP, and kind of skirts around the edges of the fight. As Roshan offers himself up to TSM. In comes Miero, though. Straight up Doom on the SF. Sunstrike in. Roshan nearly dead. They need a Sages real bad. Who's going to take it? Down he goes, and Tomato grabs it. Now they turn on to Miero. A couple of swipes will bring the Doom down, and he has no buyback. Ramses is in, though. Looking for Ari. Cookie forward. Solo protects. The Night Stalker now on a side device. Catching the Clockwork. Bryle in a little bit of danger.
3
Just
meteors.
backing up for now. The Meteors crashing onto the Clockwork. Kill him off with Solo's little shredder. Oh, Tomato blinks onto the Illusion Rune. Does grab it up. Hurricane Pike and still holding Aegis. Don't forget that second life for the SF. Both teams a little worried about getting bogged down in a drawn-out fight. HR in particular with their base under attack. I've got to fall back.
And Doom getting the buyback. He said he doesn't have it, but got that extra assist gold. He's the one holding the Philosopher's Stone now, just to have that extra value from it. But they picked up everything. So Shadow Fiend with the Aghanims upgrade, Refresher, and also holding the Aegis for 4 minutes. Tomato kind of slowed down. Like, he still deals a ton of damage, but kind of struggles locking them down. If there's no X-Mark to spot, if there's no Clockwork, they can't really control them. They can get in and out of the fights.
Yeah, feels like they need a scythe of their own. Kunkka's trying to buy one.
Yeah, definitely an item that Kunkka should have bought, I would even say.
Next, the one that Kiyotaka bought, 15 minutes ago, whatever it was, has proven absolutely vital here for HR's chances in fights. And they're still able to play under this vision. Double wards in this top jungle. Spotting out Ari and Bryle. And buyback status-wise, Kunkka doesn't have it for 5 minutes. If they can take him down, good chances for HR to win the fight.
Ramses picked up Moonshard. Wants to have even more night vision. So he can see, like he can be the one initiating, going for the right targets. With that level 25 talent, he doesn't care too much about using Dark Ascension. Double damage spawned.
Oh, Tomato Gets the bottle from Bryle. The smoke pops. The hook shot misses. Nullifier in. The Requiem blocked out by the Doom's BKB. Scary times. Both teams on a knife's edge here. Everything hanging in the balance in game one. 50 minutes in. Dead even. And it's about this jump. Miero's in, but he's immediately obliterated. Tomato with a DD rune crushes through the Doom. No buyback on Miero. And now the chase. Who can they find as additional targets? It's Ari jumping onto Solo. Blinking forward. The Ogre Seal Totem flops him to high ground now. But TSM are still on the rampage looking for this bottom lane of barracks. Ari signaling. They've got to move in for these buildings.
Meteor. They need to save him. Kunkka down to half HP. Does have cheese available. Might be forced to X-Mark TP back out. Let's see, Bryle, he's really toying with them. Pops the cheese.
Yeah. Eats the cheese, tries the force staff, but Solo caught up in the X-Torrent. And now Tomato's on the barracks. Well, down in the bottom lane, Ramses gets hook-shotted, trapped in the cogs. Doesn't have Dark Ascension for 2 more seconds. A Torrent Storm trying to zone them away, but Tomato getting clipped by a stun there, and in comes the Doom. Double stun with the Infernal Blade on the wall stomp. Tomato half health, but he's got the turnaround potential. Sunstrike won't land as Ramses backstabs, kills off Whitemon. Oh, the big hits out of Tomato, looking for the Night Stalker, but he's over the treetops, trying to skirt away from danger. The life drain stopped by the Abyssal Blade. Stuns the Pugner in the end. Meanwhile, Kiyotaka fighting into Kasani's Lycan. The Wolf didn't stand a chance there, and now Tomato caught out. Invoker comes in, helped out by Miero. Yes, he's got Aegis, but I don't know what he can do when he's 1v5. HR have cleared through every member of TSM.
Ramses, he's still alive. He's ready to jump in. Oh, it's daytime.
1v5.
Nullify.
Tomato,
and
chain stunned. Team wipe for HR.
That was so clean. I mean, they used 2 buybacks previously, so the fight was kind of 5 versus 5. The bottom set of barracks, they didn't address it immediately, so some damage has been done to range barracks, and now they can go in, try to force some buybacks. There are no buybacks on Clockwork, no buybacks on Pugna, nor Kunkka, so it will be 2 versus 5. Kunkka respawns in 60 seconds. Now Ramses, finally, he bought that shard to have a bit of extra sustain. That was clutch. That Abyssal Blade on Pugna. He was also trying to use Abyssal on Shadowfiend. They lost the vision of him. Now into AC. We'll need to get rid of this gem. Needs another slot.
Very quickly killing off these buildings, though. If they just go for tier 4s, they're going to force a Shadowfiend buyback. We'll see what the option is here from HR. Looks like for now, just going for the barracks and trying the solo kill onto the Lycan. He came out of the fountain and he's dead. Will be able to return to the battlefield. But 2 lanes down, and yeah, look at Ramses go straight for the tier 4s. Glyph available again, delaying things out. Buybacks start to come in from TSM. Kunkka alive in 5 seconds now. But Shadowfiend still out for 15. HR retreating after killing a tier 4. Didn't finish off the full lane bottom. And Forge Spirits, they'll get the job done while they have to come back and defend their base.
These Roshans, it feels like they don't even matter. If they manage to get 1 kill, you just die afterwards. And now, let's see if there are any big items. 5,000 golden Invoker. Ramses, also, he gave up on the gem. Thinking about getting Satanic next. Does have it, and I believe he will have buyback available as well.
Yeah,
he does.
Invoker, Night Stalker, Rubik, 3 dire heroes with buyback. Everybody else is on cooldown. I mean, Kunkka's going to have his in 30 seconds, and he has the money for it. Shadowfiend is 300 gold away, so TSM trying to farm up these buybacks as quickly as they can possibly do it.
You can feel that TSM is afraid. They're waiting potentially for the next Roche. Maybe they want to get the mega creeps, but at this point, I don't know if it really matters that much. The tier 4s are really low. We're 5 minutes away from tier 5 items as well. Ramses, he's fully jacked. 6 slotted, has Moonshard that he can still eat eventually, but for now, keeping it as a vision tool.
And 20 seconds until nighttime. Who wouldn't be afraid of this Ramses Night Stalker? Solo grabbing himself an Aeon Disc now as well. A bit more protection.
Same goes for Doom. Miero picked up 1. Does have refreshers, so technically he has 2 of them. Not the ideal situation where you just like pop refresher, you're Eon Disc gets procced immediately, but it's mostly about the double Doom, double BKB, and getting closer to that level 25. Extra damage from Infernal, Motto, and the rest of the team are smoked. Let's see.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got this high ground ward, and they are spotting Solo, wandering all alone, but they also see in the mid lane Miero nullified, but the hookshot and tidal wave both miss. So he's out of there, and now HR in. Kiyotaka with a Scythe of Ice finds the kill on Ari. Tornadoes up the Kunkka, Kisses landing, Whitemond's gone, and TSM, they're just having to run. Tomato needs to bail on this. They've doomed up Broil. BKB ends, so Miero and Ramses, they're going to shred through him very quickly.
He's going to doom him as well.
And now Shadow Fiend scythed up the Sunstrike. The damage comes, the controller's there, and HR have done it. Buybacks will be forced from TSM because that bottom lane approaching the base is causing problems for them again.
They just can't deal the damage. Every single time they get the first jump, Doom, there's no counter to it. There is not a single Lotus Orb on them, not a single Lincoln Sphere. So he gets in, and whoever he decides to doom will get doomed.
A long spawn on Roshan, though. 3 minutes. We might see the game end before we get another Rosh, honestly. The way this is heading. And the lack of buybacks on so many heroes. Ramses yet again lurking. Both him and Kiyotaka have done a spectacular job this game, hunting straggling heroes, individual targets wherever they show. That's why right now Kasane and Tomato, they are in the fountain with Ari.
They're going to go for Megas. It seems like there's still tier 1, tier 2 tower. And look at the range on Rubik. Octarine core. Plus level 25 Talon has that telekinesis cooldown. Puts it down to 7.5 seconds. Woo!
I can't even see the range on Tidal Wave. It's more than a screen's width. Tidal Wave range is ridiculous. Look at it.
Zoom out. Here we go.
Yeah, you can't zoom out far enough.
He picks up
half
the Hex.
The map.
Doesn't have buyback.
Oh, yeah.
We'll have it at 400 gold. So double Hex. Also Hex on 15-second cooldown with the Octarine core. Casual
Sights
Hex.
up Tomato.
It's not that big. He tried to pull him out, but gotta get closer. It's smaller than you think it is. And now they're holding the high ground. Observer ward. Actually, 2 observer wards in the enemy triangle. Solo for now, keeping himself inside the Roche pit.
Yeah,
so
3 observer wards.
Yeah, he's scouting things out in the Roche pit with the rockets.
Another smoke from HR. Scan from Dire, trying to see if anyone's coming up into the Ancients area to maybe de-ward, reclaim territory. But TSM in their base, waiting for HR to come to them. The top lane does have a little Wolfie in it, so that's pushing out. HR might have to send someone up there just to keep all 3 waves approaching the Radiant base. That's going to be Kiyotaka's job, it looks like. 30 seconds now for Roche. And we've spent a lot of time just guarding territory on the map. Given time for Roche to respawn.
Minute and a half from tier 5 items. Let's see if Hellraisers maybe want to choke them out to get this 5th Roche, I believe. Kind of stopped counting, but I believe it is 5th.
Oh, we've had plenty. Yeah, tier 5 items. The fact that HR are controlling the Ancients, huge for them as well, if we get to that point. Start looking for the Ex Machina, all the good stuff in that final slot. Kiyotaka returns, again scouted by the Rocket Flare.
Kiyotaka using Sunstrike near the tier 3 tower, or when he did it bottom where tier 3 tower was, trying to get a pick off, get some vision, then he jumps in with the full combo. Let's see how they approach this one. Antares, he's the one smoked with the ninja gear. Gets a lift. Does not want Clockwork to steal it. Even X mark the spot. They're protecting it nicely.
And no angle of approach there. Antares even jumping aggressively towards the clock again. Another X mark. Whitemon spending glimmers and 4 staffs just to try and keep himself alive. And there's HR with Aegis, with Cheese, and they're ready to fight.
AoE Doom. Available. Needs to eat it. Has Crimson, has Cheese. Never mind, he gave it to Invoker in the end.
Okay.
So Invoker has Refresher Shard, has Refresher Orb in the backpack, Spell Prism as well. This is going to be some nasty combo. I would have maybe preferred if this was AoE Doom, but then having like double Cataclysm. In terms of how many spells they have to set things up for Cataclysm, it's not that great. And here comes the tier 5 items. Book of the Dead for Snapfire. So you can expect them to kind of rat it out a little bit with Invoker, Fizz Forge Spirits. Let's see if they can find anything else.
Well, now an Arcane Rune for Kiyotaka as well.
Just give him everything.
So much CDR, it's ridiculous.
12-second cooldown on Hex. Bryle, he needs to be careful. Hex, Bryle, he's looking. Where's the rest of the team?
Hookshot misses. They do get the tidal wave. Nullifier on Kiyotaka. He's going to pop his BKB and stand there. Still has Scythe of Ice and the Overwhelming Blink. And it looks like HR is going to run straight back in towards TSM. TSM were the ones that started this fight, but HR are going to be the ones that finish it. Kasane dead with no buyback. Kisses forcing the rest of TSM back into the fountain.
It looked good, but there was no Shadow Fiend. Like, they needed Shadow Fiend to deal the damage. This Hex play from Bryle was okay. It's just the rest of the team was not ready to back him up. And now they're going to be playing against Mega Creeps. Antares with the another X mark, but the other X breaks it.
And now the meatballs. Kiyotaka with his BKB, just throwing everything into that Radiant Fountain. They hookshot him. They get the telekinesis save out, though. Antares dragging Kiyotaka out of that dangerous position. And TSM, they've spent the shapeshift. They've spent BKBs. They're going to smoke, and one last hurrah for TSM. Try and defend your throne. Guard the Ancient for as long as you possibly can.
I'm looking at the neutral items. TSM doesn't have a single tier 5 neutral item at the moment. Hellraisers, they found 2. Book of the Dead on Snapfire, and also Rubik holding the Book of the Shadows.
Yeah, learned fellows.
Yeah, it seems like Hellraisers kind of robbed the library with all the books that they got. Is there another book? I mean, they can buy book. Get that Tome of Knowledge, yeah.
Yeah, there's an angry orangutan out there somewhere wondering where all these books have gone.
Mirror Shield.
Solo.
Ooh, that's a great one. But you want to have Ex Machina. I don't think there's going to be a game, even Seer Stone. Now gonna keep the Spell Prism, but yeah, you're playing against Mega Creeps, playing against Book of the Dead, Invoker. I don't know how you get out of the base.
What Rubik's cast range now? Oh, wait, he had Seer Stone for a second there. It looks like he's handed it over to somebody else. I was wondering what the range on Scythe of Ice would be with that Seer Stone Rubik. Arcane Supremacy. Ramses pops a Dark Ascension, and Miero straight onto Kasane with the Doom, the double stuns. They're going to pick him off, and Lycan's gone. Diving Fountain with the meatballs dropped. It's raining them right now. Hellfire landing into the TSM base from the Kisses solo as well. Torrent Storm causing a little bit of chaos. And the Wraith Pact being dealt with. There's a hookshot from Whitemon, clips onto Ramses, but he's saved again by the Cookie.
Another Doom.
Propelled away. Another Doom. Another catch. A Sunstrike comes as Timado stands his ground, but your throne is dead. And XHR take game 1.
Wow, what a performance, especially from Kiyotaka and Ramses. Like, they carried the game so hard. Just being able to... Let's see how happy they are on camera. So it's like, yeah, another day in the office, nothing spectacular. Ramses is like, guys, I died 3 times. I should have not died a single time. They're talking a lot, and they should seem... I think they should be pretty happy about this one. The graph is extremely wild. The way this game looked, TSM were in kind of, not going to say full control, but Hellraisers held back so much. Like, these fights that they took with the Night Stalker going from different direction multiple times. I want to go back to itemization. I think Kunkka's item, they need to be different. This needs to be like Aghanim Scepter, because he got one from Roche later down the line. But if you want to get Ags, if you want to get Hex, get Refresher, have double Hex, double BKB, double Torrent Storm, double Tidal Wave, double everything. Instead of trying to go for the damage, I understand the Nullifier because the 4 staffs did cause a lot of issues, but you also had one on Kasane who was super farmed at the time, so kind of investing 2 was a bit too much, I would say, and also Silver Edge, where you don't really deal damage. If you wanted to go, like, catch people with it, Hex into Blink, I think that also works.
Yeah, and then we also had that funny kind of back and forth between Kasane and Ramses, right? Where it's the will he, won't he, the Helm of the Overlord into into that shard of the Night Stalker? Is that going to happen? And it makes me wonder, if they had that Helm of the Overlord and they were pressuring, right? They were taking barracks, they were pressuring, they were building things up. If they had that extra bit, maybe they could have closed it out. But then obviously the argument is, well, Ramses would have just bought a shard and eaten it. But definitely a question mark around that to maybe change the game and the outcome. But there we go, XHR. I mean, a super long extended game. And finding the victory through some sweet, sweet individual plays out of Kiyotaka and Ramses, like you mentioned. Game 2, though, coming right up. A quick break, and we'll see you in a bit.
your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Welcome back here to day 3 of the group stage for DreamLeague Season 19, and our first series of the day, already proving to be incredibly exciting. 60 minutes of gameplay, Hellraisers taking that Game 1 victory over TSM. Lacoste, so many things happened in that match.
It was a wild game, Gary. I mean, my favorite thing was Night Stalker played by Ramses, going for the right targets, choosing and understanding that he needs to kill off these two supports, kill this Clockwork, and they don't have stuns. Like, also going for Kunkka. So many times we saw Doom getting on top of him, and just Doom had a free reign. I think we also need to go back and talk about his itemization. I think on one side we had great itemization, and on the other side it was pretty mediocre. I already mentioned, like, not a single Lotus Orb, no Lincoln Spheres, nothing that they can try to counter the Doom. Because once they initiate the fight with the Nullifier pickup from Ramses, these 4-staff Decrypifies, it's not working anymore, so you don't have a save. And then Doom getting Guardian Greaves, getting Vanguard as his first item, he really suffered in the laning stage. Then suddenly he pops off. Like, he's super tanky. Like, Shadowfade at one point was almost impossible to deal with, but they managed to do it because they went for everybody except the Shadowfade. If there's no Clockwork, if Kunkka's out of the game, he was the one getting doomed. Shadowfin can sit there, maybe gets a couple of right clicks, but they can't really stop him because they don't have stuns left.
Yeah, I mean, it was perfect target acquisition from the entirety of HR. You know, you praised Ramses with the ability to really dance in and out of fights, looking for those supports in the backline. It was, really, really well executed as the game dragged on. And yeah, you mentioned that Lincoln's Lotus kind of situation. We saw Miero thinking about Ags, and then he realized, well, I don't need one. They're not countering my single target Doom, so who cares about it? We'll get it later on from a Roshan or something. But now it's time for a clean slate, time to freshen up and get into Game 2, as TSM have a new draft unfolding in front of us against HR, and Enchantress is our first pick of the game.
No surprise there. This hero has been really popular across every region, scales really well, puts a ton of pressure in the laning stage. A hero that, like, most of the time doesn't even die. Like, it's very hard to deal with the hero. You need to have some magical damage. Very annoying. And speaking of magical damage, here comes Jakiro. Let's see what they decide to pair it with. Whether they want to have some kind of a stun, whether they want to pick another, maybe position 4. I love Clockwork with the Jakiro just for a setup. There's also Disruptor. Not sure if you want to open up with both of these, and
yeah,
let's see if they decide to do so. Yeah,
ooh,
keeping things open.
Oh, Magnus. So the big question for me, though, Lacoste, is does this draft matter? Because so far TSM have 1-1'd every single one of their series. They're 5-5. I guess now technically they're 5-6, and it's also the 11th. 2 1s. Everything lines up to say that TSM are going to win this game, surely.
Yeah, we don't even have to cast this game because this game's already over, judging by the math. Thank you for explaining this, Gary. You've always been very helpful. But yeah, TSM, they... Again, I'm not sure why Disruptor is not contested at all. Like, they might still ban it in the second phase. We'll have to see. Because Jakiro, like, all these repositioning tools, like Magnus, of course, with the skewer. Then you have a glimpse afterwards. But Hellraisers, they will ban it themselves. Both teams kind of opting to get position 5 and get an offlaner in the first phase instead of... Sometimes it can be tricky if you go for both supports early on, especially if it's like Enchantress Disruptor or Jakiro Disruptor. It just doesn't sound great.
Yeah, I guess the Jakiro is like response to the Enchantress. You don't want to pick Disruptor and just lose your lane to a position 4 Ench, especially if she's paired with a Beastmaster. Ench can be flexible across the 2 support roles, no problem whatsoever. So I guess Solo here is just saying, right, Jakiro, solid hero, tanky. What, he has like 5 armor and 700 HP as a ranged int hero at level 1. He's pretty damn strong, so difficult to really harass out of lane. And then, yeah, maybe later down the line we'll see something like that. But they ban the Disruptor now. And the big thing for me is still thinking about Antares Techies. Is that going to be a priority ban for TSM? Does Antares want to play it alongside a Magnus? Because that seems like a pretty decent lane.
Yeah, it's not an old school Techies mag where you just pull people into mines. It still works, but it's not as good as it was before. I do like that lane because it's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of slow. You will always have a kill threat. Might need to ban it out. Looking at some of the other position 4 heroes that Antares did play, you did mention that a Bounty Hunter, I don't know if they want to play Bounty Magnus type of a lane, so you probably want to pair him up with something ranged.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Magnus, pretty natural mech. Arcane's mech, Blink, then back to the Greaves, can buy auras. Always very good at starting fights and, like you say, displacing people. Is he still like an empower bot in some regards? Like, do you need a melee agi hero to play with a Magnus?
Not necessarily. It's a benefit, of course, but you don't want to follow your position 1 and just be an empower bot, as you called it. You need to get items for yourself. You need to be able to scale.
Puck and Night Stalker.
Night Stalker got so many issues. This time around, Beastmaster, at least Kasane can go for the item build that he wants. He can finish off the Helm of the Overlord this time around. Doesn't need to be afraid that Night Stalker will eat it.
And just go straight for it. Lots of summons again. Are TSM just going to be identifying as this team that just builds Zoo all the time? Ench Beastmaster to go for some hardcore tower push once again?
There it goes.
There it is.
We wanted to see it in game 1. But different hero. I didn't think I was gonna say, oh man, this team should pick Techies and be happy about it, but things have changed.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it used to
For
be
all the
that
boomers, I mean, you're a boomer, Gary. You remember back in the days when you bought boots and you just went for that suicide. Like, you killed people off, you got that first blood, because it was a lot of gold back in the days.
What was it? Fear? I like vividly remember a level 1 techies with boots first blooding a mid laner back in the Dota 1 days.
Yeah, it could have been. But TSM picking up Invoker for themselves this time around. A lot of push. This is Beastmaster, Invoker, decent amount of summons. And now they're going to be looking for a hero to buff up with. Beastmaster with the aura, Vlad's aura, Invoker with the Lactopy. We've seen how strong it is. Looking at how much catch they have. Hoodwink, Invoker, so Ember Spirit should feel relatively okay. There is Roar, of course, but some of these stuns that they have are not reliable. And you ask for something. You want to see Empower on a melee hero. Ember Spirit does really benefit from it. So if you don't mind, like, you can get a different position 1, even a ranged one. I don't mind it. I feel it's a really good Drow Ranger game in general. You still don't know the carry to carry matchup because they can even pick something like Phantom Assassin on side of TSM, like any kind of a gap closer hero. But I feel like Drow Ranger fits in nicely for Hellraisers. Ramses, however, he can play pretty much anything. They do have last pick this time around, so they will have the counter pick. They know the matchup, and then they will decide. I see a lot of AM bans in the second phase, which is kind of surprising. You talked about it yesterday, that this new tech, this Radiance Vanguard build, but we also see it picked more often than I expected, I would say.
Yeah, so during Eastern European DPC, Trent and I, we were just like trying to talk this out ourselves, trying to figure it out, and we just came to the conclusion that if you buy Vanguard on AM, you're unkillable. You can join all the fights. You know, shout out to Havost in 2015 for figuring this out 7 years before anybody else with his Phase Boots Vanguard Vlad's build in the old days. But yeah, Dota 2 has been a game where there's a meme around tanks, right? You say pick tank. There are no tanks in Dota 2. Anti-Mage is a tank now. He's not necessarily this ratty split pushy hero. He can fulfill that role, but with Vanguard, his counterspell, add a Radiance, you've got mischance, you've got block, you've got magic resistance. You are a hero that withstands all of this damage, and then Radiance just gives you more damage over time because you're living for so long.
Looking at the ban from TSM, this is an interesting one. They ban Nigma. Maybe they have some kind of an info that Ramses plays position 1 Magnus, because you can't really flex Ember Spirit. Could be, even if it is mid Jakiro, which is probably not going to be this just scream solo hero. Not sure why they banned out Enigma, because there is Beastmaster already. So you have like BKB piercing ability, you have Invoker. It's not about BKB Blink most of the time these days on Enigma, but you still have that covered. So really curious about this one.
Yeah, definitely interesting, isn't it? Not too sure.
10 seconds.
Maybe if they were thinking about like safe lane Ember and then mid Magnus, offlane Enigma, Enigma techies. Yeah.
He needs some kind of a different pairing. I think the only hero pairing that I like to see with Ember in the safe lane is Coddle.
I just keep the spam going. Well, they banned Naga now anyway, so taking one of those more map control oriented heroes that in the hands of Ramses would have been kind of difficult to contend with. So there's no TB, no Naga. Quite a lot of the illusion heroes gone. One more ban for HR as they look towards Timardo's hero pool, as we're kind of expecting the White Mod Enchantress, Ari Hoodwink, paired with a Beastmaster, Invoker mid, and it looks like Lifestealer there, the option for the ban.
They can always get Faceless Void for TSM, have a bunch of damage inside a Chronosphere. Especially with the Invoker, in terms of how much catch they have. Like, they have one ability that goes through magic immunity, so once Faceless Void gets that BKB timing, he should feel relatively okay.
It's one of those situations for sure, though, where you're looking at this and thinking there's no ideal pick. We're playing into Techie's Magnus. There's going to be RP, there's going to be that silence. The Shard from Techies is annoying, and we don't have last pick. So I think Morphling's a pretty good, like, all-round hero that's going to not suffer too much in lane, will be able to scale, has the buff up from the Beastmaster and the Invoker you mentioned earlier, protected by the Ench, but HR have last pick. How do they counter this Morph now?
Just thinking what's left in the pool. There aren't many heroes that are banned out. They still have a minute and 20. Let me just scroll through the heroes real quickly to figure out if there is a better pick. I'm down for Drow Ranger. They don't really have heroes to close the gap with. I think I mentioned the Drow Ranger already before. Anything else? PL is not a hero, unfortunately, so kind of feels awkward to play it at the moment.
Man, so many options are banned. Nature's Prophet is out there as a real signature Ramses hero. Gives them a bit more global presence to join in with the Ember and Techies when they're making plays. I'm not sure how I feel about Nature's Prophet in lane against Hoodwink Beastmaster, though. Okay, Abaddon. That's what they go for. Another empower target. Someone who's going to be very tanky and be able to withstand the limited control that TSM has. The raw Invoker spells. Just pop Borrow Time and Shield, run it off.
Didn't expect this one. You're also going to be playing as a bit of a cheap save against Beastmaster's Roar, against Hoodwink, Bushwhack, and you'll have an Empower bot this time around, so getting to Radiance is going to be much quicker for him. I think Miera will need to play with Abaddon, because in terms of farming Abba, once he goes to jungle, especially if he doesn't have a really good lane, then he needs to get back into the game somehow. We've been casting the game when Timado was playing Abaddon, and he really struggled. He was 0-5-0 pretty much in the laning stage. Might have gotten an assist or something, but felt really awkward to play it. They still won that game, but the rest of the team did kind of carry it. I do like TSM's draft, I believe, but then again, Antares Techies.
Yeah, Kiyotaka Ember. It's just one of these things when you're playing against Magnus, you know that you're going to get slipped into these awkward positions. If you're the ones initiating, you can still get caught out by a cheeky skewer back. into some big combos as we do ready ourselves for game 2. And again, as we were stating as this series began, both of these teams down near the bottom of Group A, XHR, now sitting, at 4 and 7. Still bottom of the table, need another victory here against TSM to start clambering up. And TSM kind of in the middle. Want a victory here to really cement themselves towards the top of the table and get a couple more W's under their belt as we do get ourselves into game 2 and find out how the lanes are going to spread out, what we're going to be dealing with, and get this Tomato Morphling Enchantress on Whitemon up against a Techies Magnus lane in our sights.
They also picked Morphling into Techies. I want to see how much Tomato is going to be able to, how much Antares is going to be able to achieve as his Techies. This is the hero that plays from Fogged, Morphling on a low HP. You blast it on top of him. If he doesn't get the shift off, the long duration silence, like silence level 1 is 4 seconds, and then you can try to kill him. What are you laughing about?
Bryle is having fun. He's invoking. He's playing Invoker, so therefore he must invoke.
30 seconds.
And everybody's using sprays, everything they got, throw in a mid lane.
Did I mix my magics? There's also a pretty neat play by Antares. He walked up to the die ward that was placed early, and I don't know if the Enchantress got baited. We'll see if they try and sentry it, but he pretended to place an observer ward up there, then backed up to place his obs a little shallower on his side of the river. But he also popped the smoke to know that the Dire have vision up there as well. Top rune contested by HR. Morphling and Enchantress able to stand there and take the bounty rune. Solo and Ramses. We'll grab the other two on the other side of the map, though. So balance in all things as it should be.
Will be 2 for 2 in the end. So Beastmaster plus Hoodwink. It's a killer lane. A lot of spam gonna come out from Axes. Acorn Shot as well. Blightstone. Lowering the armor. Against Abba, what is he bringing? I see Ring of Basti, which is an interesting build from a carry. Man, this is such a cool cosmetic on Abba. What is that sword?
Well, you can see his face as well. Abaddon's face being shown. The sword is the Endless Night sword.
It's way too big. This is Nazgul.
Wait, what? Look, the horse is riding him? What was that?
Maybe if Ramses had a point in Curse of Avernus, those extra slows could have maybe made the difference, but then again, Acorn Shot was available. Solo, his career is going to drop. Extra 25 for the team.
Well found by Ari. Now, we did see the D-Ward top. Antares immediately got rid of the Observer. And let's try get back there into the face of the Enchantress, who does get a half pull off. Solo being chipped away at by Ari here, though. Something Hoodwink is always incredibly good at. Just right-clicking people non-stop. Hiding in the trees, getting that extra bit of trade damage. Plenty of regen going to be needed here for HR to stay in the lane against the boars and the acorn shots. And not an easy one for them.
It's a lot of slow. Both.
Top. Blast off into Skewer. First blood for Antares Techies. They contest the pull, they get there. Just a quick flurry of spells from them. Secures a pretty simple kill.
Great start for Techies. First usage of the blast off. They do get a kill. Both heroes from XHR are very low. The spam continues from TSM. Not going to be an easy lane for Ramses by any means.
Nah, it's non-stop. And I'll start dragging wave back as well. So Kasane can continue his free farm. 10 last hits for the Beastmaster. Always feels very good. This is something TSM, I think, are pretty good at compared to some other teams. Is giving Kasane, with these Zoo heroes, a good lane to allow his helm timing to come just a little bit faster than usual. How's mid going? Invoker against Ember Spirit? How does that matchup end up?
You can't really die as Invoker, especially Quasflex. You have Forge Spirit, and he's adjusting his item build, something that we did see being very good in the previous game, the Wraith Band pickup. So that those slights are not going to hurt as much. Kiyotaka, what is he bringing on the courier? It's going to be Blightstone. He's already adjusting. He wants to be able to put some damage. And I've seen Ember Spirits taking towers. If there's a hero to move from a mid lane, this is not going to be Invoker because this is Quas Exort Invoker. So that means you don't want to leave the lane. You want to be the one pressuring, and you also have a bit of a global presence.
Some wasted time there by Kiyotaka.
Yeah.
Forge Spirit denies the bounty. Well done by Bryle. And yeah, Blightstone -2 armor. Wraithband +2 armor. Give yourself a little more protection against the Ember and his slight spam. Miero, pretty low on mana up at top. And down bottom, Kasane, about halfway through all his resources as well. Solo's going to keep the pressure on the Beastmaster, keeping Abaddon farming. Miero maybe looking for an angle top. Techi's going to go for a pull. Everyone trying to find a little edge in these lanes to look for kills. And Bryle just continually denying runes. Gets rid of one water rune. Sunstrike mid. Kiyotaka 1 health. Fairy fires up. The Forge Spirit was punching him. Close there from Bryle. Good attempt. And get the takedown. Up at top,
he's
a blast
going in.
off. Yeah, Whitemon gone. Antares close to death, but I'm not sure. Tomato without the adaptive strike. It was on cooldown for 2 more seconds. Can't get the trade.
Puts a second point in blast off. The extra silence, extra damage, 300 AoE. And now Magnus. Meteor Hammer queued up by him. Okay, interesting one.
That's
I
what
guess
we're doing with it.
It's a great stats item, but you don't want to like do any fancy shenanigans. I think it also comes down to them not having enough tower damage. So he might be the one just dropping a Meteor Hammer. When it comes down to stuns, they have multiple ways of stopping it. Eventually, Tornado, Cold Snap, Bushwhack, Adaptive Strike. Kasane. Dodges Ice Bat.
Still
got
dies.
drop.
Level 2 shield. Magic Wand and Magic Stick here for HR. The Sunstrike, oh, ever so barely on the edge of the Jakiro's hero model. Yeah, so far so good for HR. 3-0. TSM yet to get a kill on the board. And as we progress through these levels, it becomes pretty hard to kill off HR. Borrowed time on this Abaddon. Kiyotaka with the evasiveness of this Ember Spirit. Even that top lane, Magnus, pretty tanky and has the skewer to disengage if need be.
Antares is very low on HP, hiding. Warpine Raider will catch him.
Seed shot. No impetus though. Whitemon blasted off upon Antares. Still going to die though, and a Sunstrike dodged by Kiyotaka as he grabs the DD rune through his Remnant. And Bounty rune's up there as well for him, but he's a little afraid of where he's heading.
Doesn't have a TP available and gets slowed down by Seed Shot. Whitemon's already gone. Maybe he could have tried to play a little bit more aggressive. There were still 2 Remnants available. He can Dispel Flame Guard, Dispel double damage with the enchant. Kiyotaka's bottle will be refilled by Antares.
And there's Bryle rushing straight into the drums. Well, Ramses still level 5. Pretty low HP, but with a shield up on him and Solo behind him, he'll be okay. A bit of a dive in the mid lane from Kiyotaka, cut short by the Cold Snap. Even bringing in the additional help of the Enchantress. And a Hellbear Smasher. And Hunter is sticking around here, getting some damage on the tier 1. They've shoved Bryle and Whitemon out of the actual lane itself.
Ramses, there's going to be another spam. He's bringing his Fate Boots, another set of Tangos. He's the one who bought a lot of Tangos. I think this is the 3rd set that he's bringing. And now Antares.
Blast off to safety.
Blast off. But then again, can they get a return kill?
Kiyotaka has 1 point in chains. He doesn't want to go for it.
Not enough.
Maxing out the Flame Guard.
Their damage a bit limited, I would say, especially if Techies uses Blast Off as a defense tool. Now Ramses collecting some XP bottom. Bushwhack misses. Ooh. Could have been a kill potentially. Still has that Aphotic Shield, getting closer to level 6. So once he gets that, gotta be much more difficult to get a kill on him.
And he doesn't want to level it up straight away because he's so low HP. It's just going to pop immediately. So he'll hold out, wait until he gets gone on by someone. There's Whitemon using that high ground ward he placed a little earlier on to scout out the stacks being made up by Antares as well as Sniper Courier. And here's Miero in the top lane. Meteor Hammer's done, getting some damage on the tier 1 tower. The trouble being, they've not really pressured Morphling at all. Timado is top of the net worth, completely free farming, has Treads, Wand, Morbid Mask, and seemingly the big bad boss on this map.
Yeah, Timado does like to pick up Morbid Mask, even though it did get heavily nerfed on Morphling, where you only lifesteal for 50% of the attack damage. It's still a great item on Morph. Maybe he doesn't believe in RNG, doesn't believe that Gaben's gonna bless him by finding that neutral mask.
Waveform's in, skew it across. Miero cancels his TP, as I think he saw the Centaur coming. Still gonna die though. Adaptive Strike and the Stomp connect. Maybe could have attempted just to hold out. You know, pros don't fake. Go for the full TP, try and get home. But in the end, very, very low chances of survival.
Pros don't fake. Where's that coming from?
That's from CS. That's from CS:GO.
Really?
Yeah, when you're planting the bomb, you know, you can fake plant the bomb. You start and then you stop to make the noise, and people come, you know, out of their hiding spot.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ah, you're a multiple esports guy. I didn't know that. I do watch CS:GO, but not as much. Only when there's like big tournaments, but not following the memes.
Yeah, pros don't fake. Once you start planting the bomb, you're full plant.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Top tower down. Quite unusual. Off lane tower on this Radiant side being taken down. 10 minutes in. This gives a bit of room for Timado to invade enemy triangle. Take out one of their stacks. Move into mid as well. They've got catapults coming soon. Double Forge Spirits are ready. Picking up the tempo here as TSM.
They blocked the stack that you were talking about that Timado is farming, and he also stole the stack from them. So double the value on Torres now.
Stunned up.
Do they have enough? Bryle's trying to get close for a cold snap, but not going to be enough. Double damage. Drums finished on him. 2 Forge Spirits as well. What is he bringing? A medallion. This is the build that we did mention the previous game. This is something that he did before. Solar Crest, upgrade drums, the Boots of Bearing, all these small items, cheap ones, getting extra mana regen. Oh no.
Miero. Sunstrike trying to scout him. And process of elimination means they know which direction he went. Not southwest. Wait, has he found a little hiding? No, what? They can't see him?
Pros don't fake, Gary.
They just walked past him like 3 times. A hiding spot in the trees. And Tier 1 tower in the meantime being taken down by Kiyotaka and his little friend the Catapult. Centaur Stomp, but no deny from Whitemon. And yeah, this Invoker build, a lot of minus armor, right? With Forge Spirits. And that medallion. A little reminiscent of the old Somnus Invoker build with the Desolator Assault Cuirass.
Oh yeah,
back in the
good
day.
old times. I mean, this amplifies the damage of your Forge Spirits. Extra attack speed from drums, minus armor from medallion as well. Now, let's see if they decide to rotate to the bottom lane. Invoker, after he pushes out the mid. Kasane does have Helm Creep available. It's going to be another Centaur. So, speaking of Centaur, Whitemon still holding one. Will smoke with Bryle.
Yeah, maneuvering down bottom. Ramses can be a difficult kill, but if they're able to bait out a borrowed time and then roar him after it's popped, they could have the damage and control to kill him off. Solo here with level 1 Macropyre and Ice Path can offer quite a lot of damage if they got stuck under the Tier 1. And TSM a little tentative with their move onto the Abaddon, so they go for the Jakiro instead. It does drop the Verdurous Dale onto the tower, very tanky and healing up Solo. Misses the Ice Path though, as TSM evacuate and start TPing back to their other side of the map.
Abba as a carry, sometimes it's hard to push out of the lane because of his borrowed time. And now you see the save coming out on Solo, so he doesn't even die. Mid lane.
Oh yeah, Antares is there with Kiyotaka. Bryle TP'd back there to gather up a bit of farm, but picked off while Solo is killed by Whitemon and Ahri as they delve into their bottom jungle. Still struggling really to pressure the bottom objective though. Tier 1 being held, like you say, just by Ramses as he's impervious to the attempts from TSM to kick him out of the lane.
Getting closer and closer to Sacred Relic. It's much cheaper now, 3.4k gold. Kiyotaka as well, keeping up with the farm of the rest. Not as much farm as Morphling because he's been free farming. Timado off to a great start. Yasha done. Going into Dragonlance Manta next. Keeps farming multiple creep camps. With that waveform, they also made a couple of stacks for him. He invaded those stacks. Oh, Radiant killing the tower with no heroes around it.
Yeah. Free money into the pockets of XHR. Don't need to do anything drastic either. They can just hold their high grounds, keep on farming. Very, very comfortable here, knowing you've got the Magnus and Power on top of Ember and Abaddon. Soon you'll have this Blink Reverse Polarity available for Miero, as he's 400 gold away from that initiation item. And that's the point at which you can start considering smoking, because it should all culminate here with Maelstrom, Ember, Blink, Magnus. Everything should be ready alongside the majority of the Radiants on this Abaddon.
15-minute. Techies, Ricky, these two heroes kind of playing off the shard. Antares does have gold saved up. Double damage. Ooh, Brawl will deny it. Does not want to risk anything. Getting jumped by him. Magnus was showing on the top lane, but still afraid that maybe Ember Spirit will get a jump. So, in terms of item synchronization for Hellraisers, there's going to be Magnus with the Blink Dagger that you mentioned, Maelstrom, Ember Spirit, Techies with the Shard, Abaddon, of course, not going to be able to get that Sacred Relic turned into Radiance, but we'll have it eventually in the next 2 minutes, especially if he gets empowered by Mag.
Yeah, so if the timing for HR is coming in the next minute, minute and a half, at TSM, do they have enough tools to combat this, or are they just going to be dodging fights?
Ooh, they are going to smoke. There is still no shard on Techies. He would definitely love to have it. That's a big upgrade. Almost 2 seconds stun.
Tomato.
AoE 1.
Tomato. Oh, spooky times. Blink RP straight on the morph, and he's blasted off straight on him. Well executed by HR. Tomato was sat at 460 HP, full agi.
There's a saying, Gary, in Dota. Never go full agi.
Well, he did, and he suffered to it. Now, Whitemon, they want to try and reclaim the triangle, but the Enchantress gets diced by the Ember Spirit. Bryle, Sunstriking onto Miero with a sharpshooter there as well. They nearly take him down, but Kiyotaka back onto Bryle's Invoker. Slight chains into the Ice Path, chucks the Deafening Blast at them. Can he go into Invis or hide? He absolutely cannot. Sentry was already pre-placed anyway by HR as they lose no heroes, killing off 3 in a row, and Kiyotaka is still battling with Kasane. They'll roll the Jakiro, spend it onto Solo, but the rest of HR is still here ready to fight. Chains into the Meteor Hammer, not going to land, and Kasane picks up a double kill.
Antares also going to die.
Trying to chase him, yeah. Antares running around, sprinting with that reactive taser on. He's not going to be able to fight 1v2 into Ari and Whitemon, though, and they do boot HR out of this high ground area.
Stayed there for way too long. I think they wanted way too much, but still, Abba is the one who keeps on free farming, almost catching up with the Morphling. Radiance about to be finished. They needed to get like those kills and get out, maybe sacrifice one. Magnus blinks out, still stays close at 200 HP. A bit greedy, I would say, but still, DSM keeping things in balance. Morphling, maybe thinking about jumping onto Solo. No morph available, however. Solo with the Solo smoke.
Hey, he's out on the map. And Whitemon trying to scout with his little seed shot chucking friend.
This one's gonna get rewarded immediately. They know.
They sure do. And TSM keeping tabs on them. But like you were mentioning, that entire 2-minute period where they're fighting into the Dire Ancients, Ramses has finished off Radiance, already on his way towards the Manta style. That's where problems can begin for TSM. He gets that Manta and he's silencing up this Invoker, this Morphling. They're not going to have BKB too quickly. They do have Manta and Morphling at the very least. A bit of protection for him. And Ramsey just going to borrow time to run away from Ari and Bryle.
Does not want to risk anything. Gets it, 50-second cooldown. Let's see if maybe they can get something with the smoke. Beastmaster is smoked, no boots of speed available, so moving at 350 only. Ramses will go into triangle. Rest of the team is very far away from him.
Can they get him though? Like Whitemon and Ari running towards Ramses, knowing borrow time's on cooldown. They're chipping away at him. Sunstrike drops him low, but they don't have the full combo. Sharpshooter is off the mark. And now the skewer back. Miero dragging Ari in back towards Ramses. Sentry placed by Solo. Make sure that Shadow Amulet doesn't come to too much use.
He's gonna start farming with Empower this time around. Finds Dragon Scale for himself, so some extra
raw
armor.
mid.
Ooh, that's a big one.
Yeah, Kasane roared on Taurus, and Taurus just turns around and blasts him off. Sunstrike.
Dodges a Sunstrike.
Dodged by the techies as well. And 250 gold for Solo. Very happy he got the last hit on that Thunderhide. Easy money. While Kiyotaka and booting Tomato out of the triangle again.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Buys himself a cloak, Morphling does.
Against techies, Ember's Spirit, Jakiro, Magnus, everything has magical damage, Radiance burn as well. Ramsey's farming those extra Force Spirits, getting the gold from it. And as you said, going into Manta style, so we'll be getting rid of Cold Snap, potentially, and have that extra layer of silence. You instantly get silenced if you get hit by it.
TSM not able to get across the river too well. A long line of wards from top down towards bottom, but when HR just goes straight into a triangle and kill your Enchantress like that, you don't have time to react. They're going to have Boots of Bearing soon up on Broil. On top of that Solar Crest. A lot rest on Tomato's shoulders, though, because this feels like the way they're itemizing, the way they've drafted, it's everything to build this Morphling up. Every aura, every item, just pump it into the Morphling so he can stand his ground and fight.
Morphling does need a lot of time. This is not a 2-item hero that joins the fight. It's more like 4, 5, 6. So let's see how they're going to be able to approach. Maybe get a kill, turn it into Roche. Solo.
Yeah,
oh, nice deafening blast.
That's the roar onto Miero as well, but Kiyotaka given freedom here to get on top of Broil. Chase him down, the Ghost Walk comes, a bit of reveal still remaining, and Broil throws the Sunstrike but dies immediately after. Now with the Remnant back in, helped out by Antares. A kill, Broil, Whitemon, and Ramses finds that final kill on Ahri.
This is a big one. Solo picked up Gem. This is 20-minute Gem we're talking about. So Ember Spirit was the one holding it. They can see Hawk. They can also see Glimmer Cape or Shadow Amulet for now on Hoodwink. And they can also kill Invoker, not needing to care about his Ghost Walk. Kiyotaka going for like straight up BKB. Level 15 on Ember Spirit. Shiva's Guard next on the menu. Wants to reduce that healing coming out from the Morphling. He's having a great time.
Yeah, both him and Ramsey's top of the net worth board. Pretty big gap between them and their counterparts. Beastmaster, Invoker, starting to lag behind a little bit with the item decisions they've gone for. But now we're 20 minutes into this game. It feels like HR, the ones in the driving seat, really dictating the pace of play. What's something TSM can do to change that fact? Or is it really just the waiting game for that? Like you said, they're Morphling 6 items to try and get him as much as he can.
I want to see them take another fight. Just try to smoke up and take Roche. If you let Hellraisers take Roche on, you're not going to be able to play. Like, sure, your Morphling doesn't feel fight ready. And look at the item build. Mage Slayer on Morphling. This could be the big one. Let's see if they smoke up, as we talked about.
Yeah.
Go in there, try to get 1, maybe 2 kills, turn it into Roche. RP on cooldown for 10 seconds, so it's gonna be available one more time. Sneaky move. Straight into Roche pit they go, but they should know something is up. Miero.
Radiant scan. Blast off in. Antares deep in the pit. Reactive taser there, but the 2-man chains. The Remnant from Kiyotaka finding Ahri's Hoodwink. The Squirrel gets smushed, and Miero fake pumps the RP. While off to the left-hand side, Antares, he's dropping low, and Broil and Tomato do get the kill on the techies, while Kiyotaka's gone off with Ramses to hunt people down. The fight spread 3 different ways, and a 2-for-1 trade in the end, favoring TSM. Ramses and Kiyotaka chased down by Whitemon.
RP still available.
You're right, it is. They tried the Blink Skewer beam.
Not like
Miero
this. Into the mines.
Doesn't get the job done. And Ramsey's kind of scared here. Shield is getting popped by impetus hits. And TSM, yeah, victory you'd call it, as they walk back towards the pit.
They'll still go in. Sleight of Fist is available. DD, Flame Guard, Aphotic Shield. The only thing you need to care about is not getting it dispelled by Enchantress. Let's see. Whitemon will dispel it.
Yeah, takes it off straight away. Miero. They can't get an angle into the pit, so Aegis for Tomato. TSM grab it up, and now the Cyclone catching Ramses, forcing an early borrow time. Oh, they wish they had some kind of blink or something for... I mean, the Beastmaster doesn't have a Roar, so I guess they wouldn't have the control on him anyway.
The scan kind of fooled them in the previous Roche fight where it connected on the edges and they were outside. So everything they had, they threw inside a pit. It was only summons. So Antares gets... This is their big team fight. I'm gonna even call it ulti with the blast off because those proximity mines, it's a cool spell, but it's not really an ulti, I would call it.
It's like TB's Metamorphosis. That's
Pretty
the real
much,
ulti.
Yes.
A very powerful spell in the right hands. And Broil gets Antares Courier. Techie is being chased by Forge Spirits. Might get tracked back here. As Ari and Broil know exactly where he is. Doesn't have TP either. So the Techie is going to get bushwhacked. Solar Crest on him. And a pretty swift dispatching of the Techies there. And TSM, yeah, wind in their sails. Aegis on the Morphling. Turns into a Baden, grabs an Illusion Rune. Tomato in fighting shape right now.
That's a big one. Aphotic Shield. We've seen the power of it in the previous fight, removing Roar. Kiyotaka can play a bit more aggressive. He almost has Shiva's Guard. Oh my god. Just 600 gold away.
It's going to be so incredibly tanky. Having that Shiva's against Morphling feels nice. Gotta be careful though. This Morphling turning into a Baden to steal the Curse of Avernus. That surprise silence might catch people off guard. We didn't see RP in the last fight, right? Miero faked it, didn't get an opportunity.
No, didn't get it off.
Doesn't land his meteor hammer either.
My favorite. Still gotta go for the high ground potentially. Maybe use Manta style, because right now they are pushing bottom tier 2. Tomato. Satanic finish. But look at the damage on tower. Dragon scale with the illusions. That's a sieging tool right there.
TSM are wrapping around though. Tornado clips on Jakiro. Kiyotaka straight up BKBs. Sharpshooter goes through the dead body of Solo and they roll the Ember. Have they got the chain control? He's going to remnant down to the south and slip away, but you're right. On cooldown for 15 seconds. I don't know if they can close the gap on him fast enough. It's a speedy Centaur, but he's got slight chains to hold them back. Miero also lurking in the shadows. The TSM don't want to break up the ramp.
Still not worth it. They're delaying the game on TSM. Tier 2 tower down to half HP. That Dragon Scale. Abba Illusions. And Ramses picks up Blink Dagger for himself so he can jump out of the trouble and also close the gap.
Just continues farming Ancients. TSM are the ones that have to make a move. Get some use out of this Aegis for the next 2 minutes. They're eyeing up that mid lane. They're just going to tornado out the creep wave while the Shiver's Guard from Kiyotaka giving a bit of vision there over onto Whitemon and the neutrals. EMP blasting out some of their mana. Sharpshooter hitting into the borrowed time though as Whitemon blown up by Kiyotaka. Ramses escaping from the Morphling for now. Just a quick pick off and again forcing TSM into these fights where they're not really getting the jump. Getting baited and dragged out across the map.
HR does not want to take full on 5-on-5 engagement. They want to get a pick off. Ooh, Invoker getting Pipe as his next item. This is Pipe plus a Cloak. I don't think... And Nether Shawl. What's his magic resistance? It says 48%.
Is that all?
That is all.
I guess he's going to have the barrier from the Pipe as well. Look at these TPs though. Power Rangers coming back into the mid lane from TSM. Solo's Jakiro. He's going to get spotted by the Hawk. That's another easy, quick pick for them. Still just a support kill, though, and the rest of HR pretty content farming out, pushing bottom. And keeping Antares in the jungle to move towards his BKB as well.
This build on Invoker, you either look like you're bad, what the hell are you doing? You get a couple of Reddit comments about it. Or you're like, wow, this was really thinking outside of the box. It really depends how the game's gonna go.
Yeah, I mean, Dota 2 is one of these games where that fine line between genius and insanity really can be shown off.
I mean, it's a good... I don't mind it, because your offlaner is not building it. He decided to go for BKB. Maybe he could have been... I mean, Beastmaster Pipe works real nicely. so you can have magic. Ooh, RP. Okay, what
Who did
the
the
hell
RP?
was that? I just ground, I believe.
I'm not going to lie, I was watching Techies cut wave in mid, planting his mines. I didn't see
Oh,
what
was
Miro
it
did.
Manta? Seems like our observers pointing out that Manta style dodge
Nice.
happened. Because I saw him in the base. Not sure
I'm glad.
if Skewer was in cooldown.
I'm glad someone's paying attention. Thanks, Eosin.
Yeah.
TSM thinking about what they're doing next, though. This is the awkward thing when it is very all in on the Morphling. They've got to be playing around him. Does have a DD rune now. But the rest of the squad are swinging bottom. I don't know if Tomato can join in on this, as Braille just gets straight up slight changed. BKB out of Kiyotaka, focusing onto the Invoker, and he's gone. Tomato TPs to the outpost bot, TSM rallying around him. But they've spent BKB on Beastmaster. They've got Roar available, but having no Invoker is a pretty bad sign for this upcoming team fight. And they'll try and pick off Solo. And when I say try, succeed quite simply with the DD of the Morphling.
This Lotus Orb pickup from Miero. They throw it on Kiyotaka. He goes in, can be roared. Even if he does get roared, there's going to be an aphotic shield from Abba. And Abba picks up the Basher, so that's going to be more control. Seems like we're going to see the same thing as what happened in the previous game, where Tomato is going to be left alone. Don't try to kill him until you kill the rest. Then his Manta style is off cooldown. You silence him with those illusions from Abba, and then focus him down. So going for Invoker, let's see how he defends himself in the next fight. No 4 staffs yet. One on Enchantress is being built. Hoodwink also opting to go for different items. Blink Dagger and Glimmer Cape.
Miero. Oh, gets caught by the Bushwhack. Was trying the TP home. But the rest of TSM going to get surrounding this Magnus. And what can they turn this into? A bit of a push on the mid lane. And no ability to go high ground or anything because they are so spread across the map. And another 40 seconds at the least for Roshan to spawn. That means that Magnus will be alive. There's more
Look at
time
the gold
here.
on Antares. He's the one farming. He's the one who's been creep skipping. Has almost the same amount of net worth as Magnus. Picks up BKB so that he can actually get his blast off. It will not get tornado, not get bushwhacked or anything. Nothing's gonna stop him mid-air.
Yeah, make for certain they can get these RP into blast off combinations. Octarine Core next. Big old techies. Solo getting a bit of farm for himself as well. Pushing out that bot wave. Distracting TSM from their key objectives. Just to hold this enemy Ancients area. And wait for Roshan. 50 seconds for him to spawn, but Antares, different ideas as they jump in towards the Beastmaster and force Kasane to pop an early BKB. Now the drums and the chase forward. Whitemon, 4 staff up to high ground. Shiver's Garden, Remnant, giving the vision on the Enchantress. They'll control her up with some chains and blow her up with the mines. And HR, again, a firm grasp on this game as they force TSM, rebuff them, get them back towards the dire base. As Bryle throws a few spells at Kiyotaka here. Sunstrike, EMP, a bit of save, and the RP. They've caught out the Beastmaster and the Hoodwink. Kiyotaka with Ramsey is going to shred through them quickly. An unstoppable streak and another blast off in. Tomato's deep. He's in behind them. Kiyotaka dropping low. Pops up the shivers and the sleight of fist. He survived. He's got away. Oh, Tomato. He does heal up a fair amount, but another skewer back in. Antares BKB's up, and Ramsey doesn't want to get joining into this fight, so a triple. As Morphling cleans up. That's all they needed was Tomato to be left unattended.
Yeah, he turns into this Magnus. Gets Empower for himself, has the skewer. Ramsey's no borrow time for a second.
Look at that damage! But now he's low HP. Oh, they tornado him. You're right, he can blink out. They didn't get any more control as Ramsey's borrowed time allows the escape. But Roshan now alive.
Belongs to TSM. Looking at the buyback, there is no one on Magnus. 40 seconds until techies. They have to let it go. Alacrity, Boots of Bearing, that lifesteal from Satanic, Paladin Sword, Morphling. Being super strong in the fight. This is what the timing that they were kind of looking into, and he also did pick up Aghanim Scepter, so stealing status resistance from the enemy heroes. That's gonna be big.
That's huge against this RP and Techie Shard. A lot of chain stuns from XHR. 33 minutes in, Tomato has arrived, killing off Ramsey's courier, which had Abyssal Blade recipe inside. And would have been very close, just 100 gold from finishing out the full item there.
Now if he decides to turn into Abaddon, he can break him, maybe silence him with the Manta Style if his Manta Style is on cooldown, and then Borrowed Time is not going to proc. So have that silence break combo that is always going to be potent against Abba. Solo will die one more time.
Yep.
He's been in no man's land.
Well, he's dead for 70 seconds. Yeah, he did
bought
use
back in the
buyback.
previous fight, yeah.
Yeah. 6 minutes without the buyback. Dead for 60. If TSM use this information, they could get in on this Radiant base, but we already see the preparation from Antares. Mines being placed all across that front line. Blink across from Miero, gets an Invis rune. They don't have reveal here. Yeah, Ari not holding
There's
any.
a sentry, and they're pinging it out.
Braille has a gem, and they are running towards him. Miero, Tomato, Magnus on Magnus. And that shockwave skewer gets Tomato into position to pick up yet another kill. So XHR down 2 heroes. Lane starting to trend towards the Radiant base. This game seems unstoppable
this whole
now.
Series have been pretty wild. You don't know who's gonna win until the end. Like this 4K gold lead doesn't mean anything. Whoever has Aegis also means nothing. So we'll see how the execution is gonna go. Morphling holding the Aegis for another 3 minutes. They decide to overextend. You talked about techies putting some mines inside the base, so potential skewer back, horn toss. Try to kill them off.
It's never easy for TSM. It's always a struggle. Solo pretty adept at holding high ground himself. With Macropyre and Ice Path, create these zones of areas where TSM just can't breach. And both teams have a gem now, right? Invoker holding one, Ember still holding one. So they've got that ability to keep the reveal. Try and de-ward. There's only one observer ward on the map that belongs to Dire in that bottom lane right now. But the oppressive nature of this TSM draft comes into play. Tomato very safe all on his own just to push out top. And TSM can bridge the gap into mid and bottom lane with the remainder of their heroes.
Hellraisers will need to do the same thing. Ignore Morphling. He's just way too tanky to be killed. He's a bit low on mana. Always is. It feels like it. I saw him bringing 4 clarities. So every single time there is a clarity, he's going to pop it in, use it to get some mana replenish. This spam is going to be very annoying. Macropyre, Ice Pad, Bombs, Sleight of Fist, and also the Skewer. So got to be extremely careful how you approach the high ground. This is why we don't see TSM going for it.
You've got to be clean. Especially with the Scythe of Ice and Invoker. They're trying to wait out the Lotus Orb on Kiyotaka. Go back in on the Ember. Oh, Miero attempting the Horn Toss, but grabs nobody. I was looking for anybody trapped in the trees there. And Tomato still with 1:20 on Aegis. Very comfortable. So front line for the rest of his squad. And bottom lane's going to get shoved in pretty soon. So HR need to deal with top and mid lane if they want to mount a defense down bottom.
They are stuck inside the base, but still getting the farm. It's been steady 5k gold lead for TSM, because TSM members didn't farm their jungle, didn't farm their triangle. They've been lurking around, maybe trying to get the pick off with this Hex, finished on Bryle.
Slowly building up the net worth, gathering up as much farm as you can. And quite often with this kind of scenario, you'll see the carry player like going back to their own ancients to farm, maybe get some neutral items, see what's up. Tomato, so necessary in these fights, has to be there to make sure the rest of his squad's protected. Have you pointed this out already? Whitemon going for Moonshard next after the Hurricane Pike?
I saw it. It's still very far away. I didn't want to comment on it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Triple Wraith Band.
In 15 minutes. We'll see. If he dies once, he probably changes things around.
To another Wraith Band.
3 is more than enough. He's super tanky right now. 35 armor. 68% physical resistance on Enchantress. With, of course, the untouchable slow.
Super tanky. Ember Spirit empowered up, clears out that mid wave. Get a bit of vision down here for Solo to command his team. And try and build a platform they can use to team fight around. And the amount of green dots in that Radiant base is starting to become a little too much. Overwhelming minefield that TSM have to maneuver around. And another Scythe of Ice there. Ember Spirit has the ability now to slight hex people.
There's the one, there's the jump.
Bryle dragged back into the Radiant base. They're going to save Miero and Bryle. Pop the drums, run away. Ramsey's in. Antares dropping, though, to Tomato. Ramsey's fighting. Bryle nearly dead. Looking to drop him as the Abaddon goes to work. Now Tomato in a bit of danger. Pops the Manta, turns and fights. The RP. Miero catches him. Tomato standing there and just doing nothing as he's stunned, but he's tanky enough to withstand Ramsey's and Kiyotaka's damage. Another full staff away. The blast off misses. In we go back again. Tomato, full HP. Full strength and incredibly tanky. This Ember Spirit has to BKB to try and run, and a triple kill for Tomato now. Kills off Ramses, forces a buyback, and skewers away to safety. Chaos abound in that team fight.
Oh no, he missed again.
And another blast off misses.
They forced 2 buybacks. They needed this blast off to get off in a fight. They also kind of relied on to lock them down, and you see Manta style pop by Morphling, they immediately jump him. They get a bash on top of him, but it's not enough to lock him down. He gets out of the trouble. Level 25 Morphling now. He picked up the 40% waveform cooldown. It's down to 7.2 seconds, and every single time he uses it, it does attack the target with the level 20 talent.
Yeah, just being able to lifesteal up off of heroes, off of creeps. Keeps
Miero,
himself in the fight.
Like, it looked like a bad RP, but I get what he tried to do there. Try to buy time during the Satanic so that he doesn't lifesteal back to full HP. Sunstrike. He's gonna scout things out inside the pit. Roshan respawning in potentially 35 seconds. This could be one fight. If HR loses it, TSM takes the game. Alacrity, Morphling with all these items. Very difficult to lock down. And going into Bloodthorn, so wants to be able to pop that Abaddon. We talked about the combo, silence plus a break. Can't do anything about it. If you're broken, you need to manually use borrowed time. But
and if you're silenced,
you can't click it.
Yeah,
there's still Manta style, of course.
And I guess he's got Witchbane as well, right? He can dispel the Bloodthorn?
Yeah, so that's a good one.
Yeah.
It also deals a ton of damage, especially against Invoker. 2 point. Oh, Meteor.
Oh, hello.
Hex combo, Kiyotaka getting picked off.
And a Timeless Relic for Bryle as his reward for that kill. And yeah, I was going to point out, there are no buybacks in this game. Everyone is buying out, trying to get these key items for the next fight, the big Roche fight, which is so vitally important for everyone. So Kiyotaka's dead for 70 seconds. 1,500 gold away from buyback.
Look at the mines. This is Minesweeper.
Mine layer. Antares having a bit of fun. And planting them all over the place. How do you get up to this high ground? How do you deal with it? It's always scared of the horn toss, the skewer. They need that Aegis on the Morphling. So TSM not going to make any rash decisions and go straight up the staircase.
Don't need to rush anything. Wait until Roshan respawns. They do have Satyr inside the Roche pit, so they will know the exact spawn time plus double damage. So 10 seconds. Like, they can actually kill Roshan in 15 seconds. Kiyotaka might not be able to get there. There's not a single G2 tower that they have, so can't TP to anything. And now they're using a scan.
Yeah, early scan. Not going to clip onto anyone.
Not showing on the map.
And again, the situation where we've had these gems in play for so long, Radiant have no vision. That's how well TSM have dewarded the entire map.
Roshan just spawned. Tomato going back in immediately.
Was that 700 plus damage? 800 almost? 900? It just keeps climbing. Alacrity, DD, all the auras in the world. And Aegis for Tomato. Cheese and Refresher for Bryle, so we'll have that double scythe. Difficult times now for HR, but they still have an arsenal of abilities that can hold high ground, that can defend.
It's not an easy one. They just got a refresher. So double Hex on Braille, double Meteor, plus Timeless Relic, something that you mentioned. So longer duration hexes, instead of 3 seconds, it's going to be 3.5. It's going to be extra 0.7, extra 0.8, doing the math. Maybe I'm even wrong, but Gary is not going to correct me. He does not want to look like a fool.
I don't want to alt-tab and open a calculator because my brain ain't good with those numbers.
It's actually more. It's 0.3 per, so 3.6. If it was fine, then, you know, extra 20% of 5, so you get 1.
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
There we go,
got
yeah.
it.
Agreed. I concur.
Chat is gonna love this one. This is why we're here. Entertainment. Being stupid and
Idiocy.
entertaining people. Exactly.
Oh, looking at the buyback status. Jakiro, the only Radiant hero with it right now. Beastmaster and Enchantress both have it on the Dire team. So no real defender's advantage for XHR. They're going to have to rely on all these heroes they have alive right now. Tomato in the Silver Edge waiting for someone to poke their head up the stairs. Very patient, deliberate movements from HR, just standing in their base, waiting for the waves of aggression to come. But this means that net worth lead is just going to build and build for TSM. We're up to 22,000 now, so an additional couple of items that they have over HR at this point. A double Scythe of Ice. Kasane has one. He blinks away. Ramses and Solo looking to hunt down the Beastmaster, and a wave of TPs coming in. TSM want to fight around this bottom outpost. All about holding the high ground. All about that vision for the first jump. Ramses out in open water here.
Classic Ramses move. Tries to buy a bit more time. Their towers are still very healthy. Sitting inside the base, though. Looking at the 25s, we are approaching Ember Spirit. Getting there. Plus Abba as well, which means that one less Curse of Avernus attack is required. So you blink in onto someone, Manta style, everybody hits once. You got one.
Yeah, they got him. Morphling. Dragged down to half HP straight up, but he's shifting, he's BKB'd, and he's into Magnus mode. Skewers across 2 heroes. Ramses Kiyotaka in trouble. Brawl gets the double kill, and now Tomato given freedom. They do have buyback on Jakiro and Ember, though. And the ability for Kiyotaka to come back into this fight and continue battling. As TSM wave up to high ground, they attempted the waveform horn toss. Ari blown up by the mines, though, and buybacks galore as TSM want to continue this. Another Gleipnir and a sticky bomb onto the Morphling, shifting forward, waving onto Ramses. Abaddon hiding in the trees. Borrow time in 2 seconds. Blinks back into the middle of them. Abyssal Blade catching Brawl, but they've got the Scythe device out of Kasane. Ramses has to borrow time just to run away. Out of mana completely as Tomato can start killing off the buildings. Remnant forward, but Ember Spirit doesn't want to commit. Gem on the deck, the Scythe is there. Oh, Ember Spirit, he's dead. 2 minutes without him. Tomato makes short work of the Ember, and Ramses being bullied by the Enchantress. A full
There's
lane.
nothing they can do about it. They even give Tomato cheese. Magnus is gonna buy back. There's a bunch of mines, but status resistance, when he uses Morph on someone, it goes up almost to 50%. So he can't be stunned.
And
There's the
Ramses
combo.
gets off the borrowed time. He's roared up and tornadoed. They still have RP, I think. No, he spent it. He didn't fake pump it. He wasted it. Antares tries to blast off into the middle of 3 of them. But look at this Tomato Morphling go to work. Incredible power from Tomato here in game 2. Buyback spent by HR, now a 2v5, and GG is called. Ramses disconnects, he's out of there, and Tomato picks up the triple kill.
Man, we didn't expect anything less. Another 1-1 for TSM, but looked really good in the second game.
All according to plan.
Yeah, they needed that extra. Let's see how they look on camera. Hey, they look pretty happy about it, especially Tomato. Brawl's like, was this build really worth it? He has to check whether the reduction, the magical reduction, in the end it paid off. They got that dub, which is all that matters, but Tomato kind of carried the game. He was the one-man army multiple times.
Yeah, that's what they built around in this draft. Make sure they stack all those buffs on the Morphling. Give Tomato the best game possible there. And another 1-1. So TSM, they're now 6-6. They are 0-6-0, drawing all across the board. And ex-Hellraisers do pick up a single victory there in the series, of course, but still staying down at the bottom of the table, unfortunately for them. As exciting times coming into the latter stage of day 3 of this group stage. Still not sure who's going where, but that's another good sign for TSM to stick in things and look towards day 4, maybe get another couple of wins there. Well, ex-Hellraisers, I don't know if they're completely mathematically out. You were saying that potentially with that one loss, they don't have too many chances, but maybe relying on some other results and maybe some other victories from them later down the line, because they've got to play up against TSM today. Sorry, up against Shopify tomorrow is their last series. They've only got one more to play.
Yeah, that's not an easy series for them to play, considering the Shopify looks super strong, even with the stand-in. So we'll need to get the dub somehow there. I don't think they're mathematically out yet, as you said, relying on different results, because I love to lie, just put it out there. Unless Liquipedia shows it red or green, I'm not going to say anything from now on.
You need that confirmation. You need someone else to run the numbers and make sure that's what's going on. But yeah, I think we're waiting to see if we can get an interview with someone from TSM. We can grab someone from TSM to have a quick chat with, to talk over this, because it was an exciting series. A 65-minute game 1, and then this game 2 seemed like this slow steamroller, just building up momentum, getting that Morphling to a point at which he could cruise to victory. But they hit some hurdles. Ex-Hellraisers, even though they're at the bottom of the table, they're still showing that they've got the skills, the drafts, and that ability to play games until the very bitter end.
Yeah, they definitely do. The first game was pretty wild. The second one was a little back and forth until Tomato kind of took over. But yeah, they had their chances. A lot of best abilities from Hellraisers. Antares techies looked really good for first 15, 20 minutes. And then those blast-offs just didn't connect.
Yeah, I believe we've got Moon Meander joining us, the coach of TSM, going to hop on the line and answer some questions for us, as we're definitely seeing TSM pick up the pace and look pretty solid with some... Again, the thing I love about DreamLeague so far is we're watching the identities of these teams really flourish. We saw Execration, their kind of quirky, fun drafts around that position 5 Luna. Here we're having Bryle with this, Boots of Bearing Solar Crest build on Invoker. And Solar Crest in general, I think, is something that's on the rise as an item.
Absolutely. This item received a little bit of buff, extra stats, extra movement speed, but some other items got nerfed, and this is all it takes. It was kind of a must-have item before, when it was 8, when it was 10 armor at one point, depending on the build-up. But now it's also cheap, and we'll get the chance to talk with Moon Meander about it, like the way they itemize and everything. I'm really curious.
Yeah. Do we have him ready now? Production? Is he? Not quite. We'll wait around a little bit and see if we get Moon Meander. We can go to a quick break and we'll come back with an interview. So we'll see you in a sec. Here we are, popping back as we do have Moon Meander on the line for a quick interview after that 1-1 draw with ex-Hellraisers. Moon Meander, can you hear us all right?
What's up?
How you doing? Can you hear us?
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Hello, hello. Congratulations on that Game 2 victory. I mean, that series was super hype. First of all, Game 1, Tomato on that Shadow Fiend, Brawl, Kunkka. How close to victory were you in that Game 1?
I mean, the game was a free win, you know. My team decided to just throw. As usual, my draft is perfect. You know, nine dogs, but I'll draft up real hard.
Not much to say about it. That's it. It's just your drafts are so good, but the teams can't click the buttons.
We just do the game, and for them to win that game, Kiyotaka really had to pop off, and he really played out of his mind. But guess what? They might have Kiyotaka, but we have Isagi, Yoshi, Tomato on our team game 2, so it evens out.
I don't know what that means, but sure. I mean, Lacoste, you wanted to talk about itemization, I think.
Yeah, especially like the second game, you guys, this is some kind of a new tech that I see Bryle going for on Invoker, is there are a lot of math behind it where he goes for, especially the Solar Crest, the drums, then upgrades to bongo drums. Is that we're going to seeing more from the mid Invoker or what?
Yeah, I call it the all-in Tomato strategy. Buy drums, Solar Crest with Tomato, Beast Aura for Tomato, and he's going to 1v9 the game. That's pretty much our strategy.
Was Bryle talking about his other itemization, picking up the pipe, picking up the casual cloak, holding the neutral item for magic resistance as well? He really wanted to make them suffer, huh?
Yeah, the build was actually from Thompson. And we were watching on the start his games because we're really big fans of Thompson, right? You know, Thompson bet chess, OG bet chess, so we really wanted to, so we really respect the guy. So he did this cool build. I saw it on the stream. I was like, holy shit, this looks kind of stupid actually, low key. So when the Brow tried it, he loves it. So he's comfortable playing it. So I gave it to him.
Nice, yeah. I mean, it sets the tempo for the game. Just get Tomato super involved. Like we saw his Shadow Fiend is morphling. He's able just to stand there and punch people until they evaporate. This group stage though is pretty wild. You guys are now 6-6, right? Tying all of your series with one left to play. How are you feeling going into this last series against Gaming Gladiators, kind of knowing you need the 2-0 win?
I mean, Quinn's already up there already, so hopefully, he takes it easy on us. Any goons, we just knocked out Ramdog for him, so hopefully he takes some pity on us and chills a little bit on us tomorrow. Some NA brethren, did it for him. And then, unfortunately, this group is really rough because we don't get no freebies. I won't say who are the freebies on the other side, but everybody knows who the freebies are. Unlucky, our group is sweaty as hell. Everyone's really, really neck and neck. It's gonna be exciting for tomorrow.
Yeah, how is it gonna affect you, mentally, knowing that you didn't get a single win? It was all draws, and then you need to get a draw to get further.
It doesn't really affect us, I just come here trying to have a good time. We lose, we lose. We win, we win. Most of these games we end with one-on-one with. It was a lot of it was games we threw. So everyone's spamming now TSM Classic. They call it. It's calling it the TSM Classic, in our Discord and stuff. Oh, when is TSM gonna throw? It's coming for sure. Every game is always 1 or 2 throws, so it's becoming like a classic now. And then, but we don't really care about it because I feel like my players are so young. It's this is their second international tournament on some of them, so they're first playing on the international stage against really, really good teams from all over the world, and they're getting a good learning experience. So I kind of dig it because they're still playing with a lot of confidence. I don't like to knock them down, even though they're throwing the game. I like to see their energy and their tenacity. It's really inspiring to see these young kids just try their heart out. And I know they're trying. That's why I'm not pushing them too hard whenever we lose. I'm whatever, I cope you.
Yeah, what's the energy like at the boot camp? You guys chilling, even though you're getting the draws? Even if you lose, it's still gonna be okay. But how are new players adapting to LAN environments and being at the boot camps and such?
I think they like it. Traveling, you may have to ask them yourself. But the boot camp here is really nice, really chill. The guys here at Game Allegiance, it's really cool place. I love it. Berlin's a really nice weather. Right now it's it's not too cold, but it's not too hot either. So it's kind of my vibe. And I love the coffee here. Yeah. So.
Oh yeah,
good.
real nice.
Now,
Well,
I see
go for it.
I see a familiar face in the background. Who put Hasbullah there?
It's funny because TSM bootcamp with Hasbullah too, and we used it to beat Shopify Rebellion like last year. And then I came to this bootcamp and I was like, "There's a Hasbullah here." I'm like, "Bro, did you bring this from TSM bootcamp?" He's like, "No, it's already here from the last CS:GO team of bootcamp here." I was like, "What are the odds?" You know, like apparently like a lot of gamers are Hasbullah fans or something.
It's a bit spooky.
He's a big meme. Also wanted to ask you about the diet of your players. I remember in 2022, we had an interview with you, and the guys ate way too many chicken tenders. Are you allowing your players to eat chicken tenders before the games?
No, now we don't do takeout anymore. Every meal is cooked. For breakfast, we have yogurt, blueberries, strawberries, cereal, and milk, and even this lactose-free milk, 1.5%, so it's not too heavy. And for lunch, we have sandwiches and deli meats. And for dinner, it's chicken breast with rice and broccoli. It's very healthy.
The classic.
So everything is cooked, and if you don't eat it, then you don't. If you don't eat the cooked food, then nobody can order. They're too young and dumb to order food like takeout, so they're forced to eat the chicken. Unlucky.
Okay, so chicken this time not gonna cause any issues. This is a well-cooked chicken, not washed. Do you guys wash the chicken or you don't? That's always the question before you prep it.
Not this
I
again.
think you're supposed to wash it. I think you're supposed to just pat it dry with paper towels and then.
Correct.
You're my man. This is how it works. Correct answer.
Okay, I'm not that retarded, boys.
Correct take.
I'm not that. I know how to cook a little bit myself.
There's the potential for like tiebreakers in this group, and there's also the 1v1 tiebreakers as the final tiebreaker. Is it going to be Broil? Have you prepared for this?
Oh, of course it's gonna be bro. Are you kidding me? This guy's like smacking.
Just making sure.
Lane. The only person he didn't smack is the Bob Rider. We call it the Bob Rider. You know, the Bob Bat Rider. That shit's scary, man. Other than that, yeah, he's gonna go out there and smack every mid player in this tournament. No problems.
Okay, so hoping for tiebreakers then. We can see that 1v1 mid, yeah. Well, Moon, I think that's it. We'll let you go. Congratulations on another 1-1. Good stuff. We'll see you later on in the group stage. Hopefully things continue well for you. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, see you guys.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
There we go, Moon from TSM dropping the knowledge on us. I mean, Lacoste, we've got to go to a quick break now because we've got more Dota 2 action coming your way. Tundra against Nigma coming up in a few minutes. And some news about Tundra, I think, just got released where Saxa has been replaced and the stand-in is going to be Aramis playing for them for the rest of the matches, if I saw correctly. So we'll come back in 10 or 15 and see you for the next one.
Share your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Welcome back. Here we are continuing with more glorious Dota 2 as Tundra take on Nigma Galaxy in this best of 2. Day 3 of the group stage coming to a close. And if you didn't catch at the end of the last one, Tundra have a substitute. Saxa feeling a little burnt out, so he's going to be relaxing until the major, and Aramis will be standing in for Tundra for the remainder of DreamLeague.
Yeah, it's probably just a late one. You know, they needed to find a player. Aramis, last time he played for Alliance, and he was like a, I'd say, up-and-coming player when he was playing with the Vikings. He did really well. By looking at the matchup that they have, Tundra had Nigma's number throughout the 2023, 2022. They only managed to beat them at the Dubai event at Gamers Galaxy, and then even we go back to 2021, Nigma managed to like beat them in the DPC once, but that's about it. So Tundra, they know how to play against Nigma. Nigma this time around, they're the old team, you know, what we can call them, Sumail, and now they have also Miracle back in action. I gotta say, Miracle looks like the old Miracle. You know, he took a break, he needed to reset as well, and now he's back in full force.
Yeah, sure is. After a pretty difficult day 1 and 2, Nigma going like 0-0-2. Now they've picked things up a little bit, getting a victory against Talon, drawing against Nouns. They're not looking too bad. Tundra and Nigma both very close in the middle of the table and both really looking for these wins. You know, day 3, very important you get some 2-0s under your belt after so many 1-1 draws throughout the group stage. So yeah, incredibly important for both teams, as they technically both have stand-ins. You know, if you look at the actual logic of it, Aramis standing in for Saxa and Miracle standing in for Amar as he's placed on the old bench. But do you think Tundra still have that advantage over Nigma? Is this series going to be going their way as well?
Yeah, Tundra is a very methodical, slow team. People tend to call them boring, but they're like mathematically, I would say, the strongest teams, that they put so much just research in what's like the best, like the most optimal build in the lane, whether that's going to be like a branch or it's going to be like a second branch and a tango. They always did that. They have a big brain AUI behind them. And we also talked to Moon Meander a couple of minutes ago, where he talked about the atomization as well, where people tend to like steal someone else's ideas and then they mold them into their own team.
Yeah, well, we can move into game 1. Draft is ready. Tundra take on Nigma. And already seeing that first ban IO by Tundra, taking it out of the hands of GH, while things slow down a little bit as Nigma, you know, racking their brains, trying to figure out where the Broodmother button is.
Always have to ban it. You don't have the first pick, this hero has to get out. It's just the way it is. It's just the way Dota has been played for the last 6 months or so.
Yeah, time to see what they put their priorities in. And do we see that Enchantress Beastmaster come out into play? Is that Dragon Knight going to be a high priority for them? And Doombringer the ban alongside the Death Prophet to round out that first phase. And there is the Ench first pick for Tundra. And there's the Dragon Knight. Not only good in the hands of Nigma, but also that block pick against Tundra's DK, as both Nine and Skitter are very adept with the hero. A Shadow Demon, a little interesting though. What's the deal with the SD here, first phased?
They've been playing a lot of Shadow Demon lately. I saw them play it in the DPC. They also played it, I believe, once against Talon so far in the DreamLeague Season 19. It's just a hero that I've seen the build from GH. He goes for bongo boots immediately. It's kind of a natural build-up, and then you pick up a shard, maybe a blink dagger, get the Aghanim Scepter. It's one of the heroes that tends to deal well with a lot of carries at the moment. Like, he's the anti-carry. It's also a save. Imagine Dragonite having a dragon form, then you can get Manta style for free with the disruption. Tundra Esports 33. They were just looking through the hero list. Which hero he's gonna play? It's gonna be Beastmaster in the end.
Yeah.
Maybe they gave it a little bit more thought. Like, going back to Dota history, Shadow Demon was considered as a good counter to Beastmaster. You roar someone, there's gonna be a disruption. It's just some of these picks work that way. But it seems like they don't care too much about it. If they can find Shadow Demon with the Hawk Vision, probably will find another hero that can close the gap, some kind of a jump hero to make Shadow Demon's life miserable.
Yeah, Dota is no longer quite as linear as it used to be, right? Where you have hero counters hero. Now it's, vision counters hero, counters this, counters that. So many different tangents you can go off thinking about the opportunities that you have available. And I guess here also Nigma, the Shadow Demon with a DK. We've seen the Manta style DK. Why not have more illusions of the Aghanim's Black Dragon from the Knight himself? Gives you some offensive capabilities to push high ground with a Disruption Dragonite.
5 seconds remaining.
It's going to be super annoying. This is also a flex pick for Nigma. They can play it probably at all 3 lanes. I don't recall Miracle being a Dragonite player, but we'll have to see. Most likely going to be mid or Scream's mind control hero as well. But yeah, one of the reasons why I've seen also Dragonite being banned in the first phase in the previous games, in the previous series 2 times.
Yeah, super high priority. AM being banned out, second phase alongside Pango. No real surprises there. AM stock rising very quickly, and Pango has been a mainstay of the patch for quite some time. So 2 very, very hefty weighted heroes that removed already. And Tundra decide the Morphling is worth a ban.
Tundra pretty much banning out Miracle's heroes, the heroes that he has played so far in the tournament. 6. So they're banning out the agi ones, the ones that benefit from Shadow Demon and making the illusions. Because sometimes it does get difficult to burst the hero. Like, Beastmaster's not really a burst hero, neither is Enchantress. With the good positioning from Shadow Demon and with the good disruption save, you might struggle against it. One hero that's screams to me that hasn't been picked yet, it's Leshrac. Tundra, they're also a team that doesn't really play Leshrac. They have different heroes that 9 does play.
We'll see what route they go down. Out with the Rubik. And we'll see if this is another Miracle hero banned by Tundra. What were RMS's big heroes? Like, Rubik the ban there makes sense because that was one of them. But what else was signature for RMS, do you know?
Marana and also Tiny. So he kind of played these position 4s. And I love his nickname. It's just 4. You gotta do that from time to time. If you're not playing ranked roles, your role's gonna be stolen. So just put it out there. And 33, he even puts a second 3 after just to make it even more obvious.
Well, what's the 9 then?
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of something.
Nothing. Skitter needs to change the I in his name to a 1, so he's Skitter still, but he gets to have that position 1 in his name. Snake, he can stay as the king of position 5s. And Clockwork for Nigma Galaxy. So that rounds out our support duo of Shadow Demon Clockwork.
Yeah. Tundra, if they had their position 4 player, if they had Saksa, I think Snapfire would be picked immediately. It looks really good against both Clockwork, Dragonite. You have like someone to jump out of the cogs, push them out of the trouble. They have limited lockdown. You have Beastmaster to play off a lot of team fight. They're still gonna go for it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I can see RMS playing that quite simply. And they grab the Skitter Naga Siren as well. So they'll have a tremendous amount of map control. Again, this is signature Tundra, where they've got Beastmaster, they've got Naga, Enchantress, Vision Givers, the ability to play the map wide without really putting anyone in harm's way, playing through your summons and your illusions. And then the ability to smoke up off the back of songs and roars to get these Snapfire Kisses in to kill targets off. As Nigma go back for a Drow Ranger now. Someone who can potentially contend with the Naga.
Yeah, with that shard, this is something that AOI talked about after TI in one of his videos, where the hero deals well with the Naga Siren, and they also have like no real gap closers. Again, Shadow Demon is there, Clockwork with the Drow Ranger, it's really a strong lane, so does make a lot of sense, which let's see how they think about this one. Yeah, they're gonna ban out Mind Control's Darkseer, something that deals well with the Illusion hero, so we might see just a Darkseer ban and another mid-hero ban from Tundra here.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, what would be good there in the hands of Sumail? You mentioned that Lesh earlier on. Do we want a Spirit hero or something like that to come out as well? Because Lockdown from Tundra is basically Roar and Ensnare right now.
Yeah, I mean, Leshrak's fine. Ember Spirit's also okay. They have limited lockdown, as you said.
Nigma.
It could be Dragonite in the end, just scrolling through mind controlled heroes. I think it's a good Primal Beast game overall if they want to pick that hero from the offlane, where you can be stopped by Net, can be stopped by Beastmaster, but it also, you lane well into Naga Siren, that's it. Like, you also lane well into Enchantress.
Yeah. Yeah, you sure do. And you've got set up from the Shadow Demon if Ench gets a little too far away from the lane in the tower. Disrupt into Trample. Get the gap close going. And there goes the Storm Spirit. Don't want the ability for 9 to get on top of the Drow Ranger. Also looking for a mid lane hero to gap close as well. And we'll see if Tundra do what you were suggesting. 1 off lane ban, 1 mid lane ban, just to kind of cover their bases against this DK flex.
10 seconds remaining.
Plenty of reserve time left, so no rush for either of these teams
5 seconds remaining.
to scramble through the draft. We're looking pretty solid on both sides. I've got to say, I prefer Tundra's lineup just because it is so Tundra-esque, where it still feels like Nigma are, continually trying to find themselves and their identity in terms of drafting and gameplay, especially with the return of Miracle. But he is that star player that brings another element into your draft. And his wide hero pool and the ability to pull magic out of the bag.
Yeah, I mean, Nigma's draft is, I would say, relatively easy to execute with Clockwork, with Drow Ranger. You know what these heroes do. Same goes for Dragonite. And they ban out Lycan, which is an interesting one. So, because they already have Naga Siren, they have Beastmaster. I don't unless this is some like new tech mid Lycan that we haven't seen, maybe something from the scrims.
9 has played mid Beastmaster a couple of times, and he's gone for the normal build, like Helm into Ags. So that was possible.
Oh
there.
yeah, you're right. You're right.
So they could have 9 Beastmastered and then 3/3 Lycan. And looking at Nigma's draft, they have nothing to wave clear, right? Until like 30 minutes in, they don't have this Drow DK able to deal with Zoo. That could have been ridiculous. Actually, that's a good ban by Kuroki. Just imagine being swarmed by double Helm. You've got 2 Ancient Creeps. You've got Naga Illusions. Enchantress with Creeps.
How would you deal with it?
You
I
can't.
mean, they maybe needed to pick a Night Stalker there just to have one to deal with the Helm of the Overlord. A couple of seconds left for Tundra. And Pocket
the Ricky
Ricky,
mid.
the classic Ricky. Hero that closes the gap. It's another resident sleeper draft from Tundra. Naga Siren with the ulti, Ricky with the sleeping dart.
Yeah, put them all to nap time.
10 seconds remaining.
Nigma, what are you going to do? Where's this DK going? Is it for Sumail? Is it for the mind control off lane? It feels pretty good to have that mid DK get levels, go alongside the Drow Ranger with the marksmanship aura. Get him tanking towards that Aghanims quickly. But equally, having Blink DK from the off lane as the initiator feels good too. Still feels like they need some wave clear, like early game magic damage, something that D pushes.
Yeah, a couple of these picks that could work out get shut down by Ricky. Like, Ember doesn't like to play into Ricky. It's just the Cloud is so annoying for a lot of the heroes. There's this Leshrac that we talked about that doesn't rely on cooldown, so the hero can fight all the time. You don't have anything that can amp up the damage from him. But you know the matchup. You know you're playing against Ricky.
Yeah, who beats Ricky in lane? It feels like that kind of hero that just spams Blink Strike, gets last hits no matter what you do. As a Timber Sword comes out, let's see who
It's a good
takes
Timber
what.
game. Yeah, that's probably going to be mid Timber. Never mind, Mind Control Timber. It's still a great Timber Saw pick, where you don't really care about these items. Their damage output is very limited. Beastmaster, like, the only pure damage they have is Enchantress. Snapfire with the kisses, I would say. Something that you need to be careful about. But other than that, you're going to be fine. I think until Ricky gets a Diffusal Blade. Ricky, when played by 9, he gets Meteor Hammer. And then he gets a Diffusal Blade, picks up the Shard later on. So, I do like Nigma's draft. You said that they needed some kind of a cheap damage, some hero that can sustain them at the early stages of the game. And it's going to be Timber. Dragonite, also very difficult to kill. We did mention that they need Snapfire to be able to deal the damage. So, I don't know. I do like Nigma's draft this time around.
Yeah, and judging by the way Tundra have been playing, there's probably going to be a bit of room for them to come out of the laning stage with a decent amount of levels and gold. And to get Sumail to his Blink and his Aghanim Scepter, those BKBs always going to be of primary importance as well. On top of that, Drow and Dragon Knight. Yeah, big fan of that Timbersaw last pick. Gives them a good opportunity to boot Skitter out of lane, deal with the Enchantress, push an early tier 1, and get themselves involved from an early point. Because we know that Tundra like to play these kind of longer games where they're controlling the map and dragging out team fights with a back and forth with that Ricky and Naga. We'll see how things go, though. Game 1 of this best of 2. Getting ourselves towards the end of day 3 here of the group stage of DreamLeague Season 19. Nigma Galaxy taking on Tundra. I don't know, that Timber pick kind of makes me switch sides. I'm gonna turncoat here, and I think Nigma have the slightly better draft.
I did say it, and now I'm inside your head, Garrett. That's why.
Yeah, you've done it.
We even zoomed in onto your head one more time just to see if you're actually thinking it.
No, the cogs are turning over. There's a monkey with some symbols just going tsh, tsh, tsh. Nothing important happening in my head whatsoever. Just watching the smoke from Nigma Galaxy and getting themselves prepped for a potential first blood around that bottom rune spot. As Enchantress is nearby, smoked herself. Smoke breaks. Sneaking. Are we going to escape? Disruption to start things off. Miracle, Kuro, everybody surrounding the Enchantress. A poor little Bambi caught in the trees, and first blood for Sumail. Giving it to the mid laner.
I thought that Kuro might take it by accident with the battery assault, but they gave it to Sumail. Great start for Dragonite. Let's see what he's going to bring on the courier. It's going to be Magic One, some extra tangos. So we'll have an extra slot, and going into Power Treads next, we've seen this multiple times. Dragonites, he does not need a bottle, so can sustain for himself. Doesn't rely on refilling the runes. Damage from Ricky. 9 actually gets their bounty rune.
And Aramis was lurking a little further north. Gets the one up there as well. 2 for 2 as we get back to our lanes proper. Kuroki Clockwork with the Miracle Drow. Very solid lane here. Even up against a Beastmaster Snapfire. There are no slouches in terms of early laning stage damage themselves. Definitely important to control up these camps, though. Make sure there's no pulling going on. Sentries in both of them from opposing teams. And Kuro doing Kuro clock stuff.
Oh, Scatterblast misses.
Run forward. Doesn't clip him with a Scatterblast, and that means Miracle can get that additional bit of damage out with the Frost Arrows.
Clockwork is such a great position 5 to soak up the damage, zone them out at the early stages of the game. 33 still CSing with the axes. Going for his standard classic build. Gets that Sage Mask, extra mana regen. Kuro wants to get something else done here. Maybe get on top of Aramis, but Aramis put down a sentry ward. Big camp is available.
Yeah, unblocked it. And Kuro's back in on top of 3-3 though. Battery Assault and the Frost Arrows starting to stack up a lot of damage, but Kuro, oh, he pops the stick, has a Fairy Fire, gets away with murder, kills 3-3, dies in the end, but that's all good. Fine for him.
In a lot of these situations, you would also be fine with dying first, leaving solo XP for your Drow Ranger, and then bring the items for her. Clockwork bringing some items. That's going to be just some extra stats, Circlet, and Slippers of Agility. Skitter bottom, trying to deal with Timbersaw. It's not going to be an easy task. As long as he puts an extra point in reactive armor, it's going to be difficult. He also sustained early on. Snaking used all of his mana pool, trying to harass him as much as possible with impetus shots. But Mind Control does have extra tangos from Shadow Demon. We'll be going into Casual Bracer. Like, both of these mid laners, they're not going to buy Bottle, so we'll not see the Bounty runes, the Water runes being contested.
Yeah, Kuro back in action again. 1v2, zoning out RMS and 3-3. Another Battery Assault put to good use. Snapfire going to be burning through a lot of that early regen just to stay in the lane. And yeah, 13 last hits for Miracle's Drought. Looking very good for Nigma across the board. Timber, DK, Drow Ranger up near the top. And another go here from Kuro, forcing the cookie out of the Snapfire. Miracle couldn't quite get there to slow her down. But it's still a tremendous amount of bullying here from Nigma in that top lane.
They're zoning them out nicely. Kuro has a lot of regen, not allowing them to get the pull off here.
And then in that bottom lane, as soon as MC gets his levels up, a level 6 Timbersaw could just kick Skitter and Snaking out of this one. Do we expect GH to leave this lane once MC hits 3? Or is GH going to be sticking down here?
I don't think they can kill... Oh, MC.
He just loses his life there, GH. And MC, minus armor from the Riptide. A few more hits. He's got reactive armor going. 50 HP, but Snaking with a double kill.
Ooh,
that was unexpected.
A little bit too aggressive, I would say. Nagasarn hits level 3, has a point in Ensnare, and Snaking with those impetus shots. We talked about the pure damage.
Yeah, Nigma not taking that into account, potentially, but they will both respawn full resources and get back down to that bottom lane. And we still expect, as things progress, for them to build up their power. Make sure Tundra don't have the easiest of times. As Nagasaran, you know, only 11 last hits, even with those couple of kills going the way of Tundra, still feels pretty sad for them down in that bottom spot.
They were still getting a lot from the bottom lane, even though he died, sitting at 19 CS. All Nigma members in the top. You see Dragonite as well, CSing nicely. Same goes for Ricky. Mid lane, I don't think anyone should die. You have Dragon's Blood, you have Ring of Health on Ricky, sitting underneath the tower. Very limited amount of damage, especially for Ricky. He can't really deal with Dragonite, so we might not even see supports trying to rotate to the mid lane. Potentially, with like once Dragonite hits level 6, you want to play with the catapult, put some pressure on the tower. But getting a kill might be a bit too difficult.
Yeah, they're both so annoying. Up in that top lane, looks like things have calmed down a little bit for Tundra. 3-3. He has his helm now, so increasingly tanky. And tons of mangoes and tangos here for Aramis, as they will get a large camp pull across. And Kuroki, he doesn't want this nonsense to continue. Runs to grab the wave. Cookie misses. Miracle and Kuro playing very forward here. As the pull does connect. Range creep dead. Miracle doesn't get the last hit.
I love Enigma has two supports that can move around the map, get stuff done. And whenever Kuro plus GH have a good time in the lane, I feel like Nigma plays the best. Aramis plays down Observe Award. Let's see if Kuro spots it.
Yeah. I don't know if that Ob sees or saw Kuro go into the trees either. Might be able to slip into a spot where again he can test his pull. A quick pause out of Skitter.
You know what the reason's going to be? Lag.
Lag. Yes. Oh!
All right.
A different
it's
one.
A new one. It's
Yeah.
a new one. Hotkeys.
He's got to go back into test demo mode. Set all of his illusion hotkeys. Control 1, Control 2, Control 3, Control 4.
Skitter's quick.
Control 1.
Yeah, something was wrong with the hotkeys the other day when I played my courier hotkeys.
Oh, yeah?
Kind of messed up for no reason.
That's weird. Well, they just weren't sending you items. The couriers wanted to keep the items for themselves.
Someone actually made the changes. Maybe someone was trolling me.
Someone
I leave it on my PC. Yeah,
someone
from
hacked
the
your
studio.
account. All they did was change your courier hotkeys. You know, back in the day, you'd log into someone's Facebook account and change their profile name to something naughty. Nowadays, you just change the courier hotkeys of someone's Dota account. Oh, Mind Control, Centaur Stomp, down the bottom, dead to Snaking. A killing spree for Enchantress. And again, like GH, he's here, but he's not able to help too much.
There's also no stacks in the triangle. Shadow Demon, one of the better heroes to stack with. You would expect him to stack a lot, considering you do have Timbersaw, so you want to leave him alone for a while, but you leave him alone and he dies.
Yeah.
Great start for an Enchantress. Snaking, you know that he loves to carry the game by himself. Off to a great start. What is he bringing? Windlace, Raindrop. Will take over the Warpine Raider in the triangle. And looking at the other lanes, Miracle. A lot of CS, like, across the board. Seems like everybody's getting what they want. At least the cores are.
So do I just have a bad read on this lane, or is like level 2 Impetus the defining factor here from snaking? As they go in again on MC. Impetus ready in a couple of seconds.
Problem is he didn't have a point in Timber Chain, so he couldn't get away. Warpine Raider will body block him. Ooh.
And drop him low, but not quite a kill there. Still a lot of threat and pressure for MC's Timbersaw. And GH Shadow Demon just go back, stack up the Ancients, comes into lane again. But it's been a very timid performance from GH here. You know, staying in the lane, not getting much done, not really rotating into mid to help out. Very static play.
Sumail picked up that double damage and killed the tower. First rotation for Bricky, picks up Meteor Hammer, wants to land it. Let's see, Beastmaster still level 5. See if he can find an angle. They still don't have a sentry ward.
Miracle.
Here it comes.
Meteor Hammer and the Blink Strike. They found the Drow Ranger, just a few more hits to finish her off, and the Blink Strike will secure it. Meanwhile, Kuro is fighting mano a mano with Aramis Snapfire. Should be able to get away from this with not too many difficulties. But then back down to bottom, they're lining up again for that Timbersaw, I think. Getting the ensnare, the Riptide's there, and snaking with the Impetus hits. Landing heavily onto MC. Skitter doesn't want to go straight for it. They're just threatening mind control, making sure he's not comfortable.
Next time he gets close, he might be in trouble. And now mind control. Shockwave, another Impetus.
They are bringing
back.
A couple of heroes.
Another one in a couple of seconds, Gary.
Yeah.
Let's see. This will provide vision, but Sumail, he comes with the haste.
And this is snaking with a streak. So that's a good 300 gold going to MC. All worth it in the end. Bringing Dragonite down here, and GH aiming for Skitter. Disrupts up the Naga Siren. She's got Mirror Image, so a ton of illusions around. And Sumail, no Dragon Tail for another second. Will dive the tower and look for the stun. Catches it on to Skitter. And Timber chaining forward. MC still level 5, so no Chakram, but they've surrounded the Naga. Under her tier 1, she's dead.
Sumail doing really well. First he takes the tower, now he rotates bottom. They get 2 kills from it. Ricky landing a Meteor Hammer first time on the mid tower. Wants to keep what Nigma has been doing. Like, this opens up the map so much. If they can do the same thing with the next Dragonite ulti, kill this tier 1 tower bottom at 9. He's extremely annoying as Ricky. We've seen it time and time again in the DPC, in the Dream League as well.
Yeah, he's got Tricks of the Trade and a Tumbler's Toy, so very difficult to catch up to him as he just keeps pushing damage onto these objectives.
Very interactive gameplay.
Yeah. They'll banish him. Look for the Dragon Tail stun, but he's got the smoke screen out. Sumail can't cast any spells. Sad times for everyone involved. And 9 just walks away. Nearly loses his courier to a couple of illusions, but all is fine. This does leave Miracle alone up top, because Kuroki's gone for a bit of a wander. Tundra with 3 heroes in the vicinity, eyeing up the clockwork. The fact they know that Kuro's left the lane now, though, means they can go in onto Miracle.
Cookie connected.
Cookie, it does stun him, even through the gust. Now with that Scatter Blast into Meteor Hammer, they'll land on Miracle. Blink Strike in, but the Cogs push back. 9 will get the hits he requires. And 3-3, even thinking about coming across, might have to raw Kuro if they really want this kill. And slow him down. Chuck the axes at him, and with a shockwave out of the Satyr, they nearly finish him off. But Cogs break out of the cage. Kuroki makes that gap between him and 9 happen. While Sumail kills Snaking on the other side of the map.
Tumbler's Toy, he really wants him.
He's looking
Just
for
get
it.
in.
Is he
Get
getting
in,
high
kill
ground?
him.
You can't. Cheeky devil.
Yeah, this was a bit of a difficult one to get. Sumail with another Arcane Rune has Blink Dagger, so opening things up. Let's see. Does not want to commit to it, but the rest of the team will be able to take down the tower. 9 lands another Meteor Hammer on Miracle. Stays away from the Cogs, stays away from Battery Assault, and now lands a one on a mid lane.
Yeah, keep pressing that out in the mid lane. MC going to come defend up top. Leave Miracle alone to try and take the tier 1 down there. But look at who's here to face off against him. It is Little Miss Impetus with the roar and the kisses, and Mind Control came up here to bodyguard the tower, but gets blown up for his efforts. And now Kuro hookshotting 3-3. The Hawk is there trying to tank things up for the Beastmaster, and a cookie away gets him to safety. Scatter Blast will slow Kuro down. No Rocket Flare for 15 seconds, so the Beastmaster's all right.
He's going to be fine. The extra regen. This is why Snapfire was such a godly pick, because you can, as soon as you hit that level 6, you know you're going to get a kill. 9 has 2 blink charges available. Cogs as well for Kuro.
A good cookie. Smoke screen to stop any battery assault nonsense. And take him down with the help of 2 supports.
9 making sure he gets the last hit. Cuts the creep wave with Meteor. Gets all that gold. Power Tread's ready. Diffusal Blade should be next on the menu.
Yeah, they can stick around top, finish off that tower. Leaving Miracle to his own devices down bottom. But this also gives space to Skitter, who had like a challenging laning stage. It wasn't great for him, but it was better than expected. This Naga Ench kind of winning their lane against a Timber Shadow Demon. Even with Skitter feeling sad, he's still top 3 net worth, honestly.
He's going to ramp up. If they keep fighting with the team, they get another kill on Miracle, another kill potentially on Dragon Knight, which could be a bit of a difficult one because they need to commit with like 3 heroes. It needs to be Roar into Meteor Hammer, Snapfire, ulti to be able to get a kill on DK. He's super tanky. Let's see. Meteor Hammer down on tower. Ooh, Sumail goes for the play. Does not get it. Might pay with the life. Cookie.
Onto the Satyr. They've got the Demonic Purge there, clipping Aramis, but these Impetus hits really hurting Sumail. Turns with a Dragon Tail. Oh, the Dragon Form popped, an MC there with a bit of burst damage. Hook shot from Kuro, catching Ricky. Dusting up 9, but he's going to trick to the trade away from the Cogs. Aramis might get chased down here. Dragon Knight and Clockwork closing the gap pretty quickly. Yeah, Snapfire is a little too speedy there, slowing them down with a Scatter Blast and even kissing back into them. Covering fire. The 40-mil howitzer cannon launching projectiles into no man's land.
The Mortimer's misses. The good old... If he had Mortimer's Kisses available, Dragon Knight dies there, but tries to make something happen. It's a risky play. Doesn't pay off in the end. Skeeter continues to farm up in the jungle. Now, this is what we talked about. All it takes is one fight or just pretend that you're taking a fight. Suddenly, he's on top of the network. Manta style about to be finished in 600 gold.
How well does Drow deal with Naga?
She deals well with Shard. It's just if you can keep things up. If you have a good front line, which they do. You have Dragon Knight, Clockwork, Timbersaw, so she needs to keep the distance. Things are going to get much messier once Ricky gets his Diffusal Blade plus Shard. And if he catches you, gets asleep, gets on top of you with a smoke screen, this is where Drow's going to suffer.
Well, Nigma using this smoke to get into the bottom jungle. 3-3 throws the roar at them and sneaking, outputting quite a bit of damage. I'll take down 3-3's Beastmaster, though. And there's no recourse here from Tundra. They just hookshot straight onto Snaking. Timber Chain away from MC, though. Yeah, they need the jump from Sumail. Close in on the Enchantress, find another kill. Some good pickoffs there, and Nigma keeping their foot down.
Nigma punching back. Not allowing this network to skyrocket. Getting some big kills. I mean, 33 is not as far. He's the lowest network core at the moment, but still getting those big kills. They need to recover a bit on Timbersaw because he had a bit of a rough start. Now doing okay. Vanguard finished. Going into Guardian Greaves next. Wants to tank up for himself for the team.
Yeah, then at that point, they're going to have Hurricane Pike, Guardian Greaves, all these tools to sustain, disengage, everything they need to fight into Tundra. And the big worry is going to be the Song of the Siren. The fact Naga can kind of gap close in onto the Drow, maybe find the Clockwork and Shadow Demon if they're not the ones to initiate. And Mind Control in the mid lane, well, he sticks around in the river for far too long. Surrounded by Tundra's 4 members, and the Kisses make short work of him, while 9 picks up a dominating streak, and they storm up towards that top jungle now. They're pinging DK.
It's a full Diffusal Blade coming for 9. He lands a Meteor Hammer. What a play. The ward in the river. It's not in the river. The ward, like, that scouts the river. Caught a glimpse of him, and then he lands it. Now with the Diffusal Blade pickup, this is the time where they want to get more kills. GH should be the target to jump with the Cloud. Let's see if he can find him. Ooh.
Yeah, they still got the jump. And smoke screen means no disruption, no save, no nothing. GH dead. And it's just so difficult playing into this mid Riki. Already
double damage as well.
Ooh.
This could open up to Roche, because they have sustain from Helm of the Dominator and Vlad's, and that's exactly what they're gonna do.
Yeah, I mean, this Riki just causing economic damage to Nigma just by existing. You need dust, you need sentries, have to keep tabs on 9 at any given moment. And Roche down to half health already. This DD working wonders for them. Minus armor out of the Riptide. Roshan about to fall, but Nigma preparing themselves with a vision from the rocket flare. Still not going to go for anything.
9 TP's bottom immediately. He wants Miracle. Miracle does have Pike available, but 9 will have Shard in the next minute or so, because he keeps farming. Does have that double damage available as well. He's the one holding the Aegis, because Nagasiren is not going to be joining fights as much as Riki does, so giving the first Aegis to Riki makes more sense.
Yeah, if there's a fight near her, she's like, oh yeah, nice, yeah, I'll get involved. Otherwise, just illusions. Keep spreading wide across the map. That's what Tundra doing right now. 2 up top, 2 in the mid. Skitzer taking that entire bottom third of the map with the jungle and the lane being swarmed by Illus.
So you use Naga Siren, illusions, Shadow Demon takes over them, then Enchantress takes over one of those illusions.
Oh, please. Too many illusions. Just trading hands. I don't know who they belong to anymore. Yeah, what are those 2 illusions from Shadow Demon in the mid lane? Are they both Nagas?
I see Dragonite illusions fighting against Naga Siren illusions. MC in trouble.
Yeah, the illusion of safety up top behind your tower comes crashing to an end as MC gets found by 9 yet again.
He's tanky, but again, not that tanky. Doesn't have a cloak, doesn't have magic resistance. So they burst him. Mortimer's Kiss is a very good tool against him. Suddenly, 5k gold lead for Tundra. Make it 6.
Yeah, and this is where it starts to feel like that inevitable, overwhelming feeling is starting to wash over Nigma, thinking, hey, we're against a Beastmaster. He's pushing out our top lane. We have to deal with that. We have to deal with these Naga illusions, farming in our top jungle. And then we're thinking about, okay, if one hero goes back to defend, Riki's going to snipe that one hero. So they're trying to gather up and stay together down in the bottom jungle, but 9 just charges straight through them. Kuroki hook shots across to defend himself, 9 getting pummeled by the Drow and the DK, but the Riki's fine. And now the chase forward. Can they catch? Can they latch on to Nigma here? They're retreating as a group of 4. The pack
they have Dino coming.
The Thunderhide
gonna scout all of them.
Arriving, clapping the ground. 9 is in. The Cog's pushing back, but Kuroki's dead. They've silenced up the MC Timber, but he gets off a Chakram and potential chain forward. Multi-shot's good. 9 is clipped. Dropped to low HP, but the song there resets. It might be the chance for Tundra to fall back. They don't want to continue fighting. With a buyback out of GH, they realize they can move to their high ground and wait for Nigma to come to them.
9 holding the angle, thinking about dropping the Meteor Hammer. If someone steps way too close, he's gonna jump.
And they'll see the multi-shot. Not going for it. Dire Vision is there as well. Radiant have a Hawk up above the Obs in the Sentry, but not able to de-ward the vision that Nigma have just yet. And they're starting to see these heroes, yeah, all alone out on the map, and this is the thing, right?
Not again. Mind control. He's underneath his own vision, so should know that they're coming, but they plant a vision for themselves.
And they get a stun on the Riki. He dropped quickly. Sumail will find the takedown. Aegis claimed dub, but Kuroki has lost his life in the trade out now.
Great
MC,
Cookie.
the kisses, Cookie, everything lands onto the Timbersaw. While Miracle, the multi-kisses nearly landing onto the Drow, gets Hurricane Pike away and a gust to push back the Riki, but Sumail needs the BKB to stand his ground. Can't stay and fight, though. The brawl is over, and Nigma losing out on this one. Tundra emerging victors yet again.
Great usage of the first Aegis, giving it to 9 as well. And looking at the next item, he wants to pocket Riki. Aghanim Scepter. There's different items that he decides to go for, like Manta-style BKB if he feels that he needs more protection, especially against the Silence. So yeah, for now it's going to be Manta-style, also removing the dust, so very difficult to kill, makes you more tanky. You can also bait with the illusions, because why not? It's all about the illusions in this game.
This is just a perfect game for Tundra, though. It feels like Nigma have to 5-man group up so they don't get picked apart.
already level 15 on Ricky. Those two talents, Smokescreen Radius and Smokescreen Cooldown, you're almost permanently silencing people. One of the reasons why he decides to go for Octarine Core a bit later on Ricky. Lands another Meteor Hammer, gets farm. He's level 15 compared to Dragonite, who's level 13, MC level 12, Beastmaster's 13, going into BKB next.
There's that one hero out in the open. Sumail picks up the Brigand's Blade off the floor. Sleeping Dart to start things off. He's got BKB here on the DK. Not going to spend it immediately. Nine just trying to bait them, toy with them a little bit. Nigma still on the back foot, behind their mid-tier 2. Again, just grouped up as 5. Nobody wants to be out on the map alone. They have to take these 5v5 clashes. And this just opens the map for Tundra to push top, send illusions down to bottom, keep every wave shoving in, and advance this net worth lead that's already reaching 10k. But hey, in comes Kuroki. Hook shot, Skitter.
Song is available. Can they burst him?
Song. They're trying to silence and control him up. Heal up the Naga, but they can't get it done. Skitter's down. Nigma comes swinging real hard into that mid lane. They desperately want more, though. They need to break the back of this Tundra mid game. And mind control. He can't close in on that remaining hero. 3-3 TP's back up to top.
Big pickup. Delaying Heart as well on Naga Siren, but they saw them. They saw the glimpse of them, so they know that they're smoked. Also, I think it comes down to high-fiving the items. They wanted to give Naga Siren Dragon Scale, so she kind of stayed there for an extra second or two that she didn't want to. This is also going to be a sieging tool. Naga Siren with the illusions, Dragon Scale, work on your illusions as well. Next Roshan in minute and 30 potentially.
And Miracle just farming out a small camp, finding a little pocket of farm for himself. Shadow Blade is done, working on that Silver Edge. And GH building up some big stacks for him as well. What do we have there? The Bongo Boots. Looking for the Aghanim Shard to get your demonic cleanse on the Shadow Demon.
I mean, it's a good one against Ricky. Remove that. Also, yeah, just a little bit of healing as well on top of Drow Ranger.
Dire are scanning.
Invis Miracle. Dire scanning.
Dire's bottom
It's going to turn red. No, it's not. Ricky long gone. And Tundra setting up down bottom. Just a soft, slow push into that tier 1 tower.
What do you call this again? I called it Ghost Push, but it was incorrect.
No, I think Owie called it Ghost Push, and you came up with Shadow Push, which I like better.
Shadow Push. Okay, so there's nothing you're not showing with the heroes. Beastmaster, the perfect hero for it. Naga Siren, Enchantress. You have pretty much everything. Ricky, once he finishes off the Manta style, you're going to have multiple heroes doing the same thing. Look at them approaching. Mind control.
See, this is the thing.
The tower.
You send one hero to deal with that Shadow Push, and that one hero is alone, and the potential there to jump him. Kind of scary.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tundra, Radiant Vision. Yeah, they see this coming. They watch Nigma group up as 4 in the mid lane. They know exactly where they all are.
They have Hawk. I mean, Tundra is all about the vision. This is how they won TI. They always have some kind of a vision hero. They're going to take out this tier 2 tower. Naga Siren Illusions, pushing out, scouting things out. You have Hawk, you have Enchantress, sending out the creeps. For now, keeping that Alpha Wolf, so some extra damage.
Yeah, it's not just a Hawk either. It's like a pterodactyl that 3-3 has. The leathern wings of the old dinosaur flapping over the trees. Sumail Invis Rune walks back across mid. Might pop his head up high ground to see who's waiting for him. And Tundra, they regain their 10k net worth lead. Just the fact Nigma have to play so tight together, losing out on that wide map exposure to gold.
And now Skeeter pinging out top. I want to take over their jungle, so they have nowhere to farm.
They're
really choke them out slowly. You send out those illusions, kill the camps, potentially block them. We've seen that being very efficient, especially in the previous patch where Nature's Prophet was picked way more.
That's Naga, incredibly powerful, 17k net worth. Working on a BKB next as well. Try and protect herself against that Timbersaw. Magic and pure nuke damage. Miracle even popping into the Shadow Blade just to slip away from the Naga illusion. Doesn't want to get scouted out. 9
Ricky's
lurking bottom. Yeah.
26 minutes into the game, he's channeling Meteor Hammer on a tower successfully. Rest of the team inside the triangle. And again, you see snaking, drawing on a minimap. Someone should be there. I'm just looking at the minimap, how those dots move from Tundra.
Yeah, they do get a jump on 9, though, and a lot of damage. Great execution. Finds the pick on the Ricky. They had enough of his Meteor Hammer nonsense. Shutting down Tundra as they tried to prepare to overtake this Dire Ancient spot. And Nigma Galaxy come charging out of their base. Not going to find any additional targets, though. Just Naga illusions, some summons out in the mid lane. Causing a few problems for them still. But Roshan is alive.
They can wait until Ricky is out. They also have Song. Deep Observer Ward in the triangle is going to scout Tundra. Let's see if they can find an opening. They need Dragonite. So Melt's showing on the bottom lane. This is their instant stun. Clockwork also doesn't have a hook shot available.
Kuroki just sitting in that mid lane. Oh, please don't send the Wild Wing and the Dragon at me. So many summons. I'm just a little Clockwork.
Aghanim Scepter done on Dragonite. So Mel will have that level 4 dragon form that they can utilize even more with the Shadow Demon and the illusions.
Yeah, it does become a lot more potent. But this is the big smoke from Tundra. This is where they want a big teamfight victory. Gather up the goodies in the Roche Pit. Control the map. Take top outpost. So many objectives for them to quite simply move towards. Outpost claimed up. Sentry ward there. Taken down. And Nigma Galaxy just in no position really to move back into the top jungle unless they smoke themselves, which they do. Need some vision going, though. You can't go into this blind. High ground vision for the Dire.
They have 3 observer wards. So let's see. They saw the rocket coming out from the angle, so they know where Nigma is. They're doing the wraparound, trying to backstab even more.
Yeah, coming all the way from behind. I think Tundra might know this is happening, though. Snaking, illusions from Skitter. Sees Sumail, the smoke is broken. BKB up from the DK, he blinks but finds no target. Skitter's in the tree lines, he's skirted away from the fight, and now the Drow in trouble. Oh, the disruption. They save her up for a second. The Hurricane Pike away from the kisses, but the roar is there. 3-3 locks onto his target, and they blow them up. A double for Aramis. Cookie lands now onto MC. Timber Saw inside the smoke screen. No chance of survival. And Nigma Galaxy, 3 heroes down with no buybacks available. Might just be losing a lane of barracks now.
Yeah, 50 seconds. Sumail doesn't find the jump. Those illusions causing some extra confusion. And then GH dies. Like, Ricky has one job, kill Shadow Demon before he can get anything off. They don't have a defensive force staff on them. Drow Ranger does not want to save her teammates with it. Needs to keep it for herself. They killed the tier 3 tower, and now they're going to go and finish off the Roach. They still have like 30 seconds until the rest of Nigma members are going to be alive.
Let's go and pick up the goodies. Aegis and Shard. No need to do any drastic high ground pushes just yet.
Let's see who picks up the Shard. It's going to be Naga for now. We'll eat it. So, duration, longer duration, up to 8 seconds. And also a little bit of a healing, so she can reset for her own team. This is so annoying to play against. All these constant spam illusions, meteor hammers. How do you deal with it?
I don't know. This is just like classic Tundra game as well. Like you're saying, it's annoying to play against. It's just annoying to play against Tundra in general. Tundra in general. Courier down as well now. Miracle loses that one. Nothing on it though, I don't believe. So nothing lost. Oh, they ping out Kuroki. They might spot Miracle. If they get some vision down, they'll see the Drow. Nigma trying to hold the right-hand side of that bottom lane, but they've got the Sleeping Dart. Silence on Sumail. Tricks the trade out to save 9. Sumail blinks back, but it's just illusions. Zoning Nigma away. Greaves pops off the Bloodthorn, so he's saved from the silence and the damage from Skitter. And Nigma, no chance to defend And our bottom tier 2 spot, just backing up to their high ground, waiting to see if Tundra make the move. But again, this is where your map gets small. All the lanes are trending towards the Dire base.
Look at snaking. Someone should farm the Ancients. Someone should farm our own jungle as well. Let's just choke them out. They don't have enough. Like, they're not getting enough farm at the moment.
That's a real challenge for them.
Classic Enchantress Snake. He just loves that item post 25-minute mark.
It's so good. Boots of Bearing, full staff, double Wraith Band, get the Hurricane Pike. Get some attack speed. And you're all dishing out damage like the best of them. And top net worth of the supports, closing in on 10k. And Aramis has had a pretty good game as well. You know, coming in as a stand-in, his first match here. 4-1-9 on the Snapfire. Has Greaves working on the Aghanim Scepter. A solid lane with 3-3. Doing very well for himself.
Yeah, he had Timber Saws numbered throughout the whole game. Those cookies, mid Timber Chain, and also Mortimer's Kisses landing on top of him. Couldn't really defend himself. Now Naga Siren with Cloak of Flames, budget Radiance to push out the lanes even easier. Just whole map belongs to Tundra at the moment.
Yeah.
You see, after finishing off the Roche, another 2k gold increase already. Slow, methodical. This is how you would describe Tundra the best.
No drums of Slum, unfortunately, though. BKB, Octarine for 3-3.
Oh my god, he actually finds him.
The song. They've caught the DK. He does have BKB, but I think at this point you just say, hands off keyboard, I'm dead, you got me. He does pop it and flies over the trees. Hang on a second, is Sumail away from there? The Black Dragon form with a free path and gets him out. Meanwhile, up at top lane, they're in on top of Snake King. The break comes through, Miracle dishing out some serious damage. 9 hunting for GH in the back, though. We'll get the pick off there, while Snake King still alive somehow. Slipping away from danger. Aramis, with the help of 9, can't quite get on top of the Drow. Meanwhile, Skitter hunting for Timber. But MC finds a little hidey hole in the tree line for himself, and Kuroki roared up right on the doorstep of his base, launched the kisses at the captain of Nigma, scouting to the trees as well just to see who's there. And Tundra
Kuroki dies in the end. I mean, they did not want to commit Roar on Dragonite with the BKB, so Dragonite slips away. They're still holding the Aegis for another minute. They even pop the Glyph plus Crimson Guard. Not sure if it's going to be enough.
Just systematic from Tundra at this point. And snare up. They do jump the Enchantress, but look at how tanky she is. These Wraith Bands, big time, paying off. Hook shot from Kuro, aiming the edge. They're trying to kill off one hero at least, but I don't know if they can even do it. Kuro's dying inside the cogs. Sumail chasing into 9 now, but the Timber Chain misses. The cookie away. The Greaves out from MC, topping them back up. They're all buying back to try and fight. But Drow Ranger and snared. No reveal, though. Back into the Silver Edge. Gets out of danger while Aramis does fall to MC and Sumail. But the turnaround from Tundra. Now they've got the damage from the Enchantress, pushing it real hard into Sumail and Mind Control. And it looks like the DK might, with his BKB, turn around and kill 9, but another 4-staff pushes him out in time. Skitter's Naga changing target. They've got the sleeping dart. Dodges it. Forces the high ground. Disrupted up as well. Drow Ranger still alive. Skitter, 9. Tricks the trade. The roar is there. Sumail finally controlled up and killed. It took a while, but they had plenty in the tank here, Tundra, to keep on going for more. Lincoln Sphere popped by the ensnare again. Skitter dead, though.
This Lincoln Sphere pickup from Miracle has been amazing. No sleeping darts, dodges the ends there, and they played around him. The Hurricane Pike onto the high ground, another disruption on top of him. I mean, these are some costly buybacks. They are using a lot to keep themselves into the game. But yeah, next fight, let's see how much gold Miracle can get. He's level 20 right now, so that extra multi-shot damage as well. Going into Butterfly next. Picks up even Healing Salve for himself, just to be able to not go to base, get most out of the map. 2 couriers near the secret shop. Let's see what he wants to buy. It's just gonna be an Eagle Song probably. Commit for that Butterfly.
Yeah, look to finish it off. Picks it up, delivers it. And Miracle Drow about 5k behind the Nagasaren, but absolutely showing with the maneuverability and that defensiveness from not just his own items, but disruption out of GH as well. Lots of ways to keep the Drow alive and basically 1v5ing these team fights.
Looking at the graph, Nigma, they were never ahead in this game. Also, itemization-wise, 33 picks up Force Staff, which is really nice. So he can proc the Lincolns against the Drow Ranger and then roar her. He's always staying one step ahead. Skitter does have Song available.
Yeah, looking to scout things out first with the illusions. And they're moving into mid with a roar on the DK. Snaking coming across. Sumail should be able to get his BKB off and run away. I don't know if Tundra can keep up with him. This big black dragon just flying over all the cliffs and the trees. So roar on cooldown now for quite a bit.
The game slowed down a little bit. Dragonite hits level 20 from that. Manages to blink out of the trouble. Going for that Manta, so we'll see even more illusions on top of them.
And hiding. And waiting. Let's see if anything comes his way. 20 seconds for Dragon Form. Decides it's not worth it to stick around. TP back, rejoin his squad in the Dire base. And Nigma showing our resilience. They're always fighting back, looking for ways to win that one team fight, to get into that Roshan, find an Aegis for the Drow. That's got to be the key goal of the game right now.
Yeah, she just showed that she's going for a full butterfly, means that doesn't have buyback. Only 2 heroes with the buyback right now, Enchantress and Snapfire.
Everybody's just buying out for these big juicy items. Roche, 1 minute away. Range racks top. Very nearly dead. Nugget illusion. New creep wave coming. They're not going to be able to kill it off, though. Oh, but Miracle. Oh, snaking with a sentry. Pops the Lincolns. Long range roar. No. I think he got fogged there. 3-3 couldn't quite keep the vision in on the Drow.
Yeah, she was out of sentry range. Ricky was the one holding the gem, so unable to get on top of her. And Dragonite finishes off Manta style. So that's going to be that spam we were talking about. Let's see. GH, does he follow Dragonite in his adventures?
Well, they're hunting for Clockwork. Kuro under a hawk. He doesn't have a way to get out of that Bloodthorn. So sliced down by the Wild Axes. Roshan in 5. No clock for 40 seconds. There should be a freebie here for Tundra to grab that Aegis. Skitter immediately in the pit, scouts it. Perfect timing from him. The first thing Kuroki does is buy a gem.
Refresher this time around. So double roar, most likely. They can also have like double BKB on Naga Siren, but considering that she's gonna have BKB in the backpack plus Aegis, I assume 33 picks it up.
Yeah, looks like it. I'm not rushing to do anything just yet. 3-3 just going to dip back into his triangle to continue farming, look to finish off his items. Wants that Octarine core and is pretty close to it, as well as the tier 4 neutrals.
This is something that I mentioned. You have Dragonite illusions or Shadow Demon making the illusions of Dragonite, and then Enchantress takes over them. So you're going to lose some.
Yeah, and the DK illusions can't even deal with the Naga illusions. They're too tanky. DK on DK on DK. So many dragons in that mid lane, but a big ancient granite golem's here, tanking through it all.
It looks like the game is not finished. We have like these models fighting against each other, like these blue illusions.
Yeah, with no textures and
yeah.
Just some polygons there. This is what happens when the throne falls. The game continues, just illusions fighting each other.
Smoke from Tundra. Let's see. We're gonna scout out this observer ward. I think it is a last observer from Nigma Galaxy. Lights out. They don't see much.
It's all darkness for Nigma. You can see there just creep waves in their base. All they can see. Naga illusions swarming towards them. Not a single hero showing from Tundra either. 3-3 and 9. Now they'll breach up high ground, sleeping up mind control. Get the D wards and finish off the range barracks. But again, not pushing the envelope too much, not forcing things up onto high ground. I'm just going to put the meteor hammer down onto MC and that melee barracks. Thinking about the go with the Scythe of Ice there. I do have GH in behind him. Popping the cleanse, keeping him healed up. And still, Nigma mounting this defense, knowing how strong Miracle's Drow Ranger is. If Tundra can't get the jump on her, pop the Lincolns and get the Roar, it's still a difficult fight for them to start.
Dota 2 is cool and fun video game. Meteor hammer onto towers, illusions battling it out. No one wants to commit, and here it comes. There's the jump.
Sumail does want to commit. He jumps in, but the Song of the Siren going to be healing up Ricky and resetting the fight. They've got two heroes trapped. It's Drow and the GH Shadow Demon. They force step away, a little bit of distance there for Nigma Galaxy, but Skitter and 9, they're onto the targets they need. Clockwork gone, Shadow Demon dead. Drow Ranger move forward into the Roar. They get the catch on the Miracle they required, and the Drow will fall. Dead with buyback, has to force it, but Sumail in trouble himself as he's blasted down. 3-3 and Aramis taking them out. A double buyback from Nigma, 3 cores alive, but they're against 6 here as Tundra still hold the Aegis on Naga.
They pop the cheese on Ricky, and this is why this 4-staff was a clutch pickup from 33. Procs the Lincolns, refreshes it, and then gets another Roar. Timber?
Yeah, straight back onto MC. No way he survives. Buyback out of him as well. So again, 3 members alive for Nigma Galaxy, but they've lost the top lane of Barracks. Holding out as long as they can. We'll see if Tundra decide to go for a second lane, because MC might be out in the open here. Skitter pops his head over the ramparts and says, hello, what's going on? Chakram, and then the cookie back. A minute and a half left on the Aegis.
Now that you have like 2 lanes closer to each other, you can go for a little bit of a split push, land a Meteor Hammer, maybe Beastmaster, use a couple of those illusions, start poking on the tower again. And look at what's on top. It's an illusion rune.
Of course it is. Someone please go take it. Snapfire's pause. Like, guys, there's an illusion rune top. Naga.
I believe he was the one who pinged it out. They do have an observer ward.
Reason? Illu rune.
Too many, well, FPS lag, no wonder. There's like 50 extra units. This is Terrorblade against Phantom Lancer back in the day. You use Reflection on PL and his illusions, and the game just crashes.
Monkey King uses Wukongs.
Oh yeah, the good old times.
Can't see a damn thing. Oh man, Nigma, they're under vision here. But I don't think Tundra are really in a rush. 40k ahead, they've got a lane of Barracks. They don't need to go and do anything silly. Dragon Knight getting pretty big, though, with his Aghanim's Manta into Assault Cuirass. I think I would like to see a bit more damage out of him. Like, yes, Drow's doing a decent amount, but they are struggling to finish people off. They need that little touch more to take them over the edge. You know, Ricky got close to death.
Gotcha. Holy Locket on Enchantress. Level 15 talent. Holding the Paladin sword as well, so extra healing. He's super tanky. They have healing from Guardian Greaves, from Snapfire. Naga Siren ulti with the shard. Now it's time to start poking. Here comes Dragonite Illusion. It's a melee one.
Useless.
Now SD uses Illusion onto Illusion.
Ridiculous amount of illusions. I do kind of miss the old Ench shard, honestly, with the passive sprites, just having continual healing. This new Little Friends hasn't felt like it's good.
No, I don't think I've ever seen it in action.
I've seen it once in a pub game. It looked fun, but it didn't do very much.
This is Skyrat Mage level of shard, how bad it is.
What does his do? Gives armor and int every time you cast a spell? Or is that its axe?
It just doesn't synergize well with the hero. Yeah. It also has like huge text. Like you're like, I don't want to buy this. There's way too much reading. I could read a book instead.
I'll wait for the audiobook. Wait for the audiobook to come out. Where's Morgan Freeman to narrate the Skywrath tooltip? That's a cool idea. Can we get Morgan Freeman to narrate all the tooltips? You just hover over them and press the audio icon.
Get Morgan Freeman or Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
Divine Rapier queued up by Miracle.
Oh, yeah?
He's changing his mind. I saw a BKB, but seems like he wants to risk it. In this type of a game, I think you need to. Suddenly, it's 40,000 net worth lead for Tundra.
You need something to break out of this. You can only hold on for so long, slowly chipping away at waves with illusions. Waiting in your base, just hiding behind the fortifications. And Tundra so good at making the most out of this map space. They're gonna be 6 slotted on all their heroes soon. Nice net worth lead, pretty much all in the hands of the Naga. 37k for her. Beastmaster Ricky bringing up the rear. But now you've even got the Enchantress overtaking the Timbersaw in net worth. And My Control's game hasn't been easy. It felt like he should have had a simple lane. But this level 2 impetus that came out of Snake King was tremendous. Oh, they got to catch bottom. And I just kill off Sumail.
He has no buyback. If they're keeping the track on it, they are now drawing on a minimap. Let's go. He bought back in the previous fight, which was 4 minutes ago. Sometimes you lose track of time in a game like this, where almost nothing is happening. You're just farming. It's time to poke. No Dragonite means that Shadow Demon can't make the illusion of him. How close is he? Sold. Magic Wand. Still needs another 1,000 gold for Divine Rapier. Okay, buys a VKB in the end.
Okay. Going the safer route. See if it pays off for him, because Kuro disrupted and saved by GH. Getting got on still by 9 and Skitter. Putting the illusions on him. Meteor Hammer not going to quite land, though. Kuroki a little speedy. Gets himself out, and the Greaves are there, but the Roar from 3-3 catching the Drow. Can they save Miracle with Lotus Orbs and Disruptions? Potentially get Miracle out of danger with his own BKB up. They hookshot back in. Kuro buys back, but the song resets. Buying time for 9 to slip away, but the Drow Ranger's damage. Substantial hits from Miracle. And Tundra now evacuating the Dire base.
Way too deep. I think they need to, try to poke. Beastmaster going for Arcane Blade just so that he has that instant roar usage on a Drow Ranger. But Shadow Demon is there. They do save him in the end. And Miracle keeps the distance. This Lincoln Sphere has been amazing. The pickup and getting closer to level 25, getting some extra gold. He just bought a BKB, got 2,000 gold from the previous fight.
A lot of money.
Wait for Roshan, number 5.
That's been the name of the game today, hasn't it? Long games, get 5 Roshans. Fight until the bitter end. And it's not over until your throne falls. Everything to protect Miracle here. That's the game plan for Nigma. Surround the Drow. Don't let her get taken down. We're always got to contend with that top lane, though. Got to D-push, maintain the lane. It does make things a little more challenging heading towards the Roche Pit when you don't have that top outpost or your top lane of barracks. And Tundra can just keep applying that pressure. Sumail even just dragon-tailing illusions. He's had enough of this nonsense.
He wants that level 25. That's going to be a big one. So you have AoE stun against Naga Siren and the illusions. Man, Skeeter, what he did in this game, controlling these illusions, scouting things out, sending them in different directions. This is like playing 5 different Dota games, I would say. It's so mentally draining.
Hey, he's role-playing his open AI.
Aramis, Aghanim Scepter picked up by him. So this is going to be a save. Or another way of initiating fights.
Yeah, tried to gobble up the boar and spit it at Nigma. Didn't catch anybody off guard. And Nigma back into the safety of their base again. 5 seconds for Roshan, and an interesting line drawn there by Kuro, saying, hey, push out top, get towards enemy triangle. We need some way to wrap around and contest this next Roche.
Guys, listen, just get out of the base, get some more farm. Gotta stay that PMA mentality. It's all about it. But Roshan, he's gonna die so quickly with the Bloodthorn.
Yeah, very challenging for Nigma to contest this. Doesn't look like they can get there in time, even if they smoked up right now. And Miracle and Kuro, they're going on a wander. I don't know where they're emigrating to, but it's not somewhere warm and fun. They might even get spotted by Snake King. And Miracle's going for that next wave while Kuro shows top.
He could be going for Divine Rapier because they can't leave the base. He can sell Power Treads and buy Divine Rapier. This was a big play. This is why Kuroki drew the line. They used the smoke while the rest of the team, the rest of the Tundra is killing Roshan. So let's see it. It's coming. He could also pick up Eagle Song if he feels that he needs like an item to maneuver inside a battle, but I'm all down. Get that Divine Rapier, maybe try to farm some tier 4 neutral items, because right now they couldn't leave the base. All they have is Telescope. That's the only tier 4 neutral item on their side.
Yeah, and now, especially when you're looking at Aegis Naga, Cheese Ricky, another Refresher Shard for 3-3, you're going to need that Rapier to tip the scales in your favor. Sells the treads, buys the Rapier, TPs across the map back to Fountain. And still smoked up as we get another pause. Looks like all these illusions and summons still causing a few problems. FPS dropping a little bit. But yeah, Nigma, yet again, we saw this the other day from them. Never tapping out when they've still got chances to fight back. And the potential for victory is still there. Samil down in that bottom lane with GH behind him. The buddy system being enacted. Pushing out these waves, making sure Tundra don't have complete easy access to the Dire base.
Yeah, Quickening Charm held by Dragon Knight. So wants to lower the cooldown on his dragon form. Have it almost permanently. 33 says go. Let's see what happens next. This Divine Rapier could really surprise them. Problem is you don't have like an item to maneuver. It's 320 movement speed on your Drow Ranger. They can boost him up with Bongo Boots, but that's it. There is no Solar Crest.
Yeah, not a wide variety of buffs for it. Heavily reliant on this BKB Hurricane Pike. Lots of defensive tools on the Drow herself. And we'll be showing the Rapier there. We'll see if Tundra notice or if they care. Because the game plan has always been the same for them, is pop Lincolns, get the Roar on Drow, kill her off quickly. And that's why Miracle is continually just using Silver Edge inside his base. Doesn't want to be that first point of contact.
Beastmaster has Refresher from Roshan. 9. Gets a Sleeping Dart, but that's all it's gonna be. I feel like we've been here for a long time. Yeah, 51k, 51 minutes into the game. This is where game officially ends.
How many kills are there? There's 47. We need 4 more.
This is Area 51 if they get 4 more kills.
Oh, man. What kind of aliens are they hiding in their labs? The Roar. 3-3 finds a big dragon. Hookshot across, trying to defend Sumail, but the damage from the kiss is enough to blow them up. No buyback on clock. DK can return, but he has no ulti. And Mind Control taking a beating from this Impetus Enchantress who has BKB and looks for Miracle now. Turns with a multi-shot. The damage is just lacking, even with the Rapier. Can't kill the Eng. GH is gone. Buybacks required from Nigma now to hold on to this game, and they do get the kill on Ricky. Big damage flows out of the Drow. Skitter Songs to run away. Tundra not getting stuck in this team fight, forcing buybacks and bailing.
2 buybacks. They dealt some damage to the tier 4 towers again. Next Roshan could respawn in 5.5 minutes, even though they're still holding the Aegis. Wait for the next one. Play it safe.
Wait for next Roche, guys. Don't rush into the base. It's still
Mind
not easy.
Control, he's very busy. He's using Trusty Shovel 52 minutes into the game, putting down some healing salves.
Mangoes. Lots of goodies on the floor. I guess looking for bounty runes to try and get buyback for people as well. Well, Nigma live to fight another day. Aghanim Scepter there, so the drums are Slom available for 33. Blink Dagger up for GH, that could be a game changer here with the ability to jump and save Miracle or even get the catch onto somebody.
Far away. He just bought a Blink Dagger to keep the distance, save Drow Ranger if they initiate with the Roar. They found him.
3 hits.
Dies. It's a big chunk of gold.
Oh god, yeah, look at that. 656 for Miracle. Almost a grand shared across the other 4. A lot of money there as the buyback. The BKB for 3-3. The Song of the Siren, refresh and blink. Nice play from 3-3 to get out of there. Skitter aiming for Miracle. The Song about to expire. MC and GH, new targets for the Naga Siren now as Kuro getting taken down by the Enchantress, but it's Skitter up at the front lines, taking out GH. Both supports gone with no buybacks, and Nigma Galaxy find themselves in the same spot they were in 25-30 minutes ago. 3 cores against 6 Tundra members. Aegis, of course, still in the hands of Naga Siren, and the high ground push can finally begin. Sleep
this has
onto
been
the DK.
happening for so long. They find Dragonite.
Look at that damage from the Drow, but they get the Roar. 3-3 controls up Miracle. Tricks the trade, the movement forward. Miracle dropping lower, half HP. The burst damage comes as she's dead. 2 minutes on the sidelines. Rapier on the deck. 9, I think, will grab it up as Sumail and Mind Control left stranded. Nothing left to give. They've absolutely given it their all this game. 54 minutes. Gets the Ghost Scepter off. Gets in the fountain. He's still alive, and technically so Enigma. Tier 4 tower is under assault, but yeah, so it wasn't 9 that got the Rapier, it was the DK who snags it. Roar is there from 3-3 though. Rapier's in the fountain, they don't let Tundra have it, but the Dragonite being demolished, cookied forward, Aramis takes him down, and now Enigma Galaxy left with no options but to call GG.
Mind Control picks up Divine Rapier in the end. He's like, I'm the carrier right now, but the game ends. It took them 55 minutes to end this game. Longer than expected. This is classic Tundra. Very slow, but gets job done in the end.
Death by 1,000 cuts. And there's Aramis getting himself acclimated to the Tundra game plan. Long old game there. Needs a good glug of water to rehydrate, get himself set up for game 2. Because, yeah, it was a long, drawn-out game. Nigma always looking for those opportunities to fight back. But I don't know, from draft... Honestly, it felt like it was going to be Tundra's game. The stylistic difference, the ability there for Tundra to control the map. 20 minutes in, it was very obvious that it was slowly but surely going to go their way.
So Aramis leaving the camera. He's like, I can't take this. Like, is this what I signed up for when I said I'm going to be a stand-in? I need to take some rest as well. Because these are not type of the games that I'm used to play. Tundra, like, I don't know how they keep the composure in these type of games. Like, there were some really good plays. 9 Ricky kind of carried the game for the first 15-20 minutes. This Meteor Hammer, like, even though he lost the tower first rotation, we go back in time almost an hour ago, then kills Drow Ranger, kills the tower, bombs the mid tower with the Meteor Hammer. He was all over the place.
Well, there we go. Game 1 wrapped up. We'll have a quick break and return. Game 2, the last one of the day, coming your way shortly.
Everybody getting picky. starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. My
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Welcome back to our last game of the day here on the Storm stream as we wrap up day 3 of the group stage for DreamLeague Season 19. It's Tundra versus Nigma Galaxy. Lacoste, game 1 seemed straightforward for Tundra, even if it did take a good portion of an hour to complete.
Yeah, it was a long one. Kind of felt the game was over for a very long time. Team like Enigma, they don't give up ever. Like, for a good reason. If you recall one of their games when they played, I believe it was against Alliance. It was Miracle playing Arc Warden, then using those bubbles multiple times. Throne was at 100 HP or something. So for a good reason, I do respect it. But this game felt like it was over for a very long time. It's just how many Roshans Tundra is going to take. I think the answer was 5, maybe even 6. And then again, classic Tundra. I don't think you can say anything more about this game.
Yeah, pretty much. Map control, shadow push, ghost push, team fight, catch and kill, vision. Every element that they're exploiting really utilized to perfection. And I think that's something we should touch on as well, because I've heard this from a number of teams now. DM in an interview has mentioned it. We know that Tundra have talked about it too. Finding parts of the game that they can exploit. So you find something that you think is good, and you just make sure that you draft around that one good thing that you can actually, fulfill and execute to perfection. And I think that's really the key to Tundra winning TI and being such a high-performing team, is they know how to exploit vision, how to exploit damage mitigation at TI with their Wraith Pact and Mage Slayer stuff. What's something else that Tundra do well, and what do you think Nigma do well?
Tundra definitely controls the map really well. They know how to choke out the team. They don't you don't see Tundra going for super risky plays at all. They're gonna wait for another Roshan, which sometimes can be from observer points is why they're not ending the game, because they don't want to lose it. It's that simple. They feel like with the next Roche, with the next 10 minutes of them controlling the game, they're going to be able to get another item on every single hero, because they farmed the whole map pretty much. Like you saw Snaking going in as position 5 Enchantress and just being very annoying, popping some BKBs, proccing the Lincolns on Miracle in the last fight, and then Beastmaster jumps in, he gets close, roars him, and the fight's pretty much over.
Yeah, we do have a draft for game 2, as we can pop into that and continue rambling on as old men do, talking about a video game. But yeah, I think Tundra doing very well in terms of figuring out expected value. This is kind of a thing that you might learn from poker or other games, card games, where they have this 30% chance to outright win the game, but is that 30% chance worth it when they give the opponents the ability to come back into the game? Tundra very often say no. They want these 60-70% chance opportunities to really hammer it home and make sure that they guarantee that they're going to take things down how they see that they should. As we do move into this second game, first phase of bans comes out, and Beastmaster joins the ranks of Pango, Io, and Brood.
Well, so Beastmaster's out of the equation. Tundra will get Mirana. They know instantly what they're picking. This is also a hero that they are gonna flex. It can be played as Skeeter, could be played by Skeeter, could be played by 9 from the mid lane. 33 doesn't play Dragonite. We had a similar talk yesterday in one of Tundra's games where 33 is just not that guy. He wants to control something. He has passive on Dragonite, not much to micro, doesn't build into Helm of the Dominator / Overlord, so he's not gonna play it.
All right, well, Nigma still placing their trust in the Shadow Demon. And last time picking it up alongside the DK against the Beastmaster. This time against the DK and the Mirana. So, like you mentioned, they still have that ability to save people with Disruption against Arrow and the Dragon Tail stun. I don't know, I just have this feeling that Shadow Demon doesn't lane well together with MC's heroes. Like, if this is offlane Doom, last game he had offlane Timber. Is Shadow Demon good in these duo lanes?
It's a lot of damage, level 2, level 3. You get 2 points in Shadow Poison, but you don't really have like a stun. Maybe if Doom gets a point in Infernal Blade at level 2, you get like 2 stacks of poison into Disruption, into a third one. They get out Infernal Blade, Scorched Earth. This is how you kill people. Morana, not the hero that can be killed like that, so that's one issue that they have. Dragonite depends where this hero is going to be played at, but I don't mind Shadow Demon in this one because you're there to break the combo. This is the like long duration stun, Dragon Tail into Arrow. Combo's always going to be good, so trying to take out Shadow Demon first, something that they did so far so many times in the first game, especially Ricky. Once he picked up that Diffusal Blade, GH had a bullseye on him.
Yeah, he sure did. And if you are just joining us, just tuning in, we've gone over this already, but worth touching on again. Saxa feeling burnt out, so he's going to be taking a break through the majority or the remainder of DreamLeague. RMS, named 4 here, will be taking his place for the remaining matches. And Nigma, if you've not heard about this, Miracle is back. They've put Amar on the inactive roster on the bench, and Miracle has returned to his rightful place on Nigma Galaxy.
5 seconds remaining.
Battle Rider on Lycan gone. Get rid of some of these nasty, pesky heroes. A lot of 3/3s heroes being removed. They've picked the Doom, banned the Lycan, banned the Beastmaster. Probably going to ban the Tide Hunter now as well.
This is the hero that, even though you have Doom, you still need to be like very afraid when 33 plays it. He stays on top of the net where there's like small plays that he does as Tide Hunter, where he like buys Blightstone 5 minutes into the game, goes to Ancients, keep killing them, or just like abuses it, creep skips behind the tier 1 tower, pulls the small camp, and this is how he utilizes the farm. This team is just so good at making these small things, when they do add up so much. So decided to opted to go for Naga Siren. They think that Naga costs a lot more than the other heroes, which I do agree. Like, you leave Skitter alone for a couple of minutes, and you know that he's gonna get the farm. He just plays Naga Siren so well.
He absolutely does. He's still got quite a depth to his hero pool, though. The number of heroes he could bring out to play. But for now, it's going to be the RMS Rubik, which we touched on in the previous one. One of his signature heroes for sure. And some pretty good spells to be stealing here. We might have that situation again here, Lacoste. Shadow Demon making illusions of Dragonite. Rubik stealing Disruption, making illusions of them.
What do we need? We need something more.
Terrorblade?
I was hoping that Aramis was gonna play Mirana, so whenever he misses this, I can call him Aramis.
Oh,
not gonna happen.
Oh,
seems like Rubik is gonna be the choice of his hero. Hero of his choice.
Imagine.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, probably a snaking Mirana in this case. But yeah, nice for Tundra to keep that DK open. Like you said, could be Skitter, could be 9. Not sure where that's headed, even though Nigma did ban out the Ricky. Bit of respect on his name.
I always loved Rubik Dragonite as a duo in the game. You have Fate Bolt, you have Breathe Fire, so any kind of physical damage that you get, most of the physical damage is going to get reduced. Add maybe Wraith Pact later down the line.
Buy a buckler. Get a ton of armor. No physical damage for anybody. Is that something you have to really consider in the draft then? Like, do you avoid picking these heavy-hitting ranged carries or illusion carries, go more magic damage focused?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Leshrac for Nigma Galaxy. I think this is one of Sumail's better heroes. As it goes for support duo, okay, there's magical damage. It's even higher than Leshrac. So Shadow Demon Disruptor, these heroes can move. They can make a lot of plays at every single stage of the game, especially when you go to the late game if the heroes are going to be able to get the items. Disruption into Aghanim Scepter from Disruptor, always going to be good. Like Glimpse, Shadow Demon ulti. So you have like mute items by Doom, mute item by Aghanim Scepter. A lot of burst damage from Zeus, Doom. So let's see how Tundra decides to respond. Maybe they need a carrier, like a pipe mech carrier in this game, considering they're playing into heavy magical damage. But we've seen Mirana, like we've seen Tundra doing this thing where they kind of split things up between two supports. One gets pipe, one gets mech, and 33 can do his own thing, not forced to get any of these items.
Yeah. Allows 33 to go for these blanks, Aghanim Scepters, depending on what he's playing. And could quite easily have that here. They're going to go for the Wraith King. Okay, so this is an answer we saw Beast Coast using earlier on in the group stage against the Doom in particular. I think with Stinger. Yeah, with Stinger in an interview saying it was literally just because they picked Doom and K1 said he wanted to play it. So it looks like similar story here for Skitter.
It really works that way.
10 seconds remaining.
Like, this hero isn't really good against anything. He gets kited, he gets disrupted, Shadow Demon with disruption, or just ulti on top of him. He's not going to be able to move as much. Looking at like some of the matchups that they could go for, I don't mind Monkey King against the heroes that they have. Against like Dragon Knight, Wraith King, you respawn as Wraith King, you die again in Wukong's command. Dragon Knight does not like to play into it. They still don't know what the matchup's gonna be. They're banning out Nigma, so they want to take out that aura carrier that we talked about, the Guardian Grease, the pipe potentially, and also they want to secure Miracle's lane. Nigma could cause a lot of problems, stealing CS, maybe getting a kill, especially when you pair him up with a hero like Rubik.
He's just fade bolting and securing range creeps and controlling that lane. Yeah, people always say like there's no counter to Doom. You can try Lincolns and Lotus and stuff like that. In the end, it's just reincarnation. Aegis of the Immortal. That's how you deal with it. Static Storm's no different. Definitely curious to see what Skitter thinks is the correct itemization on this, though, because K1 went for the Armlet Deso build, right?
Yes. I think that item build is just much better. Maybe in certain matchups, like if you play against the Illusion heroes like Nagasari, I think Radiance is okay, but Armlet Deso just feels nice. Also, buying Radiance against Shadow Demon when he disrupts you could be big issue. You can't also turn it off. That was a thing for a long time where you just, I turned it off in the disruption, so you will not get Radiance. A lot of time.
Oh man, you know what? It was Beast Coast against Nigma. It was that game where they randomed the Necro as well. So a bit of trauma here for Nigma to deal with. They picked Doom, and the enemy has picked up a Wraith King. Let's see. Is Tundra just? I guess against the Zeus and the Disruptor, you're not going to pick a Necro
Shadow
now,
Demon
are you?
Necro is just like probably the worst pick they could random slash pick.
So they've covered themselves from the random Necro this time.
5 seconds remain.
Oh man. Yeah, Terrorblade out. There it goes. Miracle. What are we going to see here? Is it Ursa time?
Could be Ursa. I mentioned Monkey King. I think Ursa also works nicely. They do have stuns, but they also have saves for Ursa.
10 seconds remaining.
With the Shadow Demon, of course, so maybe you can't pick it. Like every single hero on Tundra has a stun. Stundra is what we're going to call them.
Hey! You don't get a chuckle this time. You get the sarcastic
it was a bad one.
Oh, hello. Now, we've seen this a couple of times pop up. Yatro's played it. I know in Eastern Europe we've seen Ramses and a couple of others play it. How do you like it this game? There's a carry, right? Yeah, must be Miracle's hero.
Yeah, that's a carry Sven. I don't know if I like it that much. I haven't seen much of Sven. I think he's very situational. I think this needs to be like last pick, and it needs to be a really good game for it. This hero does fall off when it comes down to super late game. If he gets kited, what can he play from off lane that's going to cause problems for Sven?
Viper again. He's going to Viper again, isn't he?
Could be.
I mean, what's banned? Everything.
His hero pool is gone pretty much. There's Dead Prophet that they could maybe pick, or Visage. Like these are his heroes. Like I was going through the list, so 3 were left in the pool. They go with Visage. Another Aura buyer, something that we did talk about, that he buys into Pipe, buys into Greaves, especially against heavy nuke damage from Zeus Disruptor. Okay.
Yeah, this carry Sven, I think I'm on the same page as you. I've not seen it perform particularly well, and I think for me it comes down to item build. It often feels a little wonky, similar in my mind to Lifestealer, where you're going for this. You know, Lifestealer goes this armlet into potential Deso or Radiance, and then Bloodthorn and whatever. Sven is this Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, BKB, Blink, and your inventory just gets filled with these kind of tier 3 items. You don't have one big, I'm going to win the game kind of item. You've got all these little ones that say, I'm going to try and win the game at 30 minutes. If it goes later than 40, then I'm sad.
It's an explosive damage that they got. A lot of vision, Doom jumping in. You delete one hero, then you play off of a glimpse. Zeus providing vision, so Miracle can't choose the targets if he's the one initiating. I mean, also against Raid King, you can delete him instantly with maybe not committing with a BKB. Then you pop a BKB, kill him the second time. So it doesn't sound too bad. I'm still not sold on Sven. I need to see some good Sven performances. I know that you talked about Yatoro. I did not watch that game, but he's the mean Sven player. I think Miracle is definitely up there. It's one of his signatures as well. Everything pretty much he touched during his prime was a signature hero.
Yeah, even Juggernaut, one of the most boring heroes in the game, Miracle picks it and looks amazing on it. Like never forget that DD rune grab at the top river that he managed to turn around a team fight with. I'll see what he does here with Sven in his hands, as Tundra looking for another 2-0, and Nigma down near the bottom of their group, really desperate to try and grab some wins. It's getting close to the end of play for the group stage as we close out day 3, and Nigma down near the bottom, 3-7. Yeah, really do need some W's. I'll see if Miracle can carry them with a Sven in this game, because they're up against it. A lot Tundra can do here to withstand a lot of that nuke damage. Like, you're right, with Zeus, with the Glimpse, with the Sven, they've got displacement and the ability to grab someone, but they've also, up against them, got this telekinesis potential with a Shard, Mirana Moonlight Shadow, and Visage with all the heals and sustain in the world as we head ourselves into game 2. It is ready and waiting for you. Tundra and Nigma all smoking up, 10 heroes roaming across the map and looking for this early level 1 clash potentially.
We might get it. The only one who's missing is Snaking. He's not there. He planted an Observer Ward down there. They also planted an Observer Ward that scouts out a little bit of outpost. And Nigma with the full wraparound.
Where are they going to find? Anyone up here? Anyone in the Ancients? Who was that Aramis was pinging? I don't know if he's got an idea that they're up there. But Tundra have retreated. Just hiding out by their own tier 1 for now.
30 seconds to battle.
Let's have it. 5v5 at the top rune spot. Let's go get some vision. Go and scout them out. Poke your head around the corner.
Yeah, we hyped it up. It seems like nothing's going to happen in the end. Seems like it's going to be trade. Also fighting into Sven. Level 1 stun. This is very powerful. They group up. Nigma still thinking about it.
Could get on top of Skitter. Sumail and GH will turn him away, while up top, Kuroki and Miracle getting herded away from that top rune spot. Skitter going to take a little bit of damage here. Gets disrupted, Scorched Earth comes. And 2 bounty runes apiece. Both teams getting themselves up and running, while Kuroki does get chased down by 3-3 and finished off in the end.
Stun, arrow. Every hero, again, has a stun on side of Tundra, so that's going to be relatively easy to execute lineup when it comes down to that. You will always have some kind of a control. Kuro dying for first blood. The first blood goes to 33. There's one hero in the game, one player that you don't want to give first blood to. That's definitely him.
Yeah, he's so good at turning those little advantages in the laning stage into something bigger.
You talking to me?
Let's see what he does with his Visage. Don't know what he's got queued up yet, but Null Tally into Sage's Mask first up. Plenty of sustain to spam out the soul assumptions. And I'm assuming we're going to see those aura items start building up for him. The Greaves and the Pipe. The Vlad's, of course. Ideal item for the Visage.
Some good harassment damage in the bottom lane. Disruption. Also Scorched Earth. We did mention when the draft started that I want to see Infernal Blade picked up by Doom at level 2. Start to play aggressive on Wraith King. This is going to give them a lot of kill threat, especially if they can pull the lane back.
Alright, give them a longer lane to chase in. It could do quite a lot. GH just spamming out Disruption. Create these Skeleton King illusions. Harass back Skitter. Oh, Miracle. Gets himself free farm thanks to Kuro's pulls. He's even dragging the wave all the way into the trees, gathering up the creeps. We don't want to last hit under tower.
Mind Control still keeping a point, looking for an opportunity bottom. If there's a kill threat, Snaking will get the leap, so he's thinking, but they want to get Skitter most likely. GH with the disruption, couple of Shadow Poison stacks. Skitter throws a stun.
Yeah, attempted arrow as well, not too far off the mark. Snaking won't have it though. A pretty low stun duration there on the Wraithfire Blast. Does have a pretty decent slow though. Just looking into that mid lane. Dragonite with a belt and 2 gauntlets, tanking himself up. Looking for a wand a little later down the line. Sumail will grab that water rune, bottle it up. I should have the control over the majority of the runes there. The DK won't be going for them. Soul Assumption does so much damage. It's like a Fade Bolt, a few hits, a Soul Assumption, taking Miracle pretty low.
It's an insane amount of damage. They do have multiple tangos in this lane, but they're going to keep them low. Aramis every single time they get close. Oh, Glimpse is going to be available in a second.
Kinetic Field, turnaround, Telekinesis into that Soul Assumption, and 3-3 with a hit, so they're going to take him down. They glimpse Aramis back, but Kuroki now in trouble. Not much mana left on 3-3, relying on just the right-click attacks, but Kuroki having to deal with his creep wave. Going to drag the wave off the tower. Stick charges for Kuro. He's going to get back into the tree line and survive.
Aramis fed him Mango so that he can get another Soul Assumption, and look what 33 is doing. Pulling the creep wave while Aramis is pulling to the side. It's the tomato camp. So he's going to get denied a lot. Trying to go on Aramis one more time. Glimpse again available. 33 coming in.
Easy kill. Yeah, Kuroki down. I guess Miracle making the call there. They can get a freebie on the Rubik, but it's not meant to be. Top lane going very well for Tundra. Like you said, that first blood, the snowball effect, getting Visage off the ground very quickly. Down the bottom, they do get a little maneuver across the side. Both of them dragging these waves into that large camp vicinity. But in the end, Skitter going to be right in front of his tier 1, safely farming away. 1-1-1 build on the Wraith King.
Bought the 3rd gauntlet as well on Wraith King, just to have a little bit more sustain, a little bit more damage in the lane. This is something that 33 does when he plays Doom. Starts with Magic Wand, 3 branches, and then brings Gauntlet as his first item.
And plenty of stick charges there for Snaking. And leaps away and holds the stick for now. It does mean that Skitter will take a little bit of a beating here from MC and GH. Tanking the arrow with the illusions. Mind Control couldn't quite get on top of the Wraith King there to hit him at all. Skitter can even salve up once he thinks he's contended with the creep wave and dragged it back enough. Snaking even going to help out with a pull. As this develops, we are going to be looking at Thunder God's Wrath coming into play reasonably soon. That's where Nigma could look for these side lane plays where they catch with a glimpse or a stun, disruption to set things up. Oh, a good arrow from Snaking. Jumping straight forward onto MC, and a bit of a save from GH, but that's just going to delay his death. A few more taps in from the Mirana. I'll secure the kill on the Doom.
They need that Zeus ulti. They need to get a kill, maybe even 2 kills with that first Thunder God's Wrath. Problem is, top lane's not doing too hot. 33 is very tanky. Magic Wand, Null Talisman, Infused Raindrop charges, about to hit level 5. Farming kind of safely, very close to the tower, which means that he's going to get that level 6 soon. And making a rotation mid, even Aramis as well.
They're both here on Sumail, still level 5 on the Zeus. Pre-6 minutes, so not only will they guard the active runes, they kill the Zeus, pressure the tier 1 tower. Catapult Wave arrives with double range creeps, and yeah, Nigma forced to glyph it up. As a
You
DD
can't kill
for
the
9.
side lanes as Zeus if side lanes come to you and get the
kill
first
you.
kill.
Yeah. Yeah, we were bigging up this Zeus with this Thunder God's Wrath. But man, Tundra
This tower is dead.
Yeah, they're like 3 steps ahead as Tundra. They know exactly what they need to do. Arrow connects on Sumail as he TP's in. They banish the Dragonite, so they got some illusions there for GH, but tower is dead. 6.5 minutes. Tier 1 mid is gone. This opens the map up so much for Tundra, while the side lanes still going well.
This is going to be Raid King getting his level 6. Usually you don't put a point in it, you just save it. But Visage getting level 6, that's a big one. It does allow him to put or pump up even more damage, scout things out. Kuroki as Disruptor, he's not going to have a good time once Visage hits level 6.
I mean, maybe they can make a play on 3-3. Miracle's already spent his Storm Hammer, though. And Kuroki walks forward, spots Aramis. Might think about the glimpse, but he's already been telekinesis back too far away. Well, meanwhile, looks like Snaking having a bit of fun in that bottom jungle. They're battling with GH and trading hits. Yeah, 5-0. And Zeus, he's cracked level 6, has that opportunity now to look for Thunder God's Wrath plays. But he needs his side lanes to do something. Anything, do a bit of damage. Get on top of these enemies.
Who's going to do it?
Yeah.
Like bottom lane, Doom is level 5. Raid King does have point, as we said, available for reincarnation. Doesn't have enough mana, just 1 stick charge at the moment. But if they decide to go on him, he will get some. And also, this opens up the map because you just lost mid tower. So Zeus will never feel too comfortable getting close. If they initiate one more time, 10 minutes into the game, Moonlight Shadow will be available. And the tower, it seems like it's gone. Kuroki, he's been stacking the jungle, and they're not going to defend this tier 1 tower top.
Alright, just leave it be. Go farm jungle, pop the God Strength, take out some neutral camps, maybe some stacks. Miracle even scanning on top of himself to make sure no one's lurking in the shadows. Maybe he felt that some XP went missing and thought there was someone hiding in the tree line. And Kuroki, dead to 9. Just to move in towards the mid lane with the Dragon Tail and Arrow combo. Doesn't even have the Blink Dagger yet, just walks into the Disruptor's range. While GH is going to harass Skitter out of lane. But I think at this point, Skitter's kind of happy going jungle.
Yeah, he doesn't care too much about it. Considering it's 6-0 and they lost 2 towers, it's only 1k gold lead for Tundra.
Was that the Sven effect? Getting a lot of farm on himself.
Yeah, that's it.
9 glimpsed back into mid. Level 3 Dragon Blood, 11-1 charges, but the rest of the cavalry arriving for Nigma. Arrow clips onto a creep and 9 will die. Big kill there for Nigma Galaxy, bringing numbers in to kill off 9. Again, this is just a lot of space for the rest of Tundra. Yeah, Nigma get a kill. They don't really relieve the pressure off themselves. Skitter returns to lane bottom. 3-3 goes into jungle, so now you've got Aramis actually getting close to level 6 from that top lane. And still not much that MC and GH can do down bottom.
It's very difficult for Nigma to gank. You have Doom, who's very slow as a hero. Your mid laner wants someone else to go in, and then he follows up with the damage. Also, Zeus, like, tends to farm, so you need levels. Shadow Demon plus Disruptor, I think you need some kind of an initiator from position 4, someone that's going to run in. I mean, you can run in with a Doom, but it's not as effective as some other offlaners.
Are we going to see the classic thing from Doom this game, the Midas Blink BKB, or is this going to be that kind of Miero Doom with a Vanguard Greaves?
Could be more oriented to get that Guardian Greaves, try to tank up, because they are looking to fight at earlier timing. Since you have Sven, you have Zeus, you want to use these heroes to full potential. Warcry stolen. Not a bad one, like not the best ability. There's some good spells to steal in this game. Glimpse from Zeus, anything you steal is going to be good. Stormhammer as well, like Disruption to save people.
Devour from Doom.
Pretty much anything you steal in this game. It's a godly Rubik game.
That's very good. 3-3. Glimpsed into the God Strength. Moonlight Shadow comes, but they've got reveal thanks to the Zeus. And twice in a row now, Nigma come into a lane, kill off a core hero. Starting to show that they can come back into this. Killing familiars as well as another 200 bonus gold for themselves. Down at bottom though, mind control. Focus down, Skitter disrupted up, and GH has saved his offlaner. Skitter will turn and hit into the Shadow Demon. An arrow slides straight past them through the tier 1 tower. And not too much left here for RMS to do, apart from stand and nearly die to the Wraith King illusions built by GH.
Visage will TP bottom. They want to take another tier 1 tower. Doom still doesn't have Doom, which is pretty cool. And about to crack level 8, so he might get it there. Visage TPs, Vlad's aura available. Some extra damage for the birds. Scorched Earth stolen by Rubik.
We also have Blink DK. 9 and Snaking have smoked up, and they're going to be looking for that wraparound into bottom lane. Very susceptible targets in the Disruptor and the Shadow Demon if they get that vision to allow the jump. Mind Control thinking about scurrying forward, but doesn't want to show himself. And even did he even draw the line back to base? Or is he drawing the line of what Tundra are going to do?
Guys, I will die. I will go back to base. Get a free TP.
Yeah. Well, Tundra giving up on it. I don't want to stick around. They probably feel like they've forced Nigma down there.
He's very tanky. Also, if Shadow Demon is behind him, they try to initiate Blink Stun. Shadow Demon breaks the combo. So they don't want to commit to it. And they want to kind of equalize things.
Oh, they do. Thunder God's Wrath scouting, seeing where Tundra are. MC finishes off that Crimson Guard, so shoving down that bottom tier 1. Looks like that's his next port of call.
It's a big item against Visage, his birds, Dragonite.
They're caught mid. That blink reveal. 9 shows it off. Chain stun the Zeus. Maybe even catch out MC here. The rest of Nigma holding high ground, kind of waiting for Tundra to come, but God's Strength is going to, excuse me, expire in about 5 seconds' time. So not the ideal time to fight as Nigma. They want Miracle to continue farming, stay top of the net worth, build up bank, get to this Echo, get to the BKB. It's like we were saying about this Sven. 20, 25 minutes, that's the real big power spike for him.
He's being scouted right underneath the ward, but they do have tier 1 tower. Arrow.
Arrow misses, but the Dragon Tail cannot miss. 9 is straight in there with a blink stun, and Miracle's down. Sumail trying to zap them with a 3-man already. The 3-man, the stuns from the Familiars just ravaging them. 3-3 doesn't even need to play Tidehunter to get these big stuns out. Mind Control with the Crimson Guard on him, looks for the Familiars, but can't kill them off. And now 9 is back in onto the Zeus. Low HP, but disrupted up. Static Storm down to try and zone away Tundra. But the Breathe Fire and a final touch of damage from RMS gets the kill on Zeus. And Nigma Galaxy, they're just being run over. The Bulldozer of Tundra is here, squishing them. Mind Control stunned again. 3-3 with the Disables. 9's into the back. They'll get kill after kill. And Nigma Galaxy, it's all unraveling for them now. Falling apart at the seams.
They don't allow them to use spells, so you can only use Disruption pretty much once. It's 24-second cooldown ability on level 2. And finally, Tundra, they take the tower. They were so ready. They understand that Sven, without Sven, their damage output is so-so, especially if Zeus is not the one getting close. And they cut him down to half HP immediately. 9 gets another jump. Sumail really struggling in this game.
It's been a difficult one for them.
Blade.
They've glimpsed Skitter, he's got Reincarnation, and look at Tundra swarming across the map to save him. I don't think he can armor toggle and wand his way out of this, but he'll give it a good shot. Look for it, wait for it. Down he goes to the Thunder God's Wrath. The Zeus makes sure he dies the first time, and Nigma Galaxy rallying around Captain Kuro with another glimpse. Back in on Skitter. Stun him up with a Storm Hammer, and Mind Control moves forward aggressively. Now with a God's Strength, Miracle stunned up to the Familiars. They've disabled him with a Dragon Tail. Miracle can't move. They disrupt him to buy a bit of time and maybe slip away with a Sven, but Tundra are outplaying Nigma Galaxy so goddamn hard. It's bloody difficult to play into this. Static Storm's a defensive one to try and keep them at bay. But Nigma Galaxy just... You said it in the last fight. They can't cast any spells.
It was so... I mean, the targeting in the fight, they go for Wraith King. They used way too many abilities. Like, first they used Glimpse, Shadow Demon ulti, Mind Control. He's been holding onto this Doom for a very long time and fighting into this, like, small area. So the birds, again, 33 gets multiple stuns with his Visage birds.
I mean, he's a fucking genius. Like, in the last 2 fights, he got... The first fight got 3-man stun with 1 Familiar, 3-man stun. Then this fight, he's stunning Sven on his way up a ramp into darkness, into fog. Glorious stuff out of his 3-3 Visage. It's one of those heroes that It can be easily forgotten. You know, you think about his Beastmaster, his Lycan, but a year ago he was spamming out this Visage, winning TI with it. You cannot let this man have any kind of hero like this.
And now the big difference, like Tundra is the one inside the enemy. Near the outpost, they're the one making the aggressive moves. You always have to be careful. Shadow Demon is that type of a hero that it really scales well with the items, but GH needs to play a bit of a different game. He needs to
buy Midas,
sacrifice his own. No, he needs to sacrifice his own farm and sit behind people. So he's not gonna get that farm priority. I mean, this is a huge stack being farmed right now by both Skitter and Nine.
Oh yeah, you're right. Ah, big old ancient stack there. So that pushes Skitter a little closer to the Desolator. BKB is almost done for 9. So he's going to have that added layer of protection. Mind controls Doom. He's an island. He's out on his own. And the 3/3 familiars, they're coming for you. Telekinesis into Stolen Stormhammer. Land the familiar stuns. The arrow chain stun combo. And piece by piece, the jigsaw puzzle is put together by Tundra. We end up with a picture of Mind Control dying.
Gotta stay hydrated, as we see. Mind Control, straight up not having a good time in this game. 0-4 and 0 on Doom. Now trying to build up the pipe. Gonna be this aura builder for his own team. Tundra, they like to draw on minimap a lot. Every single time something happens, the smallest inconvenience, smallest pickoff, they just draw on minimap. And yeah, you talked about 9. It's very impressive that he manages to stay on top of net worth as Dragon Knight. This hero just doesn't farm as much as the others do. I mean, you're matching up Sven's farm, which is pretty nuts.
Like, maybe if he had a shard, you could be like, yeah, he's fireballing everything. But he doesn't. He's just doing this through raw last hitting. What has he got? 113 last hits on the DK, 173 on Sven. But I guess if you factor in kills and deaths, it's a 1-3-1 Sven and a 4-1 and 5 Dragon Knight. Nigma can't show their faces in the mid lane. Don't want to pop their heads down into bottom. It's all controlled up by Tundra. And Mind Control. It goes into that bottom jungle, sees the Visage, and he's like, not sure I want to be here anymore. A long wraparound from Tundra coming through his triangle as well. Unfortunately, he has got back behind his own tier 2.
He's going to be fine. I mean, this lineup from Nigma Galaxy, one is Sven got to be fight ready. Can disassemble this Echo Saber, buy a BKB in 400 gold. They need to take a fight. If they lose that fight, they give Roshan to Tundra, the game is going to collapse for them.
Yeah, you can see full focus from Miracle. Watch his head move. Looking at minimap, looking at the creeps. Try and get as much farm as he possibly can. And Tundra so good at hiding, staying off the map. For the past 2 minutes, they've only shown one hero bottom, then gone back into fogs. They show one hero mid, it's Skitter's Wraith King. Everyone else smoked. Nigma Galaxy are playing blind. They don't know where anybody's coming from, and this allows Tundra to get the jump on Kuro, blow the Disruptor off the face of the map, and start swarming towards Roche Pit now.
They have Deso, they have damage. Pick off into instant move. And they know where someone is. 33, look at his micro. Spraying out the birds immediately, left, right. They decide to come. Skitter a bit low on HP for now, but this is the raid pack, the extra lifesteal gonna come out.
Where did that arrow go? Just like straight through Roshan's wings. Right past the big man. But
I did not see the arrow. I was looking at the micro from 33. They will get it. Roshan. 9 will be the one holding the Aegis. So now 7 versus 5, as we like to call it.
Oh, yeah. Did he Dragon Form and pick up the Illusion Rune? Oh, yeah, he did, of course. Illusion Rune was waiting for him there. Gets a couple of big old dragons to send them across the map. So he's going to scout out Nigma down here. Not going to see the two off to the right-hand side. And I think they caught a glimpse of the Doom retreating. The boots are bearing now, done on the Visage too. Stacking up these auras. And another one of these games, hey, where Kuroki has some, we'd argue good warding, very deep ward coverage. But in the last few games we've seen from Nigma, they've not been using it too well.
Yeah, I mean, these are good wards. They prepped for Roshan fight, but couldn't find an opening. They wanted definitely to take a fight, take Roshan, and like this is the dark moment for them where they can't really fight back. Now it's going to be Tundra controlling the map with the Aegis on Dragon Knight. You need to heavily commit. You need to use like at least 2-3 ultis to get a core kill. We're talking about Wraith King or Dragon Knight. How do you fight afterwards? The answer is you don't.
You war cry and you run away.
Or you just cry.
Pretty much. So I think at this point, yeah, Sven's going to be looking towards Blink and Assault Cuirass, but also on his mind is going to be the necessity for like a Daedalus or something to add a bit more damage. And GH kind of frontlining here. Dire Observer Ward in a good place, but Moonlight Shadow and Smoke completely bypassing them. They've got the lift on Kuro, immediately dispatched with the Disruptor. And Nigma Galaxy scattering to the wind as GH getting caught out, disrupts the Wraith King, but a matter of seconds later he's dead. And now we have the stolen disruption. Rubik can make illusions of the Dragon Knight.
Let's go.
Arcane
Pretty
ring.
hyped about it. He's gonna pop it immediately. Go for that tower.
You sound super hyped about it.
We've seen it in the first game.
You didn't have enough illusions last game, yeah?
We're missing a couple of those. 9. He's looking for a kill first.
It doesn't spot anyone. Fireball the creep wave. Crumble at tier 2. And think about pushing up to high ground even. Dragon form out. Arcane rune utilized. Where's Aramis? Where's my old buddy with a disruption? Get some DK illusions for yourself. As 3-3, gonna keep his familiars alive. Chain stunning. Shadow Demon and the Doom and the blink in from 9. Catching out GH. Quite a bit of damage coming 9's way though, even through the BKB. Gonna have to run it back. As the Static Storm expended onto 3-3, but the same with the disruption. There it is from Aramis. Miracle's still in with the help of the Thunder God's Wrath. They're aiming for Skitter, but he's got Reincarnation. 3-3 in the shard form. Gargoyle turned to stone, healing back up, but still found and killed. MC has Doom ready, and Miracle gets a blink delivered. They may be able to jump and keep chasing for more as they glimpse, but Disruption saves him from it. Won't get dragged back, so Snake King can leave. The Stormhammer hits the illusions and is stolen by the Rubik.
Nigma can still fight back, but at what cost? Like, they need another set of items, it feels like. Look at the tankiness on Tundra. The shard from Visage, Disruption coming in very handy against the Glimpse. Saving them, buying a little bit more time. The big one's going to be Snaking, picking up that pipe. They still don't have Mech or Guardian Greaves. Might eventually pick it up at 9. He's jumping in one more time.
Yeah, it's Kuro again. Arrowed up as well. Now, MC, he got a blink, but he can't use it. He's being damaged. Stormhammer disrupted. Buys a bit of space here for MC to jump into the tree line. Evacuate from that bottom tier 2 area. This is still wasting the time of the Aegis, though. You know, Tundra, they're running at Nigma, causing havoc, but Nigma's still looking past that and thinking, hey, in 30 seconds, in a minute, we'll have God Strength, the ability to blink in, BKB, and maybe get a pick off.
It's still looking rough. Like, all of their vision is across the river or near the river. They don't see anything inside their own triangle, so look how scared they are. Miracle sees someone, instantly decides to blink out. Arrow? Ooh, that was so close. Snaking needed like 0.2 seconds to connect.
Yeah, nearly had some mail there. Ethereal Blade completed on the Zeus. Adding in a little more magic burst damage and the potential to save against the Wraith King and the DK. They offer a lot of physical. And here comes that big group up. Item timings are here for Nigma Galaxy. It's their time to shine, and deep Dire Observer Ward that was placed quite some time ago. Scouts out 3-3. They'll throw the book at him. Stormhammer, Static Storm, no escape from the field. And Visage down for 45 seconds gives Nigma the chance to get out on the map and maybe even just kill a tier 1 in mid.
We still haven't seen Sven unleashing his full potential. About to crack level 18 with the BKB, Mask of Madness. This Echo Saber, pretty standard build, I would say, on Sven. Next item, seems like it's going to be AC to tank things up a little bit. Crimson, AC, will mitigate most of the damage from all 3 cores plus birds.
It will indeed. A D&D rune to help out. Add a bit more damage to Miracle. And Tundra just waiting for 3-3 to respawn at this point before they decide to do anything. Moonlight Shadow and a TP to their bottom outpost. Couple of die wards down here, though. They might be able to see this one coming. Yeah, I need to get that D ward. That Observer ward has been there for, forever. Full duration. I got them the kill on 3-3, so already paid for itself. Looks like...
Picks up his Blink Dagger with Shard holding on to Big Boy Philly, so that means that item on Rubik are gonna be there. He's good to go, and also does have that Shard upgraded. So he can throw people out of the trouble. It's such a great counter to Disruptor. Even if you get like Aghanim Scepter, it's still a counter. I think something needs to be changed about that Rubik Shard.
Yeah, or maybe buff Kinetic Field.
Maybe. Yeah, I think that's the one. But also Rubik Shard feels super powerful still.
Because you can't Force Staff out of Kinetic Field anymore, can you?
No.
You used to be able to.
You could Force Staff out of Chrono a long time ago.
Oh yeah, you could phase shift in Chrono as well as like a bunch of stuff. Like phase shift Blink away from Chrono. I don't know if you can still do that actually. Do you phase shift before the Chrono comes? Blink away when it ends? Anyway.
Ranking. About to crack level 18. This is gonna be level 3 reincarnation down to 60 seconds. That's a big one. Have we seen Doom being used at all? I don't recall.
I don't know. I don't think so. Not. I want to say no, if at all, once.
Maybe one Doom. Yeah, the game is kind of slow. Next Roshan. Let's see the respawn time. 2 minutes 20 seconds.
Yeah, the game is kind of slow. Long old spawn on that. Skitter does come back and pick up the Ogre Seal Totem that he left behind in the large camp. His little skellies can't pick up neutral items, sadly. Nigma Galaxy. The Hurricane out of that Wildwing, really pushing Miracle to the high ground, could have been real disastrous. Because Tundra weren't too far away from him. They're going to smoke and look for a play. They're playing into darkness. It is spooky out there. Snaking shows on the top lane. Visage Birds.
Nah, they caught it. Glimpse. They know what they're doing. Immediately falling back 33. Using the birds just in case they initiate. And look at the Skelly Bros. They're dealing some serious damage. Tower down to half HP already.
Yeah, powerful little fellas. And Tundra, like you were saying, at the end of the game too, very systematic, not taking any drastic actions here, waiting for that next Roshan, holding high ground, and as I say that, they smoke and go and look for a team fight.
They know there's no Zeus ulti, so they can't really scan them, choose the targets that they want to go for. Nigma plants an Observer Ward on the high ground. They might know something's coming.
I'm trying to scout with some MC illusions. The Skelly army is coming, though. Miracle will clear it out with his Greater Cleave. And Tundra just waiting on the low ground. Hiding in the river under their Observer Ward. MC, we went to D-Ward, but the Telekinesis Arrow, and in goes Skitter. Blows up Kuroki. Looks for the Doom now as well, and 2 quick kills.
Roshan, not yet there. Zeus got a baited MC, because he wanted to D-Ward instantly. Scouted things out where Ward is with Lightning Bolt. And Raid King now collecting some of those Deso charges, because we haven't seen much of a fight happening. Was sitting at only 2 Deso charges.
And closing in on the BKB as well, which should give him complete free reign in these fights to do whatever he wants. Now back to the game plan for Nigma. Cut waves, split push, avoid fights. 10 seconds for Doom to respawn. And Roshan is back up. Another simple one for Tundra here with the minus armor and physical damage they have at their disposal. Arrow will hit this time. So they can make sure not to miss it. But no way for Nigma to get here.
Yeah. They're also buying items so they scale with them. Dragonite, going for Aghanim Scepter, Manta style. If supports are going to have a really hard time dealing with that. Then you have Visage also going for Aghanim Scepter. He wants to be able to also scale really well, go for these like side pickoffs if Nigma wants to push one lane out. They know that they can outfarm them. The scaling from Nigma is just not there. Sven, he was supposed to hit his peak a long time ago. This is 30 minutes we're talking about. Might get another item, and I think you... Oh, no, Miracle.
Oh, dearie me. Say goodnight. Miracle down, 70 seconds. And in the mid lane, 9 has found Sumail. Eondisk is there. First usage of it just to survive from 9 going in 1v4.
Something you talked about, Sven builds into these smaller items, like cheap ones, Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, Blink Dagger. So you can't really upgrade them. Yeah, sure, you can like disassemble all of them, but you can't upgrade Echo Saber later on. Mask of Madness, you still have like a component. Blink Dagger, you don't want to upgrade into Overwhelming Blink or Swift Blink until really, really late. So you're kind of stuck with the items that you have. Right now, you're 6 slotted, and you need to remove one of those items to get a slot for another one.
Yeah, you start thinking about, like, do I want to go Bloodthorn? What am I going to do with the Ogre Axe from the Echo Saber? Do I want Satanic from Mask? Yeah, I don't really... I want a Daedalus. I want a Silver Edge. I'm not sure what he's going with that Ultimate Orb. I'm guessing Lincoln's? Or is he going Scardion, Sven?
No,
Must be
definitely
Lincoln's,
not
right?
Scotty. It's the Lincolns that is skewed up. Manta style. More illusions, Gary.
Yay! I love illusions.
Fake hype, yay!
Yay! That's what I'm good at. A little bit of fake hype. That was very obviously sarcastic. Anyway, Tundra, what are they up to? Farming all points of the compass. North, south, east, west. They're the ones who farm the best. 3-3s in his own ancient camp. Top outpost going to be TP'd on. And they'll gather their forces up top. As GH denying bounty runes, I believe, with some illusions. Being a nuisance. But Nigma have to sit in their base and wait for Tundra to come to them. Still not feeling comfortable or confident or any of these words.
I'll be right back, Gary. I'm grabbing my stick. I want to poke Tundra to do something.
How long is
It's
your stick?
impossible. It's really long. I can reach the... Are they boot camping in Germany, in Berlin?
I don't know. So you could reach me with your stick then?
I could, yeah.
What you
And
done?
now they're just stuck inside the base. They can't really leave. This is what happened in the first game. So far away from even crossing the river. I'm looking at the items. Is there a big item coming out the side of Nigma that can change things around? I don't really see it.
Yeah, I don't know. At this point, you have to look at Kuroki and think, is it time to start getting Aghanim Scepter, sell your 4 staff? But he's got no money in the bank to even consider that direction. And they're going to come out of their base, unsmoked, au naturel, wandering towards Tundra here. They stun up an illusion. That's not real. Skitter and 9 getting baited a little bit. But the immediate smoke afterwards, a signal of their intent as they look towards the mid lane. So Mel's courier dead with a point booster on it. And GH, his job for the past 34 minutes and 43 seconds has been disrupt my allies. Make illusions. Ooh, Tundra, hello. Kuroki. They turn onto Skitter, half HP, but in comes 9. Looking for Sumail in the back lines. Arrow's going to be there, connect onto GH. They're going to blow up the Shadow Demon, or are they? The E-Blade buys a bit of time for him, saves up the Shadow Demon. In the meantime, though, the familiar stuns are landing. The Ravage from 3-3, it connects on them. Static Storms drop, the Doom on the Visage. They'll look for 3-3, but the save is there. The Telekinesis out of the Shard of Aramis, and Kuroki's dead to the big old dragon inside the base. Now the slows and control onto Miracle Sven. He's dead, he's done, and Nigma Galaxy have no options left. 3 heroes down, 4 and 5 making a team wipe, and Tundra have done it.
Okay, they have no business left in this game. I was about to say it. I know that Nigma does not like to GG out early on, but they feel that this game is over. They have nothing left. They got dominated. Great start for 33's Visage, top lane, getting multiple kills. And I gotta say, Aramis, you know, as a stand-in, he looks like a really good fit. We did praise him before. the game started, so he's standing in instead of Saksa, and looks really good. He's been pretty stable. Like both of these games, playing with the team, felt like he's part of the team.
Yeah, super solid. And giving him some signature heroes, Snapfire and Rubik, has to feel pretty comfortable for him. As he looked, he looked very good there in Game 1 and Game 2. It took a while, but Tundra always looking like they were the team that were going to dispatch with Nigma here in this best of 2 and get themselves another couple of points in the group stage and get themselves maybe a little higher to match up with Team Spirit and OG, who were just ahead of them at 7 and 5. But yeah, Lacoste, Nigma Galaxy, I believe that means now they are eliminated, unfortunately for them.
You did the math, Gary?
I've got Wikipedia open, buddy.
Oh, you got Wikipedia open. Yeah.
I've hit F5 and I see the red lines. So I think that's what's happening there. But I think we can take a look at the standings before we consider getting an interview or something like that, and figuring out what we're dealing with, because we might have someone from Tundra joining us on the line in a few minutes. So yeah, we can take a look at the group stage standings there from end of day 3.
Yeah, so Talon, Nigma Galaxy, and Nouns are out. Kind of expected, considering how they've been playing lately, all 3 of these teams. Same goes for Group A, Entity. It seems like the team has been figured out, even in the DPC. They didn't look the best. Western European region, kind of difficult to compete with every single team. Like, you need to show up at every single time you play. It needs to be 100%. Entity just didn't have that, and now they're already eliminated. But yeah, Team Liquid on top of the group at the moment. As expected, this team has been stable. You are, as a Dota player, as a team, looking for that stability. That's the key.
Yeah, absolutely.
Holy grail.
It is wondrous stuff. We'll take a quick break and see if we can get someone from Tundra on the line for a quick interview. We'll see you guys in a couple and return to that. And we're back. I believe we've got 9 on the line for a quick interview following their 2-0 victory up against Nigma Galaxy. 9, thanks for joining us and congrats on your win. My first question, and I think a question a lot of us are asking, is how do you guys stay so composed in these 60, 70-minute games where you're pushing high ground, taking 5 Roshans? Are you all drinking green tea to stay relaxed, or what's the deal?
Hello, first of all. I don't really know like how these things happen. It's just we don't really stress ourselves. We know we got the game in the bag and the enemies are sitting in their base. So we just let them sit in the base.
Let them stew in their thoughts and become sad hiding in their base.
Yeah. Let them feel bad. I'm sure this also lingers into the next game. You know, you're like 20 minutes, you're just there losing the game, you're there watching the enemies farm. I feel like it's not good for you.
Yeah,
it's good stuff.
if someone plays against Tundra, like first match of the day, you do this to them, they're gonna be pretty much exhausted throughout the whole day. I mean, you guys are. Do you ever feel like you need to rush things? You're like, okay, we had enough. Does that ever happen, or is it always like we're gonna do this, keep farming, everybody farms the whole map?
I mean, I have like this voice in my head telling me to go and just fucking go on the enemy and kill them and dive, you know. But
who
I
says
gotta
no? Is
fight
it
it.
snaking?
No, it's just like the whole team. We decided to play like that. We just decided to take it easy. It just has to be like, you know, you gotta take it serious and you cannot do these dumb things to throw the game.
Yeah, because every series pretty much matters. We did talk with the Moon Meander about like food stuff because they have like pretty strict food regime. Does this happen with you guys when you guys are in a boot camp where you like eat more healthy food?
We don't have like a team rule, but everyone is aware of how diet obviously affects your performance. It can help a lot, and everyone is aware of it and takes it as an advantage. So we don't have any rules like that. And yeah, I think just every player at some point made the experience when they, you know, at some point fucked up and just had some really bad food and just couldn't play. Like it happened, and you just learn from it.
Yeah, there's a couple of us casters getting old and having the same situation. We've eaten too many burgers and pizzas, and we're like, wait, hang on a second. We're 30 years old now. We can't do this anymore. Don't start eating a bit healthier. Yeah, you guys have one series remaining, I believe, against Nouns, and you're currently tied up with like Beast Coast, OG, Team Spirit. What's the mood in the camp going into this latter stage where potential tiebreakers are again, you know, potentially upcoming?
So I mean, Nouns is probably like one of the I didn't expect them even to get to this tournament. And I expect us to win, but we should not underestimate them. The worst thing that can happen now is like lose a game to them and not make it to the second stage. So we're gonna take them serious, even though they're out already, even though we probably should win. Like we just need to take it serious and not lose a game.
Yeah, and with tiebreakers, you know, obviously you guys want to win and not go to tiebreakers. But there's the 1v1 mid tiebreaker rule potentially there. Is that something that you guys practice? Like, have you been practicing 1v1 matchups or anything like that just in case it happens?
No. I'm also not a guy that practices 1v1, but it would be very cool, honestly. Like, I wouldn't mind if one tournament has it. Not all the tournaments, but I wouldn't mind if one tournament suddenly has it. And, you know, you just fight it out in 1v1. Just go from there instead of playing these tiebreakers that for some reason happen in every tournament, every DPC.
Did you ever, like, I'm sure throughout your career as a pub player, someone challenged you to play 1 versus 1. Did you ever accept it? To square it, like to see who's actually better?
I mean, yes, but that was a long time ago. When these days, I was the one challenging as well. There was a normal thing back then.
All right, yeah, I remember.
You know, your carry is like through the game. You say 1v1 if he talks back to you.
Yeah, this doesn't happen too often nowadays. Would you want to bring it back?
No, I mean, I feel like everyone understood that it's not like a 1v1 game. This 1v1 doesn't settle anything. But it would be cool. Like maybe actually, you know, I could challenge someone in my next pub if someone talks back to me.
Yeah, just challenge them.
Do that. All right, we'll keep you. You know, keep your word, and maybe you stream it if it happens.
Maybe.
We'll keep our eyes open. Well, thanks for joining us. Congratulations again, and we're looking forward to see what you get up to tomorrow against Nouns. Yeah, thanks, Nine, and again, congrats on the victory up against Nigma Galaxy.
See you guys.
There we go. Humble. Yeah, he used to challenge people. Reformed now, making sure that
reformed Dota player. We've all been there.
Focused on the team game nowadays. We're not looking to make any drastic decisions. Nice to hear that it's like a complete team atmosphere that's kind of slowing things down, making sure everything's solid and set up for these wins for themselves. But that rounds things up. Day 3 all done and dusted, and tomorrow's a little bit of a shorter day. Only a handful of series on Wednesday, as we have all 4 streams still running. But Lacoste and I will be around starting at 2:30 CEST with Tundra against Nouns. We will be covering their series. As you can see the schedule up on screen, the first one of the day here on Storm will be Shopify against Hellraisers, which also should be quite interesting. Hellraisers still with a chance, small, but a chance to keep themselves in the group stage there. Lacoste, any closing words?
Go play a pub. If someone talks back to you, challenge them to 1v1 mid lane SF. That's the way to do it. You lose, you don't say GG. You just go emo mode and play Dota tomorrow. Do the same thing and keep safe, guys. Enjoy the rest of your evening, day, wherever you are, and take care.
Good night.
Have a good night.